The Author's POV. Chapter 251, Battle Royale, 4. In a different area of the dome. Sheeing. A black dagger pierced through the air in a lightning-fast manner. Quang. Colliding with the metal body of a rapier, a defeating sound rang out, creating hot embers that scattered out. At the same time, the dagger clashed with the body of the rapier. Appearing on the right side of Jean were two twin swords. Raising his left hand, Jean slashed with all of his power. Quang. Once again, a powerful sound rang out. The result of the clash ended up with one person getting pushed back. Brother. He's strong. Nicholas muttered. Next to him was his sister, Erin. Lifting his sleeve, he wiped the blood that trickled down the edge of his lip. Turning his attention towards his sister, Nicholas asked. Erin, are you injured? No. Good. I'm afraid we have to go all out. We might lose if we don't. I agree. In response to her brother's words, Erin nodded her head. Hot. Then, with her brother next to her, she charged forward. Their speed was not something anyone could follow with their naked eyes. Within seconds, they were already in front of Jean. Thrusting forward with her rapier, Nicholas accompanied her movements as he thrust his twin swords forward. Clong. This time, it was Jin's turn to be pushed back. The twins' attacks were meticulous and calculated. Alternating between each other, with no lag in their movements, they both aimed for the most vulnerable part of Jin's body. Be it heart, lungs, head, liver, they aimed for all of the important organs. To make matters worse, because of how synchronized their attacks were, to Jean, it felt as though he was facing three opponents at the same time. Slowly, cuts started appearing all over his body. For the next minute or so, Jean was slowly but surely being driven towards a corner. To the spectators, it looked as though he was about to lose. But. Tisk. Jean suddenly clicked his tongue. Almost instantaneously, a tremendous hue wrapped around his daggers. Taking a step forward, his body suddenly melted into the darkness. Sheeing. Appearing right in front of them, Jean thrust his daggers forward as he performed an odd combo. His first strike was a powerful strike that shot up like lightning, followed by consecutive strikes that could seemingly sever rivers. With each strike, the dagger's pattern became more and more eccentric. At one point, one of the daggers followed a path that was similar to that of a snake. Almost impossible to predict. Under the barrage of attacks, Erin and Nicholas both cooperated with each other and tried their best to defend themselves against Jin's weird attacks. However, they knew that they were once again at a disadvantage. Even though they were going all out, they were still losing. KHHH. Erin. Pushed back, Nicholas painfully groaned. Yes, brother. Let's use that. But. If we don't use it, we will lose. There is no point in saving it. Nicholas quickly cut her off. It became painfully obvious to him that they were about to lose. Their opponent was just too strong. Understood. Biting her lower lip, Erin nodded her head as she raised her rapier in the air. A blue light suddenly enveloped the area. Standing next to each other, the twins connected their weapons together. A powerful current of magic power rose up around their weapons, heating up everything in their vicinity. Now. Slashing down, a light enveloped the area. A majestic vertical blue beam shot in Jin's direction. Sheeing. Tracing behind the beam was a beautiful light blue trail. Coldly staring at the incoming attack, Jin's brows knit together. Ooh. He then took a deep breath. Light Eye. Mana Conglomeration. Activating his skill, Light Eye, Jin's world suddenly slowed down. Looking at the approaching attack, he tightened the grip of his daggers as he channeled all of his mana towards them. Within seconds, the dagger dangerously glowed as all of Jin's mana flowed there. Taking a step forward, he slashed down with both daggers. He was trying to meet their attacks head-on. Bomb. Enveloping the area was a bright light that illuminated everything within the vicinity. It was soon followed by a thunderous explosion that rang throughout the whole dome. Almost all of the students present heard it. Dust and debris flew everywhere, hindering the spectators' sight. Who won? Everyone wondered as they eagerly anticipated for the dust to clear out. Then, within a minute, everyone finally got their answer. With both daggers in his hands, standing in the same position as before, was Jean. Though his clothes were a mess and cuts appeared all over his body, compared to the twins that were on the ground struggling to get up, Gene looked to be in a much better condition. He was the victor. Wee-I. Wee-I. Right, when Gene was about to finish off his opponents, the whole building turned red, and an ear-splitting sound echoed across the whole building. Attention to all students. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, the trials will now shut down. Please stop whatever you are doing and evacuate the premises. I repeat, please stop whatever you are doing and evacuate the premises. For those who are unable to leave, an instructor will quickly come to aid you. Damn it. Cursing out loud, Kevin bent his neck slightly as he dodged a sword attack. Raising his sword, he deflected 2 more attacks coming from his left and right. Quang. Quang. Whilst he was fighting, Kevin's eyes would look towards his right from time to time. Right where the portal disc was located. I was careless, damn it. It became painfully apparent to Kevin that someone had found out about his snooping. If not, they wouldn't have sent so many people in one area. They must have added additional support at the very last minute to get rid of anyone that was trying to stop their plans. Although Kevin had taken this option into consideration, given that he had done a thorough check of the surroundings, he only thought that there were 4 people within the area he had selected. But he was wrong. Using some sort of artifact, 4 more people hid around the area and waited for him to act. He had been too careless. Quang. KHH. Groaning, Kevin took a step back and parried another attack. Stomping his foot on the ground, Kevin raised his sword and looked at his opponents. I need to cut down their number. It was an 8 versus 1 scenario. He was at a severe disadvantage in number. The only way he could have a shot at winning was by reducing their number. Everyone here was weaker than him. As long as he got rid of some of them, his situation would become much easier. Hew up. Right when Kevin was about to execute a special move, something strange happened. Quack. Out of nowhere, one of the individuals suddenly tripped. Though confused, Kevin took advantage of this situation and swiftly stabbed his sword towards his back. Quang. Caught by surprise, the individual was unable to defend himself. Stabbing towards his back, a shield suddenly appeared on the student's body as he fell on the ground paralyzed. This all happened within a second, and it threw everyone off. Needless to say, Kevin took advantage of his opponent's confusion and once again attacked. Thrusting his sword forward, Kevin watched as his opponent flustered, tried to block the attack. Unfortunately for him, it was a feint. Right when it was about to hit him, Kevin's sword magically reappeared by his throat. Quang. His attack was once again blocked by the small protective shield that all students had. Nevertheless, his opponent was down. HAAA. HAAA. That's 2 down. A faint smile appeared on Kevin's lips. Still, the smile did not last for long once he realized that he still needed to get rid of 6 more opponents. Kevin wasn't conceited to the point that he didn't know that the only reason he had gotten rid of the 2 opponents was due to luck. Had his opponent not tripped, this would have never have happened. Guess I have no choice, therefore, taking a step back and glaring at his opponents, Kevin prepared himself to go all out. Overed. Click. Disrupting the fight, was a subtle yet powerful clicking sound. Kevin, who was struggling and was just about to use overdrive, abruptly stopped whatever he was doing. The edges of his lips curved upwards. You're here. Thud. Collapsing on the ground was one of the 6 remaining individuals. Behind him was Ren's cold figure. Chat. Caught by surprise, everyone turned to look at Ren. With cold and apathetic eyes, Ren merely glanced at everyone present before placing his hand on the handle of his sword. Cracka. Lightning crackled in the air, and a white hue shrouded Ren's body. Taking advantage of the confusion, Ren attacked once again. The first movement of the Keiki style, quick flash. Click. Yet again, another clicking sound rang out in the area, a beautiful blue line drew in the air. With a large thud, another student was eliminated, leaving behind only 4 more people. Thud. Ren, you. Opening his eyes wide, Kevin flusteredly looked at Ren. With a trembling hand, he pointed at Ren and shouted. Do you realize what you have done? With cameras broadcasting the event worldwide, the whole world had just found out that Ren was practicing the Keiki style. He had just placed a massive target on his back for no reason whatsoever. Ignoring Kevin, Ren once again placed his hand on the handle of his sword. Click. Once again, the all too familiar clicking sound rang out in the area. Unfortunately, this time his opponents were prepared as 2 of the 4 opponents stood next to each other and blocked the attack. Quang. The sound of metal colliding rang out in the air. Staring at Ren, Kevin's grip on his sword tightened. Damn it, Ren, you better answer me after this is over. Clank. Turning around, Kevin easily parried the incoming attack. Only needing to deal with 2 opponents, Kevin's life was now much easier. In fact, now that Ren had joined him, he was a lot more relaxed. This became more apparent in the fight as Ren and Kevin were slowly but surely gaining the upper hand against their opponents. With no restraints on him, Ren dominated his opponents. His lightning-fast attacks were not something his opponents could easily parry. Slowly but surely, wounds were starting to appear all over the opponents' bodies. Within a minute, Ren would be able to get rid of his opponents. Do it. Just when Ren and Kevin were sure of their victory, something unexpected suddenly happened. Looking at each other simultaneously, all 4 of the remaining individuals took out a black pill from their mouths and swallowed it. Phew. Their auras suddenly skyrocketed as a small gust of wind swept the area. What's going on? Taking a step back, Kevin shouted. Demon pill. Ren softly muttered. Hearing Ren's remark, Kevin turned to look at him and asked. What's that? Th. Shiying. Unfortunately for him, right before Ren was about to respond, 2 of the 4 individuals attacked Ren whilst the other 2 attacked Kevin. Raising his sword, Kevin tried to deflect their attacks. Once his sword collided with his opponent's weapons, a dull metallic sound rang out in the area. Quang. Quang. Quack. Taking 2 steps back, Kevin let out a strange sound. Staring at the 2 opponents before him, Kevin's face became serious. They've gotten a lot stronger. Click. 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 Ren's situation was also not that great. Despite his repetitive lightning-fast attacks, his opponents were now able to block the attacks more easily. Of course, this only applied to just regular attacks. Once Ren used any of the movements, injuries would appear on the bodies of his opponents. Unfortunately, he couldn't use those moves often as they consumed a lot of mana. Kevin, the effects of the pill will only last for 1 minute. Play defensive. Ren calmly said as he dodged an attack coming from his opponent. Understood. Why you, how do you know? Overhearing the conversation, one of the students opened his eyes wide in shock. Turning attention towards his companions, he shouted. Mission failed, activate Plan B. Understood. All 4 of them shouted in unison. At once, the bodies of 3 of the 4 individuals radically changed. Red threads of mana appeared on their bodies as their eyes became bloodshot and their muscles enlarged. Go. One of the individuals roared. He then, along with his other 2 companies, shot towards Kevin and Ren. They were so fast that Ren and Kevin barely had time to react. Punching out, Kevin was pushed back a couple of steps. Ren was in a worse state. Compared to Kevin, he had 2 individuals attack him. BAAM. Coup. Crashing against a tree, a small groan escaped from Ren's mouth. Even though his face did not change upon impact, the pain was not something a loss of emotion could get rid of. Still. I'm fine. Within seconds Ren had already stood up. Though his legs were a bit shaky, he looked completely calm. Thank God. Kevin sighed in relief. Turning his attention back to the trio, Kevin closed his eyes. Overdrive. At the same time, Kevin muttered those words, an inexplicable power burst from Kevin's body as he charged forward. Because Ren was injured, Kevin wanted to take them all at the same time. Hot. Slashing down, initially, Kevin was at a disadvantage. However, as the seconds passed, his disadvantage became less and less apparent. In fact, the disadvantage slowly turned into an advantage as he was slowly gaining the upper hand. From the looks of it, his opponents were also in a similar state to his overdrive, but the length of time they could be in that state was much shorter than Kevin's. Thud. Before long, there was only 1 individual standing before Kevin. HAAA. Ha. Kevin's breathing was rough. But even so, a smile appeared on his face. He was close to winning. However, just as he was about to finish the last opponent, Kevin's ears perked up. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka-ka-ka, a crackling sound rang out in the distance. Stopping whatever he was doing, Kevin watched as black lightning covered a metal disc in the last student's hands. Ren, stop him. Staring at the student in the distance, Kevin opened his eyes widely. He's trying to break the core. He's trying to blow everything up. With his hand already on the grip of his sword, Ren channeled all of the remaining mana he had in his body. Right as Kevin's words fell, he disappeared from his spot. The third movement of the Keiki-style void step. Click. Leaving behind a beautiful blue trail in the air, Ren appeared right before the student and thrust his sword into his throat. Caught by surprise, the student fell on the ground paralyzed. Unbothered by this, taking the disc on the ground, Ren looked at Kevin in the distance. It's too late. The author's POV. Chapter 252, Battle Royale, 5. Wee-I. Wee-I. The tumultuous sound of the sires rang inside of the dome. The whole facility turned red as emergency messages repeatedly echoed across the place. Please evacuate the premise, please evacuate the premise, please evacuate the premise. Crap. Ignoring the sirens and staring at the metal disc in Ren's hands that was shaking uncontrollably, Kevin's eyes interlocked with Ren's. Let's leave. Dropping the disc on the ground, Ren took a couple of steps back. Wait, what about them? Are we leaving without them? Kevin pointed towards the 8 individuals on the ground. Yes. Leave them. Ren coldly replied. But they are children. Turning around, Ren completely ignored Kevin. Hey Ren, where are you going? Kevin shouted. Think about it, they could have been blackmailed by the monolith to do their bidding. What if they are innocent? Ren's footsteps halted. Turning around, he coldly looked at Kevin. They are not worth it. Boo. Before Kevin could reply, Ren had already left. Though vague, the meaning behind Ren's words was clear: let them die in the explosion. It was a cruel thing to say, but he was not wrong. With the impending explosion, trying to save the lives of others might result in his own death. Furthermore, these people were the ones that started everything. Regardless of the fact that they might have been blackmailed or not, they were the ones that caused everything. Trying to save them at the expense of his own personal safety was not worth it. Ah. A small sound escaped from Kevin's lips. Biting his lower lips, he lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly. He knew that Ren was right, but a part of him really wanted to save them. I'm sorry. Eventually, Kevin came up with a decision. Closing his eyes, he turned around. He knew that Ren was right. Had the circumstances been different, he would have helped them. But now that his life was on the line, he needed to worry about himself instead of the others. However, right as he was about to leave, an enchanting voice reached his ears. What's going on here? Kevin's eyes suddenly lit up. Miss Longburn, Miss Jeffrey. Kevin, what is going on here? Landing softly on the ground, Donna looked at Kevin. Besides Donna was Monica. Over there. Kevin pointed at the disc in the distance. Miss, can you do anything about this? Gazing towards the direction Kevin was pointing at, Donna's brows jumped up slightly. Feeling the fluctuations coming from the disc, Donna was taken aback. Her whole demeanor changed completely. Monica. I know. Give me a second. Having already spotted the disc beforehand, Monica solemnly nodded her head. Slowly walking towards the disc, Monica waved her hand over the disc. An orange hue enveloped the disc. Cracka. 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 Levitating in front of Monica, black lightning crackled around the disc. Closing her eyes, Monica tried her best to suppress the impending explosion. To her dismay, however, she couldn't suppress the device. Gravely looking at Donna, she shook her head. I can't do anything about this. It's too late. Even you can't do anything about it. Donna's brows knit tightly. No, we need to evacuate quickly. We only have 5 minutes at most before the device explodes. Get as many students out as possible, and isolate this place. With the core cracked, the internal energies within the core were starting to run rampant. A tremendous amount of energy was slowly building up inside of the device. The energy accumulated would become so powerful that perhaps only an S-ranked hero could withstand such impact. Even so, they would suffer tremendous injuries. Donna and Monica understood this point, so the only thing they could do was get as many people out as possible. Understood. At Monica's suggestion, Donna nodded her head. The best possible solution was to get as many students to evacuate the premises and call all the S-ranked heroes present in the academy to create a shield around the dome to protect the surroundings from the impact. Only then would they contain the explosion. Kevin, get as far away from here as possible. Looking at Kevin, Donna shouted. Yes. Heeding Donna's advice, Kevin turned around and ran towards the exit. Monica, go help the students in need. Yes. Stomping her foot on the ground, Monica disappeared from her spot. Turning around, and looking in the direction where Kevin and Ren had run off, Donna disappeared as well. The corpses of the 8 students disappeared along with her. Shut down the broadcast. At the same time, inside of a fairly large room that was filled with large monitors, a powerful voice rang out. We can't. A flustered voice replied back. What do you mean you can't? The powerful voice shot back. We've got direct orders from the higher-ups to shut down the whole event. Do it now. Sir, I'm telling you we can't. The controls aren't functioning at all. Ta. Repeatedly pressing on the keyboard in front of him, a young man shot back. Let me take a look. Shoving the young man to the side, a middle-aged man with a grayish beard leaned forward and pressed on a few buttons. He had just received an order from the higher-up to shut down the broadcast. Staring at the monitors in front of him depicting panicked students running away from the dome whilst professors helping the paralyzed one, it didn't take a genius to understand what was going on. Something terribly wrong had happened. Error. What the? Staring at the large red marks on the screen, the middle-aged man's brows shot up. Turning his head, he shouted. What's the situation for the other cameras? Sir, we've lost control. We can't do anything, sir. The control panel no longer works. Multiple panicked voices replied back. Every single camera had been taken over. Damn it. Cursing out loud, the middle-aged man smacked his hand on the table. What the hell is happening? Ah! A pained scream rang in the forest. Once the effects of monarch indifference ran out, a tremendous amount of pain engulfed my entire body. Especially from my chest area where a large gash appeared. H-A-A-A. Leaning against a rock, I took deep breaths. Taking out 2 potions from my dimensional space, I unscrewed the cap and quickly downed them. Throwing the 2 empty potions on the ground, slowly but surely, my wounds started to heal. My mana which had depleted to the bottom was also starting to fill. GHH. Gritting my teeth, I forced myself to continue running forward. With an explosion about to occur any minute now, the professors were now busy trying to get as many people out as possible. Regrettably, with there only being a limited number of them compared to the thousands of competitors, there were bound to be casualties, it was inevitable. Not wanting to be one of those casualties, activating drifting steps, I rushed with all my might towards the exit. It was a race against time. At the same time, a kilometer away from the exit. Cough. Coughing, Aaron leaned against a tree. With his arm on his shoulder, he gritted his teeth. Bastard. Recalling the painful defeat that he had suffered not too long ago, Aaron clenched his jaw tightly. Those cold and emotionless eyes that treated him as though he was trash, caused anger to surge from within him. How dare you? He shouted. His humiliation deepened once Ren turned around without finishing him off when he could have. It was as though he was saying, "You're not worth my time." From Jean to Kevin and to now Ren. Aaron suffered loss, after loss, after loss. His fists clenched uncontrollably. To make matters worse, this all happened in front of the whole world. He had become the butt of all jokes. The oh-so-famous Aaron Rhinestone, reduced as nothing but a mere stepping stone for someone else. Damn it. I can't accept this. He smashed his fist against a nearby tree. Wee-eye. Wee-eye. With the glaring sound of the sirens ringing across the facility, turning his head, and looking into the distance, Aaron knew that he needed to get out fast. He could feel the fluctuations coming from the distance. Within half a minute, everything was going to blow up. Aaron's feet suddenly stopped. Looking towards the distance, Aaron suddenly spotted a familiar figure. At first, his face twisted savagely out of pure rage. But an idea suddenly struck him as a wicked smile replaced it. Don't blame me for this, I'm just merely trying to survive. Channeling every ounce of mana left inside of his body, Aaron's eyes locked themselves onto the figure in the distance. "Thanks," he muttered before disappearing from his spot. "I'm almost there." Looking at the doors in the distance, gritting my teeth and summoning every last bit of mana I had, I increased my pace. Because I was low on mana, my speed was not that great. But it was enough for me to reach the exit. Next to me, I could see multiple students also slowly approaching the door. Staring at the nearing door gate in the distance, I could see a faint blue sphere in the distance. That was most likely the barrier the instructors had set up in order to contain the explosion. As long as I passed that barrier, I knew that I was going to be safe. Therefore, Thum. I increased my pace even more. Come on, I'm almost huh? Right as I was about to exit the premises, to my horror, my body froze. Suddenly my vision turned dark, and I found myself in a completely different area. The exit which was previously very close to me was now extremely far. My body froze, and my mind blanked. Staring on the spot where I previously was standing, I could faintly see the outline of a youth in the distance. Squinting my eyes, I soon found out the identity of the youth. Aaron. With his lips twisted upwards, his eyes interlocked with mine. Turning around, he left the premise. Ah. A small sound escaped from my lips. Gazing at Aaron in the distance, I understood everything. Right when I was about to exit the building, Aaron must have used his special skill, Dual Link, to switch positions with me. Understanding my current predicament, I felt a myriad of emotions. Anger, rage, despair, fear, anxiety, and many other similar emotions. But it's too late. Staring at the exit in the distance, and feeling the terrifying aura not far from where I was standing, I knew that I didn't have enough time to make it back. I was simply too far. Just where did I go wrong? Thud. Helpless, I fell on my knees. Had I gotten rid of Aaron whilst under the influence of Monarch's indifference, none of this would have happened. But I knew best that blaming Monarch's indifference was useless. Under Monarch's indifference, aside from my goal, anything else didn't matter. So did Aaron. My goal was to save Kevin, not get rid of Aaron. This flaw ended up being a costly one. Taking out a small object from my dimensional space, a lost look appeared on my face. Do I really have no choice? Turning my head and looking towards one of the cameras in the distance, I softly muttered. If the cameras are working, I'm sorry everyone. Recalling my family, Kevin, and the others, my chest started to sting. Right, I guess I also couldn't keep my promise. Remembering the promise I had made with Amanda, a bitter smile appeared on my face. I truly regretted making the promise. Boom. At that exact moment, as if time slowed down, a huge explosion erupted, and a powerful shockwave shot outward, shaking the whole dome from its foundations. Staring at the blooming cloud of fire that was slowly making its way towards my direction, I could only mutter one word. Beautiful. Outside the dome. Boom. A thunderous explosion rang out, and terrifying energy that threatened to destroy everything in its path emerged from within the dome. Outside of the large dome building, a large blue translucent sphere appeared. Standing beside the sphere, many instructors placed their hands on it as they injected their mana inside of the barrier, trying to contain the explosion. PFFFFF. Quack. Ka. Once the explosion hit the barrier, it shook uncontrollably. The faces of many of the instructors standing outside of the sphere paled tremendously. Some of the weaker instructors even ended up passing out. Fortunately, with the aid of the more powerful professors, they were able to contain the explosion. Unfortunately, broadcasted on every television screen in the world, was the image of multiple students getting engulfed by the massive flames. Their despairing screams as they were engulfed by the massive flames echoed across every television screen in the human domain. At this point, many turned off their TV screens as they could no longer watch such scenes. But for those that kept watching, in particular, one specific angle stood out from the rest. It was the one where a student with jet black hair and blue eyes appeared. Muttering something to the camera, everyone watched as his figure slowly disappeared into the fire. His image was particularly striking because he had been the student that most people had been paying attention to throughout the whole tournament. He was the rising star of the tournament. The inheritor of the Keiki style, and the student that beat Aaron cleanly. Under everyone's eyes, they watched as his body slowly disappeared inside of the flames. On this day, to the world, Rendover had died. The author's POV. Chapter 253, Rendover, 1. Minutes before the explosion, outside of the dome. Jean, you're here. Kevin approached Jean. Looking left and right, he asked. Have perhaps you seen Ren anywhere? Staring at the large translucent barrier covering the dome, Jean shook his head. No. Strange. Kevin murmured. I thought he'd be here already since he left earlier than me. Having left before him, Kevin assumed that Ren had already left the dome. Perhaps he's already left the area. Though plausible, Kevin shook his head. Even if he chose to go back, he wouldn't have gotten far. Especially since Ren only left a minute before him. Most likely, he was still roaming around here somewhere or was with a professor. Hey, you two. Help out over here. Snapping Kevin out of his thoughts was a rough voice. Turning his head, Kevin spotted a professor in the distance. With one hand touching the blue barrier, using his right hand, the professor motioned him and Jean to go to him. Kevin immediately rushed to the professor. Jean silently followed from behind. How may I help you? How is your mana reserve? The professor asked. Half. Good, you. The professor turned his attention to Jean. Squinting his eyes for a second, Jean eventually responded. About the same. That's perfect. I need you both to channel your mana inside of the barrier. Channel our mana inside of the barrier. We need as many helping hands as possible. This is the only way we can contain the large explosion from affecting the civilians that have come today. The instructor's voice became serious. You understand how serious the situation is, right? If the explosion was not contained, many of the people that had come to attend the tournament would die. Especially since the majority couldn't defend themselves. Not everyone was a powerful hero. Understood. Kevin's back straightened. Convinced by the instructor's words, Kevin immediately placed his hand on the barrier and injected his mana into it. Jean did as well. By the side, taking out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, the instructor thought for a moment before asking. Want some? No, thank you. Taken aback for a second, Kevin refused. Even though smoking was not something that would affect his health as it did in the past, Kevin hated the smell. Many people had a different way to deal with anxieties. Although the instructor next to Kevin was trying to put on a brave front, Kevin knew that deep down he was scared. Perhaps the cigarette was the only way he could deal with the anxiety. You. He then turned to Jean. Guess you also don't want some, sucks for you. Grumbled the instructor. Flicking his fingers, the cigarette lit up. Puff. Smoke slowly rose in the air. Nothing beats a nice cigarette. What the? Staring at the smoke that was floating in the air, Kevin's brows suddenly knit. Turning his attention back to the instructor, he asked. Why haven't they shut down the broadcast yet? Displayed on the opposite building to him was a large monitor. On it, Kevin could see the images of some of the students desperately running away for their life. With a couple of students in their arms, Kevin could also see some professors rushing towards the entrance of the dome. Given the situation, why were the cameras still on? I'm also not Sue. Isn't that Ren? Murmured Kevin, cutting off the instructor mid-sentence. This angered the instructor slightly, but Kevin didn't seem to care. Staring at the scene displayed on the screen in the distance, Kevin all of a sudden noticed something odd. Blinking a couple of times and trying his best to comprehend the situation, Kevin's body suddenly froze. What? Opening his mouth, like a goldfish, Kevin's jaw moved up and down repeatedly. But no sound escaped from his mouth. What is he doing there? Wasn't he supposed to already be here? Didn't he already arrive? This must be an illusion. What is going on? For a short second, millions of thoughts ran through his mind. It was only after he realized what was happening that he opened his mouth and screamed. Boom. Kevin's desperate voice was quickly drowned out by the large explosion that erupted within the dome. Taking his hand off the barrier, Kevin watched in despair as Ren's figure slowly disappeared within the flames. Next to him, Jean was also staring at the monitors in the distance. Because his face never changed, no one knew what he was feeling. But if someone looked closely, they'd see his fists clenched tightly. So tightly that they were shaking. At the same time, inside of the locked private waiting room. What's Ren doing over there? Emma suddenly cried out in shock. On the screen opposite to her was Ren's figure staring into the camera. Falling on his knees, he mumbled something to the camera. Everyone in the room could see his face. It was without question Ren. Then. Boom. A deafening explosion rang, and the whole room shook. Although they were quite far from the dome, the aftershocks of the explosion were so strong that the windows trembled uncontrollably. It was as though they were in the middle of an earthquake. Even so, no one cared. That was because their eyes were glued to the TV screen in front of them. Slowly, everyone in the room watched as Ren's body was enveloped by the thick and raging flames coming from the explosion. KH. Staring at the scene for a short second, Melissa grit her teeth and turned her head to the side. She couldn't watch the scene any longer. Though her head was usually always clear, at this moment her mind was a mess. Many thoughts crossed her mind as she wondered. Did Ren just die? Despite her ability to comprehend the most complex problems in the world, for the first time in her life, Melissa found something she couldn't comprehend. Just hat. Emma too showed a similar reaction. Turning her head sideways, she also stopped herself from watching the TV screen. Covering her mouth with her hand, she tried to suppress her screams. Even then, as if her throat was dry, no words escaped from her mouth. Despite always bickering with Ren, she never truly hated Ren. In fact, she was secretly quite grateful for him. Had it not been for him, Kevin wouldn't have opened up to her as he did. It was the first time Kevin had someone to call a real friend, and Emma was quite grateful for him. Just imaging what type of suffering Kevin would be in for the next couple of days, pained Emma's heart endlessly. On the other hand, unlike the other two, Amanda's eyes never left the screen. Out of the three, she was the only one that watched the whole thing from the beginning. Like a statue, her eyes remained fixed on the television screen. Amanda's mind was completely numb at this point. She couldn't comprehend, process, grasp what was happening. What had she just witnessed? Ren couldn't be dead, right? Breathing started to become more laborious for Amanda, and before she knew it, tears had already started falling by the side of her cheeks. Opening her mouth, in an almost inaudible voice, Amanda hoarsely muttered. Liar. No. Inside of a relatively large apartment, a high-pitched scream rang out. Ren. Staring at the TV screen in front of her, like a crazed person, Samantha Dover, Ren's mother grabbed the TV screen and shouted. No, not my son. Anyone but my son. Give me my son back. Give him back to me. Screaming, tears had already started falling by the side of her face. Mama. Being only 2 years old, Nola couldn't comprehend a lot. But even then, seeing the state her mother was in, Nola understood that something wasn't right. Slowly she too started to cry. Mama, wah. Blankly sitting on a sofa opposite to them, bearing a striking resemblance to Ren, was Ronald Dover, his father. He wasn't a man of many words, but that didn't mean that he didn't love his family. No. In fact, he loved his family tremendously. The only reason he was still working at a rundown guild that was filled with debt was because of his family. But Ren. Staring at his wife and daughter crying in front of the TV screen before him, tears started streaming down his cheeks. Immense guilt washed over him. He had so many regrets. If only I had been a better father. He knew himself that he wasn't the best father. Because of his inability to express himself, he came off as a cold person. Many times he wanted to praise and show love to his son, but because of his own inability to express himself that he wasn't able to do those things. Hick. Suppressing his tears, Ronald lowered his head. He only had one wish. Son, my son. I'm so sorry, I hope you have a better life. 14 hours later. Clank. Donna barged into the room by flinging the door open. Inside a room filled with monitors, she met a familiar face. Good morning, Donna. Surveillance Department Head, Jonathan Morrison. They were reunited after last seeing each other during their academy days. Without saying any greetings, Donna approached one of the monitors. Displayed on it were Ren's last moments. When she saw Ren getting engulfed by the flames, she clenched her teeth. The one student that she had been privately training for the past few months, and had gotten close with. Do you have any ideas how he got into such a situation? Donna asked. She was trying to maintain her composure throughout the entire time. Not yet. There's a lot of angles that we have to look through. The dome was large. There were over 1,000 students as well. It would take a couple of days to understand what had happened. Especially since the cameras tended to switch a lot during the entire broadcast. With the Doma being destroyed, along with all of the camera equipment, they could only go through the video footage that was broadcast to the world. It was a slow and painful process. This was the monolith, wasn't it? Most likely. Donna apathetically responded. Having captured 8 of the people involved, Donna was prepared to get an answer. Although all signs pointed towards the monolith, there were no clear indications that it was them. That was because all of the parties involved that were caught had no trace of demonic energy within their system. Something that the monolith was known for. Even so, that did not apply to 4 of the 8 students she had caught. Though faint, there were traces of demonic energy in their bodies. What she was wondering was how were they able to get in? Typically, if any sign of demonic energy was detected, the security system would quickly find it and alert them. This time, it didn't work. Was it a flaw of the system, or was there something new at play? Is he someone you know? Snapping Donna out of her thoughts was Jonathan's voice. Having observed Donna for the last minute, he could see Donna's eyes repeatedly moving towards a certain screen. He was my student, Donna said after struggling to find the right words. Her eyes reddened slightly. I see, I'll try my best to let you know in a couple of days. Jonathan sighed softly. Never had he seen Donna, who used to shine so brightly in this state, before. He must have been an exceptional student. I'll let you know if I can find anything. Thank you, Donna softly muttered. The Author's POV. Chapter 254, Rendover, 2. July 15, 2056. A terrorist attack took place at the lock during the Battle Royale games of the Inter-Academy tournament. 2 teleportation devices were found to be installed during the event. Investigators have linked this attack to the monolith. With the brave efforts of 2 young students, the portals were soon found and their activation was prevented. Unfortunately, in a last-ditch attempt, one of the perpetrators directly cracked the core installed in the teleportation device. A massive explosion followed suit, killing 260 people and injuring more than 80 in the process. Click. Turning off the TV, Emma threw the remote to the side. It's about time. Dressed in a black dress, Emma turned around. Let's go, Kevin. A weak and hoarse voice replied back. Kevin. Emma's lips tensed. Staring at Kevin, who was sitting on a white sofa dressed in black, Emma felt her heart tear apart. Ever since that day, Kevin had not been the same. He was skipping out on meals, and for the most part, he was always absent-minded. He had even stopped training, something that she had never seen him do throughout the whole year. His whole complexion was white, and his eyes were bloodshot. Glaring black circles appeared underneath his eyes. It's all my fault, he repeatedly muttered to himself. Emma did not understand why he was blaming himself for Ren's death. It wasn't something he could have controlled. But every time, Kevin would mumble those words. Blaming himself for Ren's death. Kevin. Emma called out. Ah, Emma. Give me a second. Kevin finally looked at Emma. He tried to smile cheerfully, but that made him look all the more pitiful. His lifeless eyes coupled with his glaring black circles caused Emma's heart to stir. Emma understood. Ren's death had truly hit him hard. We need to go. Attending is the least you can do for him. Today was the day of Ren's funeral. For obvious reasons, there was no corpse at the scene. Even then, no one questioned his death. Unless a miracle happened, there was just no way for Ren to survive. Emma, what do I do? Bringing Emma back to reality was Kevin's hoarse voice. Staring at her in the eyes, he weakly muttered. I don't know what to do. Had I not been so stupid, and just left why? Enough. Emma cut him off. Now is not the time for this. How long are you going to wail in self-pity? She was starting to get angry now. It was only natural for someone to be distraught upon the death of someone close. She too was sad. Although she wasn't particularly close to Ren, she did interact with him quite a lot in the past. And although Kevin and Ren were really close, the last thing Kevin could do was drown himself in self-pity. It wouldn't be something Ren would have wanted for him. Even though Emma didn't interact with Ren much, she could see how much he genuinely cared about Kevin. He would never want Kevin to blame himself for something like this. Lifting his head, Kevin weakly asked. Then what should I do? Get stronger. Emma's voice became firm. Get strong enough to prevent this from ever happening in the future and make those that have caused this pay. Be it the monolith or anyone that was involved. Whilst she spoke, Emma's eyes never left Kevin. She wanted him to understand that instead of beating himself up for what had happened, it was better for him to pick himself up and mature. Even if it took years for Kevin to recover from this, Emma wanted Kevin to use this incident as a reference point for his growth. She wanted him to grow stronger. Strong enough to prevent any of this from happening. I see. Kevin said after a brief moment of silence. Staring at Kevin, Emma was able to notice a subtle change in Kevin. Even though the sadness never disappeared, there was something else within that sadness. Resolution. The resolution to grow up and change. Seeing the change, Emma smiled beautifully. I'm glad you've picked yourself up. Emma extended her hand. Let's go, it's time we say goodbye to him. Taking her hand, Kevin stood up. Laying on her bed as her hair scattered all over her pillow, Amanda blankly stared at the ceiling of her room. A couple of days had passed since the incident, and unbeknownst to anyone, she had already started packing up her stuff. She was planning on leaving the academy soon. If before it was about the guild. This time, her reason for leaving the academy was different. It was because the academy reminded her of him. Everywhere she walked in the academy she would recall her conversations and memories with him. Although few, Amanda could vividly recall every single interaction she had with him. Even the small ones she had during class or around the campus. Despite having witnessed Ren's death right before her eyes, Amanda still couldn't quite grasp the situation. At this point, she was almost numb to the pain of having someone in her life disappear. Yes. Important. It was only after Amanda witnessed Ren's death that she had realized her feelings for him. She liked him. She didn't know when, but at some point, she had started to long for him. Every day, a small part of her would look forward to the lectures and classes. The ones that had him in it. Just the casual things he would do, from cringing whenever the class attention was on him, or when he would randomly slap Kevin in the head to get a reaction out of him. All of those moments were deeply etched inside of Amanda's mind. At first, unfamiliar with this type of feeling, she couldn't quite grasp what she was feeling. But now she knew. And the realization was a painful one. One that once again shut her heart completely. Talk. Young miss, it's time. Disrupting Amanda, was her attendant, Maxwell. The car is waiting for you downstairs. I'm coming. Weakly lifting her body up, Amanda responded. Staring at the neat black dress on her desk opposite to her, Amanda calmly walked up to it. It was time for another goodbye. Click. Dressed in black, Melissa closed the door behind her. Right when she was about to leave, her footsteps halted. Turning around, she looked towards the room that was next to hers. By now, the room was already empty. Everything that used to belong to Ren had already been taken by his parents a day prior. He's really gone, huh? Ever since meeting him, she had wished nothing but for him to die. But now that he had actually died, she felt lost. Perhaps because she had never talked to anyone else but him, but his death hit Melissa harder than she had expected. This caught her by surprise. For the past few days, she wasn't able to focus like before. She made a lot more mistakes than she would have normally have done. Closing her eyes slightly, Melissa exhaled before muttering. Just what is wrong with me? Turning around, she left. July 17th. 2 days after the tragic incident. It was a clear and sunny day in Ashton City. A day that completely contrasted the gloomy atmosphere that was revolving around the whole city. Inside a funeral home. Wah. Several people stood by the side of the room. A high-pitched wail echoed throughout the whole room as a young girl cried in front of a picture frame. Her eyes were red and snot fell from her nose. The scene was heartbreaking for anyone that was watching. Booter. It was Nola. Next to her, her mother and father tried their best to console her. But wah. No matter how hard they tried, the crying wouldn't stop. It was only after someone used a sleeping spell on her that she stopped crying. By the side, Emma, Jean, Kevin, Amanda, Melissa, Leo, Ram, and Donna all stood by the side. Staring at Ren's picture in the middle of the room. All people who Ren had influenced throughout his life. For some he was a best friend, for others he was something else. A business partner, a student, a friend, and the person that changed their life. Unknowingly, unbeknownst to Ren, for better or for worse, he had influenced the life of every single person present in the room. Listening to the funeral hymns, everyone lowered their head. For the next 30 minutes or so, no one talked. They all mourned for Ren's death. On this day, to the world, Rendover was officially dead. Asterisk. HAAA. Staring at the blue sky, Kevin exhaled. With the funeral coming to an end, Kevin decided to go out to take a breath of fresh air. His mind was a mess. Despite what Emma had told him moments prior to the funeral, Kevin still couldn't quite pick himself up. He knew better than anyone else what had happened that day. Had he not been so fixed with the idea of saving those 8 people, and had directly left with Ren, none of this would have ever happened. This thought alone was eating him up from inside. "How are you holding up, Kevin?" Miss Longburn. Disrupting Kevin out of his thoughts, was a familiar voice. It was Donna. "What are you doing here?" "I was looking for you." "Me? Why would Donna look for me?" Did something happen? Kevin wondered to himself. "What do you need me for?" After a bit of thought, Donna let out a soft sigh. "I think I know what may have resulted in Ren's death." "What?" Shocked, Kevin's voice raised a few pitches. Putting her finger on her lips, Donna gestured for Kevin to lower his voice. "Shoo. Lower your voice." "Ah, sorry." Realizing his mistake, Kevin apologized. "What do you have?" "Here, take a look at this." Extending her hand, a phone appeared on Donna's hand. Taking the phone, Kevin tilted his head to the side. "A phone? Give me a second." Pressing on the screen of the phone, a video appeared. "Take a look and tell me if you've also noticed something strange." "Sure." Pressing onto the play button, Kevin played the video. In the video, Kevin saw Ren. "Ah. What?" Most shockingly, he was quite close to the exit of the dome. In fact, he was practically almost out. Furthermore, from the looks of it, he had a lot of spare time to get out. Just what? Kevin abruptly stopped himself mid-sentence. That was because he saw it. Right before Ren set his foot outside of the dome, he suddenly disappeared. Replacing him was another youth. Kevin instantly recognized him. It was Aaron. What? Kevin's eyes opened widely. His mouth opened and closed repeatedly. He couldn't quite comprehend the situation. Did the video glitch or something? But if it glitched, how come Ren suddenly appeared in the distance? This didn't make sense. He then turned his attention back to Donna. "What's this?" "As you can see, I suspect that Ren deaths wasn't an accident." This. Once again, replaying the video, Kevin's blood started to boil. His breathing was slowly starting to get rough. A terrifying red hue slowly enveloped his body. "Aaron." He venomously spat as he stared at the youth in the video. The more he watched the video, the more he was convinced that he had something to do with Ren's death. KHHH. Kevin. Unbothered by Kevin's pressure, standing by the side, Donna calmly spoke. "Kevin, don't act recklessly. We still don't have enough proof." "What do you mean we don't have any proof?" "This is as clear as day that he was the one." Kevin snapped. The video alone was enough evidence to prove Aaron's guilt. What else did they need? Staring at Kevin, Donna shook her head. "Unfortunately, it's not enough. This could very well be due to some sort of lag in the video. With the bomb about to explode and everyone fleeing, such a thing can happen. Furthermore, even if we know that Aaron is the one who did it, we don't know how he did it. With his backing, we also can't do too much. There were a lot of things that they needed to take into consideration when persecuting someone for a crime. In this day and age where all that mattered was a backing, with the pitiful amount of evidence they had, she couldn't see a way to get Aaron to face a trial. They could also of course take matters into their own hand, and try to kill Aaron directly, but that would be far too risky at the moment. Especially since he was now surrounded by bodyguards. Furthermore, if they found out it was them who killed Aaron, they would be in a lot of trouble. They couldn't be reckless about this. So are we just going to let him walk away like that? Are we going to completely ignore the fact that he killed Ren? Kevin raised his voice. Calm down, Kevy. How can you tell me to calm down? At this point, Kevin was practically shouting. The people around him were looking at him strangely, but he didn't care. His emotions were unstable. Please listen to me, Kevin. Donna's eyes suddenly shone slightly. Kevin, who was about to scream again, stopped. H-A-A-A, H-A-A-A. Glaring at Donna, he took heavy breaths. A bitter smile appeared on Donna's face. Kevin listened to me carefully. I'm definitely not letting Aaron go that easily, that's for sure. Donna's voice suddenly turned grave. The only problem is his backing. It's not something that we can go up against at the moment. So what should we do? Calming down a bit, Kevin softly asked. If they couldn't do anything now, what could they do? Was there really no other option? Staring at Kevin for a good minute, Donna closed her eyes. After a while, seemingly having made up her mind, she said. Join the union. The union? Wah. Please listen. Donna raised her hand and started explaining. If you want to truly make Aaron pay for his crimes, the best option would be for you to join the union. With your talent, joining the union shouldn't be a problem. Boo. Right as Kevin was about to say something, Donna once again cut him off. Let me finish. Only with an organization like the union backing you can enact your revenge. I've already talked to Monica, and she's willing to take you in right after you graduate. In the meantime, I'll help you grow to new heights and reach the top faster. Only when you're truly strong will you have enough power to take revenge for Ren. After taking a lot of factors into consideration, Donna came up with this solution. It was the best solution she could think of for Kevin at the moment. With the union backing him, Kevin would be able to take his revenge without a problem. No one would dare to fight the union. Kevin also understood this point, hence why he wasn't talking. Originally, Donna had tried to get Monica to do something, but her hands were tied. With the monolith terrorist attack that had just happened, the union was in a complete state of alert. Almost all high-ranking members had been called back. Monica wasn't an expectation. She was so busy that she couldn't even attend Ren's funeral. So. Donna paused. Looking at Kevin straight in the eyes, she asked. Are you willing? The Author's POV. Chapter 255, 876, 1. Pain. An immeasurable amount of pain engulfed my entire being. Slipping in and out of my consciousness, I felt my whole body burn. Every part of my body was engulfed by flames. At some point, I had lost track of time. Perhaps only minutes and seconds had passed, but for me, who was being burnt alive, such moments felt like an eternity. Before long, my body hit something hard and cold. But, being in the state I was in, my mind wasn't able to process what was happening around me. Instinctively, I just rolled around, trying to get rid of the flames engulfing me. Whilst slipping in and out of my consciousness, mustering every bit of my last strength, I swallowed something that I had put inside of my mouth beforehand. After that, despite all of my struggles to remain conscious, the world turned dark. Have you got anything? No, his facial features are too deformed. We can't get a proper read on his identity. What's going on? Who's talking? Awakening my somber mind was the sound of two people conversing. Though I tried to focus my mind on what they were saying, my mind was too muddle-headed to be able to comprehend anything. In fact, I found it hard to even think properly at the moment as everything felt dull and slow. What about after we heal him? That's possible, but it may take a couple of months for him to fully heal from these injuries. Almost half of his body is burnt. Perhaps if we use a high-grade potion, but... No, we definitely can't do that. It'll be a waste of money. We can just wait a couple of months. Anything else? For now, no. All we know is that he suddenly appeared in the hall with third-degree burns all over his body. I'm more surprised by the fact that he's still alive. Were there any items on him? No. Given the state he was in, there's a high chance that all the items he had got destroyed. From the looks of things, he must have survived some sort of explosion. He had no clothes on him when he appeared, and even the ring he had on him was badly damaged. I see, all right, you may leave. Understood, call me if you need anything, Professor. Minutes after the conversation ended, slowly opening my eyes, I was met with an unfamiliar white ceiling. A bright white light entered my vision, constricting my pupils slightly. Turning my head slightly, I found myself laying atop a cold metal table with wires attached all over my body. My body was numb. "Oh, you've regained consciousness." A voice suddenly called out for me. Turning my head towards where the voice came from, an old man with a white lab coat appeared in front of me. With an amused smile, he studied me from top to bottom. "How peculiar," he muttered. Under his observant eyes, I felt like a lab mouse. Insignificant. "Who are you? Where am I?" "Ga fu." The words that I wanted to speak did not come out. Instead, a zombie-like sound escaped from my lips. "Ah, I wouldn't recommend you to speak right now," the old man said whilst a chuckle escaped from his lips. "Where am I?" Wog. Unable to comprehend what he was saying, I once again spoke. The same zombie-like sound escaped from my lips. "TSK. What is it with you patients? Whenever I say something, you end up doing the exact opposite of what I tell you to do." The old man grumbled. "Hey you, bring me a mirror." Turning around, the old man yelled at one of the people in the room. Lifting my head slightly, I spotted a man wearing a white coat and a mask. Yes. From how polite he was being, he was most likely his assistant. The assistant quickly rushed towards one of the cabinets. Not long after, the attendant came back with a mirror. Taking the mirror, the old man walked up to me and smiled. "Here, since you can't understand what I'm saying, I'll just show you the state that you're in." Once he turned the mirror around, my mind blanked. This can't be, is that me? Wag, gug. Reflected on the mirror was something that you would have only seen in a horror movie. With no hair on my head and burn marks all over my face, the clear white skin that I used to have was no longer there as my face was now dyed red with pus flowing down. I looked horrendous. My mind, which was showing signs of recovering, was once again blank. I had many questions that I wanted to ask, but as if something was stuck in my throat, only hoarse sounds escaped from my mouth. Gua, Heifa. It was then that I slowly started to recall what had happened. Moments before the explosion happened, taking out the monolith ring that I had taken from Professor Thibault a couple of months back, I desperately channeled all of my mana into it. The goal was to teleport me to the monolith. Even though I knew it was a bad idea, this was the only way I could survive. Unfortunately, even though I successfully managed to teleport myself to the monolith, by the time I had managed to activate the ring, the flames had already engulfed me. From there it wasn't hard for me to understand what had happened. Having teleported directly in their headquarters, they must have directly taken me in. Ha ha ha, don't worry. With current technology, recovering your face shouldn't be too hard, but, unfortunately for you, the higher-ups aren't willing to fork out the money needed to heal you quickly, so it might take a bit for you to recover your old appearance. Amused by my reaction, the old man laughed. Let me introduce myself real quick. Lowering his head slightly, the old man introduced himself. Nice to meet you, my name is Joseph Sharp and I'm the person in charge of you. Exclamation point. The moment the old man mentioned his name, my mind instantly cleared up. Cold sweat trickled down my back. Now, be a good boy and stay here. I'm going to check out my other subjects. I'll be seeing you in a bit. By then, you should have already have recovered your voice. Joseph Sharp. A notorious scientist that worked in the monolith. He, along with a couple of other famous scientists, was responsible for an extremely important project in the novel. The Monolith Super Soldiers Project. A project that involved the creation of elite soldiers that had no regard for life. Their sole purpose was to serve the monolith and accomplish any task they were given. They were soldiers that felt no emotions nor pain, almost like robots. Each soldier ranked from D and above, and although singularly weren't that strong, when they worked together, they were a force to be reckoned with. They were an elite unit that would appear 5 years from now and were responsible for many tragedies. They were so strong that they almost resulted in Kevin's death multiple times throughout the novel. You. Disrupting me out of my thoughts, Joseph called out to the same assistant from before. Yes. Give him a small dose of the serum. How much? I don't know. Given his state, I guess 2 milligrams would be enough for now, replied Joseph, squinting. Understood. Watching the assistant leave, Joseph smiled. My eyes soon interlocked with his. All right, I'll see you soon, test subject 876. Waving slightly, he joyfully whistled his way out of the room. Get me out of here. Goa. Watching him leave, a desperate scream escaped from my mouth. It was almost instinctive. Even though I survived, I was now in a place worse than hell. The serum that Joseph was referring to was the liquid that they used to create the super soldiers. It was a liquid that eroded someone's mind, essentially turning them into brainless puppets. From there the brainwashing would start, turning them into unwavering monolith soldiers. Goo. Knowing this, mustering every bit of strength that I had in my body, I tried to get out of the binds that were locking me, but it was all to no avail. My mana had been blocked. Regardless of how much I struggled, the binds around me wouldn't budge. I was truly powerless. Suddenly, spit escaped from my mouth as the air was knocked out of me. Though I felt no pain, it didn't take me long to realize that someone had punched me. Shut up. The assistant glared at me. Be silent whilst I'm doing my job. Taking out a long syringe that had a long needle at the top, the assistant put a strange blue liquid inside of it. Squeezing the bottom of the syringe, a droplet of blue liquid fell down the body of the needle. Perfect. The assistant turned his attention back to me. Opening my eyes wide, I struggled even more fiercely than before. No. Anything but that. Ugh. Gwaha. Calm down, it's not going to hurt. Seemingly taking pleasure out of my suffering, the assistant slowly moved the syringe in my direction. Whilst he did that, with his other hand, he covered my mouth. Now, be a good boy and take the shot. Feeling a slight tap on my shoulder, I knew that the assistant had already put the syringe inside of my body. Squeak. The moment the assistant injected all of the liquid inside of my body, my mind numbed and I once again lost consciousness. No. Help. GHH. For you. For you. Merrily whistling, Joseph's brows suddenly knit. Another failure. Staring at a patient from a large glass window, Joseph took out a notepad and crossed off a name. Test subject 037 failure, 300 mg seems to be too much for a single dose, Joseph muttered, scratching the back of his head. Yet another failure. Fuck. Despite spending over a decade in formulating the recipe for his serum, it was only half a year ago that he had managed to perfect it. Even then, Joseph still needed to do a lot of testing. He first needed to understand how much of the serum he needed to inject his patients with each day to erode their minds, then he also needed to check for any side effects. After doing a calculation, Joseph estimated that he still needed a year before finally being able to create his first supersolider. The only problem was the higher-ups. Having spent so much time on a simple formula, they were starting to doubt his research. He needed to present them with something fast. Joseph. Disrupting Joseph out of his thoughts, a voice suddenly called out for him. Turning around, Joseph's face darkened slightly. A trace of disgust flashed his eyes. Xavier, what is it? Standing before him was a young male. He had fair skin and green eyes. Outwardly he looked like a perfect gentleman, however, Joseph wasn't deceived. The man before him, Xavier Pierce, was one of the more sadistic and twisted men that Joseph had ever met. He was extremely notorious for his torture methods that could cause his victims to lose their sanity within minutes. He was not someone that Joseph wanted to associate himself with. And despite being higher ranked than Joseph in the hierarchy, Joseph couldn't bring himself to respect the men before him. How is test subject 876? Ignoring Joseph's obvious signs of hostility, Xavier asked. 876. He's awake, I've already asked someone to inject him with the serum. Good, good. Make sure you give him to us after you dull his mind. We've got a few questions to ask him. Understood. The number of people that were allowed to hold onto the monolith ring was extremely few. For someone that they did not know to have the monolith ring and suddenly show up, the higher-ups had a lot of questions to ask him. Joseph understood this. The main reason why the test subject was given to him was because they wanted to numb his brain for questioning. Only once he could no longer think for himself would he be able to spill out everything. All right, keep up the good work, Joseph. Patting Joseph in the shoulder, Xavier smirked. Just as he was about to leave, his footsteps halted. Before I leave. The higher-ups have told me to tell you something. What? They said that within 3 months if you don't produce anything, they'll cut your funding by half. What? Joseph's voice raised. He had clearly told them that he would get results in a year. Saying that they would only give him a month clearly meant that they had lost faith in him. You know that's impossible. Haha, you know that I can't do anything about this, Joseph. Laughing out loud, Xavier's eyes squinted. A black shadow rose from his feet. I don't care about whether it's impossible or not. I'm merely telling you something that the higher-ups have told me to say, so make sure you don't mess up. Is that clear? KHH, understood. Under Xavier's threat, Joseph secretly ground his teeth and nodded his head. Damn it. He cursed inside of his mind as he looked at Xavier straight in the eyes. Perfect. I'll see you around. Smiling brightly, Xavier turned around and left. Staring at Xavier's back for a moment, Joseph took out his phone and dialed a number. Before long, someone picked up. Professor? Increase the frequency at which we inject the patients with the serum from once a day to 3 times a day. The Author's POV. Chapter 256, 876, 2. Opening a large metal door, was a tall and muscular guard. Wearing a gray uniform, the guard stood beside me. Test subject 876, this is where you will be staying. Grabbing me by the shoulder, the guard shoved me into a small 20 by 20 room. KHH. Falling face first on the ground, a dull sound escaped from my lips. My mind was a mess at the moment. I could barely formulate any thoughts. After every couple of thoughts, I'd forget everything that I was thinking about. Multiple different illusions flashed before my eyes. No matter how many times I blinked or closed my eyes, the illusions would never stop. It was never ending. This was what the serum did. It fed the brain with different kinds of illusions and vision, and in the process, it would slowly damage the neurons of the brain. You will receive food twice a day alongside your shot. In a week's time, if you're not dead, the professor will call you up. The guard's cold voice echoed across the room. Pooey. Why the fuck do I have to deal with this shit? Glaring at me, the guard suddenly spat on the ground. Turning around, he smashed the door behind him. Clank. Once he left, silence enveloped the room. HAAA. Mustering every last bit of strength in my body, moving forward, I leaned against a wall. Just that much movement caused me to be at a loss for breath. Turning my head slightly, I looked at the room I was in. Though the room was small, it had a small bed by the side, coupled with a sink and bathroom. A large metal door stood in the middle of the room, and at the bottom was a small compartment where I presumed the food would be pushed in. Looking around, I knew that there was no way out for me. Fortunately, there didn't seem to be a camera monitoring me. Perhaps it was because I wasn't particularly important, but this worked in my favor. At least for now. KHHH. A groan suddenly escaped from my lips. With the effects of the painkillers wearing out, every part of my body started to ache. The pain wasn't unbearable though, so it wasn't the worst. Although most of my mana was sealed, not all of it was sealed. The reasoning behind this was my injuries. Unless mana circulated inside of my body, my injuries wouldn't heal as quickly. And given that they wanted for me to heal, they decided to only seal my mana up to G rank. This was enough. Mustering every last bit of mana inside of my body, I muttered. M. Monarchas, indifference. Talk to. 876, it's time for your meal. A voice suddenly called out. Unfortunately, the voice was met with no response. Clank. Fucking answer me when I'm talking to you. The door flung open, and the same guard from before entered the room. Staring at patient 876, the guard raised his brow. So you've already gone insane, the guard muttered. Only 6 hours had passed since he had last seen him, and test subject 876 seemed to have already given up on life. Leaning against the side of the wall, 876 was dully looking at the ceiling. Even after putting a tray filled with food in front of him, he seemed to be completely unresponsive. Let's get this over with. Taking out a long syringe, the guard shook his head. Bending down, the guard tightly grabbed 876 by the arm, completely not caring about the fact that it was burnt. No reaction. I guess the effects of the serum are pretty strong. Uncapping the syringe, the guard pricked 876 on the shoulder and injected him with the serum. Squeak. KHH. A light groan escaped from 876's mouth. Alright, we're done with the injection. Eat up your food. Finished injecting 876, the guard stood up. Lowering his head, and looking at the tray of food on the floor, the guard once again bent down and grabbed the food with his hands. Eat up. Grabbing 876 by the cheeks, he forcefully shoved food down his mouth. Even then, as he shoved food down his throat, 876 showed no reaction. Fucking eat. Annoyed by 876's reactions, or to be more precise, lack of reactions, the guard kicked the food tray away. The food spilled everywhere. Blamp. When I tell you to eat the food, eat the food. The guard suddenly threatened. By the time I come back, you better have finished all of the food, or else. Crack. 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 Cracking his fingers, the guard sadistically smiled. Ho, ho, if not, we're going to be having a lot of fun. The guard laughed out loud. Being a low-level guard, the guard had a lot of pent-up stress built up. Seeing how responsive 876 was, he thought of using him as a way to relieve himself of the stress he had built up. Since he was one of the many patients, he doubted they would care if anything happened to him. Furthermore, looking at the state he was in, he was sure that no one would notice if he suddenly got injured. What fun days. Buzz. Disrupting the guard out of his thoughts was a small buzzing sound coming from his wrist. Turning his wrist slightly, the guard cursed. Ah, shit. Guess it's time for me to leave. Taking one last look at 876, he stepped on some of the food and made his way out of the room. I'll see you in a bit, 876. Clank. Smiling in satisfaction, the guard turned around and left the room. Once the door closed, silence enveloped the room. In the midst of the silence, slowly lifting his head, 876 coldly looked at the metal door opposite to him. I'm hungry. Having taken care of subject 876, the guard, who went by the name Mark, rubbed his stomach. It's a little bit early, but since I'm done, I might as well go eat. Licking his teeth, Mark turned his wrist slightly, looking at the time, 1850, he decided to head to the canteen to eat. After turning a couple of corridors, Mark arrived at the canteen. Because it was still early, the canteen was still quite empty. One fried chicken with some rice, please. Walking up towards the counter, Mark ordered something quick. Within a couple of minutes, a hot dish was presented before him. Taking the tray, Mark turned around and looked around the canteen. He was looking for anyone he knew. Soon his eyes lit up. Alvaro. He called out. Suddenly being called, a rather skinny man wearing the same uniform as Mark, turned around. Spotting Mark, he quickly swallowed his food and waved slightly. Oh, Mark. Putting his fork down, he smiled. Haven't seen you in a while, how are you doing? I'm all right. Putting his tray on the table, Mark sat down. As he sat down, he let out a long exhausted sigh. Something up? No, it's just that I have been put on babysitting watch. Mixing the rice with the chicken, Mark let out another depressed sigh. He was exhausted. Babysitting watch? Yeah, you know that crazy professor. Alvaro's brows knit. After a bit of thought, he carefully said. Crazy professor, you mean Joseph? Mark nodded his head. Yeah, him. I now have to take care of a couple of his subjects. Ah. At Mark's words, Alvaro had a look of understanding. Within the monolith, everyone knew just how tough working under Joseph was. Especially taking care of his crazy patients. They were all insane, and difficult to deal with. What made it even harder for the guards was the fact that they couldn't use too much force on them. They were precious subjects after all. A trace of pity flashed Alvaro's eyes as he looked at Mark. Must be tough. Tell me about it. Most of them are completely insane. If not for the fact that I'm getting forced to do this, I'd never take this crappy job. Mark suddenly recalled something. Oh, right. I got a new patient today. New patient? Looking at how happy you are, the patient must be a good one. Out of all the patients I got, he's probably the best. Mark responded after a bit of thought. The best. Alvaro tilted his head. Yeah, his whole body is burned and he can't even talk. Ha, he's the easiest one to take care of. All he had to do was give him food and a shot. That easy. Unlike the other patients where he had to restrain, 876 was different. He was very docile. It was understandable though, given how weak subject he was, it'd be hard for him to struggle. For him to be this weak. Alvaro wondered, how badly burned is he? Oh, you'd be surprised. The first time I saw him, I was shocked. Half of his body is pretty much burned to a crisp. It's crazy. I don't even know how he's still alive. Describing subject 870 SIXS features, Mark couldn't help but shiver slightly. The extent of his injuries was very severe. It was no wonder that by the time he saw him, 876 had pretty much already turned insane. If he was put through the same thing as 876, he too would have gone insane. Why don't they just heal him? I mean, if they give him a simple potion, he'd be healed in no time. Listening to Mark's descriptions, Alvaro's brows knit. Since he was treated as a test subject, it would only be natural for them to be in optimal condition. If they were completely injured, they'd be useless. In response to Alvaro's point, Mark waved his spoon slightly. Tut. 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 No can do. According to the instructions, we're not allowed to give him nor any other patients any potions. Why? Wouldn't his injuries heal faster? I mean, even low-leveled ones would help speed up the process. No, that's strictly forbidden. According to what I've heard, if a patient that was undergoing treatment takes a potion, the effects of the serum they are injected with would be negated. Negated. Yeah. Taking a spoonful of his rice, Mark took a few bites before continuing. AMHMG I don't KNMHMG how much, according to the professor, only once the brain is damaged to the point of no repair can we give them potions. If not, everything would not work. Ah, I don't really get it, but sure. Nodding his head, Alvaro scratched the side of his neck. No longer interested in the topic, he decided to tell Mark about the latest gossip he had heard recently. Oh, by the way, have you heard about the... Cough, cough. 1 hour after the guard left, opening my eyes, I coughed up blood. The blood spilled all over the ground and food that had now become cold. Damn it. Staring at the blood on the ground, I weakly cursed. Although I had used Monarch's indifference to suppress the effects of the serum, it wasn't enough. Monarch indifference, from what VE I've tested after taking the first serum, could only slow down the effects of the serum. It wasn't a solution. It could not heal my damaged neurons. Only something like a potion could do that. Furthermore, because of my low mana capacity, I could use Monarch's indifference for at most an hour and a half. Thankfully, since I had only taken 2 serums so far, my brain was still not badly affected. However, if given time, I would without a doubt slowly lose all sense of reason. As of right now, it felt as though I was only slightly drunk. Nothing too bad. Therefore, whilst my brain was still not fully damaged, I had to come up with a proper plan to escape this place. Ooh. Taking a deep breath, and trying to suppress the pain that was engulfing my body, I started thinking of my circumstances. Alright, so far I'm stuck inside of the monolith and I'm currently being treated as a test subject for their project. This I understood as soon as I learned of Joseph's name. Since he was a major character, I knew about him and his project. Another good thing is that I'm currently disfigured. They don't know who I am. That is good. Had they known who I was, there was a high chance I'd be suffering even more. The cakey style was that tempting. In a way, getting burnt to a crisp was advantageous for me. Though not clear, I do remember them saying that my injuries would heal within 3 months, therefore, during that time I need to find a way to hide my identity. Realistically speaking, escaping within 3 months was almost impossible. At least not in my current state. Furthermore, I had no clue about the layout of the place. Fortunately, I wasn't completely helpless. Closing my eyes, I grabbed the food that was on the ground and stuffed my mouth. Even though it had now turned into mush and was covered in blood, I forcefully ate the food. This was a must. If I wanted to escape this place, eating the food was something I had to do. GKHHHH. A groan escaped from my mouth. Saliva spilled on the floor. Despite my stomach's attempts at throwing the food back out, I persisted and continuously ate the food. 2 more days. JFH. I muttered whilst taking another bite of the food. Unfortunately for me, I still couldn't speak properly. Thus, only weird noises came out of my mouth. Even so, I persistently shoved food down the throat. At most 2 more days till I can turn this around. The Author's POV. Chapter 257, 876, 3. Small disclaimer, some parts of this may be disturbing for some. I'm warning you in advance. Well, although I say this, I'm not really sure how disturbing it is. But I'll put this just in case. Bam. KHHH. Take your food and eat it. Throwing the tray filled with food on the floor, Mark looked at subject 876 with disgust. Exactly 2 days had passed since he started to be in charge of subject 876, and although he always ate his food, he never showed any reactions to his abuse and beatings. This annoyed Mark quite a bit. There was simply no fun in abusing someone that showed no reaction. Even though this was supposed to be something to treat his stress, it was starting to annoy him more than actually helping him. TSK, how boring. Kicking subject 876 on the foot, Mark decided to call it quits for today. Stepping out of the room, he smashed the door behind him. Clank. Asterisk. An hour passed since then. Ooh. Opening my eyes, I exhaled. At this point, the effects of Monarch's indifference had worn off and my mana was completely depleted. Holding onto the wall, I weakly stood up. Making my way towards the toilet, I sat down. With my whole body shaking, I bit my tongue and patiently waited for my body to do its business. Please let this be the one. I repeatedly muttered inside of my head. Plop. Eventually, a splashing sound reached my ears. My eyes lit up as a result of the sound. KHHH. Gritting my teeth, standing up slightly, I reached my hand downwards. Towards the bottom of the toilet. This was the third time that I had done this. The previous 3 trials had all ended up in failure. Feeling a slightly mushy feeling in my hand, my stomach churned in disgust. Even so, I was not discouraged. Moving my hand around the toilet, I tried to feel anything hard. After searching for a minute, I finally felt something hard. My eyes lit up. Splash. Removing my hand from the toilet, a black bracelet appeared in my hands. Finally. Staring at the bracelet in my hands, I was almost unable to hold back my emotions. But, I couldn't help it. The light had finally shone in the dark tunnel that I could see no end of. I could now hope. I could now hope for a tomorrow in this hellish place. KHHH. Biting my lowering lip, tears had started to gather in the corner of my eyes. Right when the explosion started, I knew that there was a high chance I would get caught by the monolith. Desperate, whilst channeling mana inside of the monolith ring, I put my bracelet inside of my mouth and swallowed. This was my last hope. Thankfully it paid off. Splash. Walking towards the sink, I turned the tap on and washed the bracelet. After thoroughly washing the bracelet, waiting 10 minutes, and channeling the last bit of mana in me, I instantly took out 2 lower-graded potions from my watch. Gulp. Gulp. Uncapping them, I quickly downed them. Instantly, my mind, which was slowing down with each passing day, cleared up. My injuries also showed visible signs of improvement. Hello. Opening my mouth, I tried to say something. Though groggy, my voice finally came out. Biting my lower lip, the edges of my lips curved upwards slightly. I can finally speak. It was only after I spent 3 days like this that I realized that I had taken too many things for granted in my life. I had taken my voice for granted. Only after losing it for the past 3 days did I realize how important it was for me. Ooh. Taking a deep breath, I tried to calm my erratic emotions. Now was not the time for me to get emotional. I had other priorities to take care of. 5 hours. That was how much time I had at my disposal. At the 6-hour mark, the guard would come back with the food. Thinking of the guard, my teeth clenched. When I get out of here, I'll definitely make sure to kill him first. For what he put me through these past few days, I was definitely going to make him pay. Just the thought of him caused my blood to boil. But of course, that wasn't anywhere near the rage I felt for someone else. Aaron. KRRRR, KRRRR. The sound of my teeth grinding together echoed across the room. Just the thought of him caused my eyes to turn red. Everything that I was going through was because of him. If not for him, none of this would have happened. If I ever get out of this place, I swear on my life that I'll kill you. This was a promise I was intending to keep. HAAA, HAAA. Taking deep breaths, I forcefully calmed down my rage. I needed to keep my feelings bottled up for now. My priority, for now, was escaping. Revenge or any other thoughts were secondary. Weakly lifting my body and walking up towards the bed, I took out an energy bar from my bracelet and quickly devoured it. Because I had to focus on keeping my mind sane right after each dose, my food always ended up being cold. Furthermore, because of my injuries, the food was some sort of paste. It tasted terrible. Wow. Tapping on my bracelet, a small transparent glass container appeared in my hand. Inside of it was a dark green liquid. Mother's kiss. An extremely potent poison that upon ingestion could even cause B-rank creatures to die. It was something that I had found back in Amora. Ooh. Staring at the liquid in my hand, a long exhale escaped from my lips. What I was about to do next was going to be very gruesome. Wow. Once again tapping on my bracelet, a small dagger appeared in my hand. There was another feature of the mother kiss poison. It could be used to scar someone's face. To the point where only an incredibly expensive potion could heal scars. Mother's kiss was only truly dangerous upon ingestion. If not ingested, it would seep into the skin, scarring it completely. That's right. I was about to scar my face to the point where only an incredibly expensive potion or lotion could heal me. After having spent the last 3 days thinking about how to get out of this place, I realized that 3 months wasn't enough time for me. If I wanted to get out of this place, I need to make thorough preparations. For that I needed time. I estimated that within 2 months my face would have healed enough. Enough for them to finally recognize me. I couldn't allow that to happen. Therefore, taking out a couple of painkillers from my pocket, I directly shoved them in my mouth. Cool. Patiently waiting for 10 minutes, and feeling the effects of the painkillers kick in, with shaking hands, I brought the knife closer to my face. Cool. A muffled scream escaped from my lips. Despite my attempts at being quiet, a scream couldn't help but escape from my mouth. I wanna die, I wanna die, I wanna die. Scarring my face with the knife, I repeated those words inside of my mind. The pain was unbearable. It felt as though I had millions of needles puncturing my face at the same time. The pain was even worse than when I was being burnt alive. The reason I was doing this whilst my face was still burnt was because no one would notice anything if I did it now. By the time my face healed up, it would be covered in scars. Drip. Drip. Blood seeped down from my lips as I bit them as hard as I could. Many times I almost passed out, but thinking about my family and my friends, I persevered. If this was the price I needed to pay to get out of this place and reunited with the ones I was close with, then so be it. I was prepared to do anything to get out of this place. Cool. For the next couple of hours or so, pained muffled screams resounded across the room. Regardless of how much pain I felt, I continued to persevere. Since then a week had passed. Apart from the usual routine of shots and abuse, nothing in particular happened. Fortunately, I now had my bracelet with me. It was filled with potions. With it, I didn't need to worry about my mind getting eroded. Unfortunately, the number of potions inside of my bracelet was limited. This once again reminded me that I had a limited amount of time to get out of this place. If by the time I used up all of my potions, I wasn't able to escape, I was practically doomed. It was as simple as that. Furthermore, because I would always swallow my bracelet back each time I used it, I had to wait 2 to 3 days for it to travel through my body. Given that there weren't any places to hide the bracelet, it was the only thing I could do. If by chance they found out that I had the bracelet with me, they would not only find out my identity, they would also get rid of my last hope at surviving this place. There was no way I was going to let that happen. Especially not after what I had done to myself a week ago. Clank. Disrupting me out of my thoughts was the sound of the door smashing open. 876, the professor is calling for you. The guard shouted as he entered the room. Hurry up and get ready, I was ordered to escort you there. Without saying anything and staring at the guard who had suddenly shown up in the room, I weakly stood up. Hurry up. Grabbing the side of my shirt, the guard shoved me forward. When the professor is calling for you, 876, you need to be there as fast as possible. Now follow me. The guard then turned right. Silently following from behind him, I tried to memorize everything. From the layout of the place to the corridors we were walking on. Not one single detail was missed. If I wanted to get out of this place, every little detail was crucial. All right, we're here. Arriving before a familiar room, the guard stopped right at the door. To talk. He then knocked on the door. Clank. Before long the door opened and a familiar face showed up. It was the assistant that I met during the first day here. Oh, it's you. Looking at me, he enthusiastically said. Come in. He then turned around and walked towards one of the cabinets. Heeding his orders, I slowly walked into the room. Just as my foot stepped past the door that led to the room, closing my eyes I muttered inside of my head. Monarch's indifference. The author's POV. Chapter 258, 876, 4. Excellent. Joyously shouted Joseph as he stared at a small monitor before him. Extending from the monitor were multiple wires that attached themselves towards an individual. Subject 876. Who would have thought the patient that I had put the least hopes on would end up being the one that I have the most hope for? Joseph was truly delighted. Out of all the promising patients he had, 876 seemed to be the one displaying the most obvious signs of success. At the moment, subject 876 was going through a virtual simulation. Inside of the virtual simulation, the 876 was put under multiple different trials. The trials, although different, were all things that would cause any sane man to feel fluctuations in their emotions. From killing civilians to committing terrorist acts, or dying in multiple different ways. At the moment, both the MRI machine and Holter monitor were currently showing no unusual fluctuations. This meant that subject 876 was currently in the exact state Joseph was trying to achieve. A state where the user held no emotions. This was great news for Joseph. Especially since he had been pressed for time recently. With the higher-ups getting impatient, he knew that he needed to get results. He had finally got something. Beep. Beep. Who? Startling Joseph out of his thoughts was a rhythmical beeping sound coming from the Holter monitor. What's going on? Rushing towards patient 876, Joseph looked at the small Holter monitor. The fluctuations were no longer constant but were now extremely erratic. Beep. Beep. With each passing second, the fluctuations became more and more erratic. Stop the simulation. Joseph turned around and shouted. Yes. Heeding his command, his assistant arrived before patient 876 and pressed on the side of the headset he was wearing. Slowly the helmet turned off. Beep. 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 Upon turning off the headset, the beeping sounds coming from the Holter monitor calmed down. Damn, Joseph cursed slightly. How long was he inside of the simulation for? Reporting. About 13 minutes and 45 seconds. The assistant promptly replied. 13 minutes and 45 seconds. Joseph murmured to himself. After a while, he eventually shrugged his shoulders. Oh, well. 876 has only been here for a week. This result is understandable. Even though 876 had only lasted for a little bit, Joseph wasn't disheartened. Given that 876 had only been with him for about a week and was already showing signs of being the one most compatible with the serum, Joseph knew that it was best not to rush things. HAAA. Staring at 876 who was breathing heavily on the table, Joseph rubbed his chin slightly as he pondered to himself, I guess it wouldn't hurt to invest a little more in him. If he could nurture 876 properly, who'd care about the little money he'd lose off of investing in him? Heck, by then he would be so rich in funds that he would only consider such a minuscule amount of money as spare change. Convincing himself that this was the right choice, Joseph looked at his assistant. You. Yes. The attendant's back straightened. Pointing at 876 who was laying on the table, Joseph fatly said. Speed up his treatment. Speed up his treatment. The assistant replied in a flustered manner. For the treatment to be sped up, without using potions, it would be with modern technology. However, it was extremely expensive. The news of the office getting their budget cut in a few months had already reached his ears. Simply put, it was a waster of money. Sir, in my opinion that is a bit too high. Shut up, and do as you're told. Cutting him off, Joseph shouted in annoyance. Treat him well, he's going to be one that's going to save our project. 876 was his hope. Nothing could happen to him. Don't forget to give him his shots. We can't be forgetting his shots. After taking the shots and taking a couple of more tests, the guard that was in charge of me escorted me towards somewhere I had never been before. Clank. TSK, I don't know what you did but don't think you're getting rid of me. Arriving in front of a room and opening the door, I was thrown inside of the room. Mentally exhausted, I fell face first on the floor and stayed there. My mind was too exhausted to properly formulate any thoughts. "I'll be back in 6 hours for your meal." Throwing me a look of disgust, the guard turned around and smashed the door behind him. Clank. Silence enveloped the room. This continued for 30 minutes before I finally decided to stand up. My mind had sobered up enough for me to think properly. Once I stood up, blinking a couple of times, I realized that I was in a different room from before. To my surprise, it was much bigger and more luxurious than my previous room. Although it wasn't anything fancy, it had a lot more things than my previous room. A wardrobe, a desk, a bed, toilet, and a most surprising of them all, a bathtub. Yes. A bathtub. Though surprised, I quickly lost interest. With the current state of my body, a bathtub wasn't something I could use. Thank God I didn't hide my bracelet. Recalling the fact that I never hid my bracelet and just swallowed it, I sighed in relief. Fortunately, I was cautious. Had I not done this, my bracelet would have been lost. Ooh. Sitting on the bed, I exhaled. Success. Shouting inside of my mind, I clenched my fists tightly. I have successfully gotten Joseph's attention. By using Monarch's indifference to erase my emotions, I reproduced something that closely resembled one of the soldiers that Joseph was aiming for. One that wouldn't react regardless of the situation presented before them. Inside of the virtual machine, the only reason I was able to do those horrifying acts was because of Monarch's indifference. If not for it, I would have never been able to do them. Another thing. During the virtual simulation, 13 minutes in, the effects of Monarch indifference ran out. I had done this on purpose. Since I couldn't cut off Monarch's indifference whenever I wanted, doing some calculations beforehand, I purposely consumed some of my mana before meeting the professor. I didn't want Joseph to think that I could last long in that emotionless state. I had done this so that in the future, as the test progressed, he would see noticeable improvements in the time I could stay in that emotionless state. As long as I showed signs of improvements, he would invest more in me. This was my aim. The more important I was, the greater my treatment would be. This was a necessary step I needed to take for my future. Only when I was fully healed could I escape. Since then, another week passed. ZTHI. ZE. Two mechanical arms hovered above 870 SIX's head. Strapped on a metal table, a red laser scanned his body from top to bottom. He was unable to move at all. Even then, he showed no signs of struggling. Dully staring at the ceiling, the laser beam continuously moved up and down. Shockingly, although slow, 870 SIX's injuries were showing signs of healing. Slowly but surely, his burnt skin showed signs of improving. How are the results? Everything seems to be all right, Professor. He may be able to recover within a month's time. A month's time, huh? Joseph scratched his nose. Any way we can speed up his recovery? Not unless we use a potion, and well, we can't really use those, so unfortunately we can't. Although technology had advanced to levels where they could pretty much treat most injuries, they weren't perfect. Unlike potions that could treat patients almost instantaneously, treatments like this took much more time. All right, have you given him the serum yet? Somewhat accepting the circumstances, Joseph switched the topic. Yes. How many grams? We've upped the dose from 2 milligrams to 10 milligrams as you've suggested. Oh. Let's test its effects. Click. Click. Walking up to 876 and removing the restraints off of him, Joseph helped him up. All right. Seizing him up, Joseph nodded his head in satisfaction. He then looked at him straight into the eyes. Noticing the indifference oozing off of him, Joseph smiled. From now on, your name will be 876. You're my first successful subject, and your purpose from now on is to faithfully serve the monolith and me. You are to never betray us nor have any other thoughts. From today onwards, you are the monolith's faithful dog. Is that clear? Joseph grinned from ear to ear. Now tell me, who are you? Who are you? He repeated. Not getting a response the first time, Joseph wasn't disheartened. It was only the second week of testing after all. Still, a little part of him hoped for 876 to answer him. After a couple of minutes had passed and still not getting an answer, Joseph shook his head. Well, I guess we can try next. 876. Joseph abruptly stopped speaking. Snapping his head right towards 876, he raised his voice. Repeat that. Repeat to me your identity. My name is 876. Once again opening his mouth, 876 stuttered. The reply was slow, but, even then, the meaning of his words was easy to understand. He had acknowledged himself to be 876. Ha ha ha, perfect. Joseph burst into a fit of maniacal laughter. It worked. My experiment worked. He had finally gotten one step closer to creating his first super soldier. This is great. With 876, I now don't have to worry about the funding. 876, come with me. I need to present you to the higher-ups. Walking back and forth, Joseph bit his nails. Quickly redirecting his attention back to 876 and staring at his body, he stopped himself before shaking his head. No, I can't rush things yet. He's still not ready. Joseph forcefully tried to suppress his emotions. He was too high on success. Since he had been given 3 months, he might as well make full use of that time and develop 876 even more. Added with the fact that they wanted to question him, it was best to thoroughly brainwash him before going to the higher-ups. With their tempers, he wouldn't know what they'd do. Thus, he turned towards his assistant whose name he still did not know. You. Professor. What about the other subjects? How are they doing? Is there anyone else that is promising? Other subjects, let me check. Taking out a tablet, the assistant scrolled through some files. Not before long, he answered. Out of the 1743 subjects we are testing, only 47 show a similar reaction to 876. Although not as prominent, they are the best next thing after him. From the data that we have analyzed. 47. That little. Joseph cut in the middle. That's only like a 3% success rate. This number was a lot lower than he had expected. Not even 2.7% of his subjects managed to succeed. This just showed how difficult the project was. It was no wonder why the higher-ups were getting impatient. At the rate he was going, they'd never see results. At least not within a short period of time. Yes. Used to being cut off, the assistant patiently explained. A lot of the subjects either turned insane or died. The only ones that we could count on are these 47 subjects. Even then, they are only showing similar signs as 876. We can't guarantee that they will turn out like him. I see. Joseph muttered. Though the numbers were low, he had somewhat expected this. Especially since all humans were different. Not all could withstand the potency of the serum. Fortunately, I have 876 with me. Recalling the successes he had with 876, Joseph calmed down a bit. Using him as a reference, he should be able to create even more soldiers. The more soldiers he created, the greater the impression he would leave on the higher-ups. This of course also meant a greater budget for future endeavors. He. Thinking thus far, Joseph once again laughed. Things were starting to brighten up for him. The Author's POV. Chapter 259, 876, 5. Inside of a large empty white room. Crash. A loud crashing sound reverberated across the room. The source of the sound was a large metallic humanoid robot. Opposite to the robot was a youth. The youth was fairly muscular and had thin short black hair that spiked upwards. Hair aside, the most striking feature of the youth were the terrifying scars that covered half of his face. Tracing from the top of his head to the bottom of his head, the youth looked absolutely terrifying. This, coupled with his indifferent eyes, would have made anyone look at him in fear. He looked terrifying. Coldly looking at the robot, the youth took a step back. Yei. Instantly 2 robotic arms appeared in the position he was previously standing. Once the 2 arms appeared, lifting his foot slightly, 876 twisted his torso 45 degrees and kicked one of the robots right in the head. Bam. A dully metallic sound rang out. Thud. Following this, one of the robots fell to the ground. Without wasting a single second, 876 thrust his sword downwards. Beep. Once the sword made contact with the robot, a beeping sound came out of the robot. Ignoring it, 876 jumped on the robot and tensed his legs. Yei. Upon making contact with the robot on the ground, 876 released the tension between his legs and jumped backward. The moment he jumped, a terrifying fist flew towards the area he was standing, barely missing him by an inch. Thud. Softly landing on the arm of the robot, channeling his mana, and using his right leg, 876 kicked the last robot in the head. Bam. Another dull sound rang out as a shockwave swept the area. Thud. Falling alongside the robot, 876 softly landed on the ground. He was completely unharmed. Beep. Repeating the same thing he did with the other robot, stabbing downwards, a beeping sound rang out. Having eliminated the last robot, sheathing his sword back, 876 calmly looked upwards. Towards a tinted glass window by the side of the room. Beep. All right, good job 876, your test ends now. You're dismissed for now. Joseph's voice rang out from the speakers around the room. Without saying anything and nodding his head, 876 made his way towards the entrance of the room. Arriving before a thick metal door, 876's footsteps halted. Ch. Slowly the doors opened and 876 left the room. Inside of a different room. Looking through a series of recordings regarding 876, Joseph laughed out loud. Excellent. Excellent. 876 has grown much more than I had anticipated. 3 months had passed since 876 had arrived. During that period of time, alongside 2 more test subjects, 091 and 654, Joseph had finally managed to develop his first prototypes of the soldiers he wanted to create. An emotionless machine that would disregard anything for their goal. Out of the 3, 876 was by far the most successful subject. Not only was he capable of remaining under the emotionless state for the longest out of the 2, but he had also shown the most growth in combat. Compared to 091 and 654, 876 was by far a more completed super soldier. It's a pity though. Recalling 876's face, Joseph shook his head. With scars covering a better part of his face, he looked absolutely hideous. Fortunately, looks didn't matter, so Joseph didn't really care about his scars. Trying. Disrupting Joseph out of his thoughts was his phone. Looking at the caller ID, Joseph's brows knit. Xavier. He muttered underneath his breath. The one person he disliked the most. What do you want? He answered. Joseph. How are you doing? Cut the crap, get to the point. Knowing full well that Xavier also didn't like him, Joseph went straight to the point. Very well then, I would like to tell you that the 3 months are up. It's time to show us what you've achieved. Now. Yes. By tomorrow. Joseph remained silent for a moment. Although he had expected such a day to come, now that it was quite close, he couldn't help but become nervous. What if they don't act as I intended them to? What if they fail? Many questions crossed through Joseph's mind as he bit his nails and walked around the room with his phone in his hand. This was a bad habit of his that showed up whenever his emotions were out of control. Did you hear me? Ah, yes, I heard you. Snapping him out of his thoughts was Xavier's calm voice. Okay then. I will come tomorrow on behalf of the higher-ups to see what you've accomplished. You better not disappoint me. Wait, you're the one coming. Is there a problem? No, I just thought that we'd have to go to them. Ah. Right, you must have not heard yet since you're always stuck inside of your lab. Heard what? Joseph's tilted his head in confusion. Is there some sort of event that's happening that I'm not aware of? Because he holed himself up in the lab most of the time, Joseph was unaware of what was happening in the outside world, or more like he usually didn't care. Therefore it wasn't strange for him to not know the situation outside of his lab. We're currently at war. The higher-ups are busy. War. What happened? Joseph's mouth dropped as he screamed out loud. Just what AR? Know your place. Before he could finish speaking, Xavier's grave voice cut him off. Realizing his mistake, Joseph instantly apologized. Ah, I apologize. I was just shocked. He was but a mere researcher. It was impudent of him to ask for such sensitive information. That is understandable, however, you better watch your tongue, all I can tell you is that it has something to do with the Union. But that's all. The Union. Yes, anyhow, we've derailed from the original purpose of this conversation. I'll be seeing you tomorrow. You better show me something worth my time. Understood. Joseph seriously nodded his head. Good. I'll see you tomorrow then. Tack. Xavier quickly hung up the call. Who? Putting his phone away, Joseph took a deep breath. Turning around and looking at the 3 profiles on his table, he closed his eyes slightly. It's time for you 3 to finally make your debut. Moments after leaving the training facility, putting on a couple of bracelets that suppressed my rank, the effects of Monarch's indifference instantly wore off. After suppressing my rank, accompanied by the same guard as before, I was brought back to my room. Fortunately, because of my elevated status, he couldn't abuse me as he did in the past. Thus, after bringing me in and cursing at me, he directly left the room. Clank. Once the guard closed the door, silence enveloped the room. Blankly staring at the ceiling for a good minute, I closed my eyes slightly and muttered. 3 corridors to the right, 2 to the left, and from there keep going straight till you find a large metallic door with a red lamp by the side. Those were the coordinates of the surveillance and communications room of the lab facility. Passing them each day to get to the training room, I made myself repeat the steps to get there every time I came back from training. I couldn't allow myself to forget this piece of information. If I wanted to escape, that was the first place I needed to destroy. Only when that was destroyed would I have a shot at escaping this place. PHSSSSS. Calmly walking towards the bathtub, I twisted the valve upwards. Water instantly ran down the tub. Walking towards my desk and taking out a small box, I opened it. Inside of it was a small glass bottle filled with green liquid. Tuesday. Walking back to the bathtub, I poured the contents of the bottle into the tub. As I poured the liquid, the water inside of the tub slowly turned murky green. A faint smell of sulfur enveloped the room, prompting me to frown slightly. The substance I was currently mixing in the bath was something Joseph had given to me. It was made from all sorts of rare medical ingredients, and it only served one purpose, and that purpose was to temper my body. Since Joseph wanted to train super soldiers, to those that were actually successful, he provided adequate resources to aid their growth. This substance being one of them. It helped reinforce the bones and muscles of the body. TSSSSSS. Once the liquid was fully mixed, I took out my clothes. Taking one step into the tub, I slowly lowered my body. Upon making contact with my skin, vapor rose in the air. Hoo! Exhaling, I closed my eyes and grit my teeth. A stinging sensation enveloped my body. Like millions of needles were puncturing my body was put under an unimaginable amount of pain. Since Joseph thought that we could now not feel pain, he opted for the most painful method of growth. One that could cause any normal person to go insane. KHHH. A light groan escaped from my mouth. Biting my lips till they bled, I remained seated in the bathtub. At the 10-minute mark, my whole body turned red as my fists shook uncontrollably. 20 more minutes, 20 more minutes. Enduring the pain, I grit my teeth and tried my best to remain inside the bathtub for another 20 minutes. According to the professor, I had to endure the pain for 30 minutes for optimal results, therefore, clenching my fists tightly, I tried to endure the pain. For the past few months, using the same method as what I was using just now, I was able to boost my strength considerably. I had already gone up by a sub-rank since coming here. I was now D ranked. Using this method, D+ rank wouldn't be an impossibility to reach within the next half a year. Splash. Eventually, 30 minutes flew by and unable to handle the pain anymore, I shot up and left the bathtub. Ha, ha. With heavy breaths, I supported my body with my knees. Catching my breath for a minute, I weakly walked towards my bed and put on some clothes. Laying down on my bed, I muttered. Almost. Within the next few months, I was ready to finally get out of this place. By now, 3 months had passed and I was already almost fully healed. During these 3 months I didn't stay idle, every day I would contemplate to myself on how to escape this place. Slowly but surely, a plan formulated itself inside of my mind. Though it was currently still filled with holes, given time, I could cover those. I just needed time. At least a couple more months. By then I would be able to have set up enough to properly escape this place. Till then, I need to lay low and continue planning. As long as I was still deemed useful to Joseph, I should be able to find ways to fill those holes. But I knew that I didn't have much time. I was now almost out of potions. The author's POV. Chapter 260, 876, 6. So, is this what you wanted to show me? Xavier's eyes squinted slightly. His sharp eyes glossed over three individuals as he looked at them from top to bottom. Halting his steps, he raised his brow and pointed towards one specific individual. One whose face was riddled with scars. He is. That's 876. Joseph replied. 876. Frowning slightly, Xavier licked his teeth underneath his lips. Just where have I heard of H? Smacking the palm of his hand with his fist, Xavier finally remembered. He's the one that came into our headquarters on fire. Looking at Joseph, he asked. That's him. What happened to his face? I thought that the extent of his injuries only amounted to burns. Where did the scars come from? That, I'm not too sure myself. I've never asked. Joseph replied with a bit of embarrassment. He was too busy developing his serum and testing it on the other subjects that he didn't even bother questioning 876 about his past. In all honesty, he didn't particularly care about his past. He only cared about his research. I see, so how is he? Puffing up his chest, Joseph pridefully said. Well, as a matter of fact, he is my most successful subject. There were also two other successful subjects 091 and 654, but compared to 876, they were still lacking. Even then, Joseph introduced them to Xavier. These here are 091 and 654. Although they may be a little lacking compared to 876, they are still very capable. Alternating his eyes between 091 and 654, Xavier's eyes finally landed on 876. His eyes flashed with interest. Oh. So you're saying that out of the thousands of subjects you had, he's the most successful subject? Indeed. Okay. Xavier nodded his head. Shap. Dropping his jacket on the ground and unbuttoning the buttons of his sleeves, he calmly walked towards the middle of the training ground. Stretching his neck, he looked at Joseph and said. All right, show me. Huh. What, did you not hear me? I said show me. Show you what? Joseph was starting to get flustered. Turning his head and looking in the direction of where Xavier was looking at, he became even more flustered. Wait, are you trying to fight him? 876 was his treasure. His most successfully subject. There was no way in hell he would ever let him go near Xavier. Ignoring Joseph, Xavier continued. Don't worry, I'll suppress my strength to his level, D rank was it? I'll fight him at that level. Boo. It's not a request. It's an order. Cutting Joseph off, a cold glint flashed Xavier's eyes. A chill ran down Joseph's spine. Joseph, I'm here on behalf of the higher-ups. All you did was show me 3 individuals. That is not nearly enough to convince me that you're worth investing in. I'm not here to play games. I'm here to see what you've actually done. If I'm not satisfied by the end of this, you can say goodbye to your project. Think carefully. Ah. A defeated sound escaped from Joseph's lips. Despite his status, he was but a mere researcher. He couldn't really go against the higher-ups' order. Especially since he couldn't fight back either. His only option was to give in. Weakly staring at Xavier, he nodded his head. Understood. But please don't kill him. Pleased, Xavier laughed out loud and reassured. Ha ha ha, who do you think I am? There's no need to worry, I'll hold back a lot. That would be great. A forced smile appeared on Joseph's lips. It's precisely because I know who you are that I'm saying this, he cursed inside of his mind. Xavier was notorious for his sadistic mindset. If his switch was flipped, only God himself would be able to stop him from going on a sadistic rampage. Thus. No weapons. Joseph said after mustering all of his courage. As long as Xavier did not use a weapon, 876 may have a chance at surviving. What? Stopping himself mid-stretch, Xavier looked at Joseph. What did you just say? Clenching his fists, Joseph repeated. I said no weapons allowed in this spar. After a brief moment of silence, staring at Joseph, an amused smile appeared on Xavier's lips. Ah, I see, so you're afraid I won't keep my promise. Xavier was not mad by Joseph's statement. In fact, he found it quite amusing. Raising his hand, he nodded his head. All right, I promise. In fact, I'll do you one better. If you can land a single hit on me, I'll grant you your funds. How about it? Surprised by the fact that Xavier had agreed to his request, Joseph was elated. You're being serious? I am. All right. Nodding his head, Joseph looked at 876 and ordered. Go and fight him. Understood. 876 responded in a monotonous tone. Almost robotic. Under everyone's eyes, he moved towards the center of the training ground. Standing 5 meters apart from Xavier, 876 indifferently looked at Xavier. A tremendous pressure oozed out of Xavier, who stood opposite to him. Yet, despite being under such pressure, 876 remained completely unfazed. Ho ho, this looks interesting. Joseph laughed out loud. Staring at the youth opposite to him was remaining unfazed by his pressure, his interest piqued. Turning his head, he looked at Joseph. Joseph, you may initiate the spar. Understood. Nodding his head, Joseph nervously looked at 876. Please don't die. If he died, all of his plans would go down the drain. Although 091 and 654 were both capable, they needed a lot more time to develop, unlike 876, who was by far the closest to achieving the state that he wanted. Alas. Under Xavier's threatening pressure, Joseph could only raise his hand in the air. Ready, get set, go. Bam. The moment Joseph's hand fell, 876 moved. Xavier remained rooted on the same spot. With a slight smile on his face, his eyes followed 876's movements. Let me see what you can do. The moment his words fell, 876 arrived before him. Planting his right foot on the ground, he twisted his torso slightly and kicked upwards, aiming for Xavier's head. Oh! Not bad. Moving his head slightly, a kick flew past him. The force of the kick was so strong that Joseph, who was standing quite far from them, could hear the booming sound of the air splitting. However, despite the prowess of the kick, Xavier was still able to dodge it easily. Swoosh! Swoosh! Unfazed by the fact that his first attack had failed, 876 continued to attack. Elbows, knees, palms, fingers, every single part of the body, 876 used. For the past few months, he had been trained every day to fight hand-to-hand combat. He had not been given a weapon yet because of his injuries. It could be said that because of that, he was now quite adept in hand-to-hand combat. Unfortunately. Swoosh. Wham, boring. Avoiding another fist, Xavier yawned. He was dealing with someone that was much stronger than him. Even if his rank was suppressed, his fighting experience was leagues above his. Turning his head, he looked at Joseph, who was standing not far from where he was. Is this really what you've been working for the past few months? Honestly, I'm pretty disappointed. Although he was impressed by the fact that 876 was unfazed by his pressure, that was it. Any regular guard could have performed as well as 876. There was nothing really special about him. At least nothing worth investing that much money in. Alright, let's get this over with. After a while, Xavier grew tired. The faster this ended, the more time he had for himself. Raising his hand, Xavier threw a simple punch. Though it was simple, in actuality it was anything but simple. If one looked closely, a thin layer of mana was covering the fist. If the fist landed, without a doubt 876 would get seriously hurt. Swoosh. The moment Xavier punched, a cold glint flashed 876's eyes. Turning his body ever so slightly, he tensed his abdominal muscles, similarly punched out. A whistling sound arose and the air split apart. Hoo! Pa! Cracka! Before Xavier could make out what had happened, 876's fist connected with his face. The sound of 876's fist connecting with Xavier's face resounded across the room, alongside it was the sound of bones breaking. Following this, heavy silence descended the room. Ha, not bad. Not bad. Massaging his cheek slightly, Xavier's face twisted savagely. Not bad at all. Staring at 876, Xavier's eyes paused towards his right hand. No wonder. With his right hand loosely hanging, 876 was no longer in a state where he could fight. His left hand at the moment was completely shattered. Even then, the goal of the fight was to hit him, therefore, he had technically won. So he purposely injured himself for the sake of hitting me. This indeed seems a little intriguing. A soldier that had no regard for their life. Xavier had originally thought that such a thing wasn't possible, but staring at 876 before him, he had to admit, he was wrong. Still. Bam. Appearing before 876, Xavier's fist dug into his stomach. A small shockwave swept the surroundings. Oh! The moment Xavier's fist hit landed, a small groan escaped from 876's mouth. Though his face didn't change, because of how strong the punch was, the air was knocked out of him as he fell on his knees. Thud. Hey, what are you doing? By the side, Joseph flusteredly shouted. Shut up. Snapping his head in Joseph's direction, a tremendous pressure bore down on him, paralyzing him completely. There was another reason for me coming here. Joseph's deeply looked at 876. And that reason is him. Subject 876, it's about time we found out who he truly is. Cracka. Putting his hand on 876's shoulder, the sound of bones breaking echoed across the training ground. To Xavier's surprise, as he broke 876's shoulder bones, he made no sound. He acted as though nothing had happened. This. Xavier murmured. The more I see it for myself, the more I'm amazed. Cracka. Putting his hand on his other shoulder, he broke the other one. Yet again, 876 showed no reaction. Turning around, he looked at Joseph. Say, has he been brainwashed yet? Why, yes. I see. From what Xavier heard, Joseph's research consisted in erasing someone's emotions. If so, with him no longer having any emotions, answering questions would no longer be a problem since they shouldn't really care about anything else. Why keep a secret when you no longer feel the need to keep it? Turning his attention back to 876, Xavier asked. What's your name? After a short moment of silence, 876 replied. My name is 876. Ah, Xavier smacked his head lightly. Sorry, let me rephrase. What was your previous name? This time, 876 did not respond. Xavier's brows knit as a result. HM. Cat got your tongue. I'll ask again, who were you before coming here? Once again, 876 did not respond. Turning around, Xavier looked at Joseph. Are you sure this works? No longer under Xavier's pressure, Joseph nodded his head. Yes. It should work. Then why isn't he speaking? Placing his hand on his chin, Joseph thought for a moment before responding. There's a possibility that he might have lost a part of his memories. Lost a part of his memories? Yes. Joseph once again nodded, as he explained. Don't you remember the state that he was in when you brought him to me? There's a high chance that he may have lost a part of his memories due to the trauma he experienced prior to coming here. Ah. Xavier made a small sound. Right. That does sound plausible. Recalling the state 876 was in when he first saw him, Xavier had a look of understanding. Turning his attention back to 876, Xavier asked multiple different questions. Do you remember anything about who you were before? Your parents' name? Your job? Your age, or where you got this ring from? From the first exchange, Xavier did not have much hope. He was only asking as a formality. He didn't really particularly care about 876's previous identity, but what he wanted to know was where he had gotten the ring from. There weren't many rings in circulation, and each ring was extremely precious as it would directly teleport someone into the headquarters of the monolith. He needed to know how he had gotten the ring. This wasn't something to merely laugh about. If 876 did not say anything useful, he'd have someone extract whatever memory he had. He didn't really care about the fact that it might result in Joseph's research slowing down. If he gave him enough money, it would more than make up for the loss. And just like he had originally assumed, 876 did not respond. He just blankly stared back at him. Lowering his head, Xavier sighed. All right, I guess there's no point in continuing this conversation. I'll get someone to extract his memories and see for M. Thibault. Just as Xavier was about to leave, 876 spoke. The ring, the man who I got the ring from is called Thibault. Did you just say, Thibault? Yes. Do you remember anything else regarding the ring? Xavier carefully asked. Negative. I see. Xavier's pinched the middle of his brows as the gears of his mind turned. Thibaut, where have I heard of that name? The name sounded familiar. He had heard of it before. It was just at the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't quite place his finger on it. Just where? Ah. I remember now. Punching the palm of his hand, Xavier was finally able to recall where he had heard of that name before. Alphonse Thibaut. The agent that the monolith had spent countless resources in nurturing, who regrettably ended up being a total flop. Had it not been for his failure half a year ago, the monolith wouldn't have been in their current situation. Finally, after more than half a year of searching, he had finally heard news about him. Turning his attention back to 876, Xavier's tone became grave. Thibaut, is he dead? Affirmative. Do you know who killed him? Affirmative. The moment he heard this confirmation, Xavier couldn't hide his anticipation. Because of how much Thibaut's failure had cost the monolith, if he managed to find something about him, he may be able to get quite a reward from the higher-ups. Furthermore, each time 876 answered, he answered monotonously, with no changes in tone or facial expression. This alone made Xavier think that he was not lying. Who was it? Who killed Thibaut? After a brief moment of silence, 876 answered. It was me. Xavier's brows jumped up at his response. You. Elaborate. Affirmative. 876 paused for a moment. According to my memories, said person attacked me. In self-defense, I killed him and stole all of his items. In the process of taking his item, his watch blew up and I got injured as a result. The moment Xavier heard about Thibaut's watch blowing up, he knew that this was most likely not a lie. Upon the host's death, the monolith watch would automatically destroy itself. This was a preemptive measure that the monolith used to stop the Union from getting access to their database. Not many people knew this fact, giving more credibility to the story. However, just because he said that, there were still many things that didn't add up. Like, if you've killed him, how did you figure out how the ring works? From a small diary inside of his storage space. Diary. Affirmative. Inside of it was a long list of names. Ah, I see. Xavier nodded his head as he fell into deep thought. Within moments he started to get the gist of the situation. After his failure in completing his designated mission, knowing that we would not let it go, he must have decided to run away. With us in his pursuit, in order to lay low, there's a high chance that he resorted to robbing people in the street to make ends meet. From there he must have attacked 876 but ended up failing. In Xavier's mind, everything was starting to check out. After killing Thibaut, whoever 876 was before, he must have looked through his storage device and took everything. This was not something shocking, as it was pretty much something everyone did once they killed someone. Also, the diary he was referring to must have been a list of possible recruits from the lock. Every agent had one. It was so that they could keep track of the people that they wanted to exploit and entice them to join the monolith. The more Xavier thought about it, the more everything started to make more sense. Closing his eyes slightly, Xavier looked at Joseph. All right, I pretty much get the gist of the situation, Joseph. Take good care of 876. Once the higher-ups come back, I'll relay everything that he had told me to them, and from there I'll let you know what we'll do with him. As he pretty much understood everything, he decided to tell the higher-ups first before deciding on whether to extract his memory or not. At least for now, he didn't think there was a need to. Sighing in relief, Joseph asked. Then what about my funds? Oh. Those. Pausing, Xavier looked at 876 before smiling. I'll put in a good word. He was satisfied with what he had seen. No, it would be better to say that he was extremely satisfied with 876's performance. A super soldier that disregarded anything for victory. Now, this was something the monolith didn't mind having. Though he got punched in the face in order to confirm this, Xavier's anger had already ceased. Especially after hearing news about Thibaut. Picking up his jacket from the ground, Xavier made his way towards the exit of the training grounds. All right, I'll see you around, Joseph, and 876. Without looking back, he opened the door and left. Clank. The Author's POV. Chapter 261, Escape, 1. Days passed, and eventually, 5 more months flew by. It had now been about 8 months since I had entered this place, and a lot of things changed. Especially since my fight with Xavier, which took place around half a year ago. Ever since then, the number of successful subjects increased from 3 to 15, and the conditions I had been living in had improved drastically. Once again, my room changed. This time, it was a lot more practical, as although it lacked any luxury, it had a private training facility. As a result of the improved conditions, my strength saw a significant boost. Training every day, and being fed all sorts of weird stuff, my strength surged at a faster rate than ever before. Even more than when I was at the lock learning from Monica and Donna. Within half a year, I had reached D+ rank, almost C- rank. Something that I would have never thought possible when first arriving here. This was a speed that perhaps only Kevin could rival. Other than that. Full body martial arts. Hand-to-hand combat technique dedicated to utilizing every single part of the body to incapacitate the enemy. It may be a 3-star art, but upon mastery, it can be used to complement other forms of martial art. This was the technique that I had been learning for the past 2 months. A generic 3-star technique that every subject was forced to learn. And because I was learning this, my swordsmanship saw no significant boost during the past 8 months. I wasn't saddened by this as I had now tackled one of my biggest weaknesses. Fighting without a sword. But not everything was good. Splash. Walking towards the sink and washing my face, I turned my head slightly. Brushing my hair up, I looked at a small scar on the back of my head. KHH. It still hurts. Touching the scar, my face twitched in pain. About a month ago I underwent a surgical procedure at the hands of Joseph. A chip was installed into my brain. The chip was something that Joseph had created, and what it did was essentially increase the computational abilities of the user. In short, it made someone think at a much faster rate than before. A basic necessity for the super soldiers he wanted to create. That was good and all, but unfortunately, there was also a tracking device installed in it. Unaware of such a device existing in the novel, I was unable to prevent this, and thus, stuck with the chip inside of my head, I had to delay my escape plan for another couple of months. To make matters worse, 2 months ago, apart from one that I had been saving for a while, I had run out of healing potions. The only reason I was able to remain sane till now was that the number of dosages I took also saw a dramatic decrease compared to before. But this was a given. After all, the dosages did damage the nervous system. Too many, and they would only give the opposite effect of what they wanted. Instead of a super soldier, they'd get an idiot. Clank. 876, it's time to go. Barging into the room and disrupting me out of my thoughts, was the same guard that had been attending me for the past 8 months. Throwing me a look of disdain, he stepped to the side and gestured with his hand. Hurry up, don't waste the professor's time. Turning around, I indifferently looked at him. No words escaped from my mouth. Since I was supposed to be emotionless, I had to act the part. Therefore, without speaking a word, I complied with everything the guard was saying. Despite all of the abuse he was throwing at me, I endured and pretended to not feel anything. Well, that no longer applies as of today. Secretly clenching my fists, I closed my eyes. The gears of my mind slowly turned. Come on, I don't have all day. The guard impatiently grumbled. Once again not responding, I moved towards the entrance of the room. TSK, what an idiot. Ignoring the guard, just as I was about to leave the room, my footsteps halted. Turning around, I looked back at my room. Looking back at the room, I closed my eyes slightly. This is it, I thought. The moment I step out of this room is the moment where my fate is decided. 8 months. That was how long I had been waiting for this day. The day that I would finally escape from this hellish place. After months of planning, the time was finally ripe. With the conflicts between the Union continuously escalating each day, it was now the optimal time for me to escape. Especially since most of the higher-ups were out holding back the Union. What are you doing? The guard's confused voice reached my ears. Silently turning around, I took a step out of the room and closed my eyes. Asterisk. Following a route that I had been all too familiar with, the guard, Mark, stopped in front of the corridor that led to the training ground. Tapping onto his finger, a key appeared in his hand. Extend both of your hands. Without saying anything, I raised both of my hands. On them were 2 thick black bracelets. Click. Click. Inserting a small key into my bracelets and unlocking them, I could instantly feel my mana replenish as my rank rose all the way to D+. There, I've removed your restraints. Putting the key away, Mark patted his hands and put the bracelets away. Inching closer to my face, he smirked. To think that you're D rank. That's stronger than me. Turning around and looking at the corridor to make sure that there were no cameras present, Mark raised his hand. Pa. A loud smacking sound echoed across the corridor. The right side of my cheek started stinging. So what if you're stronger than me? In the end, you can't hit me. Unpleased by my reaction, or lack of reaction, Mark waved his hand and shooed me. Go, it's time for your training to start. To his surprise, however, I did not move. You've got something to say. After a brief moment, opening my mouth, I said. As a matter of fact, I do. What, coup. The moment those words escaped from my mouth, Mark froze on the spot. Raising my face and extending my hand, to Mark's horror, he watched as my hand arrived before his throat. It was so fast that he had no time to react. KHH. Feeling the rough texture of his throat, I grabbed his throat. A groan escaped from Mark's lips. Yet. No matter how much Mark struggled, he couldn't free himself from his grasp. 876, WKHMM. Are you doing? Let go. Ari, you betraying the monolith. Coldly looking at Mark, a small smirk appeared on my lips. Instantly, a look of fear appeared on Mark's face. Betraying, a small chuckle escaped from my lips. I've never been part of the monolith. What betray? To begin with, for someone to betray something, they had to be a part of it. Not once did I recall ever agreeing to join the monolith. What? Somehow my words had a great impact on Mark as his face visibly paled. He was slowly starting to understand the situation. Why you? You were never brainwashed, to begin with. So you're not stupid. The smirk on my face disappeared. You know. Staring at Joseph, and recalling how he had tormented me for the past months, my grip on his throat tightened. If I wasn't so pressed for time, I would have taken my sweet time with you. I mean, surely you wouldn't forget about all of the horrible things you did to me these past few months, no. For 8 months I had held back my impulse to kill this piece of scum before him. Now that I was presented with the chance to get rid of him, a part of me really wanted to torture him. Torture him and make him go through the hell I had been through these past few months. But unfortunately, I didn't have enough time. TTH. Like I've said before. I, unfortunately, don't have time to chat with you any longer. Clenching my teeth and once again increasing the strength of my grip on his throat, I hoarsely said. The only reason I'm even speaking to you is so that you know who killed you. Cracka. The moment I finished those words, without giving Mark any chance to speak, clenching my hand, the sound of bones breaking echoed across the room. Even if I couldn't torture him, I wanted him to realize who he had messed with. Thud. Throwing Mark's slowly dying body on the ground, I closed my eyes slightly. That's the first step of the plan done. Next. Putting my hands inside of my underwear and taking out a small black bracelet, I channeled my mana and a wooden mask appeared in my hand. Staring at Mark who was slowly dying on the floor, I lowered myself. Stay still. Grabbing him by the cheeks, I slowly put the mask on his face. The moment the mask touched Mark's face, a blue glow enveloped the area. Unfazed by this, I closed my eyes and channeled all my mana into the mask. KHH. Within seconds almost a quarter of my mana was completely gone. Even then, I continued to persevere. Finally, just when I thought that the mask would consume more than half of my mana, the mask finally stopped glowing. Phew. Slumping back, I exhaled. Taking out a mana recovering potion from my dimensional space, I quickly chugged it. Gulp. Gulp. Chugging the 2 potions and feeling my mana replenishing, rummaging through the pockets of the guard, I took his dimensional space. Injecting my mana in it and looking through his items, I slowly stood up. Snap. Staring at Mark's body on the ground beside me, flicking my fingers, flames rose in the air. Within seconds, only the ashes of his body remained. Swoosh. Extending my hand, a small gust of wind blew, and the ashes scattered around the corridor. It's time. Walking in the opposite direction of the training ground, I slowly placed the mask on my face. The moment the mask touched my face, I felt a strange wiggling sensation on my face. This continued for the next 2 seconds before it stopped. Halting my steps and closing my eyes, I softly muttered. Monarch's indifference. What's going on? What's taking them so long? Gazing at the training ground from a private room, Joseph was starting to get impatient. Today was supposed to be another training session, but with 876 not present, they couldn't start. What is that incompetent bastard doing? Joseph did not for once think that 876 was at fault for being late. He was confident in the fact that he had completely brainwashed 876. The fault in this case without a doubt lied in the guard escorting him. Just what in the W? To talk. In the midst of his anger, cutting Joseph off, someone knocked on the door of the observation room. Turning around, Joseph asked. Who is it? A muffled voice responded. Reporting. I'm the guard in charge of subject 876. It's you. Upon hearing the identity of the person behind the door, Joseph pressed on a red button next to him, and the door that led to the room unlocked. Buzz. The moment the door opened, Joseph was able to see the outline of the guard. With his head hung low, the guard did not say anything. Unbothered by this, Joseph impatiently asked. What took you so long? And where is 876? With his head still lowered, the guard did not respond. Frowning, Joseph raised his voice. Did you not hear me? I'm talking to you. What are you doing here? I'm here for, muttered the guard in an almost inaudible voice. What did you say? Suddenly, the guard raised his head. Upon raising his head, the guard coldly muttered. I'm here for you. The Author's POV. Chapter 262, Escape, 2. Here for me? Joseph questioned. What do you want from me? Clank. Without answering, Ren, who was disguised as Mark, closed the door behind him. What are you doing? Finally noticing that something was amiss, Joseph took a step back. With his hands behind his back, Joseph tried to take out his communication device. Flipping the communication open, he warned. I don't know what's going on, but I suggest you get out right now. Joseph's action did not go unnoticed by Ren, whose legs muscles tensed. Bam. Releasing the tension, he quickly appeared before Joseph, startling him. Hayek. With a black box in his hands, Joseph tried to dial a number, but before he could get to it, Ren had already appeared before him. Hyuk, what are you doing? Grabbing onto Joseph's forearm, Ren clenched his hand. Joseph instantly lost all strength in his hand and the small box fell to the ground. His face paled dramatically. I don't know why you're doing this, but I'm warning you to STO, Hyuk. Shut up. Thud. Ren increased his grip. Instantly, Joseph fell one knee to the ground. Glaring at Ren, Joseph raised his voice and threatened. What do you want from me? You know if anything happens to me, death would be the easy way out. What I want from you? Looking around the room, Ren lowered his head and coldly looked at Joseph. I want two things. What 2TW? Wait, this voice. Joseph abruptly stopped talking. Lifting his head up, his mouth stammered. This voice, is that you 876? Having spent over 2 months with 876, how could Joseph not recognize his voice? The color of Joseph's face bleached completely. His eyes trembled uncontrollably. It can't be. No, I must be imagining things. Without saying anything, Ren coldly placed his hand on Joseph's throat. Hyuk. Placing his other hand on his face, a blue glow enveloped the room. The moment the glow dimmed down, Joseph's eyes opened widely. The monstrous scar-riddled face, Joseph would never forget such a face. It was 876. 876. Like a goldfish, Joseph's mouth opened and closed repeatedly. 8 months, how is this possible? You were faking it for so long. Ren silently nodded. How? It shouldn't be possible, Joseph muttered out loud. No longer caring about the hand that was gripping his throat. I'm sure that the serum works. How? Coo. Shut up. Cutting Joseph off, Ren tightened the grip of Joseph's throat. High. Cracka. The sound of bones breaking resounded, and Joseph crumpled to the ground, with a look of indignation and terror on his face. Before he died, he managed to mutter one last word. How? Silently staring at Joseph's lifeless body on the ground, Ren bent down. Bending down, Ren rummaged through his pockets. From his dimensional space to the black box on the ground, Ren took everything. Most importantly, he also took a small black card that hung on Joseph's neck. It was a free access pass that allowed access to most of the facilities available on the floor they were in. Ren's current goal was to disable all of the security cameras and communication devices. He had already planned this beforehand. By disrupting the cameras and communications, he would be able to buy himself enough time to escape. On another note, that was also the place that Ren could use to disable the tracking device installed in his head. Albeit temporarily. After taking everything that was on Joseph's body, Ren placed the mask on Joseph's face. A blue glow enveloped the room, and Ren's mana depleted rapidly. Gulp. Chugging a potion down, Ren placed the mask on his face. The moment the mask touched Ren's face, his face distorted continuously. Before long, his facial structure changed and wrinkles appeared on his face. He looked exactly like Joseph. Taking Joseph's clothes off, Ren replaced his clothes with his. Once he was done changing, Ren exited the room. On his way out of the room, Ren didn't forget to lock the room. Click. Asterisk. Having spent 8 months in the facility, Ren more or less knew the ins and outs of the facility he was in. He knew where the lab, canteen, and surveillance room were. Turning right of a corridor, Ren, who was now disguised as Joseph, met a guard. The guard nodded his head and greeted Ren. "Morning, Professor." "MHM." Walking past the guard, Ren nodded back and turned left. Stopping right before a thick metallic door, Ren looked towards the side of the door where the words, "Surveillance Room," were engraved. Ding. Taking out the card that he took from Joseph, Ren swiped it on a small rectangular box on the right. Within seconds a green light flashed and the doors to the surveillance room opened. Before opening the door, Ren tensed every muscle of his body. He was preparing himself for anything. Clank. The moment the doors opened, Ren saw a large monitor at the very end of the room. On it were over 100 rectangles displaying different areas of the facility. Below them were 3 individuals staring intently at the screens. Besides them were 2 guards. "Who are you?" Taking a step forward, Ren hoarsely said. "It's me." Squinting his eyes, the guard was instantly able to recognize Joseph. "Ah, it's Professor Joseph." Putting on a friendly smile and relaxing, he asked. "What brings you here, Professor?" "I'm just here to check the surveillance cameras." "Check the surveillance cameras? How come? I can't seem to find some of my files. I have a feeling that someone stole it." "Stole it?" A surprised look appeared on the guard's face. Ren nodded his head. "MHM. That's why I would like to check something, or at least, I want to make sure no one stole anything." "No problem." The guard nodded his head and looked towards the other guard. Giving a silent nod, the other guard walked up to Ren. "Before that, Professor, as per procedures, we need to do a retina and fingerprint check." "Check." "Haha, yeah. It's always been like this. We just need to record whoever comes into the room." Taking out a small rectangular silver box, the guard walked up to Ren. With a friendly smile, the guard turned on the machine. "By the way, Professor. Are you sick or something? Your voice sounds a little, hyuk. Cracka." In a lightning-fast manner, Ren's placed both of his hands on the guard's head and twisted. Slumping on the ground, the guard died instantly. "Hayek." "Aha." Terrified screams rang throughout the room. Ignoring the screams and taking advantage of the chaos, Ren quickly turned his attention towards the other guard. "You." The guard was unable to react in time, and as he fumbled to draw his weapon, Ren had already appeared before him. Extending his elbow, Ren aimed for his head. Unfortunately, raising his arm, the guard moved right and blocked the attack. Ren's surprise attack had failed, but Ren remained cool-headed. With the chip in his head running at full throttle, Ren was able to envision and calculate the most probably counterattack measure that the guard would use to fight back. A right kick towards the head. Reading the guard's body language, Ren bent down. A swooshing sound passed by his head. Taking a step forward, Ren extended his hand. In a lightning-fast manner, his hand hit the guard right in the throat. Quack. The moment Ren's hand hit the guard's throat, a hoarse sound escaped from the guard's mouth as he fell on the ground. With both hands on his throat, the guard opened his eyes widely. "Yo, Yuri, not the profess, hyuk. No shit. Cracka. Placing both hands on the guard's head, Ren twisted his neck. 2 down. Turning his attention towards the 3 remaining individuals, Ren did not waste a single second. Tensing his legs, before they knew it, Ren had already appeared before them. Don't get near me. Hike. Taking out a dagger from his dimensional space, Ren slit the throat of 2 of the 3 individuals, leaving behind the last one, who was leaning back in absolute terror. Stay away. With his hand underneath the table, the last individual tried to press the emergency button. This did not go unnoticed by Ren, who quickly shot his way. Unfortunately, Ren couldn't make it in time. Wee. Before Ren could get to him, the last individual pressed on a button that was underneath the table. Instantly the whole facility turned red as the sirens rang throughout the whole facility. Spurt. Unfazed, Ren quickly killed the last individual. Taking out the mask of Dolos, he placed it on top of one of the guards he had killed. A blue glow enveloped the room. After the glow died down, changing his clothes to that of the guard, he moved towards the monitors and sat down. Ta-da-ta-da-ta. A long string of text appeared before Ren's eyes as the repetitive sound of a key being pressed rang out of the room. Every second that passed, one of the camera views displayed on the large monitor turned black. Ta-da-ta-da-ta. In a minute, more than half of the cameras were shut off. Had it been before, Ren would have never been able to shut down that many cameras at this speed. However, the current Ren was different. With the chip on his head quickly processing most of the data for Ren, he quickly navigated through the system and shut down all communications lines and cameras. He also managed to temporarily disrupt the connection of the tracking device installed in his head. Ta. Pressing one final key, the large monitor before Ren turned completely black. At the exact moment he pressed that key, 2 guards entered the surveillance room. Both of them had a weapon in their hands. Stop right there. Unfortunately for them, Ren was quick to react. Disappearing from his spot, he arrived before one of the guards. Ducking down and avoiding the attack of one of the guards, Ren moved behind the 2 guards. Twisting the dagger in his hand, he swung and aimed at one of the guards' heads. Simultaneously, using his free hand, he hooked his arm around the neck of the other guard. Spurt. Blood spilled. Hyuk. Letting go of the dagger, Ren tightened his choke and within seconds the other guard's eyes turned white. His breathing stopped. Thud. H-A-A-A. Breathing heavily, Ren's eyes paused on a small silver object resting on one of the guard's belt. It was a radio transmitter. Bending down, Ren took it and turned it on. Reporting. After a couple of seconds, a voice replied back. What's the situation? Moving out of the room, and putting on the mask, Ren spoke. Reporting. Target seems to have already left the surveillance room. Surveillance has been breached. Multiple fatalities. Have you managed to get a glimpse of how the target looks? Affirmative. Said target seems to be very adept in combat and has a face riddled with scars. Scars. How do you know? Affirmative. My colleague and I were able to spot him. We're currently chasing him. I understand, I will quickly relay the situation to the other guards. They will soon come to your aid. Be on alert. Understood. Crunch. Turning off the radio transmitter, Ren tightened the grip of his hand and directly crushed the device. Tap. 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 Running around the corridor, Ren soon heard the sound of rushed footsteps headed towards his way. Looking around and spotting a small room, using Joseph's card, Ren unlocked the room and quickly got into the room. The moment he entered the room, the guards quickly appeared on the corridor he was in. Over here. According to reports, we're close. Leaning back on the door of the room, Ren could hear the muffled voices of the guards. Within seconds, the guards quickly passed the area he was in. Click. Carefully opening the door and taking out a small spherical object from his dimensional space, Ren bent down slightly and lightly rolled it towards the group of guards in the distance. The device in his hand was a small bomb that he had gotten from the dimensional space of one of the guards. The moment he threw the spherical object, instead of moving backward, Ren moved forward. Almost as though he wanted to be blown up alongside the guards. Hey! He shouted. The moment Ren shouted, all of the guards stopped moving and turned around. Who are you? Boom. Before they knew it, an explosion rang. The author's POV. Chapter 263, Escape, 3. YEI. YEI. The color red flashed throughout the whole facility. Moving in a small unit of 5, a group of guards ran throughout the corridors of the facility. From what reports have said, their target was someone whose face was riddled with scars. "Captain, where do you think the suspect has run off to?" Fiddling with the radio transmitter in his hand, one of the 5 individuals looked towards the front where a tall man wearing a black uniform stood. With long black hair and sharp brows, the man was the leader of the group. "I'm not too sure myself. All we know is that the target seems to be someone that has scars on his face." "Do you think he has already escaped?" "Impossible." The moment the alarms rang, the whole facility shut down. The exit was also blocked by multiple guards. If the said target had already escaped, they would have known by now. "Then where do you?" Boom. All of a sudden, cutting the guard off, a massive explosion reverberated throughout the whole facility, startling everyone. "What the? What's going on?" The moment the explosion rang, the whole facility shook. "Quick! Let's go." Looking at his squad members, the captain's face became solemn. Motioning with his hands, he rushed towards the direction where the explosion came from. Following from behind, the squad members took out their weapons. Moving through the corridors of the facility, it didn't take long for them to get near the area where the explosion originated from. "Ah, help! GHHH. Turning right into another corridor, they could faintly hear the sound of pained groans coming from the distance. "Quick! Let's go." Exchanging glances with one another, the guards sped up. Soon, turning left of another corridor, they arrived at the scene. The moment they turned the corridor and looked at the aftereffects of the explosion, the guards couldn't help but frown slightly. With smoke filling the air, over 5 similarly dressed guards laid on the floor passed out. Limbs and blood were splattered all over the ground, depicting a gruesome scene. Staring at the injured guards on the floors, one of the guards pointed towards the right side of their clothes where a large number 15 was imprinted. "Captain, it looks to be the 15th unit." There were many patrol units in the monolith. In total there were a total of 30 units, and each unit consisted of 5 individuals, each led by one captain. Currently, the guards that had just arrived were from the 2nd unit. "What do you suggest we do?" Staring at the injured guards from the 15th unit, the captain promptly replied. "Help the injured." "Boo. I know, but we've got to approach this more carefully." The captain paused. "If there's any one of them that can still talk amongst the injured, question them and ask them how the suspect looks like and her approximate strength, basically anything that can help." Not much was known about their enemy. Apart from how she looked like, they knew nothing about the said target. Carelessly going after the target might prove to be extremely dangerous. Especially since the target seems to be very resourceful. Roger. Under the captain's orders, the unit members quickly rushed to help the injured 15th unit members. "Hey, can you hear me? Are you okay?" Bending down and taking out a small potion, one of the guards from the 2nd unit opened the mouth of an injured guard and directly poured it into his mouth. "Drink up." Out of all of the ones injured, the one he was tending seemed to be in better condition than the others. Although he too was injured, his injuries only seemed to affect the lower part of his body. KHHH. Moments after feeding the injured guard with a potion, regaining consciousness, the guard slowly opened his eyes. A small groan escaped from his lips. "What's going on?" "You've regained consciousness." Noticing that the potion had worked, the guard's eyes lit up. "Please be careful and don't move. Your body is still injured." "Who are you?" Looking around, the guard blinked a couple of times. Seemingly confused about the current situation. "Let me introduce myself, my name is Balzar, and I'm part of the 2nd Patrol Unit." Lifting his head and looking at his colleagues that were helping the other guards who were in a much worse state, Balzar asked, "Can you tell me what happened?" "2nd Unit, I see." "Understood." Taking a minute to finally realize what was going on, the injured guard softly nodded his head. "Why are you in the state that you're in?" Cough, cough, I don't really remember much. The guard hoarsely said as he coughed a couple of times. "All I remember was me patrolling alongside my unit when suddenly someone called out for us and a bomb suddenly exploded. Caught off guard, we were unable to defend ourselves and we found ourselves in this situation." "I see." The guard placed his hand on his chin. "Were you able to see the features of the individual who did this to you?" Just barely. From the brief moment I saw him, I could see that the person responsible for this was a male. Male. Anything else? His face was also filled with scars. Scars. Raising his brows, and scratching his chin, Balzar nodded his head. Yes, that does coincide with the reports. Turning his attention back towards the injured guard, Balzar asked. Do you know where the target ran off to? Yes, over there. Weakly moving his head, the injured guard looked behind him. Staring in the direction of where the guard was looking at, Balzar lowered his head. I understand, is there anything else? I'm sorry. The guard shook his head and apologized. Don't be, this is good enough for now. Standing up, Balzar looked at the injured guard before saying. I'm going to talk to my captain, I'll be back shortly. Please wait patiently. Understood. Turning around, Balzar headed towards his captain. Behind him, Balzar was able to see his fellow unit members having a harder time getting information from the injured guards. The guards they were tending were all in extremely critical conditions. Arriving before his captain, Balzar raised his voice. Captain. I've got a report. Go ahead. Understood. According to. Balzar quickly relayed to his captain everything that he had managed to learn from the injured guard. From how they found themselves in such a situation, to the suspect's gender as well as appearance. Standing still, the captain silently listened to the report. Once Balzar finished speaking, the captain scratched the side of his forehead. I see, good job. Placing his hand on his chin, the captain's brows knit together. From what you're telling me, we can infer that the target seems to have access to explosives. Other than that, we still don't know the target's true combat abilities. Pausing for a moment, the captain mused. But, the fact that the target is using explosives to deal with the unit members, is enough to indicate to me the target's approximate strength. Although they were unaware of the target's true combat abilities, from how he resorted to using explosives rather than dealing with the guards directly and silently, the captain was able to infer that said target's strength could not be any higher than C. The 15th unit captain was only D ranked himself. If the target was B ranked, they would have been able to deal with them without causing such a commotion. The fact that the target was unable to do that and had to directly use explosives which pretty much gave his location away, was enough to convince him about his conjunction. Thus, turning his attention back towards his unit members, he commanded. Balzar, Remy, you two bring the injured to the infirmary. Ivan, Roman, and I will go chase the suspect. Understood. Exchanging glances, the unit members unanimously shouted. Good. Ivan, Roman, follow me. Having issued the orders, the captain quickly dashed towards the direction Balzar had told him the target had run off to. Hup. A couple of minutes after the captain left, lifting two bodies and putting them on two separate wheeled stretchers, Balzar and Remy, the two remaining members of the second unit, quickly carried the bodies and headed towards the infirmary upstairs. Moving forward, Remy, a fairly skinny individual with short brown hair and green eyes, turned around. A trace of pity flashed his eyes. A pity. Out of the 5 guards, only 2 people remained alive. The captain of the 15th unit, and another guard. The rest were, unfortunately, unable to make it. Despite having come rather early, the extent of their injuries was too serious and thus they died within minutes of their captain leaving for the target. Yei. Running around the corridors of the facility, Balzar and Remy quickly arrived before a narrow corridor. Opposite to them was a large metallic door that was guarded by 3 guards. An intangible pressure oozed off of them. State your purpose. Halting his footsteps, Balzar took out a token from his dimensional space and flashed it before the guards. Reporting. I'm Balzar, a member of the 2nd unit. I'm under the captain's orders to bring these 2 injured people to the infirmary upstairs. Looking at the 2 injured people in the stretcher, one of the guards asked. Who are they? Pointing towards the clothes of the 2 individuals in the stretcher, Balzar explained. This here is the captain of the 15th unit, and over here is his unit member. Both of them are heavily wounded. Exchanging glances with each other and confirming that the 2 injured guards were indeed from the 15th unit, the guards stepped to the side. You may pass. Thank you. Nodding his head, Balzar, alongside Remy, moved the stretchers forward and opened the metallic door. The moment they entered the door, they were able to see an elevator in the distance. Quick, we don't have much time. Rushing towards the elevators at full speed, Balzar and Remy quickly pressed on the key and called for the elevator. Ding! Moments after pressing the key, a chime rang, and the doors to the elevator opened up. Quickly entering the elevator, Balzar didn't waste any time and pressed the one button. Clank! The moment Balzar pressed on the key, the doors of the elevator closed. Shortly after, a pushing sensation appeared underneath their feet and the elevator moved up. Ooh! Staring at the corner of the elevator that displayed which floor they were on as it moved up, Remy exhaled. Turning his head to the right and looking at Balzar, he asked. Hey Balzar, what do you think is happening? Looking at Remy, Balzar scratched the side of his neck. Honestly, I'm just as clueless as you. From what I've heard, it seems like one of the experiments that Professor Joseph was working on went rogue or something like that. Rogue? Really? Wasn't he bragging to the higher-ups? Whilst Balzar and Remy were talking, unbeknownst to them, one of the injured guards opened his eyes. If anyone looked at his eyes, they would notice an unprecedented indifference oozing from out of them. Taking something out from thin air, he quickly placed it in his mouth. After a couple of seconds, the injuries in the lower half of the body healed up at an astonishing rate. You know what's worse? I heard that, KH. Cracka. Cutting Remy off, was the sound of bones breaking. Before Remy knew it, he was no longer staring at front of the elevator, but at the back. After that, his vision was enveloped by darkness. What the? Startled, Balzar looked up and saw two emotionless eyes staring back at him. Before he even had enough time to react, a dagger pierced him on the throat. Blood spilled on the ground. Thud. Coldly looking at the corpses on the ground, Ren, who was disguised as the injured guard from before, did not waste any time. Channeling flame scions at the tips of his fingers, the corpses of the guards were quickly engulfed by flames. Ding! Before long, the elevator stopped and the doors opened. Fixing his clothes, Ren took a step out of the elevator. The author's POV. Chapter 264, Escape, 4. The moment I stepped out of the elevator and tried to get out of the laboratory, my mana, which was depleting at an alarming rate, finally ran out. The mask fell off of my face, and the effects of Monarch's indifference ran out. Hey! Shit! At the exact moment, my face was revealed, and I regained control of my body. The first thing I saw was 3 guards glaring in my direction. Standing in the opposite hall to me and taking out their weapons, they all rushed towards me. We found the suspect, I repeat, we found the suspect. We're currently engaging him at the entrance of the laboratory. They of course didn't forget to alert the other units. Without wasting time, taking out another bomb from my dimensional space, I pressed on a small button at the top of the bomb. Click. 1, 2, 3, 4. Re-entering the elevator, and hiding by the side, I closed my eyes and silently counted inside of my mind. Right as my count was about to reach 5, turning around, I threw the bomb towards the guards. Without checking whether my aim was correct or not, I hid by the side of the elevator. Boom. 2 seconds after throwing the bomb, a massive explosion ensued and the blood-curdling screams of the guards rang out throughout the whole upper floor. Wah. Ah. Standing behind the elevator, I could feel the heat from the explosion brush past me. Yei. Yei. Shortly after the explosion rang, smoke filled my vision, and the alarms rang. Covering my nose with the sleeve of my shirt, squinting, I moved out. The moment I turned around and looked at the aftermath of the explosion, the first thing I saw was the corpses of the guards on the floor. With blood and limbs splattered everywhere, the scene looked extremely gory. Even so, firming myself and moving through the broken glass and pieces of flesh on the floor, I quickly made my way towards the exit of the facility. Clank. HAAA. Opening the doors and exiting the laboratory, I involuntarily squinted my eyes and covered them with my arm. The side of my eyes teared up slightly. The sun. After 8 months of being locked up inside of the facility, I was finally able to see the sun. Never in my life would I have expected myself to miss the sun so much. For a brief moment, I just dazedly stood at the front of the laboratory. My emotions were a bit erratic, but I was able to quickly snap myself out of it. Now's not the time to get emotions. Turning around, I wondered. Where am I? Looking around, I noticed that I was currently in the middle of a forest. Behind me was the laboratory. The laboratory was hidden inside of a forest, and although it was still within the monolith, for the obvious reason it had to be moved a bit further from the actual headquarters. I can't waste time standing here. Realizing that I was still not in the clear, I ran into the forest. Unit 19 quickly arrived at the entrance of the laboratory. YEI. Standing outside of the laboratory, they could hear the blaring sound of the alarms ringing from inside of the facility. Clank. Opening the door and entering the laboratory, the members of the 19th unit paused at the scene presented before them. What in the world happened here? The guards standing at the entrance have been killed. Who's the one responsible for this? What? You're telling me that the surveillance and communication have been cut off? What about Professor Joseph? Many of them couldn't contain themselves and asked different questions. Their confusions only grew as time passed. Listening to the live reports coming from the other squad units downstairs, they couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Walking up to his captain, of the members of the 19th unit reported. Captain, Unit 7 who are downstairs have reported Joseph as dead. Furthermore, Unit 15 has been annihilated, and 2 members from Unit 2 have been reported missing. What? All of the guards let out a breath of cold air. Cold sweat ran down their back. Was this all done by one person? But how was that possible? Solemnly looking at the scene, the captain spoke. Has anyone said anything about the identity of the target? Yes. Continue. According to reports, the target seems to be one of the test subjects that Joseph was working on. From reports, he seems to be called Subject 876. 876. The captain's brows knit. Weren't they under the effects of the serum? How could they have escaped? And isn't there a chip installed in their head? How is this possible? The more questions the captain asked, the more he realized how serious the situation was. If they were the ones who had gone downstairs, would they have also been killed like the other 2 squads? Just the thought sent chills down his back. What now, Captain? The captain wasn't a captain for no reason. Despite the situation, he was able to quickly recollect himself. Looking at his squad members, he ordered. Calm down. Don't panic. From the looks of things, there only seems to be one target, and he is armed with explosives. Looking at the state of the upper floor, the captain continued. The target seems to have already escaped into the forest. Pausing and looking at his unit members, the captain ordered. I want you all to notify the other units of the situation. Tell them to be on their toes. Understood. Exchanging glances, the unit members did as their captain ordered. Taking out their communication devices, they quickly informed the other units and moved out of the facility. The reason why they chose to directly engage the target now rather than wait for the other units was because they needed to buy time for them to catch up. If they didn't start pursuing now, by the time the other units arrived, it'd be too late. Stepping out of the laboratory, all of the members looked at their captain. Captain, where should we go? Squinting and looking around, the captain quickly looked towards a certain area and motioned for his members to follow. Being a captain, he had a lot of experience under his belt. Surveilling the forest and noticing a small irregularity in one of the bushes in the distance, he was able to quickly infer the location of where the target had run off to. Over here. Dashing forward, he along with his team members disappeared into the wilderness. HAAA. Breathing heavily, sweat trickled down the side of my cheeks. Even so, mustering every last bit of strength inside of my body, I continued to run. Now that the security had been alarmed about my whereabouts, I needed to distance myself as much as possible from them. Gulp. Gulp. As I was running, taking 1 mana recovering potion and 1 stamina recovering potion from my dimensional space, I quickly downed them. After that, taking out the watch that I had gotten from Thibaut a year ago, I quickly put it on my wrist. Tapping on the screen of the watch and loading it up, I fiddled with it for a couple of seconds. FWA. A holographic map quickly appeared in front of me. Staring at the map, unknowingly my running speed slowed down significantly. If I'm not wrong, I should be running in the right direction. The monolith was extremely large, and for obvious reasons, the laboratory that I had just come out from was located a bit off of the monolith. My current goal right now was to infiltrate the actual headquarters of the monolith. It was the only way I could escape. After contemplating for the past 8 months, I realized that this was indeed the only way I could get out of this place. Not knowing exactly where the monolith was located on the world map, I knew that the only way I could get out was through the portals inside of the monolith. Fortunately, with Thibaut's watch on my wrist, I could gain access to the portal. Every portal use cost around 500 merit points, and with me having over 2,000 of them, I knew that as long as I could get to the portals, I would be able to make it safely back home. There's only one problem. I needed to infiltrate the actual monolith. Without a doubt, this was going to be harder than actually escaping the lab. Rustle. Hyuk. Snapping me out of my thoughts was a small rustling sound in the distance. Turning around, I noticed a silver streak of light quickly headed towards my direction. Ducking down, by a hairbreadth, I was able to dodge the incoming attack. Rolling on the ground, I lifted my head and glared in the direction of where the attack came from. I've finally caught up. Coming from out of the bushes, wearing a black uniform, was a tall, bald, tanned individual. On the right side of his uniform was a small band as well as a large 19. Holding onto a large metal axe, he solemnly looked in my direction. You must be 876. Similarly staring back at him, my eyes squinted. Unit 19 Squad Captain. The moment I realized the identity of the individual who had attacked me, my wariness increased. Each unit had a team captain, and apart from their obvious large amount of experience, what set them apart from their squad members was their individual strength. Each squad captain had the strength equivalent to D rank. Above them were commanders whose strength ranged from C rank to B rank. From the looks of things, he must have left his team members behind to chase after me. Staring at him, I could easily see through his plans. He was planning on buying time for his members to arrive and get rid of me. Hew up. Seizing me up for a couple of seconds, without wasting any time, the 19th unit captain raised his axe and quickly slashed towards my direction. The moment the 19th unit captain raised his axe, I knew that I needed to act fast. Tensing my calves, instead of moving backward, I dashed forward. Against opponents that required large motions, the best way to defeat them was through close combat confrontations. And I knew that. With the chip inside of my head processing everything, taking a step to the right, and opening the palm of my right hand, I twisted my torso slightly and slapped towards my right. Right in the direction of where the axe was moving. KHHH. Touching the side of the axe, a small groan escaped from my lips as I was pushed back by a couple of steps. Fortunately, the moment my hand connected with the head of the axe, I was able to alter its course. Bam. The ground trembled. What th? Realizing that his attack had missed, the captain opened his eyes widely. But it was already too late. Now. Taking advantage of his distraction, I took a step forward. Grabbing onto the arm that was holding onto the axe, shifting my right foot, and turning around, I lifted the captain up and threw him on the ground. Bam. Back first, the captain hit the ground. Wakak. A pained groan escaped from the captain's mouth as spit flew in my face. Without giving the captain time to realize what had happened, connecting my fingers, I pierced his throat with my hand. Blood splattered on my face. HAAA, HAAA. Wiping my face which was stained in blood, I took deep breaths. For the next few minutes, without moving, I blankly stared at the sky. The fight ended much faster than I had originally anticipated. Excluding the fact that I was a bit stronger than my opponent, with the extreme training I endured for the past few months, I knew exactly how to handle my opponent. As of right now, I was on a different level compared to before. Such opponents weren't something that I couldn't handle. Rustle. Rustle. Before long, I could hear multiple rustling sounds coming from behind me. With my eyes closed, and remaining still, I patiently waited for them to surround me. This next fight was necessary for my escape. The Author's POV. Chapter 265, Escape, 5. TSSSSS. The static sound of the radio transmitter echoed throughout the area. Bringing the radio transmitter towards my mouth, in a deep voice, I said. This is Unit 19 speaking. Do you copy? Unit 19. Copied, what's the situation? After a couple of seconds, someone responded. We've captured the target. I repeat, we've captured the target. You've captured the target. Roger. Understood. I've relayed the information to Units 8, 13, 21, and 29. They are on their way, please be patient. Copy that. How long till they arrive? Given their location, around 5 minutes. Understood, I'll be waiting. TSSSSS. 5 minutes. Turning the radio transmitter off and turning around, my eyes paused on the 4 individuals on the ground. They were 19th unit members. Each of them, although passed out, were still alive. Even though they were fairly skilled, it didn't take long for me to knock them out. Just their captain alone didn't take much, let alone them who were far below him in strength. Unlike their captain, I kept them alive. There was a reason for this. 6 mg, this should be enough. Taking out a couple of syringes from my dimensional space, carefully measuring the dosages on each of them, I removed any distracting thoughts inside of my mind. From what I remember, 2 milligrams is enough to render my mind numb, whilst 10 milligrams is enough to knock me out completely. The syringes that I was currently holding were things that I had gotten from Joseph's dimensional space after I killed him. They were all filled with the serum that I had been injected with for the past 8 months. It was now time I used it on someone else. I hope this works. Since I was pressed for time, I couldn't care less about being delicate and careful. Stabbing one of the guards in the shoulder, I quickly injected him with a dosage of the serum. Squeak. A squeaking sound came out from the syringe. Hook. The moment I pushed the serum into the guard's body, the guard's eyes shot wide open. For a brief moment, his eyes turned white. His body then started convulsing madly. Shit, did I put too much? Grabbing the guard by the shoulders, I pressed him to the ground. Goa. Shit, please work. I cursed as I pressed him onto the ground. The reason why I injected the guard with a dosage of the serum was because I wanted to numb his mind. Numb it to the point where, for a brief moment of time, he would fall into a drunken state and listen to my commands. However, I knew all too well that this plan had a lot of flaws. Too many variables were out of my control. For example, I didn't know what was the perfect dosage to use as well as the amount of time the serum would need to take effect. It had to be noted that it took around 2 months to create a single super soldier out of the thousands of subjects. Though I wasn't trying to create a super soldier myself, I still knew just how difficult this operation was. If it failed, I was done for. Therefore. Come on, work. Pressing onto the convulsing guard with both hands, I clenched my teeth. GHHH. After a couple of more seconds, to my relief, the guard stopped convulsing. Thereafter, opening his eyes, the guard dully looked at the sky without saying anything. Ha, can you hear me? Breathing heavily, I asked whilst waving my hand in front of his face. Unfortunately, I was met with no response. Frowning slightly, I helped him up. Waving my hand at his face again, I repeated. Can you hear me? Once again, he didn't respond. Lowering my head, I looked at the syringe in my hand. Did I put too? Oh. Just when I was about to despair, to my surprise, the guard who I thought was motionless, followed my movement with his head. Instantly my eyes lit up. Moving my hand towards the right, I watched as the guard turned his head towards the right. Taking a step back, the guard took a step forward. Ha ha ha. A laugh involuntarily escaped from my lips, and my fists clenched. Even though he wasn't saying anything nor following my orders, this was enough for now. As long as they looked like they were under my command, everything was fine. Alright, 6 milligrams it is. Turning my attention towards the other guards on the ground, I did the same thing as the first guard. This time, I didn't waste any time and moved on after each injection. Since it worked, I didn't need to worry about them. Just like the previous guard, upon injecting them with the serum, their bodies convulsed. Fortunately, just like before, it stopped after a couple of seconds. Next. After injecting 3 more guards, turning my attention towards the last guard on the floor, bending down on one knee, I tapped on my bracelet. Alongside a small dagger, a small hexagonal glass bottle appeared in my hand. Plop. Opening the bottle and covering my dagger with the contents of the bottle, I first injected the individual with a dose of the serum, this time 10 milligrams, and then slashed his face with the dagger. Gwawa mhhmmm. A blood-curdling scream resounded across the forest. Using my hand to cover his mouth, the muffled screams of the guard continued to echo throughout the forest. Despite his screams, I continued to slash his face. In fact, I sped up. I'm sorry, but you'll have to bear with it for just a little bit longer. I understood his pain all too well. I too went through that pain not so long ago. It was the worst pain thing I've ever felt throughout my entire life. But I didn't feel any guilt. If this was the necessary step that I needed to take in order to escape this hellhole, then so be it. MHHMMM. MHHMMMM. For the next minute, the muffled scream of the guard continued to resound throughout the forest. This did not last for long as the guard soon passed out from the serum that I had injected in him. HAAA, done. Panting heavily, I slumped on the ground. Putting my dagger back in my dimensional space, I moved towards the guard and wiped the blood that was on his face. Then, taking out 3 healing potions that I got from the dimensional space that I took from their captain, I moved forward. This should work. Lifting his head slightly, uncapping the lids of the potions, I opened his mouth. VRRRRR. VRRRRR. Just as I was about to feed the guard the potion, in the distance I could hear the faint sound of vehicles quickly approaching my location. Shit. Opening my eyes widely, I cursed. Without wasting any time, taking 3 potions at the same time, I forcefully shoved them down the guard's throat. Almost instantaneously, I could see the guard's face healing. Even then, as his injuries healed, the scars on his face remained. Letting go of the guard's head, I took out 2 mana recovery potions from my dimensional space. Gulp. Gulp. Shoving down the 2 potions down my throat, I quickly put the mask on my face. Wiggling around my face and covering it whole, my face changed that to the 19th Unit Squad Captain. Moments after I defeated the group, I copied their captain's face, replaced his clothes with mine, and punched his head to the point that it became unrecognizable. I had done this in preparation for what was to come next. Grabbing the passed-out, scarred guard by the collar, I moved forward. Behind me were the 3 other unit members. Screech. Screech. At the exact moment I moved forward, 3 large vehicles stopped before me. Clank. Stepping out of the vehicle were over 15 individuals all wearing similar uniforms. Standing at the forefront was a tall muscular man with a black mustache under his nose. Wearing a pair of sunglasses, a wild and suffocating aura exuded from his body. Commander, Aurthor Black. Reading the tag by the side of his uniform, sweat trickled down my cheeks. The moment I saw the words Commander, I knew that I couldn't fight him. If I was caught, I was done for. Stepping forward, I sternly greeted. 19th Unit Captain reporting. Calmly nodding his head, Commander Aurthor's eyes paused on the individual in my hands. Pointing at him, he asked. Is this the suspect? That's correct. With my back straight, I confirmed. Studying the scarred individual from top to bottom, Commander Aurthor massaged his mustache. Scarred face just like the descriptions say. Every second that Aurthor spent examining the body in my hands felt like an eternity to me. Many questions such as, did he find something? Did he notice the fact that I am not the captain? Did he notice something wrong with my unit members, passed by my head? I knew that these were useless worries, but I couldn't control myself. To make matters worse, my mana had still not recovered. Within 2 minutes, the mask would start losing effect. Each second that the commander used to examine the corpse felt agonizing to me. Thankfully, the commander did not examine the body for too long. To think that this man has caused so many problems for us, he's still alive too. Turning his attention back to me, the commander flashed a toothy grin. You've done great. I was merely following orders. I humbly replied. Humble, I see. Caressing his mustache, the commander showed a satisfied look. Turning around, he chuckled and ordered. Let's get back to the headquarters and report the situation. Everyone get on the vehicles. Understood. Unanimously, all of the people present shouted. Over here. Motioning with his hands, one of the guards gestured for me and my unit to enter the vehicle he was in. To my luck, it was the one without the commander. Just as I was about to follow the individual into the car, the commander abruptly halted his footsteps. Turning his head, squinting, he asked. I only count 4 members here. What happened to your other one? For a split second, my heart stopped, and a chill ran down my spine. Thankfully, this was a question I had the answer to. Lowering my head, I pointed towards the distance where one could see the outline of a corpse. He, unfortunately, did not make it. I see, you have my condolences. Staring at the corpse, the commander lowered his head slightly and boarded the vehicle. After that, helping my unit members climb onto the back of the vehicle, I followed them into the vehicle. VRRRRR. VRRRRR. A minute after I boarded the vehicle, the car picked up its pace and sped into the distance. KHH. The moment the car pick started moving, my mind started spinning uncontrollably. Lowering my head towards my knees, the mask fell off of my face. Ha. Covering my face with my arms, I had a hard time breathing. That was too close. I had overexerted my mana way too much. Had another minute have passed, I was sure that my identity would have been exposed. The author's POV. Chapter 266, Escape, 6. Exchanging glances with each other, two guards at the front of the car laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that you were the lucky bastard that got to catch the escapee, huh, Jerome? Yeah, I'm fucking envious of you. So his name is Jerome. Listening to their conversation, I made a mental note to myself of every little detail. This was so that I could blend in better. With my head still in between my legs, I responded. You're absolutely right. There were a total of 10 people in the car, including my unit. From the brief conversations I was having with them, the name of the 19th unit captain was Jerome. He was 28 years old, and judging from how friendly they were being to me, I figured that he was someone popular. The layout of the car was 2 seats at the front of the car, with 5 more seats leaning by the side of the vehicle. Switching the conversation, one of the guards next to me spoke up. Man, who would have thought that the commander himself showed up? Yeah, just his aura alone almost made me piss my pants. Tell me about it, just imagine what Jerome must have gone through when questioned by him. With my head still lowered, I made small talk as well. This was so that I didn't look too suspicious. Yeah, it was really nerve-wracking. I thought that I was in front of a tiger. Just look at me, I'm so exhausted just from that exchange. Ha ha ha, you indeed look tired. Ha 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 ha. Laughter erupted in the car. I too laughed, but it was a fake one. My mind was too preoccupied with other thoughts to care about whether it sounded genuine or not. 6 bombs, 8 serum dosages, 4 health recovery potions, and 18 mana recovery potions. If I had to count how many people I killed the past few hours or so, the head count would be around the 20s. Every time I killed someone, I would never forget to collect their dimensional space. In it were many resources that could become extremely useful for me. Bombs and serum being prime examples. Without them, I would have never have made it as far as I did. That aside, I'm still not in the clear though. A bitter smile appeared on my face. My mana was currently at around January 9th of what it should be. Having depleted all of my mana from the stunt I pulled in order to escape the lab, I had a hard time recovering it to what it was before. Despite the multiple mana recovery potions I chugged in, they were only the lowest grade, and thus I barely recovered anything. This was also the reason why I was only able to hold out for a couple of minutes when the commander came. To make matters worse, with my mask now off, I had to be in this awkward position where I had my face in between my legs and arms. Fortunately, I was wearing a hat and thus they did not notice the fact that I wasn't bald like the 19th unit captain was. Had I not thought of this beforehand, they would have realized that I wasn't him just because of the fact that I wasn't bald. Man, how long do we still have till we arrive? 20 more minutes. The road is a bit rough here so it'll take that much. Ah, I'm hungry. 20 minutes. Listening to the conversation the other guards were having, it became even more apparent to me just how big the monolith domain was. Just the distance between the lab and the actual headquarters was 20 minutes. Just how much land did they cover? And how did they manage to keep it hidden for so long, I wondered as the car sped. It'd be best to act before I arrive. Realizing that it would take 20 more minutes to arrive, I opted to wait till my mana recovered a bit more before making move. Though the main reason was I was choosing to act late was because of my mana, it wasn't the only reason. Peeking from the corner of my eyes, and looking in the direction of where the other cars were, I knew that things were not as easy as they seemed to be. I just had a hunch. At the same time, in a different vehicle. Glancing at Commander Luther next to him and noticing a small smirk at the edge of his lips, the 7th unit captain, Isaac Lawn, curiously asked. Commander, is something wrong? Lowering his head, Commander Luther looked at Isaac and flashed his teeth. Oh, I just thought of something funny. Something funny? Secretly glancing at his unit members in the vehicle, Isaac noticed that each of them had a confused look on their face. Reading the mood, a chuckle escaped from Commander Luther's lips. Lowering his head and looking at Subject 876, who was passed out on the ground, with an amused smile, Commander Luther traced his thick fingers around his scars. Startled by the commander's weird behavior, Isaac involuntarily raised his voice. "Sir! What are you doing?" Instead of answering, Commander Luther continued to trace his finger all over subject 876. Scratching the side of his chin, he muttered out loud. "I wonder how he managed to give him scars. Is there a mask, or was he someone that he killed long ago and stored in his dimensional space? No, that wouldn't work since he's alive. There also doesn't seem to be a mask. How peculiar." "Excuse me? What?" The captain's eyes opened widely. Pointing at the scarred man on the ground, he frustratedly asked. "Are you suggesting that he isn't the one we are looking for?" "Yes." The commander nodded his head. A chill ran down every guard present in the room. Not once did they doubt the identity of the scarred man before them. If not for their commander pointing it out, would they have ever found out? Just the thought took their breath away. Weakly looking at the scarred man, Isaac asked. Then who is the one responsible?" "It's the 19th Unit Captain, Jerome." Luther replied without the slightest bit of hesitation in his voice. "Jerome." Glancing at his unit members, Isaac struggled to find the right words to say. "But how is that possible? I saw him just moments ago. He looked identical." Staring at the 7th Unit Captain by the side of his eyes, Luther asked. "Did he though?" "Yes," firmly replied Isaac. Though they only met briefly, Isaac did not find anything strange about him. Naive. A smirk appeared on Luther's face before he turned his attention back to subject 876. "Though he may have fooled you guys, he couldn't have fooled me. I've met Jerome a couple of times in the past, and I can tell you that it's not him. His face may be, but..." Pausing and looking at everyone, Luther said. His frame was completely different. Listening to the commander's point, Isaac's brows knit as he muttered out loud. "Now that you mention it, he did look a lot more skinny than the last time I saw him." All the unit captains knew each other. This was a given. All of the squads worked with each other most of the time, so everyone knew who Jerome was. He was a tanned muscular man with a bald head. That was how everyone knew him for. Recalling the meeting they had not too long ago, a shocked look appeared on Isaac's face as he lifted his head up. But how is it possible for him to have the same face as Jerome? It usually took weeks for a face mask to be prepared. For subject 876 to actually have a mask identical to that of Jerome in that short period of time made no sense. That was unless someone was actively helping him. That's what I'm wondering as well," Luther replied with a solemn look. "The only thing that comes to mind is that this is the work of an artifact or that someone is helping him, but I'm not too sure." "An artifact?" "Yes. As of right now, the second possibility was the one that made more sense, but if it was the first option..." A look of greed flashed past his eyes. "If it really is an artifact, I really want to get my hands on it." Pretending to not have heard the commander's last words, Isaac hesitatingly asked. "Sir, but what if there is no artifact and this was actually Jerome?" "Impossible," Luther firmly replied. "But what makes you so sure?" "At first I wasn't," Luther raised his finger. "But right before entering the vehicle, I asked him what happened to his last member. And his story checked out. There really was someone dead in the distance." Taken aback, Isaac asked. "So what made you think that he was an imposter? If the story checked out, what made him so sure about the fact that the man before them wasn't a fake subject 876? Simple really." Pausing, Luther teasingly smiled and looked at Isaac dead in the eyes, his unit members. The moment Jerome turned his head, they turned their heads as well. What? Odd, right? Could this have been a coincidence? Leaning back, Luther nodded his head. True, but once I looked at them closely and noticed their unfocused eyes, I realized that something wasn't right. But I recalled reading something before the mission started. Taking out a few documents from his dimensional space, Luther flashed them before Isaac. It was then that everything clicked. Unfocused eyes, and what's this? Yes, they were under the effect of a drug. A Drew. It's the same drug that subject 876 was being injected with. I know because I've read the reports. Being a commander in a high position, unlike the other captains, Luther had access to more confidential information. Being the one in charge of capturing him, he obviously also had some information about subject 876. It wasn't strange for him to know the effects of the drug. Ah. Realizing this, a small sound escaped from the captain's mouth before as he wondered. Taking the documents and reading through the report, Isaac lifted his head and wondered. Then why didn't you do anything? There was enough evidence to take him down, why didn't he? Her. A throaty laugh escaped from Luther's lips before it was replaced by a smirk. I in fact already did do something. You did. Isaac was taken aback. He didn't recall the commander ever moving. What could he have possibly done? Noticing the confusion in Isaac's eyes, Luther looked at the front of the car. Aren't we leading him right where the headquarters are? Ah. A realization suddenly dawned on the captain. That's right, since we know about the fact that he's an imposter and he doesn't know that we know, by directly leading him to the monolith and capturing him there, not only do we reduce the risk, but we can also guarantee results faster. The more the captain thought about it, the more amazed he was by the commander's planning. I see, I understand now, Commander. Leaning back and interlocking his fingers together, Luther arrogantly smiled. That little fucker probably thinks that we're completely clueless about his schemes, little does he know that I know everything. Sir, there seems to be something wrong with the car. Cutting him off was the drive of the car. Turning his head around, and staring at the vehicle behind them, Luther noticed the vehicle swirling left and right a couple of times. This continued a couple of more times before stopping. Then, just like normal, the vehicle continued following them from behind. Interesting, Luther said, squinting. Keeping watch of the vehicle behind them, for the next 5 minutes or so, the car continued to follow them from behind. Apart from that initial swerving, nothing suggested that there was something wrong with the other car. But everyone in the car all understood that something had definitely gone down in the car. Had it been before, they might have thought it was just a small rock, but now they couldn't help but start questioning what truly had happened. This was especially so after listening to Luther's evaluation. Sir, we're close to the headquarters, what should we do? Before long, a small gate appeared in the distance. Behind it was a colossal structure that spanned kilometers in length. Decked with glass windows that reflected the sunlight, and built using high-tech precision cutting technology, was the monolith. The main headquarters of the villains. The author's POV. Chapter 267, Escape, 7. Commander, the car has stopped. The driver of the car alerted. How should I proceed? Almost a kilometer away from the entrance of the monolith, the driver saw the car behind them swerve towards the right before coming to a halt. Having never taken his eyes off of the vehicle behind him, Luther raised his hand slightly and ordered for the car to stop as well. Stop the car, and tell the unit in the other car to get out as well. Understood. Screech. Pressing onto the brake, the car came to a halt. In front of them, not far from where they were, another vehicle came to a halt. Get out. Opening the doors of the car, Luther jumped off of the vehicle. Behind him, 5 other people came out, including the 7th Unit Captain, Isaac. Hurry up. Not far from them, Luther gestured for the other unit in the distance to hurry up. Before long, there were a total of 10 people behind Luther. Turning around and looking at all of the unit members present, Luther warned. The suspect may try to use bombs, so try your best to spread out and surround the car. Having received brief reports about Subject 876, the commander knew that his strength was in the D+ range and that he somehow got his hands on explosives. Luther wasn't worried about 870's strength. He himself was B ranked. He could make quick work of 876. His only worry was the bombs. If he was hit directly by them, even though he won't die, he'd still get injured. Less needs to be said about the other people present. They were all weaker than him. Thus, in order to minimize the casualties from the bombs, spreading out the soldiers was a must. Commander. Stopping a couple of meters away from the vehicle, Isaac looked at the commander who looked back and nodded back. Understood. Stepping forward, Isaac shouted. Subject 876, we know that you're in there. Get out of the car and surrender. Waiting for a couple of minutes, Isaac was met with no response. Figured. Isaac shook his head, before looking at Luther and asking. Commander, how should we proceed? Squinting, Luther carefully looked at the vehicle. Waving his hand, a blue translucent shield appeared before him. In his right hand was a large metal mace. Pointing towards the forest, he looked towards the other unit and ordered. Send someone to search the forest, we can't exclude the possibility that 876 has already escaped into the forest. Roger. 5 people unanimously shouted before running into the forest behind the car. Russell. Russell. Get behind me. With the shield before him, Luther gestured the 7th unit to follow him and slowly walked towards the vehicle. Because of the threat of the bombs, Commander Luther decided to approach this prudently. Clank. Approaching the car, Luther carefully opened the door. Glancing at his other members, he nudged his head slightly. Clank. 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 Instantaneously, everyone moved around the vehicle and opened the other doors of the car with their weapons raised. Upon opening the door, everyone braced themselves for an attack, but contrary to their expectations, they were met with deathly silence. Exchanging glances with each other, everyone looked inside of the vehicle. Because the glasses were tinted, they were only able to see what was inside of the vehicle only upon opening the doors. Entering the car and looking around, a confused look appeared on Isaac's face. Commander, the suspect is not in the car. It's possible that he escaped. Are you sure? Positive, sir. Glancing around the car, he briefly said. But there seem to be the other unit members here, each passed out. Are they dead? Approaching one of the people in the car, Isaac placed his finger on his neck. Upon noticing a pulse, he responded. Negative. So he chose to leave them alive. Frowning, Luther muttered before moving forward and entering the vehicle. Let me take a look. Upon entering the vehicle, Luther looked around. Just like Isaac reported, everyone in the car was passed out, but none were dead. 1, 2, 3, 8. Counting the number of people present, he managed to count 8 people in total. Odd, has he run away? Or is he hiding? The more Luther looked at the situation, the bigger, more ominous the feeling inside him grew. Unable to read Luther's thoughts, Isaac asked. What should we do, sir? Kill them all. What? Luther's reply startled Isaac. Why? They are alive. Idiot. Luther looked at Isaac as if he was a fool. Did you completely forget what I said before? What do why? Isaac suddenly paused and opened his eyes widely. You don't mean? Yeah, arrogantly looking at all of the people present in the car, Luther nodded his head. The little fucker can change faces. What if he threw one of the bodies away and tried to disguise himself as one of the people here? Ah. Her, nice try B. D. Cutting Luther off, was a small repetitive ticking sound. It was then that, to his horror, almost simultaneously, 2 of the 8 guards who were passed out opened their eyes and took out a small spherical object from their pockets. Pressing on top of it, Commander Luther opened his eyes widely. A curse escaped from his lips. Shit. Get out. Boom. A massive explosion reverberated, and a sea of fire raged. Moments before the car stopped. We're almost there. Oh. It's about time. Jerome, have you recovered enough? It's about time we arrive at the headquarters. Get ready. With my head still lowered, I groggily replied. Sure. Bah dump. Bah dump. Bah dump. The closer we got to the headquarters, the more nervous I became. For the past 15 minutes or so, using the chip in my head, I simulated over 100 different scenarios. In it, I was calculating the chances of me escaping. Out of the hundreds of simulations, there was only one method that could give me the slightest chance at escaping this place, and even then, it was extremely dangerous and filled with suffering. Ooh. I exhaled. What choice do I have? Gritting my teeth, my brows knit tightly. Just the thought of what I was about to do next sent shivers down my spine. But I can't afford to be picky. I knew this all too well. If I wanted to escape, this was the only way. Furthermore, a part of me knew that I was already exposed and that this was the only way for me. Instead of waiting for something bad to happen, it's best to act immediately. Thus, taking out 5 syringes that were filled with the serum from my dimensional space, I slowly lifted my head up and muttered out loud. Can we stop over here? HM. Do you need to take a piss, Jerem? Huh? Who are you? Spurt. Stabbing towards my right, I quickly injected the guard next to me with the serum. Before the others could react, removing the belt off of me, I moved forward. Dashing forward, before the 2 guards at the back could remove their belts, I jumped towards the guard on the right side of the vehicle and stabbed him in the neck. Squeak. Letting go of the syringe, stomping on the seat of the car, I propelled my body to the other side of the car. With another syringe in my hand, I repeated the same thing and injected the other guard with a dose of the serum. This time the dosage was around 10 milligrams, thus, upon injection, they passed out immediately. Hyuk!Haa! Their shouts startled the guards at the front. What the? Hey! What's going on? Instantly the car started swearing left and right. Gripping on the metal bar at the top of the car, I hooked my feet around the front seat of the car and let go. Using my core, I pushed my body forward, crossing my hands, I simultaneously stabbed both guards in the shoulder. The squeaking sound of the syringe being pressed rang in the car. Squeak! Squeak! Right after I injected them with the serum, putting my hand on the wheel of the car, I quickly took control of the vehicle. Shoving the driver of the car to the back, I managed to regain control of the car. The first part is done. Breathing heavily, I kept my focus on the road. At the moment we were still in the forest area, but in the distance, I could see the faint outline of the monolith. Slowly, the density of the trees started to diminish. Following the cars ahead for the next couple of minutes, from time to time, I would glance behind me. Towards Jerome's unit members. Screech. About a kilometer away from the monolith, pressing on the brake of the car and turning the wheel all the way to the right, a screeching sound resounded and the car swerved. The moment the car stopped, quickly hooping to the back of the car, and taking out 4 bombs from my dimensional space, I handed them to my squad members and ordered. Press on the top of this as soon as a guy with a mustache enters the car. Staring at me with emotionless eyes, I was met with no response. Not minding it, I put it in their inner pockets and closed their eyes. Click, click, click. Just in case. Taking out another bomb from my dimensional space, I quickly set a timer of 5 minutes and hid it beneath one of the seats. This was my plan B in case the others couldn't follow my orders. The reason why I didn't set a timer with the other bomb was that I didn't know how long it would take for them to search the vehicle. From my calculations, 5 minutes was the max amount of time I estimated it would take them to thoroughly search the car. If unit members failed to listen to my orders, then this last one was my insurance. Clank. Once I finished setting up everything, slowly opening the side of the door, I closed it and entered the forest. Because I exited from the other side of the car, the others weren't able to notice me leaving the car. Entering the forest, I moved forward and stopped not so far from them. Evening my breathing and hiding my presence as much as possible, I looked at the guards surrounding the car. From where I was, I could overhear some of the conversations they were having. Subject 876, we know that you're in there. Get out of the car and surrender. Are they dead? Send someone to search the forest, we can't exclude the possibility that 876 has already escaped to the forest. Sneakily moving around the vegetation, I approached the other 2 vehicles in the distance. Behind me, I could hear the rustling sounds of the guards searching for me. Please work. As I was moving, I secretly prayed for my plan to work. If not, then everything would be for naught. Fortunately. Boom. A massive explosion resounded not so far from where I was. Now. The moment the explosion rang, I sprinted towards the vehicle in the distance. I had to be quick. Although the bombs were powerful, they weren't something that the commander couldn't take. Even if caught off guard. I knew that he was still alive. Hooah. The hoarse scream was the perfect testament to my conjunction. Taking out the last bomb in my hand, I stepped on the pedal of the car and sped at full speed towards the gate of the monolith. VRRRR. VRRRR. The booming sound of the car engine roared throughout the area as it quickly sped up towards the gate. Stop him. Behind me, I could hear the commander's hoarse voice. Listening to his voice, I could feel the deep-seated hatred he had for me. Ignoring him, and speeding ahead, in the distance, I could see the startled look of the guards guarding the entrance. YEI. YEI. The color red flashed as the guards quickly rushed to activate the protective measures. You there, stop. Stop. But it was too late. Clank. Pressing on the top of the bomb in my hand, just when I was 100 meters away from the gate, dropping the bomb at the bottom of the vehicle and putting on a small weight on the pedal of the car, I kicked the door open and jumped out. Quack. Jumping out, and hitting the hard cement, I felt the air get knocked out of me. Many of my bones broke and fractured upon impact. KHH. Lifting my head slightly, and staring at the vehicle in the distance, I watched as the car crashed into the gates of the monolith. The moment the car hit the gates, a sea of flames spread out from it and engulfed the entire area. Boom. Following that was the sound of a massive explosion. KHHH. Mustering every last bit of strength in my body, dragging my injured body forward, I made my way towards the gates of the monolith. Arriving close to the gate, I could feel the heat coming from raging flames due to the explosion brushing past my skin. Taking out a ring from my dimensional space, I put it on my finger and removed a small black bracelet off of my wrist. Gulp. Opening my mouth, I put the bracelet into my mouth and swallowed. Who would have ever thought I'd go through this again? Upon swallowing the bracelet, a bitter smile appeared on my face. KHH. Limping forward, I slowly entered the flames. Chapter 268, Them, 1. Inside an office space, a beautiful young girl with glossy black hair and obsidian black eyes sat behind a large wooden desk. Behind her, the sunlight coming from the sun directly shined through the window brushing past her skin, further emphasizing her beauty. Flipping through a long pile of papers, the young girl's brows would knit from time to time. "Young miss, how should we proceed?" Standing in front of her was a fairly young man. With his back straight and a gentle smile on his face, he asked. Lifting her head slowly and putting one of the papers down, the young girl's eyes glossed over the paper for a couple of more seconds before opening her mouth. "Allocate the Night Gall dungeon to the senior members. Tell them to use it to train the new recruits." "Understood." The young man smiled and asked. "What about the Adriana dungeon?" "The Adriana dungeon?" Brushing her hair towards her ear, the young girl mused for a bit before answering. "Allocate that to Beta Squad, they need more training." "As you wish, young miss." Taking note of her instructions, the young man looked at the girl and curtly asked. "Is there anything else you would like me to do?" "No," the young girl shook her head, before once again diverting her attention towards the papers on the desk. "Thank you for your hard work, Maxwell. You may leave." "As you wish, young miss." At the young girl's command, Maxwell lowered his head slightly. Turning around, he made his way towards the door. Reaching for the handle of the door, Maxwell suddenly stopped. Turning around, and staring at the young girl who was tirelessly working, after hesitating for a bit, he worriedly said, "Young miss, I know that you're working hard for the guild, and everyone is very appreciative of that, but please don't overwork yourself." Without looking up, the young girl casually responded. She was already too immersed in her work to care about anything else. "Ha." Staring at Amanda, a trace of pity flashed Maxwell's eyes. Sighing and shaking his head, he turned around and left the room. "Please do heed my words, young miss." Clank. Once Maxwell left the room, silence descended in the room. Apart from the scribbling sound coming from the young girl's direction, no other noise could be heard. Flip. 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 After a while, flipping through a series of files, the young girl paused and knit her brows tightly. "This isn't correct. The numbers don't quite match here." The young girl who was busily looking through the files was in fact, Amanda. Ever since Ren's death, just like she had planned originally, she dropped out of the academy. She then proceeded to join the guild, and from there, she slowly started adapting to a leadership role. Of course, for obvious reasons, the bigger problems were being handled by the more senior members of the guild. At the moment Amanda was only dealing with the smaller issues. This would of course change in the future when she gained more experience, but for now, she was content with this. She of course also did not neglect to train. Being the future guild master of the #1 guild in the world, Amanda needed to be strong. With the aid of the elders and resources available to her, Amanda's rank quickly shot up all the way to D- rank. Pretty much in line with what she estimated she would have been had she stayed in the lock. Slowly but surely, Amanda was starting to adapt to her new role. At least that was how it looked on the surface. In reality, Amanda was using work as an excuse to cope with the pain that she was feeling every day. From time to time, she would have nightmares of that day, resulting in her being unable to sleep. The only way she was able to deal with those nights was by shoving herself with work. She just needed something to set her mind somewhere else. 8 months passed, and though the pain was still there, it didn't hurt as much as before. Even so, she would still get those nightmares from time to time. D. Disrupting Amanda out of her focus was her alarm. Glancing at the alarm and looking at the time, Amanda put the papers down and mumbled. It's already time. She was so immersed in her work that she did not realize the fact that she had been working for more than 10 hours already. Standing up, Amanda grabbed a black cashmere felt coat that was resting on the back of her chair and put it on. Putting her hands on her pockets, Amanda headed towards the entrance of her office. Just as she was about to leave, halting her steps right before the door, Amanda turned around and glanced towards the corner of the room. Sitting on top of the shelf was a small teddy bear. Staring at it for a couple of seconds, a trace of sadness flashed her eyes. For the next couple of seconds, Amanda just stared at the teddy in the distance. After that, pursing her lips, she turned around and left the room. Clank. I hope you're doing well up there. Thump. Inside of a white room, flames suddenly erupted, covering the whole room. The flames continued to rage for the next 10 seconds before quickly disappearing and revealing a translucent red card standing in the middle of the room. Experiment log number 1574, mana lingering in room, 38%. A robotic voice sounded. Standing opposite to the room, and staring at it through a large glass, Melissa touched the middle of her glasses with her index finger and lifted them up slightly. Still missing 8%. Her goal was a mana efficiency loss of 30%. Compared to last year where it was at 49%, she managed to improve the magic card to the point where it was now thinner and more efficient than before. Still, there's still work to do. It was still not enough for commercial use. The closer she was to the goal, the harder it became for her to develop the card further. Melissa knew this best. Therefore, taking out a piece of paper, Melissa sat down on a stool and started doing some calculations. What if I altered the magic circle a bit? Perhaps simplify it. The magic card itself seems fine, but that could also. Staring at Melissa mumbling to herself in the corner of the lab, Rosie, her assistant, entered the testing room and cleaned up the place. Ever since 8 months ago, Melissa had pretty much holed herself up in the lab. Although she used to hole herself up in the lab before as well, this year she spent even more time inside of the lab. She had gotten so obsessed with the research that she had started neglecting sleep and food. Despite having the best resources available, she tended to sleep in the lab more than in her own room. She was totally addicted. Sigh, I hope she doesn't overwork herself. Rosie muttered as she cleaned up the room. Having been Melissa's attendant for the past 2 years, she had gotten quite close to her. Rosie obviously did not like seeing her like that. After spending the next 10 minutes or so cleaning up the room, she walked out of the room and made her way towards Melissa. Melissa, I'm due, Standing behind Melissa, Rosie suddenly noticed a stack of paper by the side of her desk. Thinking that it was trash, she picked it up and briefly glanced at them. What the? Upon reading the papers, Rosie's eyes opened up slightly. Looking at Melissa, Rosie muttered out loud. There's someone else who owns this project. Overhearing Rosie's mutter, Melissa turned around. Staring at the papers in her hand, she quickly snatched them. Give me that, that's confidential. Because she spent most of the time in the lab, Melissa had forgotten that she had put the contract out. Fortunately, apart from Rosie, no one else entered the lab, else they would have found out about Ren's involvement in the magic card system, not that it really mattered anymore. Wait, I thought that you were the only one who was working on this project. Since when there was someone else? What? Turning around and looking at Rosie, Melissa raised her brow. How did you get the idea that I was the only one that was doing the project? I just thought that it was yours because I've never seen anyone else helping you. Well, that's a given. I'm doing most of the work. Then. The project idea and framework wasn't mine, so I can't help it. Rosie let out a weird sound. Ignoring her, Melissa leaned back on her stool. She suddenly thought of a problem. Actually, now that you've mentioned the other owner, how should I handle the payment? Originally Ren was meant to send it to a private bank account of his, but he died before he could even get back to her. Whenever she asked, he would always say, bank account. That, well, I'll give it to you once I make it. Why not make it now? To be honest, it's a bit of a hassle. Recalling his face when he said those words made Melissa want to punch him in the face. Clenching her fists, she muttered. This bastard, even when he's dead, he's giving me trouble. Though she said that, there was not an ounce of malice in her words. She was merely venting her frustrations. What should I do? Brushing her hair by her ear, Melissa massaged her forehead. She was trying her best to think of solutions. Ah. It was then that she suddenly got an idea. Wait, why don't I ask Amanda? She might know since she's also part of the project. If there was anyone that would be able to help her, it was Amanda. She too was part of the project, and she seemed to be quite close to Ren. Perhaps she knew something. This might work. Taking out her phone, she typed a message and quickly sent her a text. At the same time, standing in front of a large building, amidst a crowd of people, the eyes of all men and women were focused in a particular direction. Is she a model? I doubt it. I've seen many models before, but none of them are as beautiful as her. She's hella hot. Wow, she's so pretty. With a long stylish black cashmere coat that perfectly complemented her glossy black hair and eyes, a stunning woman stood at the entrance of the building, seemingly waiting for someone. With her head lowered, Amanda scrolled through her phone. She was completely unbothered by the stares. Ding. Ding. Her phone would vibrate from time to time. Sad face Melissa, Melissa, hey Amanda, I have something to talk to you about. Amanda, regarding. Melissa, it's regarding the project I'm working on. Amanda, the magic card one. Melissa, yeah. Amanda, are you almost done? Melissa, it's not that, it's about the payment. Once it's done, who should I send the money to? Amanda, As she was typing, many of the males around her wanted to strike up a conversation with her, however, they refrained from doing so. She had this cold exterior that made it hard for anyone to approach her. It was as though there was this invisible wall around her that made it hard for anyone to approach her. Excuse me. That of course did not apply to everyone. There would always be that one fool in the crowd. Confidently moving towards Amanda, was a fairly handsome young man with brown hair and green eyes. With his hand on his neck, and a gentle smile on his face, he asked. Hey, are you waiting for someone? Brushing his hair up, he nudged his head slightly. How about grabbing something to eat with me later? With her head lowered, Amanda completely ignored the man who was speaking to her. As a result, the man was put in an awkward situation. Excuse me, did you know? Sister. Cutting the man off was a shrill sound in the distance. Lifting her head up, Amanda stared at a young girl that was speedily running in her direction. Nola. Instantly, her cold exterior vanished and a warm smile replaced it. The moment she smiled, almost every person around her froze up. Turning their heads, they couldn't help but want to engrave the scene inside of their minds. She's so beautiful. Everyone thought. Wah, sister. Not minding their attention one bit, Amanda bent down slightly and extended her arms. Not long after, Nola ran into her arms. Sister. Embracing Nola, Amanda patted her head. How was preschool, Nola? Did you have fun? It was fun. Is that so? Today, I had lot of fun because sister was coming. Also there was this big dinosaur that was so scary. Listening to Nola's words, Amanda would add a few words here and there. And then he suddenly scared him and I was like no, I won't be scared. Wow, you go Nola. Despite Ren's death 8 months ago, Amanda never went back on her word. She did not kick Ren's parents out of the apartment that she had given them and continued to have someone guard them 24/7. During Ren's funeral, Nola had approached her and cried with her. It was then that she met Ren's parents for the first time. From the brief conversation she had with them, they were able to learn of her identity, and from there they started talking from time to time. It eventually got to the point where they were comfortable enough to let her pick up Nola at the daycare. This was mostly due to Nola's insistence, but Amanda did not mind this one bit. She liked to be with Nola, it felt therapeutic for her. Every time she would meet up with Nola, her stress and worries would quickly dissolve. Furthermore, since she owned the building and it was near the guild, she decided to move there as well. So it was no trouble for her. Then, the teacher suddenly appeared and protected everyone. What? I did not need protection like the others. Is that so? Listening to Nola, the edges of Amanda's lips curled upwards. Nola, it's about time we head home, or we'll be late. Nola nodded her head. Taking Nola by the hand, Amanda slowly stood up. Turning her head, and finally noticing someone standing next to her, Amanda asked, "Sorry, do you need something from me?" Staring at Amanda, the male who tried to flirt with her moments ago opened and closed his mouth a couple of times. Stuttering, he shook his head. "Aha, no. Okay." Lowering her head and once again looking at Nola, Amanda gently asked, "Do you want to stop at the ice cream store first?" At Amanda's suggestion, Nola's eyes started sparkling. This caused the edges of Amanda's lips to pull up even more. "Okay, ice cream it is." 6:31 p.m. After buying Nola an ice cream at the ice cream store nearby, Amanda brought her back home. Arriving before a large wooden door, Amanda rang the doorbell. Ding. Dong. Coming. A couple of seconds after ringing on the door, a muffled voice echoed from the other side of the door. Not long after, the door opened, and a beautiful woman opened the door. Clank. Staring at Amanda, Samantha Dover smiled sweetly. "Oh my, if it isn't Amanda. Thank you again for bringing Nola home." Lowering her head and caressing Nola in the head, Samantha said, "I hope she didn't cause you any troubles." "Of course not," Amanda politely replied, whilst looking at Nola. "She's sweet. There's no way she'll be a bother." "That's good to hear." Samantha smiled. As they were talking, a nice fragrance suddenly enveloped the corridor, prompting Amanda's nose to open up slightly. Unknowingly, the edges of her lips started salivating as she smacked her lips a couple of times. Noticing Amanda's reaction, Samantha smiled. "I'm making a roast, you want to eat with us?" "Ah, maybe next time, I still have work to do today." Blushing slightly, Amanda politely refused. Even though she had gotten closer to Ren's family, she was still not very comfortable eating with them alone. Thus, she refused. Seemingly having read Amanda's thoughts, Samantha did not push any further. "Oh, I see, that's a pity. I'm sorry for this." Gratefully looking at Samantha, Amanda bid Nola goodbye. "Bye Nola, I'll see you next week." Just as Amanda was about to leave, she felt a slight tug at the hem of her coat. Turning around, she saw Nola looking up at her. Trembling slightly, her eyes looked extremely downcast. "Sister, don't go." Amanda's heart trembled. By the side, Samantha tried to soothe Nola. "Nola, let go of Amanda. She's busy." Those eyes. Staring at Nola's eyes, Amanda's heart started to hurt. If it was anyone else they might have not been able to notice it, but she knew those eyes all too well. It was the same eyes she had when she was young. She still misses Ren. The more she looked at Nola, the bigger the pain in her heart became. Those were the eyes of someone that was lonely. Putting on a smile, Amanda took her phone out and sent a quick message. After that, turning around she looked at Samantha and said, "You know what, it seems like I do have time to spare." Wah. The moment Amanda said those words, Nola's face bloomed into a beautiful smile as she jumped towards Amanda. Caressing Nola's head, Amanda decided to use this opportunity to let Ren's parents know about the magic card system. She believed that if there was anyone that Ren would want to give the money to, it would be them. Chapter 269, Them, Too. The events that are taking place here are 5 months after Ren's death. Current timeline is 8. Clang. Clang. The sound of metal clashing against metal rang out repeatedly. H-A-A-A, H-A-A-A. Standing opposite to each other, 2 youths glared at each other. One held a long broadsword, whilst the other held a dagger in each hand. They were Kevin and Jean respectively. Both of their breathing was rough, and droplets of sweat trickled down the side of their faces. Lowering his body, Jin's body slowly melted into the shadows. Squinting, and staring at Jean who had just melted into the shadows, Kevin closed his eyes and evened his breathing. For the next few seconds, apart from the uneven sound of his sweat dropping on the ground, no other sound could be heard. Kevin suddenly opened his eyes. Turning around, he swung the broadsword. Clank. Sparks flew in the air as the body of the broadsword come into contact with both the daggers. Hop. Planting his foot on the ground, Kevin shouted out loud as the muscles of his arms bulged. Taking a step forward he forcefully swung the broadsword down and pushed Jean a couple of meters back. KHH. Pushed back, a subtle groan escaped from Jin's mouth. Indifferently staring at Kevin, he twirled the daggers around his hand. Then, raising his right hand, he bent his body back and threw the dagger. Swoosh. Splitting the air apart, a whistling sound arose. The dagger was so fast that only a streak of light could be seen. Squinting his eyes and staring at the incoming dagger, Kevin tilted the broadsword vertically. Clank. Kook. Blocking the dagger with the body of the broadsword, sparks flew in the air as a small grunt escaped from Kevin's lips. The moment Kevin blocked the dagger, Jean suddenly appeared behind him. With his dagger in his hand, he swung. Shit. Cursing, Kevin knew that he was in trouble. Gritting his teeth, rather than moving the whole broadsword, tilting his wrist, he moved the hilt of the sword by the side of his cheek. Clink. Cock. Just barely, he managed to block Jin's dagger from hitting his face. However, the recoil that came from the block still struck him right in the face, dazing him a little bit. Taking advantage of this, twisting his torso, Jin's body twisted 180 degrees in the air. Holding the dagger by the back of his hand, the tip of his dagger quickly approached the other side of Kevin's face. Staring at the dagger by the side of his eyes, Kevin once again cursed. Shit. Clap. All right, that's enough. Jin's won. Standing in the corner of the room, Donna clapped her hands once. The moment she clapped her hands, a small shockwave swept the area, pushing Jean away from Kevin. Glancing at both Kevin and Jean, Donna was exasperated. I've said this before, but this is a light spar, you're not here to kill each other. If you want to do that, don't do it on my watch. HAAA. Slumping down on the ground, Kevin dropped the broadsword down. With heavy breaths, he lifted his head up and congratulated Jean. Congrats on your victory. Standing in front of Kevin, Jean indifferently picked up his dagger from the ground. He then briefly glanced at Kevin. Win what? I know that you're still not used to the broadsword. Well, a loss is still a loss. For the past 2 months, Kevin had been switching weapons from a regular sword to a broadsword. Despite his inexperience with the broadsword, he was able to quickly master it to some degree, and even though he was not quite as strong with it, he was still a force to be reckoned with. Of course, that was only applicable if his opponent was someone that was not on the same level as Jean. When facing an opponent at Jin's level, his inexperience was quite obvious to see. I'm going to class. Taking one last look at Kevin on the floor, putting his daggers away, Jean casually strolled out of the training ground. Kevin, you should go back too, Donna said. Class starts in an hour, so get a shower and change. Aye. Listening to Donna, Kevin stood up and left the same way Jean left. HAAA. Staring at Kevin's departing figure, Donna let out a sigh. Despite Kevin's attempt at looking fine, Donna knew that Kevin had still not recovered from Ren's death. He along with Jean changed drastically after that event. Even though they trained a lot before, somehow Ren's death had sparked a fire within them that made them thrive for strength. Just last month, both of them had almost broken through to D+ rank. They were just a tad short, and by the end of the year, she estimated that both of them would break through to C- rank, before reaching B rank by the end of their 3rd year. Their level of improvement honestly shocked Donna quite a bit. In terms of talent, there was no one else that could match them. They were total monsters. No, actually, there was actually someone else that could have rivaled their talent. Past tense. There used to be someone that could rival both Jean and Kevin in terms of talent. But unfortunately, said person was no longer present. If it was him, Donna didn't doubt that Kevin and Jean would have had a run for their money. Regrettably, that was no longer possible. Recalling the moments prior to Ren's death, Donna's eyes became downcast. If she said that his death had not impacted her in the least, then she'd be lying. Having spent a lot of time with Ren during their training days, Donna had gotten quite attached to him. Just like Kevin, his death had hit her. She had become stricter with her students and chose to pour all of her efforts into nurturing them so that such incidents would never happen again. Unfortunately, unlike before, she was now alone again. Monica was no longer at the academy, and the last time she had heard from her was about a month ago. Recently things have been quite hectic at the Union, especially since there was a war going on at the moment. One that was pretty much known to everyone. The Monolith versus the Union. After the incident that happened at the lock, the Union was seriously enraged, and from there, an all-out war between the two behemoths happened. Monica, being one of the strongest people in the Union, had to of course take part in the war. As such, she was always too busy to talk to her, let alone help her train Jean and Kevin. Actually, I wonder how Monica is doing. Tying her hair behind her head, Donna muttered. Let me try calling her. Taking out her private phone, Donna dialed a number. I hope she isn't too busy. I want to know how the situation on her side is. Ta-da-ta-da-ta-da-ta-da-ta. The rhythmical and repetitive sound of keys being pressed rang out. Dum. Inside of a fairly large room, sitting on a black leather chair that was twice his size, was Ryan. In front of him were 5 different screens. With both legs on his chair, Ryan's eyes darted all over the monitors in front of him. This continued for approximately an hour. After a while, scratching the back of his head, he turned around and apologized. Sorry, but there's no match. No match, are you sure? Positive. HAAA. Small Snake, who was laying down on a small gray couch inside of Ryan's room, let out a long sigh. How many times have you checked? 11, there's no sign of him. Massaging his head, Small Snake mumbled. Just where in the world are you? 5 months had passed since Ren's disappearance. Ever since things had not really been the same. Even though everyone was still united, it was merely by contract, they weren't really doing anything apart from mostly training and lazying about. Small Snake could still remember watching the live stream where Ren died like it was yesterday. As he watched the stream, he got the scare of his life. That day, he seriously thought that Ren had died. But contrary to his expectations, Ren had not died. He was sure of this. Why? Because of the mana contract he and each of the members of Kaisa had signed. Had he died, the contract would have long gone null. Since it wasn't, it meant that he was alive. Knowing that he was alive, Small Snake started to hope for his return. With Ryan's aid, Small Snake created a code that bypassed most of the public security cameras in Ashton City. From there, using a face recognition software, he looked through the many cameras in Ashton City in hopes of finding someone that matched Ren's descriptions. Unfortunately, despite all of his attempts, he was unable to spot Ren. Even so, he didn't give up. Ren was the core of Kaisa. Without him, everything would go down the drain. He had to find him. Do another check, Small Snake ordered as he glanced at Ryan. This time remove anyone that is fat and tall. Keep anyone that has a similar body build as Ren. Used to this, Ryan turned his attention back on the monitors and tapped on the keyboard. From time to time Ryan would start biting his nails, which would result in Small Snake scolding him. Hey, how many times did I tell you that that is not good for you? Sorry. Ta-da-ta-da-ta-da-ta-da-ta. Whilst Ryan was busy coding, standing up, Small Snake moved towards the training ground where an enchanting figure sat down in the middle. Revolving around her was some sort of tangible black energy. Entering the room, Small Snake asked. Angelica, do you have any idea where Ren is? After so much time had passed and with no results, Small Snake was starting to doubt whether Ren was still alive or not. Even though the contract said otherwise, he really couldn't see how Ren had survived amidst that explosion. It was frankly impossible. Even so, he knew that this was a needless worry. Opening her eyes, a trace of disgust flashed Angelica's eyes as they paused on Small Snake, who was standing opposite to her. Stick like human, if I knew, you think I'd be staying here with you? Right, that's true, forget that I even asked. Small Snake bitterly smiled before glancing around and asking. By the way, where is Leopold? I don't see him anywhere. Closing her eyes, Angelica replied. As she spoke, the disgust in her voice became even more apparent. The beast-like human is outside, sucking on that fire stick. Fire stick? You mean cigarette? Opening her eyes, Angelica glared. I don't care, stop disturbing me. HAAA. Being glared at by Angelica, Small Snake quickly left the training room. Letting out a sigh, he mumbled. Ren, wherever you are, please get back quickly. He was starting to lose his mind. The Union, 76th floor. Got 'em bastards making me work 7 days a week. Even though I'm powerful, I'm still human. Sitting behind a desk, Monica muttered out loud as she flicked a small rubber on the top of her desk. Though Monica said that, she wasn't actually mad. A little bit tired, yes, but otherwise, she wasn't angry by the fact that she was working 7 days a week. She knew just how important her current mission was. At the moment they were in a very delicate situation. Just a few weeks ago, they managed to finally find a way to access the monolith. Although they couldn't directly send anyone there because it was too dangerous, and the location was unknown, the Union had a secret weapon with them. A special artifact that could create a small gate that could lead them towards a certain location as long as they had a visual image of the place. Regarding the image, they were able to get it by extracting the memories of multiple villains they caught. That artifact was the Union's secret weapon, and using it they were planning on sending a small unit directly to the monolith, in hopes of creating as much chaos as possible. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, was what the higher-ups said during the meeting. There were of course many limits to the artifact, such as the limited number of people that could enter, and the cooldown period, but given the situation, it was without a doubt the best weapon they could have to finally deal with the monolith, a devastating blow. Those crazy bastards. Recalling the details of the plans, Monica's pouted in annoyance. Why can't they let me join the infiltration squad? Unfortunately for Monica, during the time that the Union was planning on sending someone to infiltrate the monolith, she was tasked with a different mission. And that was to garner the attention of the higher-ups of the monolith, in order to make the situation much easier for the squad they were planning on sending in. With her head slumped on her desk, she muttered. Man, why can't those old bastards let me in on the fun? Wow, HM. Ring. Ring. Cutting Monica off was the sound of her phone ringing. Taking out the phone and seeing the ID of the person calling, she picked up the phone as a mischievous smile appeared on her face. Is that you, Donna? Did you perhaps miss me? What? Yes, yes. I missed you so much. How sweet of you. Monica teased. So what did you call me for? She could practically envision Donna rolling her eyes inside of her mind. No. Nothing really, it's just that I haven't heard from you for a month. Did something happen? At Donna's question, Monica's mouth trembled, and the pitch of her voice raised. No. So something really did happen. Donna's grew stern. Spill it. Damn it. A defeated smile appeared on Monica's lips as she mumbled. Sharp as always. Well, no, not really, it's just that you're way too easy to read. Ugh, that hurts. Unfortunately, for Monica, Donna's words had some truth to them. She had a difficult time hiding secrets as her face would always give her away. Fortunately, this only happened with Donna. Had it been anyone else, she would have been able to somewhat keep a stoic face. All right, enough with the jokes, did something really happen? Donna's stern voice rang through the speaker of the phone. A hint of worry was mixed in the stern voice. If so, is there anything I can do to help? Monica mused whilst playing with the rubber on the table. I can't say too much, but all I can tell you is that we're planning something big. Something big? Donna questioned. Sorry, even if it's you, I can't say too much. This was a top-secret operation that the Union was going to carry out. Even if she trusted Donna with all of her heart, she couldn't say anything. Donna seemed to have understood this point as well, as she didn't pursue the matter any further. I understand. Good luck with your mission. Thanks, is there anything else you wanted to ask? Well, I was going to ask if you would like to come to help me train Jean and Kevin, but from the looks of it, you're going to be quite busy. Right, sorry about that. I don't think I'll be available for quite a while actually. The operation was going to be a very risky one. There was a lot of planning involved, and it may take as little as a month's time to complete, to as far as 2 years' time. Tapping on the rubber on the table, Monica's eyes suddenly lit up as she thought of something. I think that we should probably grab a drink before I go, what do you say? I like the sound of that. Great. Monica suddenly stood up from her seat. Let's do it right now. Wait, what? Now? Yup, wait for me Donna, I'm coming. Wait, what are you Ta-tack. Before Donna could reply, Monica had already hung up. Grabbing a red jacket that was resting on the back of her seat, she quickly headed for the door. They won't complain, no. Meh, who cares, I deserve a little break. Clank. Closing the door behind her, Monica quickly left her office. The Author's POV. Chapter 270, The Last Hurdle, 1. The moment I stepped into the flames, I could feel the heat from the fire brush past my skin. Waving my hand forward and channeling the wind scions in the air, a protective sphere formed around me, redirecting the flames away from me. With the sphere around me, I moved forward. Towards the sea of flames. KHHH. A couple of steps into the fire, a small groan escaped from my lips. Despite the fact that I was diverting the fire away from me, the heat from the fire was no joke. The evidence of this was my skin, which was slowly turning red. Gritting my teeth, and ignoring the pain, I continued moving forward. Hugh. Because of the raging flames blocking my vision, I couldn't see where I was going. Even then, I could still hear the agonizing shouts coming from the guards that were being burnt alive. Focusing on the screams coming from the guards, I quickly headed in their direction. They were my goal. Help. Before long, following the nearest scream, I arrived before a guard. Well, what remained of the guard? With the air barrier revolving around me, arriving before him, I was able to get a quick glimpse of his condition. The moment my eyes laid on him, all I saw was a charred body. With his hand raised towards my direction, in a groggy, almost inaudible voice, he begged. Help me, Sure. Lowering my body, I raised my hand and smacked his head, directly killing him in one hit. At this point, even someone came to his aid. He was too far injured to be saved. Who? Exhaling, my eyes paused towards what seemed to be the hand of the guard. On it was a small golden ring. Taking the ring from the guard's hand, I closed my eyes and channeled my mana. Great, everything is here. Looking through the ring and seeing that everything was still in there, I smiled in satisfaction. Taking out the ring that was on my finger and replacing it with the one I took from the guard, I put away my old ring. Once I put the ring on my finger, staring at the corpse of the guard next to me, I moved back, and once again let it be engulfed by the flames. Turning around, I moved a couple of meters away from the body and sat down. Who? Taking a deep breath, I knew that I didn't have much time. Closing my eyes, I decreased the radius of the air shield that was revolving around me. Burn marks started to appear all over my body, but I didn't care. I had to save as much mana as possible. The flames around me continued to rage wildly around me for the next 10 minutes or so, and just when I was about to run out of mana, the flames finally started showing signs of decreasing. Over here. There is an injured person over here. Before long I could hear the sound of the rescue team in the distance. Waving my hand, the air shield around me dissipated, and once it disappeared, the flames instantly enveloped my entire body. Closing my eyes, using the last mana inside of my body, I muttered. Monarch's indifference. Inside of a large room lit by a dim lamp, multiple figures sat around a large oval wooden table. At the moment, a heavy atmosphere shrouded the room as everyone's eyes looked towards a man sitting at the head of the table. Objectively speaking, he was a handsome man. He had sharp, well-defined facial features that shone beautifully under the dim light. His displeased expression was the reason for the heavy atmosphere. So you're telling me that you still can't track 876? His deep and cold voice rang across the room. Turning his head, and staring towards a certain individual sitting on the table, his voice grew colder. And you're also telling me that a commander like you is incapable of taking care of a single individual despite the fact that you had 2 units helping you. A heavy pressure descended upon the room. Every single individual's breathing became rough, and sweat trickled down the side of their faces. Reprimanded, Aurthor wordlessly raised his head. The moment he raised his head, and the light shone on his face, a massive burn mark that spread across half of his face became visible for everyone in the room to see. Clenching his fists underneath the table, Aurthor did not rebuke and apologize. I acknowledge my mistake. Propping his elbow on the table and resting his cheek on his fist, the handsome man indifferently asked. Is that all you have to say? No. Aurthor shook his head, before gritting his teeth, and suddenly standing up. Please give me another chance, Xavier. Bang. Smashing his fist on the table and startling the people around him, Aurthor raised his voice. I swear to you that I will grab that fucker and kill him with my own hands. Each and every single word that came out of his mouth was coated with unimaginable amounts of hatred. Although he did not get any serious injury, fury and humiliation surged within him whenever he thought about the incident that happened not too long ago. Such disgrace was something he had never experienced before, it remained in his mind vividly. Deeply starting at Aurthor, Xavier mused. So you're saying that you will take responsibility for your failure? Yes. Aurthor firmly replied. I see, all right. Really? At Xavier's agreement, Aurthor's eyes lit up as the flames of hatred that were flashing across his eyes burned even more fiercely. I will not disappoint you. But, there's one condition. One condition. Luther's excitement died down, and what replaced it was wariness. As expected, there's no free lunch in this world. This was how the monolith operated. Luther knew that there were no such things as favors in the monolith. There were only deals, and Xavier was just about to propose his deal. What's the condition? Don't worry, it's nothing too bad. Propping his other elbow on the table and interlocking his fingers together, Xavier casually said. In the process of hunting down 876, I want you to bring a couple of recruits with you. A couple of recruits. They're fairly young, but I believe in their potential. Let this be a good experience for them. Is that all? Yup, smiling, he teased. What, you were expecting something else? No, I understand. Good. Smiling, and taking his attention away from Luther, Xavier switched the topic. Now, onto a different topic. Long story short, we're planning on ambushing Monica Jeffrey. What? Monica Jeffrey. Ah. The Sunset Witch. Gazing at each other, murmurs and whispers instantly swept the room. Everyone in the room knew who Monica was. The Sunset Witch and the next SS-ranked hero, a prodigy that had never been seen before, and the monolith's #1 bounty holder. Propping his head on his hands that were interlocked together, Xavier calmly explained. The reason why I'm telling you this is because the higher-ups are planning on ambushing her. Pausing and looking at everyone present in the room, Xavier ordered. In the meantime, once the higher-ups leave to take care of that pest, it will be your job to ensure everyone's safety. If there is anything big that is happening, it'll be your job to take care of it, understood? Listening to Xavier's words, everyone drew a cold breath. If what Xavier said was true, and the higher-ups actually succeeded in killing Monica Jeffrey, then the war between the Monolith and the Union would escalate even further and reach points where they would start an all-out war. One that would no longer be hidden in the shadows. Understanding this, the atmosphere became extremely tense. Fully aware of what everyone was thinking, Xavier sharply looked at everyone in the room. I repeat, did everyone understand what I just said? Staring at each other for a brief moment, standing up, everyone unanimously shouted. Yes. Good, the meeting is over. Clapping his hands together and standing up from his seat, Xavier turned around and made his way out of the room. Once he left the room, following after him were the rest of the people that had attended the meeting. Luther included. For an unknown amount of time, darkness enveloped my vision. I didn't know how much time had passed, but eventually, regaining control of my body, I opened my eyes. The moment I opened my eyes, I was met with an unfamiliar white ceiling. My mind felt hazy and my vision was foggy. Did I succeed? Or did I fail? The boundary between reality and dreams was ambiguous. My whole body ached and many questions emerged inside of my mind as memories started flooding inside of it. Right, the fire. It was then that slowly I started remembering what had happened to me moments prior. The pain that was coursing through my body was what really reminded me of what happened. Ah. Slowly lifting my head, a small audible gasp escaped from my lips. Covered from head to toe with bandages, I found myself inside of what seemed to be a hospital room. Next to me were other people in a similar state to mine. Oh, you're up. A soft voice called out for me. Turning my head, a beautiful young girl with black hair and a nurse gown arrived next to me. In her hand was a small clipboard. Are you okay? She asked whilst unwrapping the bandages that were covering my head. Your injuries were pretty severe. You've got third-degree burns all over your body. If not for the sedatives and painkillers on you, you'd be passing out from the pain. Watching her unwrap the bandages on my head, I refrained from speaking. 1, because there was a chance that they could recognize my voice, and 2, because my brain was extremely drowsy. With all of the medications I was on, it became incredibly hard for me to process what was happening around me. Had it not been for the chip inside of my head, it would have taken way longer for me to realize what was happening. Did my plan work? Looking around, from the looks of things, my plan seemed to have worked. Though it resulted in me burning myself once again, somehow, I was able to successfully infiltrate the monolith. Alrighty Matteo, stay still so that I can replace your bandages. Matteo. I muttered out loud as I wondered inside of my mind. Who's Matteo? Never heard of him before, and why did she call me that? Too distracted by my own thoughts, I was unable to realize the fact that Mateo was the name of the guard that I had swapped rings with during the fire. In it were his belongings and ID card. That was why she had called me his name. HM. Isn't that your name? Tilting her head, the nurse lifted her head slightly and looked at her clipboard. Mateo Monaco. Isn't that you? The nurse's words instantly cleared up my drowsy mind. I then quickly pretended to still be under the effects of the drugs. Huek, Teo. I guess you still can't quite understand what I'm saying. Fortunately for me, the nurse didn't put much thought into it and continued to replace the bandages in my head. Realizing that I had managed to somehow bullshit my way out of my blunder, I sighed in relief. If not for my quick thinking, I might have been in deep trouble. All right, I'm all done. Finished replacing my bandages, the nurse clapped her hands in satisfaction before saying, "Have some rest, I'll come back to check up on you tomorrow." KHM. I replied in a way that made it seem that I was still under the effect of the drugs. All right, now on to the next patient. Gazing at the back of the nurse, closing my eyes, the gears of my mind started turning. I need to get out of here as fast as possible. Despite the fact that I had managed to successfully infiltrate the monolith, I knew that the real trouble was just about to begin. I was closer to freedom than ever before, yet, it also felt like I was still miles away from my goal. Still, I wasn't disheartened. Since I had managed to get to where I was now, nothing could stop me from escaping this hellhole. Nothing. Let's think this through before moving. Laying down on the bed, I refrained myself from quickly dashing out of the infirmary. There were still many factors that I needed to take into account before actually moving. For one, without a doubt, the monolith was currently looking for me everywhere. I mean, I did kill over a dozen of their soldiers, including their top scientist, as well as blew up one of the entrances of the monolith. If they weren't looking for me, I'd be very surprised. Another thing I have to be careful of is the fact that by now, they should have an idea of the fact that I can change faces. They'd be stupid if they didn't, therefore, I have to be even more careful. Out of habit, lifting my hand and placing it on my chin, I started musing to myself. If there was anyone present in the room, they'd find the scene quite comical. That aside, my point still stood. Even if the people hunting me down hadn't figured out that I had something that could help me change faces, by now, they should already have an idea of what I was capable of. Therefore, I needed to be even more vigilant when moving than before. Couldn't be as reckless. Lastly, the chip. This was the problem that was bugging me the most. Although I had shut down the connection with my chip, the monolith without a doubt had some devices that should be capable of locating the chip inside of my head. Even though it may take time for them to set it up since Joseph was dead, I still needed to take this point into consideration. The more I pondered about this problem, the more I realized how little time I had at my disposal. If by the end of the week I was not out of this place, then I could kiss my chances of escaping goodbye. I needed to get out of this place by the end of the week. The Author's POV. Chapter 271, The Last Hurdle, 2. Reporting for duty. 3 youths shouted as they stood in front of Luther. A sharp and distinctive aura spread from each and every one of their bodies. You must be the recruits that I need to watch over. Placing his hand on the bottom of his chin, Luther's gaze swept through the bodies of each of the individuals present. After a couple of seconds, he nodded his head in satisfaction. You guys are better than I thought. He had originally thought he was going to be put with arrogant recruits that knew nothing about real combat, but feeling the bloodlust that was emanating from their bodies, he knew that his previous assumption couldn't have been any more wrong. They were already fully grown soldiers. Let me get things straight, so your names are Ezra, Elisa, and... Pausing, Luther turned his attention towards one of the 3 youths. Staring at him, Luther could feel that this youth was different from the others. The bloodlust around him was 3 times thicker compared to the other 2 youths. Compared to the other 2, he was a notch above them. And Matthew. Unbothered by Luther's stare, stepping forward, Matthew nodded his head. That is correct, sir. Next to him, Ezra and Elisa seemed to have no qualms with the fact that he had responded for them. This did not go unnoticed by Luther, who squinted his eyes. I see. So he's the leader of the lot. Luther could see hints of fear and respect in the eyes of the other 2 recruits as they looked at the youth named Matthew. Turning his head and staring at Matthew, Luther asked. All right then, you guys must already be aware of what is happening, right? Affirmative, we're here to hunt down Subject 876. Good. Do you guys have any ideas on how we should proceed? Luther had obviously already made plans beforehand. The only reason why he was asking was because he wanted to test them. Since his job was to mentor them, he naturally had to do so. Affirmative. Matthew responded. Raising his brow, Luther gestured. Oh. Please share your thoughts. Understood. Taking a step forward, Matthew proceeded to tap on the smartwatch on his wrist. A three-dimensional hologram of the monolith projected before everyone's eyes. Staring at the map, he started explaining. There are two ways to escape the monolith, and the simplest way to escape would be through the main entrance of the building. Portals weren't the only way people could get into the monolith. If one knew the location of the monolith, they could just directly enter through the barrier that was protecting the monolith. What is the other method then? The other method would be through the usage of portals. Listening to Matthew speak, a smile appeared on Luther's face. That is correct. I like where this is going, go on. From the reports that I've read, not much is known about Subject 876 apart from the fact that he is not a part of the monolith. As such, we can exclude the first option and conclude that Subject 876 will try to escape through the gates on the first level. Subject 876 did not contain any demonic energy inside of him. This meant that he did not sign a contract with a demon. Since he was not a part of the monolith, the probability of him knowing the exact location of the monolith were slim to none. The only way he could escape was through the gates. Interesting. Listening to Matthew's deductions, the smile on Luther's face widened. Is there anything else you would like to add? With his brows knit, Matthew mused. Subject 876 also seems to be adept in combat, and from the looks of things, he has the ability to somehow mask his identity. Assume he does. I see, if so he will try to mask himself as a guard in the process of the escape. Reasonable deduction. Luther nodded his head. So far everything that Matthew had said was correct. Lifting his head, he asked. If you assume he can change faces, what do you think is the safest and fastest way to catch 876? Simple, we increase the security around the gates for the next week or so, and wait for him to come to us. Since he most likely knows that he's pressed for time, he'll eventually make a mistake and from there we can capitalize on it. Matthew replied without a hint of hesitation. 876 had a chip in his head, and in the chip was a tracking device. According to the reports, within a week's time, they'd be able to reconfigure the tracking device and once again activate it. Therefore, as long as 876 did not escape during that week, and the tracker once again worked, he was as good as caught. Ha 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 ha, Luther suddenly burst out laughing. Clapping his hands, Luther gazed at Matthew in satisfaction. Good, good, you share the same thoughts as me. He was originally planning on guiding them to come up with this solution, but it seems as though he had underestimated the youth named Matthew. He had already understood the whole situation. He now understood why the other two youths behind him were so respectful to him. Praised by Luther, Matthew did not show any signs of arrogance or satisfaction and merely lowered his head. Thank you for your praise, sir. You deserve it. Nodding his head, Luther turned around and waved his hand. Since you guys understand the situation, go to the first level and proceed as planned. I'm counting on you. Understood. All three youths unanimously shouted before turning around and leaving the room. Turning his head slightly and staring at a flat surface where he could see his reflection. Looking at the burnt half of his face that was reflected on the flat surface, a throaty laugh escaped from his lips. 876, I've already made my move, what are you going to do next? If things went according to plan, he would finally get his hands on 876 by the end of the week. Ding. Disrupting Luther out of his thoughts was a small sound that came from his watch. Lowering his hand and tapping on his watch, the smile on Luther's face deepened. This might end faster than I had originally anticipated. Splash. Washing my hands in the sink, and staring at the small black bracelet in my hands, I turned the water off. Staring at myself in the mirror, I muttered. I've seen worse. Though my face was still burned, it wasn't to the same degree as the first time I got burned. By the time the flames had engulfed me, the rescue squad had already arrived. After that, I was quickly sent to the infirmary where I spent the last couple of days in. During those couple of days at the infirmary, aside from the fact that I needed to recover from my injuries, I tried to gain as much information as possible regarding the monolith. This was done through either listening to what the doctors and nurses were talking about, or just casual conversations I had with them when they were tending me. It was from those little conversations I had that I was somewhat able to learn of the structure of the monolith. Currently, I was in the infirmary, which was located at the 3rd level of the monolith. There were a total of 5 levels and each level was massive. My current goal was the 1st level. That was where the gates were located. To talk. Dissipating me out of my thoughts was a loud knock by the side of the bathroom. "Mateo, are you finished?" Without responding, I lowered my head. Putting the bracelet on my wrist, I gazed at myself in the mirror. "It's time." "Mateo. If you don't respond, I'm going to forcefully come in." Unable to hear my response, the person behind the door once again called out for me. Grabbing the sides of the sink, I hoarsely said, "KHH. Sir, I might need some help." What is it this time?" "I'm coming in." Tick. Opening the door of the bathroom, the guard came into the bathroom. Staring at that guard, I pointed at the sink. "Over here." "What is the PR? Clank. The moment the guard neared me, grabbing him by the head and covering his mouth with my left hand, I kicked the door shut. MMHHH. With my left hand on his mouth and my right arm around his throat, I clenched my teeth and choked him as hard as I could. The guard's struggle persisted for 10 seconds before he eventually fainted. Squeak. Taking out a serum from my dimensional space, I quickly injected it into his body. Then, dropping down the guard's body onto the ground and waiting for the serum to take effect, I stripped his body and replaced his clothes with mine. I also didn't forget to take the ring from him. Once I was done changing, lowering my head, and staring at the guard, I took out my mask and placed it on his face. A blue glow enveloped the room and a quarter of my mana dissipated. Gulp. Taking out a potion from my dimensional space and chugging it, I placed my hand on the guard's face and channeled my mana. More specifically, flame scions. Slowly, the guard's face started to melt. Whoo! Because of the serum, the guard was unable to feel the pain and thus didn't wake up. Closing my eyes, taking a deep breath, after 10 seconds passed, I removed my hand from his face. Opening my eyes and staring at the guard's face, my brows knit. His burns look a little bit too fresh. Compared to my face, the guard's face looked quite different. His fresh burns would quickly give away the fact that it wasn't me. Thus, taking out a low-quality healing potion from my dimensional space, I fed it to the guard. Slowly his burns started to get better. This is better. After feeding him 2 potions, taking out the bandages from the ground, I started to slowly wrap them around his face. I hope this works. Even though it didn't look perfect, it still looked quite similar to me. Especially since the guard had a similar build to mine. Once I was done wrapping his face, standing up, and putting him on my shoulder, I slowly opened the door. All right. Just as I was about to open the door fully, I put the mask on my face. Feeling a tingling sensation envelop my face, after a couple of more seconds passed, I fully opened the door and finally stepped out of the room. Clank. Closing the door behind me, I headed for the infirmary. The location wasn't far. By the time I took a couple of turns, I was already there. What happened to him? The moment I entered the infirmary, I heard a startled scream coming from the other side of the room. Lifting my head, I watched as the nurse that had tended me for the past couple of days rushed in my direction. Taking a step back and raising my hand, I talked to her in a calm voice. "Please calm down, he's just passed out, I've checked his breathing. There is nothing wrong with him." Ah. At my words, the nurse calmed down a bit. "Let me check." "Sure." Putting Mateo down on the bed, I watched as the nurse measured his pulse. Whilst she was checking his pulse, staring at her from behind, I silently channeled my mana towards my hand. If by chance she noticed something, I was prepared to eliminate her right here and right now. "Phew, you were right. He's only passed out." To the luck of both parties, it seems like she was unable to notice anything strange. "Is that so? Then I will go back and patrol." I smiled. Good luck with your work." "Thank you." Turning around, I quickly left the room. What I didn't notice upon leaving the room, however, was the nurse slowly taking out a small black box from her breast pocket. Placing the black box near her mouth, she muttered. "Reporting, as you've said, subject 876 was hiding in the infirmary. the author's POV. Chapter 272, The Last Hurdle, 3. Are you guys ready? A stern male with a gray suit and squared glasses asked. Holding onto a small spherical object, he raised his head and looked at the people in front of him. There were a total of 15 people in front of him, and each and one of them had a terrifying aura revolving around them. The lowest ranked member present was B ranked, and the only reason why he was there was because of his special ability. Calmly glancing at everyone in the room, the gray-suited male's eyes paused towards a certain girl. An orange-haired one. Monica, I want you to listen carefully. Lifting his glasses with his index finger, he sternly said. Your task is simple, you are to create as much chaos as possible. The location we've set is right outside the monolith, you alongside the others are to divert the attention of the higher-ups away from the main building. Tisk, why do I get the most boring task? Monica clicked her tongue. You're not the only one doing the boring task. Behind her, one of the individuals spoke up, causing Monica to turn around and glare in his direction. Shut up, meat fodder. What did you call me? I called you meat fodder, isn't that what you are? Do you want to fight? Come on, I'm ready. Bickering with Monica was a white-haired man with red eyes. His skin was quite tanned and he had a sturdy build. An unfathomable aura exuded from his body, it was to the point that it even exceeded Monica's. Ranked 5th in the hero ranking, SS-ranked hero, Amon Slabaw, the unbreakable shield. Calm down, both of you. Stepping in and stopping the both of them was a tall black-haired old man. A light gray goatee drooped down from the middle of his chin, and a white stripe appeared by the side of his hair. Ranked 4th in the hero ranking, SS-ranked hero, Tassis Mulattoes. Let's not do this now. Raising his hand to stop Amon from attacking Monica, before turning his attention towards her. Monica, if you think about it, Amon and I are going to be the ones that will do the real heavy work. We're the ones that will actually be suffering the most, please be a little more respectful. Both being SS ranked, it was them who were actually shouldering most of the troubles. Monica was merely there to deal with the weaker S-ranked villains. Raising her hands, Monica complained. That's why I'm saying it's boring. With you two next to me, how am I supposed to get a piece of the fun? Tassis smiled. Monica, if only it was as easy as you make it seem. The mission they were currently being tasked to do was extremely dangerous. Even he, an SS-ranked hero, felt threatened by the mission. Less need to be said about Monica, who was weaker than him. I know, be you. Alright, everyone please be quiet, I'm about to activate the artifact. Cutting Monica off was the gray-suited male from before. Closing his eyes, and channeling his mana into the sphere, a yellow glow suddenly enveloped the room. Shortly after, small threads of mana lingered in the air as a small portal formed before everyone's eyes. Vroom. The moment the portal appeared, everyone stopped whatever they were doing and solemnly stared at the portal. Heavy tension descended into the room. Done. With heavy breaths, the gray-suited individual looked at all the people present in the room. Evening his breathing, he spoke. Please be careful when you go in, the goal of this mission is finally deal a heavy blow to the monolith. I want you guys to take this seriously, and please try to come back safely, we can't afford to lose any of you guys. Listening to the man's words, everyone reassured. Will do, don't worry. Roger. Alright, here. Turning his attention towards Monica, the gray-suited male handed her the orb. Once you're done with everything, channel your mana into the orb and a portal should appear. Let me warn you though, the orb requires a lot of mana to activate, so don't go all out and preserve some mana. I at least know this much. Monica replied as she put the orb away. Alright, good luck on your mission everyone. Thanks. Thanking the gray-suited individual, the first one to move forward and step into the portal was Amon. Haha, I'll be the first one to go in. I'll see y'all on the other side. Vroom. Wait up, you meat shield. Heyish, can you two stop it? Following him were Monica and Tassis. Vroom. Vroom. Eventually, everyone entered the portal, and silence descended in the room. Staring at the portal that was slowly closing, the gray-suited individual lifted his glasses up with his finger before muttering. All the preparations are ready, the rest is up to you. At the same time, standing in front of the large monitor where the image of a guard strolling around could be seen, Matthew turned his head and asked. The target seems to be moving towards the second level. What should we do? We wait. Wait. Yes. Without taking his eyes away from the monitor, Luther calmly explained. We're going to observe him for a little bit more. I see. Matthew's brows knit, obviously not satisfied with the answer. After a bit of hesitation, turning his head, he asked. If I may ask, why can't we alert the others about him and just take him in? Interlocking his hands behind his back, Luther briefly glanced at Matthew. Be patient, Matthew. Our turn will naturally come. We don't know what he's planning, and we also don't want to startle him too early. We should first trap him before moving in. If it was just him, he would have gone and captured 876 already, but since he was tasked with nurturing the new recruits, he couldn't be too careless. Either way, we've sealed the gates, so it wouldn't hurt to know what he's planning. Since I'm responsible for you all, I have to make sure you guys don't die. Since this was a mission given to him by Xavier, he knew that the recruits over here were important. He couldn't let them die. Sir, the cameras for Corridor 2, Hall/4 have spotted 876. It seems like he has entered one of the guards' dormitory. Disrupting Luther out of his thoughts was Matthew. Turning his head, he questioned. Dormitory. Luther's face turned into a scowl. Is he planning on switching faces again? How laughably predictable. The more he observed 876, the more scornful he became. At first, he thought he was someone smart, especially since he had managed to flawlessly escape the lab. However, from the looks of things, he had overestimated 876. He was merely someone who relied too much on an artifact that allowed him to change faces. Turning around, he looked at his members and ordered. All right, let's get this over with, it's time to move out and catch that little rat. With 876 entering the dormitory, Luther knew that they had caught him. There were no escape routes that he could take. He was done for. Smirk. Walking away from the infirmary, a smirk emerged on my lips. By now you think you've got me, no? If so, they were in for a surprise. From the very beginning, I knew that the nurse was closely monitoring me. Not just me, but everyone that was present in that specific room. Though the chances of them thinking that I had purposely burned myself were low, they were not slim. Therefore, it wouldn't have been strange for them to send someone to monitor the patients in the likelihood that this happened. Turns out that they weren't wrong. I really was hiding amongst the burn victims. Just then, me raising my hand pretending to kill her was also part of the act. From a glance, I could tell that she was pretending to check the patient, and was actually looking at me. Once she saw that I was ready to kill her, she quickly acted as though everything was all right. Might have fooled someone else, but not me. Should be this way. Turning right into a corridor, I lowered my head and hastened my footsteps slightly. Even though I had already left and wasn't sure what the nurse was doing at the moment, I knew that she had probably warned the others of my whereabouts. Well, in all honesty, I wasn't really that thorough when burning the guard's face. Though I covered his face with the bandages, it was pretty obvious that it wasn't me. Anyhow, it was the effort that mattered. As long as I made it seem like I tried, then everything was fine. Her warning the others about my whereabouts was what I wanted. I hope that by now they know about my ability to change faces, I thought to myself, as I calmly walked through another corridor of the facility. They wouldn't be that dumb, right? Everything that I did since the beginning was not a coincidence. From the very moment I pretended to be the unit captain back in the forest, I knew that my ability to change faces would be found out. There was no way Luther wouldn't have found out about it due to the obvious difference in stature. Maybe the others since they were distracted by the fake body in my hands, but not someone as experienced as Luther. I had not spent 6 months thinking about my escape from the lab to just throw it away due to a simple mistake. Letting him know that I could change faces was part of my plans. I guess my worries were unfounded. Walking around the facility, I noticed that my path was fairly unobstructed. This could only mean one thing: they were monitoring my movements. The only reason why my path was unobstructed was because they didn't want to alert me. And that's exactly what I wanted. Lowering my hat to hide the smile that had emerged on my face, I continued to move forward with even strides. From the moment I was stuck inside the lab thinking about my escape routes, I realized that being passive and continuously hiding using the mask was not going to cut it when infiltrating the monolith. I needed to be more aggressive with my approach. Rather than waiting for an opportunity, I had to create one. And that was exactly what I was planning on doing. By directly setting a target on myself, I was letting them feel in control. Though my plans were filled with inconsistencies and were full of flaws, that was on purpose. From the very beginning, my main plan was to act in a way that made it possible for me to read my opponent's next moves. By putting subtle flaws in my plans, I was trying to influence their minds in a way that made them think and act the way I wanted them to. And once you know what your opponent's next move is, everything else becomes easy. Freely moving around the monolith, I quickly entered the second level. Completely unobstructed. Wherever I went, no guard said anything or stopped me. Everyone was just minding their own business. Upon entering the second level, checking the map on my watch, I headed towards the right. Walking for a couple of minutes, I arrived before a metal door. Dormitory, room 45. This should be it, I think. Taking out a small card from my pocket and seeing the 45 engraved on it, I quickly swiped it. Clink. Upon scanning the card by the side of the door opened. Entering the room, the first thing I saw was 5 individuals sitting in front of a circular table playing cards. The smell of smoke invaded my nostrils. With a cigarette in his mouth, one of the 5 individuals turned their head in my direction and pointed at the table. "Oh. Ansel, you finished with your shift? Come and join us. Give me a second." Tapping onto my bracelet, a sword appeared in my hand. Nostalgically looking at the sword, I muttered to myself. This should do for now. Though it wasn't Bleak Star as it had been destroyed during the explosion, it was still a sword. This was enough for me. "Oi, why are you taking out a sword?" the guy from before said. A hint of wariness appeared on his face. "Oh, don't mind me. It's just been a while since I've touched a sword." "A sword? Since when do you practice the sword?" "A while." "I've never seen you hold a sword before. When you said a while, it must have been quite a long time ago." The guy laughed. Been quite a while." Smiling, I nodded my head. 8 months to be exact. Given that I had stayed in this world for only 2 years, it was quite a lot of time. "Anyway, put the sword down and come play a game with us." "Ah, right." Putting my sword by the right side of my waist, I smiled and calmly walked towards the table. Glancing around and making sure there were no cameras, I approached the table. Smirking, the guy holding onto the cigarette pointed at his watch. He, you know the rules. If you want to play, you must start with 10 merit points. Is that so?" "Yeah." Click. Suddenly, a subtle metallic click rang out in the room. Following this, with his eyes wide open, one of the 5 individuals sat on the chair slumped on the ground. A gaping hole appeared on his forehead. What are you doing?" "Hey. Ansel." Startled, everyone stood up and took out their weapons. Ignoring them, and staring at the guard I had just killed, I thought to myself. It's been a while since I last heard this sound, feels quite nostalgic. Answer me. Why are you doing this? Raising my head, and staring at the 4 individuals who had surrounded me, I lowered my head and once again placed my hand on the sheath of the sword. Sorry, but all but one guy will have to die for me. Click. Once again, a clicking sound resounded across the room. Not long after, heavy silence descended in the room. The author's POV. Chapter 273, The Last Hurdle, 4. KZZZZZZZ, holding onto a cylindrical glass tube, a faint red glow enveloped my hand. The contents inside of the cylindrical glass tube slowly started to boil. This should do. Staring at the gas that was forming in the tube, a satisfied smile appeared on my lips. Glancing towards my right where one of the guards was dully standing, I removed the mask that was on my face, revealing my burned-up face. Here, put this on. Walking next to him, grabbing his hand and raising it towards his face, I gave him the mask. This should do for now. Staring at the guard who with his right hand was supporting the mask on his face, my lips smacked together. Even though he was under the effects of the serum, I couldn't really make him channel mana, so this was good enough for now. Out of the 5 individuals, his build was the closest to mine, and so he looked like a perfect mannequin of me. Glancing towards my left and right to make sure that everything was perfect, I lay down beneath his feet with my back facing the door. Everything should be ready. According to my estimates, within a couple of minutes, a special unit would come to the room. That was the unit designed to hunt me down. Just like they wanted me gone, I wanted them gone as well. My goal in killing them was so that I could take their commander's badge. There were multiple gates at the bottom level, and according to my estimates, they were heavily guarded. But gates had different grades too, with some gates specifically only accessible to those that were of a higher grade. Unlike the common gates, they should be less guarded since they required a special badge in order to access, which no one would expect me to have. Luring the commander to me was the real goal. He was the true key to my escape. By giving such subtle hints and flaws throughout my escape, I wanted to create a scenario where they would see me moving in accordance with their predictions, whilst in reality, I was masking my true intentions. They were treating me as though I was a mouse stuck inside of a labyrinth with no escape route when in reality, it was the exact opposite. The entire time, the one controlling their moves was me. If there was no escape route, I just merely had to create one. Vroom. 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 Appearing inside of a lush green forest, was a small black portal. Emerging from it were over 15 individuals, each with a distinctive aura revolving around them. Stepping out of the portal and putting her hand in front of her forehead whilst gazing at the scenery in front of her, Monica muttered. "Well, this is not what I expected." "What did you expect?" Amon asked as he stared at the enormous infrastructure in the distance. "Did you expect to be transported inside of a cave?" "No," Monica shook her head. Scratching her nose, she said. "I was expecting something along the lines of a blood-red sky, or dark clouds with lightning crackling down from the sky, oh, and a black castle too." "You watch too many movies." Listening to Monica's words, Amon was left speechless. "You realize we're on Earth, right?" I know, but a woman can still imagine. No. There's a limit to how much someone can imagine." "What did you say?" "All right, be quiet the both of you." Cutting Monica before she could blow her top off was Tassus. "Don't forget we're here to finish a mission. Bicker later, not now." "Tisk, fine." "Right." At Tassus's words, Amon and Monica begrudgingly nodded their heads. "So what next?" Amon asked. "What are we supposed to do now that we've infiltrated the place?" "That is up to Monica." Responding to Amon, Tassus looked at Monica. "If you can please do the honors." "Me?" "Yes, go ahead." He, don't mind if I do." Laughing to herself, Monica unsheathed a thin silver sword from the side of her waist. Caressing the body of the sword, she muttered. "It's about time I try this baby out." Dawn of the Avenger, the S-rank sword that she had gotten from the auction almost 10 months ago. Ever since buying it, she had never tried the sword before, but now that the opportunity had presented itself, Monica couldn't help but be excited. Tisk, if only I didn't specialize in defense. Staring at Monica's sword, and turning his head to the side whilst clicking his tongue, Amon grumbled to himself. If only I had at least one offensive ability. He was called the Unbreakable Shield for a reason. It was because he could stop the attacks coming from multiple SS-ranked heroes at the same time without dying. He was a walking fortress, and one of the reasons why he was selected for this mission. Unfortunately, despite his great defense, he lacked in the offensive department, and even though his personality was that of someone who wanted to destroy things, he could only watch as Monica hogged all of the fun for herself. Ah, right, before I forget. Just when Monica was about to prepare to attack, recalling something, she turned around and looked at the infiltration team. "The moment my attack will land, that is when you guys go and infiltrate the facility." A solemn look replaced her usual childish one. "Just like the director said, your goals are the portals, so head there as soon as I create an opening." "Roger." The infiltration team solemnly nodded their heads. Just like Monica said, the goal of the mission was to destroy the portals that were inside of the monolith. More specifically the core inside of the portals. Upon cracking the core, they would be able to create a massive explosion that would destroy a major part of the monolith as well as kill a lot of their important figures. "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth," Monica muttered inside of her mind as she recalled what had happened 8 months back at the lock. Indeed, Monica had never forgotten the events that took place 8 months back 8 months ago. What she was doing now was essentially the same thing they did back at the lock. She wanted to let them know what happens when they cross lines that they should have never crossed. Good. With a solemn look, Monica raised her sword and closed her eyes. "I'll start now." Channeling her mana, her sword suddenly started to resonate, unleashing an orange hue. The magic power slowly started to condense into a gigantic magic sword that levitated in the air. Slowly, tremendous pressure engulfed the area. Within a couple of seconds, the mana in the air had thickened up so much that it started to become tangible. Ooh. Exhaling, Monica opened her eyes and took a step forward. "All right, I'm going to start. Get ready. The moment her words fell, she slashed down. Vroom. Slashing down, the world froze and the sword slowly started to move towards the large infrastructure in the distance. Thin undulations of magic spread in the air, fabricating a scene resembling the northern lights. What's this? Just when the sword energy was about to hit the monolith, materializing in front of it was a skinny old man with sunken eyes and cheekbones. With a black mantle covering his body, the old man held a scythe in his right hand. Glaring at the sword, he shouted, "How dare you!" Waving his hand forward, a translucent green shield appeared in front of him. Next to him, multiple other individuals appeared. But it was too late. Boom. The sword came into contact with the shield, and a massive explosion reverberated throughout the surroundings. Glasses shattered and the whole building shook. This was the beginning of the Union's counterattack against the monolith. Appearing before the dorm room and double-checking with the surveillance department that 876 had not left the room, Luther glanced at the 3 recruits that had followed him. "You guys stay out, I'll scout first," he warned. According to his predictions, the moment he would step into the room, the first he should see would be the corpses of the people that used to stay in that room. He had already asked the surveillance team beforehand, so he knew exactly how the people inside of the room looked like. Not that it mattered, since he was going to incapacitate anyone present in the room. The only reason he wanted to go first was that, aside from keeping the recruits safe, he wanted to keep the artifact that could change faces to himself. Having witnessed 876's journey all the way from the lab, Luther knew about the capabilities of the mask, and without a doubt, it wasn't a simple artifact. He knew it was a treasure, and he needed to get his hands on it at all costs. The closer he got to the mask, the greedier he became. This was one of the side effects of signing a contract with a demon. Their innermost desires overpowered everything else. This was the main reason why he didn't directly capture 876 back when he first saw him. The same could be said about the current situation. Had it been a more rational person, they would have been able to capture 876 by now, but Luther was not in a rational state. All he could think at the moment was the mask. Clink. Taking out a white card and scanning it, the door unlocked. Upon unlocking the door, without wasting time and opening the door to the room, the first thing Luther saw was an individual standing in the middle of the room holding onto a wooden mask that neared his face. With one guard beneath his feet and the others scattered around the room dead, the person standing in the middle of the room did not move. "I've got you now, 876. Staring at the mask, without wasting any time, Luther dashed towards 876. Bang. Tackling him with his shoulder, 876 crashed against the other side of the wall. The mask fell onto the floor and 876's back directly smashed against the wall as dust flew in the air. Briefly glancing in the direction of where 876 was and making sure he was knocked out, squinting, Luther lowered his head and stared at the mask that was by the side of his feet. Lowering his body, he grabbed the mask and checked its status. "So this is the artifact that allows you to change faces?" Checking the stats of the mask, a look of amazement appeared on his face. "An A-ranked artifact, no wonder you were able to make it this far." The more Luther looked at the mask, the more amazed he became. Despite being a commander, he was only B- in strength. He never actually owned any strong artifact, like the one that he was holding. Lifting his head and staring at 876, the undisguised greed in Luther's eyes became obvious as his face twisted savagely. "From this moment onwards, this mask is mine," Luther muttered inside of his mind. So predictable. A cold voice suddenly rang from behind, startling Luther out of his thoughts. Shortly after, a small crystalline object flew in Luther's direction. Turning around, Luther raised his hand to block the attack. Crack! However, the moment his forearm came into contact with the crystalline object, it broke apart into millions of pieces as a green gas diffused in the air, completely enveloping Luther's face. What the? Completely taken off guard, Luther inhaled the gas that spread in the air. Ha! Within a couple of seconds, Luther's eyes shot wide. Small red threads or blood appeared by the sides of his eyes as he knelt on the ground with both hands by the side of his neck. Opening his mouth like a goldfish, Luther struggled to find any words to say as his breathing started to become more laborious. The human mind sure is strange. The cold voice once again rang inside of the room. Standing up, an all-knowing look appeared on Ren's face. All it takes is one artifact and they completely lose sight of what's around them. Well, in your case, it most likely has to do with the contract you've signed, but it really is easy to manipulate someone like you. Had Luther looked at the person he had knocked out, or just taken a better look at his surroundings, he would have easily found out that something was not quite right. But by directly exposing the mask in front of him, Ren had diverted his attention away from everything else, making Luther's next set of movements extremely predictable. Ren revealing the fact that he could change faces back in the forest was for the purpose of igniting Luther's greed. By following his primordial instincts that were enhanced due to the contract he signed, he became nothing more than just a puppet that Ren could easily control. Everything that Luther did after he found out about the mask was in accordance with what Ren willed. Kahua. Lifting his head, Luther watched Ren slowly walk up to him. Even though he wanted to fight back, he could barely lift his body as everything inside of him was melting at a rapid rate. If not for the intense amount of mana he was using, he would have long have died. Lifting the hat off of his face, and revealing his burned face, Ren tapped on the sword that was by the side of his waist. "Thank you for acting like I wanted you to." Click. Following this, a subtle clicking sound rang out, and silence descended in the room. The author's POV. Chapter 274, Ill-Fated Relationship, 1. Wow, that's a lot of stuff. Staring at the commander's dimensional storage, I was amazed by the things he had inside of it. From potions to artifacts, he was loaded. I should check that stuff later, my priority should be the card. There was a time and place for everything. Now was not the time for me to get distracted by the things inside of his dimensional storage. My priority should be the card. Without it, my escape route was blocked. Here. Thankfully, it didn't take long for me to find it as a black card quickly appeared on the palm of my hands. Staring at the card, I put it back in my dimensional space and headed for the door. I better hurry out of this place. The hardest task was completed. All I needed to do now was rush all the way towards the gates at the first level. "Commander, is everything all right?" However, just as I was about to leave the place, someone else entered the room. The moment the individual entered and my eyes landed on him, my pupils dilated and my body froze. "What are you doing here?" I muttered out loud. "HM. You know me." Gazing in my direction for a brief moment, Matthew's eyes paused towards a certain corpse behind me. "Commander." Upon spotting the commander's dead body, instead of panicking, a wild yellow hue started revolving around his body. With his eyes focused on me, he commanded. "Ezra. Elisa. You called. What's going on, leader?" At his call, 2 more people showed up. A wild aura revolved around their body. Exclamation point. Making eye contact with Matthew, who nudged his head in my direction, they immediately got the gist of the situation and got into battle positions. "You." Unsheathing his saber, Matthew didn't immediately attack. Pointing it in my direction, he said. "From your previous words, it seems as though you know me." Staring at my face for a couple of seconds, a trace of disgust flashed across his eyes. "But I don't ever recall meeting someone like you. Especially with a face as memorable as yours." Listening to his words, a light sigh escaped from my lips as I quickly regained my calm. "HAAA." Scratching the back of my head, I muttered out loud. "Your attempt at trying to buy time is honestly pathetic." A green hue suddenly enveloped my body as I placed my hand on the grip of the sword. "Oh, and about what you said before, I don't actually know you, I was just expecting Luther to come by himself." This part wasn't a lie. I had originally expected Luther to try to accomplish this mission by himself with the goal of taking the mask for himself in mind. Never did I expect Matthew to show up. But it didn't matter. Gazing at Matthew and the 3 people behind me, neither one of us moved. We were both trying our best to waste time. Him for getting a better understanding of the situation and getting in battle formation with his members, and me for my mana. "I need to finish this quick," I thought to myself, as my eyes peered through the gap of the door behind Matthew and his 2 companions. Making sure that there was no one else, I once again looked at them and analyzed their strength. Judging from the mana revolving around them, all of them are D ranked, with Matthew being slightly stronger at D+ rank. This wasn't strange though. For the longest time, Matthew had always been stronger than me. However, ever since last meeting him, I had finally caught up with him. Currently, standing opposite to me in a triangular formation with Matthew at the back, they were glaring at me with unprecedented calmness. It became evident to me that they were extremely experienced individuals. From where I was standing, I could see no gap in their formation. To make matters worse, Matthew was standing more than 10 meters away from me. This was outside of the range of the third movement, thus I couldn't one-shot him just yet. I need to take the initiative. Time was of the essence. If they called for backup, then the situation would truly start to become troublesome. Although it wouldn't hinder my plans as they would think that I was going for the normal gates, it would reduce the chances of me escaping by a certain degree. This, I did not want. Thus, gripping the hilt of the sword, slowly unsheathing the sword, a subtle clicking sound rang inside of the room. Click. The third movement of the keiki-style void step. My vision darkened and I appeared in front of the male individual standing in front of Matthew. With my sword unsheathed, I stabbed my sword in the direction of his heart. Spurt. My appearance was so unexpected that he had no time to react before the sword quickly penetrated his heart. Hyuk. Blood spilled on the floor, and a body fell on the ground. If one looked carefully, they'd see a small hole in the middle of their body. Ezra! Shouted the female individual. Raising her weapon, she quickly dashed in my direction. Elise, no. What are you doing? Matthew shouted as he watched Elisa dash in my direction. His face was incomparably white. Almost as though he had seen a ghost. Apathetically glancing at Matthew, I muttered. It's too late. The first movement of the keiki-style quick flash. Click. Yet again a subtle clicking sound rang in the room and another body fell. Ha. Staring at the dead body beneath my feet, exhaling, I turned around and coldly glanced in Matthew's direction. I'm sure you've already figured everything out, no? Why you? With his eyes wide open, raising his hands and pointing towards my direction, trembling he mumbled. Ren. Empty. Gazing at Ren getting engulfed by the flames on live television, that was how Matthew felt. The one source of motivation and goal to strive for power disappeared right before his eyes. For a brief moment of time, Matthew's world became blank. What now? He's dead, what's the point in getting stronger? What do I do? What am I? Upon losing what was once his goal, all that was left was nothing but emptiness. Matthew's purpose for strength was gone and what replaced it was nothing but emptiness. Everblood had long disappeared, leaving him all alone inside of the monolith, scraping for merit points by risking his life every day. His weak mental state became apparent when during the battle arena matches he almost came close to losing on multiple occasions. He felt empty, alone, and powerless. Many times he wanted to just give up and die. In fact, he had given up at one point. However, just when he was about to lose for good, a hand reached out for him. Xavier Pierce. That was the name of the person who gave him a second opportunity. Taking his broken self and instilling new ideas and ideals inside of his head, Matthew managed to move on and create new goals for himself. Though it took a while, he had finally shed his old naive self whose only purpose for growth was revenge. It was only after he had gone through a reformation that he realized how naive and stupid he was back then. Without looking back, Matthew grew at an astonishing rate. During the period he was under Xavier, not once had he seen Everblood. But he no longer cared. Put into another hellhole, Matthew did whatever he could to survive. He couldn't care less about Everblood even though he was his contracted demon. He had new goals and ambitions, no longer did he want to dwell in the past. He just wanted to focus on the future. Or so he thought. How? Gazing at the half-burned person standing before him, Matthew's hand trembled as he pointed in Ren's direction. Yo. Ezra. Cutting Matthew off was Elisa, who screamed as she watched her companion, Ezra, die right before her eyes. How dare you? Glaring at Ren, Elisa raised her sword and dashed in his direction. Elise, no. What are you doing? Snapping out of his thoughts, Matthew shouted as he stared at Elisa. She was no match for Ren. It's too late. Click. But it was too late. A subtle clicking sound rang out, and a body fell on the ground. It all happened in a flash. Too fast. Fast to the point that it was almost impossible for him to keep up. Gazing at Elisa's lifeless body on the ground, Matthew lifted his head. Standing above Elisa, Ren slowly turned his head. I'm sure you've already figured everything out, no? That familiar voice. Busy figuring out his opponent, Matthew was unable to make the connection until just now. The sword technique and the voice. It was a voice that he was all too familiar with. Closing his eyes, Matthew forcefully calmed himself down, After that, opening his eyes, he calmly looked at Ren before asking. Aren't you supposed to be dead? It'll take much more than an explosion of that degree to kill me. Standing a couple of meters away from him, Ren coldly replied. Is that so? Yeah. Judging from how you killed my two companions with two big moves, you must be pretty low on mana, no? You're not wrong. Matthew smiled whilst a yellow hue that was mixed with black threads expanded from his body. A green hue similarly expanded from Ren's body. As the mana on both of them soared, the atmosphere inside of the room became tense. Intense bloodlust enveloped the room as the two glared at each other. Should we finish what we've started? Yeah. Ren slowly closed his eyes and immediately exhaled a long breath. His eyes were suddenly shot open and the green hue around his body intensified. Now. Sharply starting at Ren's hand, just when he was about to touch the sheath of his sword, Matthew made his move. His toes gently pressed onto the ground as his body shot forward like a lightning bolt. Click. A subtle clicking sound rang out. Clank. However, unlike the previous times, the sound of metal clashing rang out. Separating from each other, Ren frowned whilst Matthew smiled. Even if you're alive, since you've revealed what sword art you practice, defeating you shouldn't be a problem. The keiki style was famous. It was so famous that basic information about it could be found on the web. Even though Ren had died, Matthew researched the keiki style. One notable feature of the keiki style was that it had 5 movements, and in between each movement there was a time when the practitioner needed time to accumulate mana. As long as he attacked before he could activate each movement, the only thing Matthew had to deal with were extremely fast attacks. Although tricky, they weren't impossible to defend and counterattack against. Hew up. With a wave of his hand, the saber in Matthew's hand carried a ferocious force as it slashed vertically towards Ren's front. The pressure coming from the attack caused Ren's clothes to flutter slightly. Sensing the incoming attack, Ren's brows twitched slightly. His indifferent eyes gazed at the incoming attack with unprecedented calmness. Removing his hand from the sheath of his sword, Ren raised his hands and followed the movement of the saber. With his eyes tracing the movements of the saber, Ren's hands glowed. Soon the saber arrived before Ren, who took a step back. With his right hand touching the body of the saber, Ren's hand moved in a S movement. What? Bang. To Matthew's shock, he watched as his saber followed Ren's hand movement, redirecting the attack towards the ground. Click. Taking advantage of the opening he created, Ren placed his hand on the sheath of his sword. A clicking sound rang out. Quickly recovering from the shock, Matthew let go of the saber as his feet pressed onto the ground. His body quickly shot back, narrowly avoiding Ren's attack. HAAA, you've got me on that one. He muttered with heavy breaths as he looked at Ren with unprecedented seriousness. Damn it. From the short exchange he just had with Ren, he knew that in terms of strength, Ren was stronger. Not just that he also seemed to be adept in martial techniques. Still, that did not mean that Matthew gave up. He had faced many similar situations back in the battle arena. In a fight, all it took was one moment. One moment to decide the end of the battle. That was what he was waiting for. That one moment. Ooh. Exhaling and tapping onto his bracelet, Matthew took out another saber from his dimensional space. Although it wasn't as strong as his previous saber, it would make do for now. Staring at Ren opposite to him, Matthew decided to go all out. Let's see what happens when I increase my speed. Slashing down, he once again shot explosively forward. This time around, the speed appeared to have instantly become many times higher than what it was earlier as his figure became a blur. In a second, he had already arrived before Ren. Gazing at his cold face, Matthew slashed. The author's POV. Chapter 275, Ill-Fated Relationship, 2. Womb. Redirecting with his finger, a translucent yellow ring materialized above Matthew's armpits, and below the saber. Crack. Making contact with the ring, the saber broke the ring into millions of particles that diffused in the air. Fortunately, although it broke, it had served its purpose as Matthew's attack had pretty much been stopped. By directly stopping the saber mid-swing rather than at full swing, Ren was able to reduce the amount of force the ring was subjected to upon making contact with the attack. This was one of the things he had learned in his experience at the monolith. Tapping onto the ground with his feet, Ren shot back and distanced himself from Matthew. No, you don't. With the saber in his hand, Matthew chased after Ren. Fully knowing just how dangerous and powerful the Keiki style was, Matthew knew that he couldn't give him any time to breathe. If he gave Ren time to breathe, he was as good as done for. Why in? With each passing second, his attacks became more and more vicious. The yellow hue that resonated from his sword thickened, enveloping his whole body. Haa! Matthew roared out loud. The hue that was revolving around his body disappeared and agglomerated at the tip of his saber. Instantly it shot like a bullet towards Ren. Unable to react to Matthew's sudden burst in power, the attack smashed solidly on Ren. The only thing he could do was stack 3 rings in front of him. Bang! Hyuk! Despite the rings revolving around his body cushioning some of the force of the impact caused Ren to firmly smash against the side of the room. Landing back first against the wall, Ren found himself unable to breathe for a couple of seconds. Whoo! Gazing at Ren opposite of him, Matthew slowly exhaled. He didn't continue his pursuit. It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was because he couldn't. There was one major flaw with Matthew's current strategy. It was that it heavily consumed his stamina. Especially that last attack. Even though he was trying his best to mask it, he was slowly running out of stamina. If he continued to attack now, the chances of Ren being able to exploit his tired self increased. He preferred to play it safe. Gulp. Tapping onto his ring, Matthew took out a couple of potions and quickly downed them. Slowly his stamina and mana started to recover. I should be in a better state than Ren. Matthew thought as he wiped the side of his lips. Ren had used 2 major moves to beat his 2 companions. Coupled with the fact that he had killed the captain, Matthew estimated that he was currently extremely tired and low on mana. As long as he kept replenishing his stamina and mana with his potions without giving Ren any time to consume them, victory was in his bag. Ugh. Eyeing Ren opposite to him, he watched as he slowly stood up. Dusting his body, apart from his torn clothes, Ren was fairly unscathed. Staring at Ren, Matthew noticed that his expression was still calm. Frowning, he spoke, "You have really surprised me. Compared to years ago when you were much weaker than me, I must say, you've truly grown." Matthew was honestly shocked by Ren's rate of progress. He could remember not long ago when Ren's talent assessment was only D rank. At that time he thought that he and Ren would never be on the same level, but surprisingly, Ren was now in the same rank as him. Most shockingly, Ren had done it without the aid of the demon fruits that brought a massive increase in strength upon the first ingestion. Though I hate to admit it, it seems as though you've finally surpassed me. Matthew's eyes became solemn. But don't let that fool you. Even if you're stronger than me, it is only by a marginal amount. In terms of experience, I'm far ahead of you. As he spoke, the medical effects of the potions were starting to kick in. The yellow hue around his body slowly started to stabilize. In fact, it was also showing signs of thickening. Listening to Matthew's words, Ren did not give a reply. He merely lifted his eyes and glanced indifferently at him. As he sensed the slowly soaring yellow-colored energy within Matthew's body, he quickly got into a stance. That's enough speaking from me. It's about time we end this relationship of ours. Matthew slowly raised his hand. The yellow glow revolving around his saber became increasingly dense as his gaze never left Ren. Killing you will set me free from the binds of revenge that have chained me up for a long time. Your death will be the start of my rebirth. Only upon killing Ren could he finally move on and be his own person. This was the duel that would decide his fate. Listening to Matthew's words, Ren's face contorted slightly. Almost as though he was cringing. Unbothered by this, Matthew shouted. Let's finally settle this. As Matthew's voice slowly fell, the clothes on his body alongside the black hair on his head suddenly fluttered wildly despite the lack of wind. A gloomy pressure gradually rose from within his body. The extent of the strength increase presented by Matthew caused Ren, who was standing opposite to him, to frown. Unprecedented seriousness clouded his face. Suddenly, the saber in Matthew's hand shook, and a clear ringing of the sword sounded. Following the sword ringing, the yellow hue revolving around it abruptly soared. Lifting his head, the tip of his feet abruptly pressed gently on the ground. His body turned into a streak of light as he once again took the initiative to attack Ren. The strategy was the same as before, attack before Ren could have enough time to do any big move. The distance between the two of them was but 10 meters. For someone like Matthew, this distance was meaningless. It was something he could cover in a couple of seconds. His body flashed and reappeared, placing Ren within the range of his saber. Stabbing his saber, like a venomous snake in an almost erratic and unpredictable pattern, the sharp yellow glow revolving around the saber condensed slightly as it trickily pierced at Ren's chest in a vicious manner. "Haa!" Matthew roared. Relaxing his brows, Ren indifferently watched the tip of the saber that was slowly enlarging in his vision. Raising his head, a smirk appeared on his face. Naive. Right when the attack was about to land on Ren, Matthew felt a cold chill wash over his body. The hair at the back of his head raised, as he abruptly turned his head. Raising his left foot, Ren stomped heavily on the ground and an explosive sound was created. His body turned into a black-colored shadow and like a ghost, Ren disappeared from where he was standing, reappearing behind Matthew. "Haa!" Roaring, Ren punched out. Borrowing the force from his half-rotated body, his fist viciously smashed towards Matthew's back with a terrifying force. An ear-piercing energy explosion rang inside of the room as the color green flashed across the room. The reason why Ren's fist was coated in green was because at the moment it was currently coated with wind scions. Using the same principle as the Keiki style, borrowing the speed that he got from the wind scions, Ren released a devastating attack that was almost as fast as his regular sword attack. This was a principle he had developed after contemplating on the Keiki style for a long time and combining it with his martial manual. If it worked on the sword, could it work on his fist? The result? A terrifying attack that left Matthew breathless. This was Ren's true finisher. Everything before that was Ren merely trying to trick Matthew into thinking that he could only attack using the Keiki style, making him forget that he now could use martial arts. Staring at the incoming fist that was slowly enlarging in his vision, Matthew could only open his mouth absent-mindedly. It was already too late. He knew it. Bam. Hayek. The fist directly smashed into Matthew's stomach. Like a broken kite, his body flew all the way towards the other side of the room, smashing against the furniture and wall. Similar to Matthew, Ren did not chase. However, unlike Matthew, it wasn't because he was too tired. It was because he was preparing to finish it. A majestic green hue enveloped the whole room, and alongside it was a terrifying pressure. Ren's clothes fluttered wildly as the pressure enveloping the room intensified. Coldly looking at Matthew opposite to him, Ren's left foot pushed back. "Who?" He exhaled. "KHH." Lifting his head and staring at Ren, who was coldly looking back at him. Matthew was indignant. His ribs were broken, his head was dizzy, and he could barely lift his body. "Is this how I die?" he wondered to himself. Gritting his teeth, Matthew glared at Ren. "I can't accept this," he shouted. This was supposed to be his moment. This was supposed to be the moment where he would finally leave his past behind and grow into a majestic phoenix. How could he let Ren, someone who was supposed to be weaker than him, defeat him? He couldn't accept this. "Come, you fucker." Using every last ounce of his strength, Matthew slowly stood up. His body swayed left and right. Supporting himself against a shelf, a terrifying yellow hue exuded from Matthew's body. The veins on his neck and head popped out, and his eyes became bloodshot. "I will kill you." "Ha-iya." Roaring out loud, Matthew poured everything in his last attack. Tensing his legs, like a bullet, he shot in Ren's direction. Coldly looking at Matthew, who was approaching him, Ren closed his eyes. Click. A clicking sound rang out and his body then disappeared. The third movement of the Keiki style, void step. Unleashing their attacks, the two passed each other. With their backs facing each other, neither one of them spoke. This continued for a good 10 seconds before Matthew broke the silence. "So this is the end, huh?" Letting go of his saber, Matthew knelt on the ground. Spurt. Hyuk, shit. Lowering his head, blood splurted out of Matthew's mouth. A gaping hole appeared on his chest. Right, where his heart was. Who would have thought that I would die like this? Matthew laughed as he dropped to the ground with his back facing the ceiling. A somewhat gratified smile appeared on his face. His mind, which had been clouded for a long time, was slowly starting to clear up. "I thought that death was scary, Ko." Blood spurted from Matthew's mouth. Smiling, even more, Matthew muttered. "For some reason, I don't feel scared." Maybe it was because the effects of the demon contract were slowly disappearing and his sanity was returning, but Matthew was slowly coming to terms with his death. His head felt clear. I deserve this, don't I?" As his sanity returned, a bitter and tragic smile appeared on his lips. Turning around, Ren quietly listened to Matthew's words. He knew that this Matthew was the true Matthew, not the one that he had seen in the past. I killed my own father, blackmailed the one only friend that supported me in the past, all for what? Power. I was truly naive back then. Covering his eyes with his arms, tears trickled down by the side of his cheeks. At the end of the day, Matthew had only been a child. A child that was exploited and manipulated into signing a contract with a demon. His emotions were stripped away, and what was left was only a husk of a body that only followed his own desires. Do you know? Weakly turning his head, Matthew looked at Ren. Do you know that the person who drove my mother to suicide wasn't actually my father? A sad laugh escaped from his lips. Indifferently looking at Matthew, Ren did not speak and just listened. It was the demon who contracted me. Matthew hoarsely laughed. Haha, what's worse, is that even when I found this out, I felt no anger or sorrow over her death. I was already too far gone to feel those types of emotions. The reason why Matthew had signed a contract was due to his hatred for his father for driving his mother to suicide. It turned out that they had both been under the control of the demon to act like that. If not for Everblood, he would never have found out, and even then, he felt nothing upon learning of this. He just continued pursuing strength. Looking back at it now, I truly was too naive. Quietly listening to his story, Ren lowered his head. He didn't feel sorry, nor any pity for him. It was already too late for him. The things he had done were already done, even if he was manipulated into doing those, he couldn't bring himself to forgive him. He couldn't change the past. Though tragic, this was Matthew's fate. Hey, I know you hate me for what I've done to you in the past, but... With hollow eyes, Matthew stared at the lights from the ceiling. His consciousness was slowly slipping away, and his breathing was starting to become fainter. Opening his mouth a couple of times, he struggled to say his last words. If there is a next time, Tiri, to be more gentle when you kill me, it hurts. Matthew chuckled. A couple of seconds after, his eyes lost all of their clarity and his breathing stopped. He had died. Who? Closing his eyes, Ren quietly looked at Matthew for a couple of seconds before lowering his body and apathetically looking at him. Closing his eyes, he proceeded to take his dimensional space. Then, taking his mask out, he prepared to put it on his face. Boom. However, just as he was about to copy his face, the whole building shook and a massive explosion rang out. What the? The Author's POV. Chapter 276, Total Chaos, 1. Boom. The whole building shook, and all the furniture in the room fell onto the ground. Stumbling back a couple of steps, my eyes opened wide. What in the world just happened? Without wasting time, dashing out of the room, I ran towards the entrance of the dorms. Because the area had been sealed by Matthew and his two companions, there was no one in my area. It took a while for me to spot some people. What's going on? What happened? Turning right and walking into a corridor, startled guards appeared everywhere as they wondered about what had just happened. The confusion only grew deeper as more and more people came out. Is the monolith under siege? I wondered as I recalled the explosion that had just rung not long ago. The force coming from the explosion was so strong that I knew that a big enemy had attacked the whole building. The real question was, who attacked the monolith? Was it perhaps the Union? Or was this due to some internal disputes inside of the monolith? Quite frankly, I wasn't sure. There was a chance this was the work of the Union. If I don't remember incorrectly, they have an artifact that allows them to travel to the main headquarters of the monolith. This was something that I knew they had since it did not only teleport to the monolith, but to other places as well. In the novel, they actually never used it to travel to the monolith, but I knew all too well just how much the story had deviated from the original one. The chances of this being the Union were not low. Boom. Disrupting me out of my thoughts, the building once again shook. This time, the explosion was even louder than before as the tremors intensified. Holding onto the side of the wall, I tried not to fall. Wee. This is an emergency message, we're currently under attack. I repeat, we're currently under attack. All personnel and members please make your way to the first level to aid the defense unit. I repeat, all personnel. The blaring sound of the sirens rang out, and a warning echoed from the speakers around the building. Immediately after, almost everyone around me rushed towards the exit of the second level. Quick! Everyone onto the first level. With almost everyone here being a guard, upon receiving the orders, everyone rushed towards the first level just like the alarm had told them to. Because of the chaos, no one particularly noticed me, as they all rushed downstairs. Might as well take advantage of the situation. Lowering the cap on my head and putting my mask away, I decided to follow them downstairs. Though I had the mask available to me, now that the whole place was in chaos, I could take advantage of it and escape through them. This was for the best. With this, my mana, which was quite low, could be conserved. The mask did consume a lot of mana after all. Furthermore, amongst the chaos, the probability of someone actively looking for me through the cameras was low. They had probably forgotten about me by now. Perfect. Joining the crowd and hiding my presence amongst the masses, I quickly headed for the first level. Freedom had never been this close. At the same time, 3 elderly-looking people levitated in the air as they coldly looked down below them. Their majestic mana filled the area, causing the air around them to tremble slightly. The 3 elders who appeared in the sky were wearing black-colored robes. Upon closer look, they all looked malnourished with sunken cheeks and red blood eyes. Their bright red eyes swept the entire forest until finally, they paused on Monica, Tassus, and Amon, who were all wearing skin masks to mask their true identities. Instantly, a terrifying pressure bore down on them the moment the 3 elders spotted them. Had it been someone else and not them, their legs would involuntarily become limp under these violent gazes that were filled with killing intent. Humph. Stomping her foot on the ground, the killing intent that was directed towards her vanished instantly. Such tricks won't work on me, Monica muttered in utter disdain. Although the auras of these 3 black-robed old men were lower than hers, a seriousness that was difficult to mask covered Monica's face. The Devlon brothers. You should be able to handle them, right, Monica? Behind her, Amon's expression was light-hearted as he looked at the 3 old men who had appeared in the sky. Just his expression alone made it obvious that he didn't take them seriously. Tassus's expression was also leisurely as he nodded his head with a faint smile on his face. Staring at the sky, he mused for a moment before looking at Monica. Do you want us to help you, or can you take care of it by yourself? Who do you think I am? I can at least take care of this much. Can you really? You do know that the 3 of them combined have a strength equivalent to SS rank. Amon chimed in. Even though he knew that she could do it, he was merely trying to get under her skin. So, as long as I finish them quickly, I don't really see a problem. Unfortunately for him, Monica did not fall for the provocation. Turning their heads and staring at each other, they both shrugged their shoulders before giving her the green light. All right, do whatever you want. We're here to stall for time anyways. Once the big dogs show up, Amon and I will step up. True, she should deal with the small fries for us. With her eyes closed and holding her sword vertically, Monica's brow twitched. Opening her eyes, she glared at the 2 of them. Can you guys shut up? I'm trying to concentrate. All right, we're sorry. Do your thing. Tassus bitterly laughed before taking a step back and looking at the enormous infrastructure in the distance. If the Union had done their job, half of the higher-ups of the monolith should have already been lured out of the headquarters. By directly exploiting one of the spies amongst the higher-ups, the Union had set up an intricate trap designed to lure the higher-ups away from the monolith who were hoping to kill Monica. Unfortunately for them, it would end up being a fruitless effort as the real Monica was with them. Unless an external factor that they did not account for meddled their plans of dealing a massive blow to the monolith should work. What's this? Some unexpected guests have shown up out of nowhere. You must be looking for death. Surprised by Monica's power, one of the elders levitating in the air throatily laughed. His blood-red eyes flickered brightly. It seems like it. Who would have thought that there was someone stupid enough to actually attack our main base? Another elder added, licking his lips. Squinting his eyes, the last elder and the youngest brother spoke up. I can't seem to be able to make out their identities. They must be wearing skin masks. Hearing their brother's words, the 2 elders that were talking to each other glanced at each other before taking a better look at the individuals below them. Skin masks were generally a great way for someone to mask their faces. However, they had a fatal flaw, and it was that they could be easily spotted by those whose rank was in the S ranks. Placing his hand on his chin, the oldest of the siblings mused. You're right, what's also strange is that I can't feel the auras of the 2 guys standing behind the little girl. They might be using an artifact to mask their real strength. True. Whilst the three elders were talking amongst themselves, Monica's gaze indifferently swept over them before once again raising her sword. Slowly an orange hue enveloped it. "You guys talk too much." Disrupting the three elders was Monica's voice. With her sword raised, her body trembled slightly. Wild and violent energy suddenly surged out explosively from the veins within her body. Finally, it became like a torrent of floodwater that flowed to every corner of her entire body. Her eyes mysteriously shone in bright orange color. Her feet, which were touching the ground, slowly lifted up as Monica's body raised into the air. Raising her hand slightly, Monica clenched it into a fist. Following this, the orange hue revolving around her body abruptly soared. An instant later, the glow disappeared and an orange-colored armor materialized, covering her exquisite pretty body. Once the armor appeared on her body, with her hair fluttering wildly in the air, her demeanor completely changed. If before she was silly and childish, right now she looked like a war goddess that was craving blood. Staring at Monica from below, Amon showed a surprised expression. "Mana conglomeration, I now see why those bastards put so much hope on her." Though he disliked Monica due to her childish character, he had to admit, she was extremely talented. Especially since she could perform mana conglomeration, or more specifically, scion conglomeration, which was the process in which someone whose control over scions reached such levels of fine control that they could summon tangible mana in the air and form it into whatever shape they wanted. In Monica's case, an armor. It was a high-leveled technique that only the strongest individuals could use it. For Monica, who was only 28 years old, to be able to accomplish this, it was nothing short of miraculous. That's mana conglomeration. Similarly, staring at Monica in the distance, the expression of the elders standing not so far from her turned extremely ugly. Their previous arrogant faces had long disappeared. Unaware of what was happening, suddenly opening her eyes, a bright shine enveloped the area as Monica's voice rang out in the distance. HAAA. Waves of wild, violent energy that lingered inside of her body rushed out, reaching all the way towards the tip of her sword, where it converged together before releasing a terrifying orange beam of light that shot towards the three elders suspended in the air. Ying. Get into formation. Staring at the incoming attack, the three black-robed elders' expressions were incredibly serious. Taking a step back, they got into a triangular formation and frantically moved their hands, creating different seals. Following the appearance of this formation, three powerful mana signatures that were all dark green in color surged out from the bodies of the three of them. The mana that surged out from their bodies did not scatter. Instead, it agglomerated above their heads, forming a translucent circle that slowly expanded before everyone's eyes. The mana that was excluded by the three elders quickly linked itself onto the shield. Within seconds, the shield started thickening up. Brace. For a brief moment, silence ensued, waiting for Monica's attack to approach the shield. As if time slowed down, everyone stared at the devastating attack approaching the elders at unprecedented speeds. Finally, Monica's attack made contact with the shield and an even more powerful explosion rang out. Boom. Everything shook. Boom. The fuck is going on? With another explosion reverberating, the building once again shook, and I almost lost my footing. This time the explosion was so powerful that a lot of the people in front of me fell down. The ceiling also started showing signs of cracking, sending a lot of people into a panic. Fortunately, I was near someone big, and thus, using him as support, I was able to keep my footing. Hurry. Let's go. We're under attack. Grab your weapons and go downstairs. Following the other people, I quickly rushed towards the first level. Honestly, although it was chaotic, somehow within 10 minutes I found myself on the bottom floor. Had I been following my original plan, this wouldn't take me far longer and it would have been far more dangerous as well. However, contrary to my expectations, someone had enough balls to attack the monolith's headquarters. Well, I don't care whoever you are, thanks to you I can finally go back home. Clenching my fists tightly, I increased my pace. Along the way, I consumed a couple of potions just so that I could recover as much mana as possible. Though unsure, there was a chance that I might once again have to be forced to go through another battle, thus, not wanting to take any chances, I consumed as many potions as possible. Bang. Turning around the corridor that led towards the portal areas, suddenly a whistling sound rang out. Following this, a muffled explosion echoed in the distance and multiple colors flashed. A terrifying pressure enveloped the area, resulting in my breathing becoming more laborious. What is happening? I was immediately alarmed. The pressure was definitely something that belonged to someone far above me. To make matters worse, it wasn't just one that I felt, there were multiple ones. From where I was, I could feel the stinging sensation coming from the residual mana lingering in the area. It was that bad. A bad premotion arose from within me as my footsteps slowed down. Call for backup. Call for backup. The headquarters have been infiltrated. Someone is attacking the portal, Hueek. Chaos. Total chaos. Upon entering the lobby area that led towards the portals, all I saw was chaos. Halting my steps and staring into the distance, what appeared in my vision were people trying their best to run away from the place as explosions and screams rang out. Different colored hues appeared everywhere, and blood splattered everywhere. Squinting my eyes, I was able to spot a group of 10 or so people brute forcing their way towards the general portals in the distance. Ah, shit. Taking a better look at the situation and coming to a realization of what was going on, my face contorted. Massaging my forehead, I silently cursed to myself. Seriously, why can't they just let me escape peacefully? The Author's POV. Chapter 277, Total Chaos, 2. Amidst the chaos, glancing at my watch, I ran towards a certain section of the first level. From what I've observed, the people that had infiltrated the monolith were targeting the general portals. The ones that everyone used. On a good note, those were not the portals that I was aiming for. On a bad note, I could more or less tell that they were planning on blowing up this place. The plan was fairly obvious, I was sure that the monolith had understood this as well. Damn it, I don't have much time at my disposal. Ignoring all of the chaos around me, following the map on my phone, I quickly made my way towards the area where the private portal was. Time was not on my side. If they were truly hellbent on blowing up the portals, then I really had to hurry. As expected, there are only a few people here. Arriving before the designated location, glancing left and right, I noticed that the security was fairly lax. My original plan was to pretend to be the commander using the mask to then directly enter the portal. The problem regarding his build wasn't actually a problem, I still had a few gigantifying potions from Emora. The only reason I had not used them back then was because I wanted Luther to actually notice me. Risky, but it paid off. Either way, that plan was now no longer viable. With the monolith under attack, everything changed. Hiding behind a wall, and peeking right, I looked up and glanced at the cameras in the distance. After that, I looked below them. Good, there are only 2 guards. Guarding an enormous metal door were 2 guards whose strength was about the same as mine, around the D+ rank range. Under normal circumstances, there would have been stronger guards guarding the place, but these weren't normal circumstances. The stronger guards had probably left their post in order to aid the people guarding the general gate. Though this made them look sloppy, in reality, this wasn't a real problem. Without the special pass, even if the invaders tried to brute force the way into the room that led to the portal, they wouldn't be able to get in. The materials used to make the doors were something that even S-ranked would have difficulty breaking. Thus, the decision to leave those 2 weaker guards to guard the place was the right decision given the circumstances. And this perfectly aligned with my plans. Ooh. Closing my eyes, and exhaling, with the aid of the chip inside of my head, my brain started processing all of the information that I had just observed. The distance between me and the guards is more than 10 meters, this I can't use the third movement. This is a bit of a problem since I don't want to alert the others of my presence. There's also another problem I need to take care of. Because I specialized in sneak attacks, as long as my opponent wasn't way stronger than me or reacted faster than my swords, killing them wouldn't really pose a problem for me. There was only one problem though. Peeking right, I glanced at the cameras that were above the 2 guards. The cameras. The biggest problem at the moment was the cameras. If I wanted to use the keiki style, I had to make sure that I removed all evidence of it. By now, everyone knew that Rendover was the inheritor of the keiki style. This was without a doubt something that everyone knew as it had been broadcasted to the whole world during the tournament. What they also knew was that I was dead. If the monolith suddenly spotted 876 using the keiki style, then finding out about my real identity wouldn't really be a problem. If that were to truly happen, all hell would break loose for me. I can't let that happen. Just imagining the consequences of such revelation caused the back of my hair to raise. Taking a deep breath, a look of resolution flashed across my eyes. Even if this removes the element of surprise and makes things harder for me, I don't want to leave anything that would come back and bite me in the future. Grabbing a couple of sharp objects from my dimensional space, squinting, and aiming for the cameras in the distance, I flicked my fingers, and the objects shot towards the cameras in the distance like bullets. Wheeze. The moment I flicked my fingers, stomping my foot on the ground, I quickly dashed towards the two guards in the distance. Hey! Intruders! Spotting me, the two guards immediately became alert. Raising their weapons, they tried to call for backup, but before they could get to it, I had already arrived before them and punched out. A whistling sound arose, and powerful pressure enveloped the air. Quack! The color green flashed for a split second and one of the guards flew towards the other side of the room. Bam! They soon crushed against the metal door behind them. Unfortunately for me, as I had lost the element of surprise, the guard was able to block my attack, and thus didn't die immediately. He was only injured. HAAA. The moment the guard crashed against the door, the sound of the air splitting rang by my ear, as the other guard slashed their halberd down. Coldly glancing at the incoming attack, lowering my body, I stomped my foot on the ground and shot forward, reappearing right below the middle area of the halberd. Extending my hand, a green hue enveloped my hand as I grabbed the shaft of the halberd and redirected it towards the ground. Bam! Upon redirecting the attack, the halberd hit the ground at full force and a small crater appeared. Fine miniature crevices extended from the crater. What? Unable to comprehend what had just happened, the guard frozen for a split second. Click. This proved fatal for him as a subtle clicking sound rang out and his body slumped down on the ground, devoid of any life. That's one Dow. D. Cutting me off was a silent ringing sound in the distance. Turning my attention towards the guard that I had injured previously, I instantly became alarmed. With a black box in his hand, I watched as the guard who I was unable to kill before, brought it near his face. No, you don't. Unsheathing my sword completely from my scabbard, and coating my sword with it, bending my torso slightly, I released the built-up tension in the core of my body and threw the sword in his direction. Splitting the air, the sword disappeared from my hand and reappeared in front of the guard. Rep, Hyuk. Before the guard could start speaking, the sword pierced him in the heart. The black box in his hand fell down, and a voice echoed across the room. Hello. Hello. Is anybody there? Walking up to the radio transmitter, I grabbed it and spoke. Yes, everything is all right, I just wanted to know about the current situation outside. After a brief moment, the voice on the other side of the transmitter raised. What? Have you only called because of this? Heavy frustration could be felt from the voice. We're currently hearing fighting in the distance, and we're unaware of what is happening. The other guards who have left have also not told us anything, and I was wondering if you needed our assistance. No. Stay there and keep watch of the portal. Do you understand? This is an order. The more the person on the other side of the speaker listened to me, the more frustrated it became. Remain in your post and if anybody comes, kill them on sight. Even if they are fellow guards. Understood? Affirmative. Good. Do at my confirmation, the person ended the call. Crushing the transmitter in my hand, I turned around and looked at the massive door behind me. Glancing towards the right, I could see a small black box by the side. Without wasting any time, taking out the black card that I took from Luther, I placed it on the black box. Instantly the huge metallic doors unlocked, and I entered the room. Upon entering the room, a massive gate appeared in front of me. At the moment, the gate was completely hollow since it wasn't activated, but even then, I could feel the complexity of the gate from where I was standing. By the side of the portal, there was a white orb that pulsated white light. Knowing what it was, without a second thought, I walked up to the orb and placed my hand on it. == Please select location. Play button, Ashton City. Dramata City. Park City. == The moment I placed my hand on the orb, a small window appeared in front of me. On it was the different locations I could teleport to. Without giving it a second thought, I selected Ashton City. Location selected, teleportation activation will now commence. Upon pressing it, the orb lit up, and a humming sound rang out in the room. After that, a robotic voice echoed as visible tangible threads of mana appeared out of thin air, converging towards the portal. Slowly but surely, the threads of mana entered the gate in a swirling pattern. This is it. Staring at the portal that was slowly activating, I nervously bit my lips. Finally, after more than 8 months in this hellhole, I was so close to finally reaching freedom. Knowing this, I couldn't help but become nervous. As I was waiting for the portal to open up, I looked back at the previous fight I had with the guards. Now that I think about it, I spent more time fighting them than Commander Luther himself. The irony. Although I had used an extremely powerful poison to deal with him, the fact that it took me less time to deal with him than some mob guards was quite ironic. How much time left? Glancing at the orb, I couldn't hide my nervousness as I repeatedly looked at the timer on it. 5:07. 5 more minutes, come on. Boom. Cutting me off was the sound of another explosion as the building shook intensely. From where I was, I could hear the sound of the building crumbling down. Rushing out of the room, I realized that apart from the room where the gate was, a major part of the building had been destroyed, allowing me to see what was happening outside. The moment I looked up and stared towards the distance, my body froze. This pressure, that orange-colored hair, Monica. The clear sound of energy exploding repeatedly resounded over the sky, as an orange hue clashed against a dark green one. As the two energies clashed, the aftermath of their clash resulted in large shock waves that instantly killed the weaker individuals standing below. Boom. Another explosion rang out as Monica let out a muffled snort as her body got pushed back a couple of meters. The three black elders in the sky were no better as they were similarly pushed back, just a little bit further than her. Clearly, they were at a slight disadvantage since Monica was just one person and they were three. It's been a while since Monica and the three elders have started fighting, why haven't the big shown up? Amon wondered from below as his gaze never left Monica. A couple of minutes had passed since her fight with the three elders started, and although she had the upper hand thanks to her mana conglomeration technique, it also had to be noted that her mana was depleting at an alarming rate because of it. Furthermore, the remaining higher-ups of the monolith should have already noticed that something wasn't right. For them to have not shown up by now, something was odd. That's because they are not coming. Just as he was about to turn around and ask Tassus about his opinion, a cold voice rang beside his ear as a palm pressed against his back. What do you mean, Hyuk? A torrential wave of thick mana exploded onto Amon's back, sending him flying into the nearby trees. Tassus's sudden attack on Amon did not go unnoticed by Monica and the three elders above, who immediately ceased fighting. With her blazing orange eyes, Monica looked in Amon's direction and then looked at Tassus. Although she didn't say anything, from how wildly the mana around her was fluctuating, it became evident that she was both shocked and enraged. Kakik, you finally decided to reveal yourself. The eldest of the three brothers suddenly burst out laughing as looked below. Had to, it looked like you guys were having trouble. Looking up, Tassus smiled before turning his attention back towards Amon. A trace of pity flashed across his eyes. To have only been able to come out with slight injuries after my sneak attack, the name Unbreakable Shield is not for nothing. Why you? A hoarse voice rang out. As the dust cleared up and Amon's figure was revealed in the distance, with blood trickling down the side of his mouth, Amon's expression was terrifying. Glaring at Tassus, he roared. How dare you betray us? The mana around him suddenly thickened up and agglomerated in front of him. Finally, an enormous black shield appeared in front of him. I will definitely make you pay. Don't take it personally, Amon, I've never actually been a part of the Union. Taking a step forward, with one hand behind his back, a rapier appeared in Tassus's hand. Alternating his gaze between Monica and Amon, Tassus smiled. Tell you the truth, from the very beginning this plan of yours was a trap designed by me. 30 years. That was how long Tassus had been working at the Union. At least on the surface. In reality, he had always been working under the monolith. Under their orders, he had been waiting and biding his time for the right moment. Originally the monolith did not have any plans on revealing Tassus's identity this early. He was their trump card. However, an opportunity presented itself. A huge opportunity to get rid of one of the heads of the Union alongside a future head. Monica and Amon. By getting rid of them, they'd essentially be crippling the Union. Knowing this, they had no choice but to go through with their plans. To show just how much importance they put on this plan, they had actually sent 3 of their SS-ranked villains towards the trap designed by the Union. This was so that they could reduce any suspicions of the operation being a trap. Honestly, I didn't want to reveal myself this early in the game, but... Raising his hand and clenching it, a blue glow enveloped his rapier as Tassus's clothes fluttered wildly. I just couldn't miss out on the chance of killing one of the 7 heads of the Union. I've had enough with your nonsense. Unable to bear any more of Tassus's talk, Amon cut him off. Then, raising the shield in front of him, his eyes glowed in a mysterious color as the shield in his arms slowly expanded. "We'll see if you can," Tassus replied with an amused smile on his face. He then took a stance. Suddenly, both of their auras flared up wildly. The density of the air around them thickened up considerably. Looking from above, Monica's face became chilly. Turning her attention back towards the elders, the mana in her similarly flared up. The natural energy in the atmosphere began to fluctuate vigorously upon being beckoned Monica. She knew that her only option right now was to go all out. Below them, a countless number of gazes watched the intense fluctuations of natural energy in the sky. All of them knew that a frighteningly S and SS class battle was about to erupt. Amongst those gazes was a burned-up youth whose face contorted more with each passing second. Ugh. You've got to be shitting me. The Author's POV. Chapter 278, Total Chaos, 3. Bang. Crashing against the trees on the ground, was one of the black-hooded elders. Breaking multiple trees, his body skid on the ground leaving behind a massive trail of destruction. Brother. Youngest. Accompanying the fall of the black-robed elder were two hoarse voices. It was the two other elders. Once the dust cleared, the black-robed elder appeared on the ground passed out. Compared to before, the aura revolving around him was extremely faint, indicating that he had been severely injured. Kill this bitch. We can't let her live after what she's done. Staring at their brother, the two elders looked at each other with rage-clouded eyes. However, even though they said those words, neither moved. The frightening power that Monica had displayed to the both of them had left lingering feelings of fear inside of their minds. To make matters worse, now that their brother was gone, their power had halved. Even then, their indecisiveness didn't last for long as their aura skyrocketed. Staring at them from the corner of her eyes, Monica's orange eyes blazed brightly. Turning her head to get a better look and observing them from her position, she could tell that they were on their last struggle. One more move from her, and they were done for. This was to be expected though. For the past 5 minutes, they had been going at each other non-stop, repeatedly releasing their most powerful moves whenever they could. In those exchanges, Monica had managed to gain the upper hand almost every single time. Now that one of their brothers was gone, the fight was as good as done. That being said, Monica was also not in optimal condition. Even though her injuries were far lighter than the three elders, her stamina wasn't. She estimated that within 10 minutes, her mana and stamina would deplete completely. She had to end things quickly. Raising her sword in the air, the mana within her body surged like a torrent of water as the hue around her expanded rapidly. From below, it looked as though a sunset had appeared from behind her. She looked absolutely majestic. Weiyang. As Monica was preparing herself to finish the two remaining elders in the air, on the ground, a terrifying beam of light shot towards a massive black tangible shield that radiated massive amounts of mana. Like a shooting star, wherever the beam passed, nothing but the devastation was left behind as it scorched everything within its vicinity. Boom. Finally, the beam collided against the shield, and a powerful shockwave spread across the area resulting in a massive crater being created as dust enveloped the area. Once the dust from the collision cleared up, in the middle of the crater there was only one area that remained unaffected. Standing in the middle of it, on top of a small structure, was a man whose arms were crossed in a perpendicular manner. Levitating a couple of meters in front of him was the black shield. Pushing the shield away from him, Amon provocatively looked at Tassus and mocked. "You think that this kind of attack can hurt me?" Not really." Tassus tightly held onto the rapier in his hand. A rare trace of solemnness flashed across his eyes, as his gaze never left Amon who was standing opposite to him. "To be honest, I thought that I would have at least been able to scratch your shield. I guess your nickname is not for nothing." Although he had known about Amon's capabilities for a long time, experiencing them for the first time, he couldn't help but feel like people had undersold just how strong his defense was. It was much sturdier than he had expected. It was so strong that, not even a full-powered normal attack from him left a scratch on it. It was extremely sturdy. Finally realizing just how tough Amon's defense was, Tassus wasn't disheartened. Closing his eyes, he let out a long breath. Suddenly the mana within his body surged out in all directions. After which, slowly, it started converging towards the rapier in his hand. Sheeing. A bright and powerful glow materialized on the rapier until it slowly started elongating. Sharp, threads of mana shot in all directions, causing some distortions to appear in the air. "I'm ready." After a while, Tassus looked at Amon and raised the rapier in the air. Let's see if you can tack. Bomb. Bomb. Cutting Tassus off just when he was prepared to unleash his attack, two black silhouettes crashed near him. Glancing towards where the silhouettes crashed, Tassus's brows knit. Once the dust cleared up, and the features of the silhouettes became clear, a trace of disdain appeared on Tassus's face. Useless. It was the two brothers. Just like their other brother, they had been defeated by Monica. Raising his head, Tassus stared at Monica, who was looking back at him from the air. At the moment, her complexion was fairly pale, and the orange glow around her had diminished considerably. Even then, her mana was slowly showing signs of recovery. She had most likely consumed a high-leveled potions. Monica, get behind me, Amon shouted from below. I'll protect you while you recover your mana. I've already contacted the others and told them to retreat. All right. Monica nodded her head after a short pause. She wasn't mad about Amon decided to retreat. In fact, she was all in for it. The moment Tassus betrayed them, it became clear to her that the operation had failed. Amon's instructions and actions were the appropriate ones given the circumstances. In order to minimize the losses, it was best to end the operation now and go back to the Union. She had faith in Amon's defensive capabilities. As long as he was here, she didn't have to worry about Tassus. Therefore, descending from the sky, she made her way towards Amon's. What do you think you're doing? However, just as she was about to arrive next to Amon, Tassus's enraged shout rang from the distance. Following this, a tremendous light blue beam appeared in front of her vision, slowly enlarging with every second that passed. Humph, not on my watch. The first one to react to the attack was Amon, who stomped his foot on the ground as a green glow flashed underneath his feet. After which, he disappeared from where he was standing as a thunderous roar rang out. Boom. Appearing right in front of Monica with his shield in front of him, the beam of light ruthlessly smashed against the shield, sending shockwaves everywhere. Successfully blocking Tassus's attack, instead of being happy, Amon's brows furrowed tightly. Turning his head right, and looking upwards, Amon's stern eyes swept around as a chill flashed across them. Come out. He roared. I know that you're here. Come out. What? Being next to Amon, Monica was obviously confused as she felt nothing. However, this later changed when. Oh! As expected of one of the 7 heads of the Union. It truly is hard to hide from your senses. Startling everyone, a vast and mighty voice resounded over the sky before finally spreading all over like furious rolling thunder. It reverberated beside the ears of a countless number of people, breaking the eardrums of some. Then, like an immortal from the novels, a grey-robed old man whose origins seemed to be Asian, appeared in the sky. With his white hair cascading down on his back, and long grey beard, the old man's presence completely enveloped the surroundings. Upon spotting the old man, Monica's and Amon's eyes opened widely as they exchanged glances with each other. The grip of their weapons tightened. Not looking at the two, briefly glancing at the 3 black-hooded elders on the ground, a slightly disappointed look flashed across the old man's eyes. Hayes, I really thought that they would have been enough. He muttered in a tone loud enough for everyone to hear. Then, taking his eyes off of the bodies of the 3 elders, his eyes paused on Tassus. A faint smile appeared on his lips. It's been a while since we last saw each other, how have you been? Staring at the old man in the sky, Tassus lowered his rapier. Smiling, he bent down slightly. Never been greater, Vice Leader. This. Gazing at the scene from below, sweat trickled down my forehead. The pressure radiating from the people in the distance made me involuntarily swallow a mouthful of my saliva. However, this was only before the elder suddenly appeared in the sky. Upon his arrival, my throat instantly became dry and breathing started to become difficult. The back of my hair stood, and I involuntarily took a step back. What is this pressure? Snapping out of it, I looked towards the elder in the distance with a newfound trace of fear. Just the pressure coming from him made me feel as though a heavy train was loaded over my shoulders, and this was considering the fact that he was quite far from where I was. Had I been standing next to him, chances were that my body would have long been pulverized. Just the thought sent shivers down my spine. An old man with grey clothes in the monolith, who is he? The gears inside of my mind started turning as I tried my best to recognize who the old man was. Because barely anyone knew what the executives of the monolith looked like, there were no images of them anywhere. Old man, grey clothes, Asian origin, unfathomable strength, ah. As I was thinking, it was then that it suddenly hit me. In the novel, there was only one person that matched the descriptions of the old men in the distance. Mo Jiahao, the vice leader of the monolith, ranked 2 in the villain ranking, and a SS+ ranked villain. It can only be him. The more I thought about it, the more I was convinced I was about the identity of the old men. Unlike the Union where there were 7 heads, the monolith operated differently. They had 1 leader, 1 vice leaders, and 4 elders, each ranked based on individual strength and following. That aside, if he's here. Shit. Pausing mid-thought, a curse escaped from my lips as I stared at Monica and Amon in the distance. If the vice leader had shown up, then they were in extreme danger. No, this can't be happening. Pacing around the room with my hand on my chin, I started pondering about the situation. Mo Jiahao's rank is SS+, whilst Monica's and Amon's are S+ and SS respectively. Added with the fact that the Tassis is here as well, and his strength is SS-, they stand no chance. The more I thought about the situation, the more I realized how severe it was. Simply put, Monica and Amon were about to die. No, they can't die. They couldn't die, not because they would play a role in the future when fighting against the Demon King, but because their death would bring total disaster upon the human domain. Their death would literally sign the death warrant of humanity. Although the Union wasn't the most righteous organization out there, they were still the organization that shielded humans from the other races and villains. If anything happened to them, then humanity would be doomed. Therefore, if the Union lost Monica, a future SS ranked, and Amon, an already established SS rank, then it would deal a devastating blow on humanity as a whole. Without them, the demons and the monolith might take advantage of the situation and directly attack the Union. With 2 of their key members missing, dealing with the Union wouldn't be as much of a problem as it was before. This would unquestionably lead to a tragedy. Damn it, just when I was so close to escaping. I cursed out loud as I stared at the portal in front of me that was slowly forming. There was only a minute left till the portal formed, and freedom had never been so close. But, I knew that this was no longer an option. If the monolith truly did manage to kill both Amon and Monica, even if I managed to escape, within 9 years the whole world would end up being destroyed. Do I really have no choice? Staring into the distance, and seeing Monica and Amon struggling, I clenched my teeth. Ah, fuck. I cursed out loud. Let me catch a break for once. Pouring out all my resentment at the portal, I turned around and dashed out of the room. Even though I didn't want to, I had no choice. Monica's and Amon's death signified the downfall of humanity, as the enemies would definitely take advantage of the situation, and even if humanity somehow managed to survive that ordeal, by the time they recovered to what they were, the 3rd cataclysm would descend. Should be this way. Running through the narrow corridors of the room, checking the map on my watch, I quickly followed it and headed for the general portals. As I was running, glancing towards the distance one last time, biting my lips hard until blood trickled down by the side, the gears of my mind turned at unbelievable speeds. Slowly a plan started formulating inside of my mind. The Author's POV. Chapter 279, Total Chaos, 4. Running through the halls of the monolith, I could hear the sound of fighting in the distance. The closer I was to the general portals, the louder the sound of fighting became. Shit, this isn't a fight I can stop. Once I arrived near the location of the portals, staring at the fight from the distance, I realized that recklessly entering the scene would only lead up to one conclusion: my imminent death. Damn it, what should I do? Though I couldn't tell the exact ranks of the people fighting in the distance, I could tell that it ranged from A rank to S rank. Just the faint undulations of energy that surged out of their bodies caused my face to contort. Furthermore, judging from the situation up ahead, the people from the Union were currently at a disadvantage. Although they seemed to be even in numbers, the people from the monolith were indeed a tad bit stronger. I could tell this from the auras that were being released from the bodies of the people from the monolith. The situation was slowly becoming direr and direr for the Union members. Bong. Suddenly disrupting me out of my thoughts was a loud crashing noise. Turning my head, an individual appeared not so far from where I was. Judging for the pure untainted mana that was faintly revolving around his body, he was part of the Union force. Staring at the individual that was close to me, he appeared to be a Caucasian man with brown hair and green eyes. At the moment his body was filled with cuts and bruises, and his breathing was difficult. Looking at him, my mind started racing as a bold idea suddenly struck my head. Ugh, this is nothing short of suicide. My face contorted a little. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how bold my idea was. Just a simple mistake and I would end up dying. But I had no choice. Simply put, if I didn't go through with it, I'd only be delaying my death by 9 years. Monica and Aman's death would only signify the start of a whole world of trouble for my family, and humanity as a whole. I can't let that happen. Thus, taking a familiar small ring from Luther's dimensional space and putting it on my finger, I lifted my head up and checked to see if anyone was planning on attacking the injured person from the monolith. Fortunately for me, one of his team members was buying him time to recover from his injuries, and so I knew that no one would disturb me. At least for a bit. Taking advantage of this, channeling my mana towards my sword until a white glow enveloped it, I dashed out and attacked the Union member. Because of the uniform I was wearing, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Why-eyeing. Startled, the Union member looked in my direction. With the aid of the wall, he weakly stood up and raised his spear. The moment his eyes landed on me and he lifted his spear, my feet almost stopped moving. It felt as though I was stuck at the bottom of the ocean with no air to breathe. I felt completely powerless. Even then, gritting my teeth, I pushed forward and slashed my sword in his direction. It wasn't the keiki style, nor any other sword technique that I knew. It was just a simple slash with all my mana concentrated on the sword. Arriving before the Union member, closing my eyes, I inwardly prayed. Please fucking notice. Then, the sound of metal colliding resounded. Clang. Once the metallic sound rang out, for a second nothing happened. Then, lifting my head up, I saw two obsidian black eyes looking straight into mine with unprecedented seriousness. Who are you? His cold voice rang in my ears. Looking back at those eyes, I smiled in relief. Thank God you've noticed. There was a fundamental difference between heroes and villains, and it was that heroes' mana was pure, whilst for villains, although they too utilized mana, theirs was tainted with demonic energy. This was the fundamental difference that enabled people to tell the difference. Therefore, upon spotting me, and noticing the pure mana that was revolving around my sword, they realized that I wasn't a villain. The lack of killing intent on my part also contributed a little. Even then, that did not mean that I was still in the clear as his voice once again rang inside of my ears. You haven't answered my question. Who are you? This time a trace of killing intent was mixed in his voice, causing my body to involuntarily shudder. Mustering every bit of strength to look at him in the eyes, I raised my sword and once again slashed in his direction. You wouldn't know, but I can tell you this. I'm on your side. Clang. Then why should I trust you, and how can someone as weak as you be of any help? Bit harsh, no. My mouth twitched slightly at his words. Clang. As I was secretly conversing with the Union member, we kept exchanging moves. As I attacked, the Union member defended. Of course, he pretended to be injured whilst defending against my attacks, else it wouldn't look believable. Cut the chit-chat, what is your purpose in approaching me? I have a way to help you. You have a way. Yes, but I need your help. Clang. Once again our weapons clashed. Staring at me, the Union member said after a brief pause. Even though I can confirm that you're not a villain, why should I trust you? Cautiousness flashed across his eyes. Listen up, slashing my sword down, the Union member narrowly avoided it. Raising my sword again, I slashed down again. Quite frankly, I don't gain anything by helping you. If we're being real, given your circumstances, the chances of you escaping are nearly zero, right? What are you trying to say? Weeing. This time it was his turn to attack, indicating with his eyes to me where he was going to attack next. I moved my neck slightly and narrowly avoided his attack. Feeling the tip of the spear brush past me, I inwardly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and continued. You have no choice but to trust me. Instead of fighting a battle that you have no hope of winning, fight one that can give you a little bit of hope. Whilst I was speaking, I made sure to read the Union member's expression. Even though frustration could be seen on his face, my words seemed to have had an effect on him as his attack weakened a little bit. It was to be expected though. What I said wasn't wrong. Judging from how things were going, they were bound to lose. To make matters worse, they couldn't even escape since their opponents were sticking to them like an octopus. The person before me knew this very well. What's your plan then? It worked. The edges of my lips curved upwards, as my heart finally relaxed a little bit. Turning my head and staring at the gates in the distance, I spoke. I want you to clear a path for me to the portals, and hold the monolith members back for at least a couple of minutes. My plan was to directly break the core of the portals and create an explosion. Essentially, I was planning on doing what the Union were originally planning on doing, but unlike them, I could do it faster. This was simply because of the card that I had gotten from Aurthor that enabled me to gain access to the portal data system. Clear a path to the portals. A look of confusion appeared on the Union member's face. Then, as he processed the information, his eyes opened widely. Wait, don't tell me that you're planning on breaking the core. That's impossible. Slashing down, I reassured. Don't worry, I have my means. What means? I don't have time to explain, just know that I can do it. The choice is up to you. Clang. Squinting, the Union member slashed down. For the next couple of seconds, neither one of us spoke. After a while, the Union member lifted his head and solemnly looked at me. What are the chances of you succeeding? Smiling, I replied. That does not depend on me, it depends on you. The success rate of the operation depended on how much time they could buy for me whilst I break the core. If they could hold out for more than a minute, then there was a good chance that I could break the core. But what about the escape? Once you break the core, everyone is going to aim for you. Don't worry about that, I've got that covered too. B. We don't have time. Cutting him off, I raised my voice. We had been fighting for approximately a minute, and in that minute the situation for the Union had gotten really dire. If we wasted any more time talking, then the whole plan would get scrapped. He needed to quickly go back to aid them. Right now, your job is to do what I told you to do. If you do that, I can guarantee you a chance at escaping this. All right. Staring deeply into my eyes, the Union member bit his lips before he slashed at me. This time with a little bit more force than before. A hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes, as his voice became cold. I will do as you say, but, if you screw us over, just know that I will do everything within my power to kill you. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, my sword flung away. Lowering my head and staring at him, I nodded faintly. Sure. All right, I'm counting on you then. Hyuk. As he finished his words, in a lightning-fast manner, the spear flashed and pierced my shoulder. Feeling the tremendous pain in my shoulder, I fell to the ground and pretended to be dead. Turning around, the Union member quickly joined his members. Upon his arrival, the dire situation stabilized a little bit. Damn it, couldn't he have pulled his punches a little bit? I cursed whilst I played on the ground. The pain coming from the stab just now hurt like hell. Fortunately for me, I had been through worse and thus was able to bear with it. Whilst laying on the ground, taking a deep breath, I channeled my mana towards my feet and activated my movement art, drifting steps. Slowly, the hue around my feet increased. As drifting steps had reached the greater realm of mastery, instead of increasing the speed as I continued running, I could not stack up the wind scions underneath my feet in a manner that upon releasing the stacked up wind scions, for a brief moment, I could reach a state similar to the third movement, void step. The only downside was that I couldn't move whilst I stacked up. Shee-iring. As I was staking up, I suddenly felt a burst of mana coming from the distance. Lifting my head weakly, I realized that all of the Union members had decided to go all out. So he's managed to convince his members already. Not even 5 minutes had passed since he had left, and somehow the person I talked to before had managed to convince his team members. It looked like they were truly desperate. Once everyone decided to go all out, the situation started to shift. Although the monolith still held the upper hand, a small path had cleared up. Well, I guess it's my turn. Once the path appeared, lifting my body up, my eyes locked towards the portal room in the distance. At the moment that area was the one that was most crowded, but with the aid of the Union members, most of the monolith people had been pushed away. Hoo, here goes nothing. Exhaling, the hue around my feet intensified. Boom. An explosion rang out and the world around me warped. Within seconds I appeared near the portal. Without wasting any time, I quickly entered the room. What's going on? My appearance obviously startled people, as for a brief moment, the fighting ceased. Knowing full well what was happening, this small opening gave enough time for the people from the Union to reorganize themselves as they moved nearer towards the portal. Stop him. Alarmed, and finally realizing what was going on, the people from the monolith glared in my direction. Glared at by such powerful figures, I fell down on the ground due to the pressure. Try your best. Thankfully, Coming to my rescue were the people from the Union who attacked even more fiercely and relieved me from the pressure. Thanking them inside of my mind, I looked around the room. Quick, we can't hold them back for long. Without looking back, I raised my hand and did an okay sign. The person who just spoke was the person whom I told my plans to before. If I'm not wrong, it should be here. Moving towards the portal, I scanned it from top to bottom. Spotting a small compartment, my eyes light up. Taking out Luther's card from my dimensional space, I swiped it on the compartment. D. Right after scanning the card, the compartment opened up. Upon opening the compartment, a small display appeared in my vision. Where is it? Turning on the display, I quickly swiped through its setting looking for the access panel for the core. As my finger moved across the monitor at incredible speeds, my eyes darted left and right trying to best see the setting that I was looking for. Shit, where in the world is it? To my dismay, this was taking way longer than I had originally anticipated. Cold sweat trickled down the side of my face. Bong. Startling me was a loud crashing sound next to me. Lowering my head, to my horror I spotted a Union member lying lifelessly next to me. Oh no. Turning my head, I noticed that the situation had truly become dire. The formation that the Union members had set up was almost crumbling, and within any second now, they would quickly appear next to me. Shit. Knowing this, turning my head and staring at the display, my heart beat like it had never done before. Frantically moving my fingers across the screen, I looked for the setting that enabled me to gain access to the core. But this being the first time I had actually ever touched the panel, I had no idea where to look. Time was slowly running out, and the sweat by the side of my head intensified. Sheeing. Ha. Pained screams echoed from behind me. I did my best to ignore it, as I looked through the panel. Biting my lips I continued to look for the right setting until finally, my finger paused on a certain area. My eyes then light up, and without hesitation, I pressed on the screen. Shua. The moment I pressed on the screen, the gate shook slightly, and the middle of it opened up revealing a black core. Threads of black demonic energy encircled the black core, as it pulsated slightly. Slowly, demonic energy enveloped the room. Stop him. Upon the core's revelation, the whole atmosphere changed. The people from the monolith became even more desperate, whilst the people from the Union fought even more fiercely. Although the people from the Union were dying at an alarming rate, the core had brought hope upon them. As long as they held just a little bit more, then there was a chance that they could escape. Quick, destroy the core. A person from the Union shouted. Without needing to be told what to do, I dashed towards where the core was and unsheathed my sword. Then, pouring most of my mana into it, I slashed down. Clang. A dull metallic sound rang out. The Author's POV. Chapter 280, Return, 1. Clang. The moment my sword met the core, a dull metallic sound rang out as my sword vibrated from the shock. Accompanying the sound was a small ripple that began to spread all over the monolith. As the ripple spread, all forms of noises began to stop, as countless eyes directed themselves towards me. Crack. Not long after, a subtle cracking sound rang out. Lowering my head, terrifying energy enveloped the area around me, making it hard for me to breathe. Weak. A strange noise escaped from my mouth as I tried my best to breathe. Unfortunately for me, the more time passed, the more difficult it became for me to breathe. That was to be expected though. Compared to back in the dome, the core here was of a higher grade. If back then it took multiple S-ranked heroes to stop containing the explosion, this time, S-ranked weren't enough. This type of explosion required the aid of multiple SS-ranked individuals. The pressure was too terrifying. HAAA. Even then, under everyone's stares and powerful pressure, I remained calm. Taking a deep breath, I slowly started circulating the mana inside of my body. More specifically, towards the ring on my hand. The ring was something that I had gotten from Luther, and it was the same ring that Thibaut had. The monolith ring. The ring that teleported people to the monolith, or more specifically the VIP portal area. The room that I had been to previously. It was because of the ring in my hand that I did not worry about the aftermath of destroying the core. As long as I had it, I could quickly escape from a dire situation. Come on, hurry up. Even then, it required some time to activate. Channeling my mana and staring at the ring on my finger, I prayed that it worked faster. Time was tight, and I knew that right now, my life was hanging by the thread. If in the next seconds the ring did not work, then everything would be over. How dare you? Suddenly, a thunderous roar that shook the building reverberated. Startled, I looked towards the distance. For a split second, my heart stopped, and my eyes blacked out. My breathing, which was already rough, became harder. With my hands on my face, as I lifted my head and stared into the distance, the first thing I saw was a pair of cold and chilling eyes that looked back at me with unprecedented bloodlust. I'm going to die. Upon meeting those eyes, the only thing I saw was my imminent death. This is it. I thought as I stared into those eyes that seemed to be able to see through my very soul. Never before had I felt death so near to me. Not even when I was trapped inside of the lab for 8 months. No. I can't die. For a split second, I had almost given up. However, recalling everything that I had gone through to get to where I was, I felt indignant. How could I die like this? There was no way. Clenching my teeth, and snapping out of my delusion, I found that blood was falling from the side of my mouth and eyes. Even then, not once did I stop channeling the mana inside of my body. My eyes never separated from Mu Jinhao in the distance. Glaring back at him, I suddenly watched as his body disappeared and reappeared a couple of meters away from me. A small smile appeared on my lips as I watched him reappear not far from me. He was too late. Suddenly, the ring on my finger glowed, and my body slowly turned into fine particles as all my senses disappeared. Then, under Mu Jinhao's terrifying glare, my body slowly started to fade away. Wapeya. The last thing I heard before I lost all of my senses was Mu Jinhao's blood-curdling scream. Then, everything turned back and my body disappeared completely. Showa. Moments before. Standing behind Amon, with heavy breaths, Monica muttered. Haaa, why aren't they coming? By now the armor on her body had become extremely faint, and her hair was a complete mess. With one of her eyes closed and with blood dripping down from the forehead, Monica was on her last rope. In her hand was a white orb that pulsated in a rhythmical manner, with threads of mana encircling it. It was the teleportation artifact that could bring them back to the Union. For a while now Monica had been injecting her mana into the orb. By now, she was close to activating it, but there was a problem. The other Union members had still not arrived yet. Staring at Amon, who was standing in front of her, Monica's voice raised. Damn it, Amon. Didn't you tell them to retreat? I did. Amon weakly shot back as he held onto the black shield in front of him. Just like Monica, his state was also not good, as his body was riddled with injuries. In fact, it was terrible. Though others couldn't see it, Amon could feel that most of his internal organs had been damaged to the extreme. He estimated that it would only take one more move from either Tassis or Mu Jinhao to kill him. To make matters worse, the shield in his hand was now filled with cracks. Any minute from now, and he estimated that the shield would give out. They were pressed for time. Damn it. He cursed as he thought of his circumstances. Despite the fact that he was called the Unbreakable Shield, under Tassis's and Mu Jinhao attacks, his shield, which was famed for being sturdy enough to withstand the combined attack of multiple SS-ranked heroes at once, was starting to break. This was the first time it had ever happened to him, and it came off as a shock. What should we do? Disrupting Amon out of his thoughts was Monica, who worriedly muttered. If they don't come back soon, what should we do? From how things were, they were not going to last any longer than a minute. Yet, there were still no signs of the other members showing up. Amon knew this well, hence why after hesitating for a bit, he firmed his mind and said. We have no choice but to leave them behind. Leave them behind? Monica's brows knit. Are you suggesting we escape by ourselves and leave the others behind? With a bitter smile on his face, Amon nodded his head. I know what you're trying to say, but we have no choice. It's already too late, I can't hold out for any longer. What he was saying was the truth. His body was on the verge of breaking down at the moment, and if they didn't escape soon, he would die. Clang. Hyuk. Suddenly another beam shot towards Amon. Reacting in a swift manner, with the aid of the shield, Amon was able to defend the attack. However, right after defending the attack, he instantly puked a mouthful of blood as he took a knee to the ground. Haa. Amon. Prepare the portal. Amon glared at Monica as he raised his hand to stop her from approaching him. The only reason he had managed to survive this attack was because it was from Tassis, who was much weaker than Mu Jinhao. KHHH. Biting her lips till they bled, Monica silently nodded her head and did as Amon said. You two finished talking? Mo Jehayasa's voice rang out. With his cold gaze locked on Amon from the sky, Missouri Jiahao raised his hand. As he raised his palm, the mana in the atmosphere quickly converged towards it as a large translucent hand appeared in the sky. A frighteningly powerful ripple began spreading in the air as Mo Jiahao's clothes fluttered wildly in the air. Monica. Staring at the large handprint in the sky, Amon shouted. Almost. Channeling all over her mana in the orb in her hand, a small portal slowly started appearing in front of her. Staring at the portal that was forming above, Mu Jinhao obviously did not sit still. Lowering his hand, he shouted. It's time for you two to D.H.M. Feeling a powerful fluctuation coming from the distance, Mu Jinhao stopped his attack and turned his head. Once he did so, his brows jumped up as his face became incomparably solemn. Below him, Monica and Amon too felt the fluctuation coming from the distance. Turning their head and staring towards where the source of energy was coming from, to their surprise they found a lone individual standing next to the core of the portal. With a sword in his hand, he slashed towards the core. Clang! A simple, yet dull metallic sound rang out. It was a simple sound that could be heard everywhere around the battlefield, there was nothing particularly special about it. Yet. Once this sound rang, the whole battlefield became still as everyone stared towards the direction of where the sound coming. More specifically, towards a certain person wearing a monolith uniform and had a burned face. Next to him a tremendous pressure slowly enveloped the surroundings, increasing with each passing second. Feeling a powerful fluctuation coming from the distance, Mu Jinhao's face contorted rapidly. Glaring towards the person responsible for the disaster, his voice spread like a furious rolling thunder. How dare you? No longer caring about Monica and Amon, Mu Jinhao's body disappeared, reappearing right before the gate. However, to his shock, the youth suddenly disappeared from where he was standing. Wapeya. Mu Jinhao's thunderous roar once again sounded, spreading towards the surroundings. Glass broke, and many of the weaker individuals spat blood and fainted on the ground. Glaring towards the surroundings, Mu Jinhao swore out loud. Whoever you are, I will make you pay for what you've done. Then, spreading his hands, a terrifying ripple began to spread as a massive light blue sphere began to envelop the area around the portal. As the barrier was enveloping the portal, Mu Jinhao looked down and saw all of the monolith members looking at him with confusion. He instantly became enraged. What are you standing there like idiots for? Help me contain the explosion. Startled by his voice, all of the people from the monolith immediately put their hands on the translucent shield and channeled their mana into it. Instantly the shield became sturdier. Whilst they were doing that, the people from the Union took advantage of their distraction and made a run for it. If there was a time to escape, now was the time. Vice Leader. This obviously did not go unnoticed by the people from the monolith as they all looked at Mu Jinhao. The people from the Union are leaving, what do we do? Leave them be, we don't have time to look after them. The explosion that would come as a result of the cracked core was not something he could contain by himself. If the Union members retaliated, then things would turn out for the worst for them, and a tragedy would occur. As the vice leader, Mu Jinhao couldn't allow this to happen. Thus, he chose to let them go. The members of the monolith also understood this, therefore, although reluctant, they could only watch them leave. Quickly, pour more mana into it. Yes. As Mu Jinhao and the monolith members were trying their best to contain the explosion, the members of the Union quickly ran out of the building and joined up with Amon and Monica. Is this all that is left? Staring at the members that had just returned, Monica noticed that out of the 15 people that they had sent, only 6 had remained alive. Lowering his head, a Caucasian-looking man with brown hair stepped forward and said, Yes, unfortunately, these are all the remaining survivors, everyone else died. I see. The losses were much bigger than she had expected. Monia, what are you doing? Is the portal ready? Amon shouted as he urged Monica to hurry up. At the moment his complexion was extremely pale, and even though they were no longer under attack, his injuries looked to be worsening every second. On it. Staring at Amon, Monica lightly threw the orb in her hand in the air. Suddenly the portal that was in front of her stabilized completely. Quick, I can't hold out for much longer. As the portal opened, Monica urged everyone to get in. Because it consumed a lot of mana, Monica was not able to hold the portal for long, thus why she was urging them to go. Who knew if the monolith people would chase after them? Yes. The others could also tell what Monica was thinking. Furthermore, Monica's complexion was rapidly paling. They knew that they had to hurry up to get out. Thus, each member quickly entered the portal in a hurry. Cock, I'm going in. MHM. The last person to step into the portal was Amon, who limped his way into the portal. His eyes at the moment were half closed, and he looked extremely frail. Staring at him, Monica thought that in his current state, anyone could probably beat Amon. Vwam. Eventually, Amon also entered the portal, and silence prevailed over the surroundings. I guess it's my turn now. Glancing at the portal, Monica walked towards it. However, just as she was about to enter it, her footsteps halted. Even though her mana was rapidly depleting, something was bothering her. Looking back towards the monolith in the distance, Monica's brows knit tightly. That aura. She couldn't quite place her finger on it, but recalling the burned-up individual responsible for breaking the core, Monica felt that he was oddly familiar. With her special skill, Monica had the ability to be able to detect what sort of art they practiced. As such, she could tell who was who with her skill alone. No disguise could work on her. Therefore, ever since noticing a familiar feeling coming from the burned-up individual in the distance, Monica's mind couldn't help but wonder about the identity of the individual. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't recall knowing anyone that was alive had a similar aura to the men from before. Just to his age. As she was thinking, it was then that Monica suddenly recalled something as her eyes shot wide open. Abruptly turning her head and staring towards the monolith in the distance, Monica's mouth opened slightly. It can't be. The Author's POV. Chapter 281, Return, 2. HAAA, Ka. Slumping on the ground, I greedily breathed in the oxygen in the air. Blood dripped on the ground as I bled from all of the orifices on my face. Damn it, that was no joke. An SS-ranked individual's pressure was no joke. For a brief moment of time, I thought that I was going to die just from his stare alone. Fortunately for me, he was too far from where I was. By the time he had arrived, I was already long gone. Still, just the recollection of the pressure he emitted made me tremble in fear. It was scary. KHH. Groaning, I lifted my head and looked around. HAAA, guess things worked out. I breathed a sigh of relief. Once I looked up, I realized that this was the same room as before, the private portal room. Thanks to the monolith ring that I had taken from Luther, I was able to teleport to this room. The room was still the same as I had left it, as the portal was ready to go. Thank God, things worked out. Although I could have used this portal to create an explosion, had I done so, I wouldn't have been able to escape. Supporting myself with the aid of the wall, I weakly stood up. Staring at the portal, my heart was surprisingly calm. I was just one step away from freedom, something that I had been wishing for the past 8 months. Yet, at the crucial moment, just when I was about to take a step towards freedom, to my surprise, rather than feeling excited or happy, I felt extremely calm. Perhaps it was because of all of that happened during the past 8 months, or because of the scare I just got, but I wasn't particularly excited about my escape. It felt as though this was the outcome that was supposed to happen. Disrupting me out of my calm was a sudden fluctuation. The fluctuation was so strong that the ground started to shake. Shit, the core is about to explode. Realizing the urgency of the situation, I decided to hurry up. I wasn't necessarily worried about someone coming to get me since by now the others were busy trying to contain the explosion, but even then, judging from the ripple just now, the portal was about to explode any minute now. For my own good, it was better to leave before it exploded. Ooh. Moving towards the portal, I took a deep breath. Turning back, and staring in the direction of where the general portals were, I raised my hand and flipped my middle finger. As I did, I swore out loud. The explosion is only a little taste of what will come in the future, you fuckers. For what they've done to me these past 8 months, I swore to myself that I would do anything within my power to destroy them. That was a promise. Glancing in the direction of where the energy was coming from for the last time, I turned around and stepped into the portal. Once again, a strange feeling hit me, and my body slowly disappeared. Showa. Finally, I was free. At the same time. Damn it. Standing in the sky, Missouri Jinhao cursed out loud. His ashen gray-colored eyes coldly stared at the portal in front of him. In the middle of it was a core that emitted tremendous ripples of energy that spread throughout the distance, dyeing the sky in the color black. Kacha. Suddenly, black lightning bolts crackled around the core, as the fluctuations started to intensify. As the fluctuations intensified, Mo Jinhao's face couldn't help but change as even he felt threatened by the energy that was being emitted by the core. Lowering his head, he looked at Tassis next to him. Tassis, inject more mana. I'm trying. Tassis replied back as the hue revolving around his body intensified. Crack. It was then that they both heard a subtle cracking sound coming from the core below them. The fluctuations ran even more wildly, and a thick black tangible energy began to spread outwards of the core. Suddenly, the black tangible energy that was being emitted from the core stopped mid-air, almost as if it was frozen in time. Following this, the energy rapidly compressed together into the core before, deathly silence permeated across the surroundings. Brace yourselves. Mu Jinhao cried out as his robes fluttered widely in the air. With both hands on the barrier in front of him, a majestic aura sprang out from his body. Following him, multiple different auras sprang up, with Tassis's energy being the most powerful of the lot. Then, the explosion happened. Boom. Like a thunderclap, a deafening sound rang out. The land began to tremble and an incomparably vicious aura began to spread out from the core at unprecedented speeds, spreading throughout the whole barrier that was surrounding it. The energy that was spreading out from the sphere was so strong that it could have easily reduced an S-ranked individual into powder. Hyuk. With both hands on the sphere, Mo Jinhao's face paled rapidly as the mana inside of his body quickly depleted itself. Next to him, Tassis was not doing much better as his mana was depleting at an even faster rate. Regarding the others, nothing needed to be said as they quickly dropped like flies and spat mouthfuls of blood before fainting. Damn it, how fucking useless. Staring at the scene from above, Tassis couldn't help but curse out loud. The more people fainted, the bigger the burden he and Mo Jinhao bore. To make matters worse, he was already running low on mana due to the fight he had with Amon. This was the worst-case scenario. Crack. Suddenly, Tassis heard a slight cracking sound coming from the barrier. A horrified look appeared on his face as he looked at Mo Jinhao. Staring back at him, Mo Jinhao's face became extremely grave. Crack. Another cracking sound rang out. Following this, more and more cracks started to appear on the surface of the barrier. Shit. Tassis cursed as blood started to flow down from his nostrils. Turning towards Mo Jinhao, he cried out. Vice Leader, what should we do? At this rate, the barrier won't hold out for long. I know. Solemnly staring at the cracking barrier, seemingly having come up with a decision, much to Tassis's surprise, Mo Jinhao suddenly closed his eyes. A gloomy expression flashed across his eyes. To think that I would have to resort to this. Mo Jinhao inhaled deeply. Opening his eyes, and raising both hands, terrifying energy suddenly erupted from his body, completely dyeing the sky in the color red. Then, clenching his fists, the red glow contracted rapidly until a large red staff appeared in his hand. OMMM. Raising the staff in the air, he lightly tapped it in the air. It was a seemingly simple tap, yet, the moment he tapped with the staff in the air, the space around it started to collapse as a red glow enveloped the barrier surrounding the portal, before contracting fully, creating another barrier. Once the new barrier formed, the previous barrier completely broke apart, and the remaining energy from the explosion flushed towards the red barrier. Fortunately, with the previous barrier managing to absorb a lot of the energy from the explosion, the red barrier was able to withstand the impact. Observing from the sky like an immortal, Mo Jinhao suddenly clenched his hand and shouted. Contract. His eternal voice spread towards the surroundings, and the red barrier rapidly contracted. Sweat dripped down from the side of his face, as his face distorted rapidly. Within seconds, the barrier contracted until it was the size of a football. Inside of it, terrifying energy fluctuated. Come. Waving his hand, the football-sized barrier quickly arrived before Mo Jinhao. Waving his staff, the small ball quickly flew into the sky up above. Staring at the ball in the sky, blood started dripping from Mo Jinhao's eyes as his complexion paled significantly. Spurt. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, startling everyone near him. Vice Leader. Don't come. Just as the others were about to approach him to make sure he was okay, Mo Jinhao raised his hand to block them. I'm F.Y.A.C. Spitting another mouthful of blood, Mo Jinhao weakly raised his head in the air. Once he could no longer see the ball in the sky, he softly mumbled. Release. Boom. Following his words, another terrifying explosion rang out. Clouds and wind surged as the explosion occurred, completely enveloping the sky in flames. The ground trembled uncontrollably, and staring at the scene from below, it felt as though the entire world was about to end. It looked like the apocalypse had descended. This continued for the next 10 minutes before the sky cleared up, and once again the warm sunlight came pouring down. Gazing at the sky from below, no one spoke as absolute silence enveloped the surroundings. Did we do it? The first one to break the silence was Tassis, who stared at the sky with utter disbelief. A cold chill passed his spine as she recalled the explosion that had just occurred. The energy that came from it made him tremble in fear. It was so powerful. Spurt. Startling Tassis out of his daze was the sound of blood splurting on the ground. Turning around, he shouted, "Vice Leader." Instantly, he appeared next to Mo Jinhao and supported him with his body. Accepting Tassis's help, Mo Jinhao looked extremely frail, as it looked as though he had aged several years. "Vice Leader, are you okay? Is everything all right?" "I'm, fine," weakly replied Mo Jinhao as he descended towards the ground with Tassis. Upon landing on the ground, Tassis offered Mo Jinhao to sit down, but he promptly rejected. Turning around and staring at the scene, Mo Jinhao looked at Tassis and ordered, "Tassis, I want you to ask someone to report to me the losses that we've incurred from this ordeal, and..." Pausing, Mo Jinhao's face twisted savagely. "I want you to tell me who the one responsible for this is." Even though Mo Jinhao was extremely weakened, and severely injured, as he spat those words, Tassis and the people around him couldn't help but tremble slightly. "You understood." Instantly, everyone got to work and started roaming around the monolith to get an approximate idea of what had happened. They also checked the cameras and surveillance system to get a better idea of what happened. The members of the monolith were efficient. Within half an hour, they had already managed to calculate the losses they incurred as well as found out the identity of the individual responsible for the tragedy. Approaching Mo Jinhao and Tassis was a tall middle-aged man. Although he was much weaker than the likes of them, he had the aura of an S rank. Stopping before them, he politely bowed and handed them a report. "Sir, we have completed the reports." "Thank you." Taking the report from the individual's hands, Mo Jinhao's cold eyes swept through the reports. As he was reading, the individual that handed him the report started speaking. "Sir, the losses are heavy. Almost half of the building is destroyed, and we've lost a major part of our force. The estimated damage is around 10 billion U." Listening to the individual speaking whilst looking through the file, Mo Jinhao asked, "What's the approximate loss of our force?" 8 S ranks, 25 A ranks, and over 100 B ranks and below." "I see." Silence swept the area. After a while, Mo Jinhao's face stopped towards a certain file. Glancing at the individual, he asked, 876. "Tell me more about him." Lightly glancing at the paper, swallowing a mouthful of saliva, the middle-aged man carefully said, "He's the one responsible for the explosion." Putting the papers down, a terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped the surroundings. Glaring at the individual, Mo Jinhao coldly spoke, "So you're saying that the person responsible for all of this is a product of one of our experiments?" Under Mo Jinhao's terrifying pressure, the individual could barely breathe. However, mustering every last ounce of his strength, he weakly nodded his head. "Why, yes. I see." Cracka. The pressure suddenly disappeared. Waving his hand, the sound of bones breaking rang out, as a body crashed towards a wall in the distance. Crumbling the paper that contained the information regarding 876 in his hands, Mo Jinhao muttered underneath his breath. 876, 876, I will make sure you pay for what you've done. No matter where you are, I'll make sure to spare nothing to hunt you down. Every one of his words contained unimaginable amounts of hatred. Darkness. For an unknown period of time, only darkness enveloped my vision. I couldn't hear, feel, taste, nothing. Like a pebble drifting in the endless void, my existence felt insignificant. Thankfully, this seemingly endless darkness did not go on forever as it slowly started receding. All my senses soon returned to me, as my mind cleared up. KHH. A groan escaped from my lips. Opening my eyes, the first thing I saw was a clear blue sky. The warm sunlight coming from the sun gently enveloped my body as I weakly sat up. Cough, cough. Coughing weakly, I took out a couple of potions from my bag. Without wasting any second, I quickly downed them. Instantly, all of my wounds started to heal, including the burns. Where am I? Once I was done taking the potions, lifting my head up, I looked towards my surroundings. To my surprise, I found out that I was in the middle of a vast plain. With sparse trees in the distance and mountains in the background of the scenery, it finally dawned on me that I was no longer in the monolith. Cuck. Biting my lips, my body trembled slightly. The side of my cheeks became warm, as small droplets began falling towards my hands. I am free, I hoarsely muttered. Breathing in the fresh air, and realizing that I was no longer inside of that hellhole, for the next 10 minutes, I just blankly stared at the scenery in front of me, trying my best to engrave it into my mind. For the first time in a long time, I felt that the world truly looked beautiful. Whoo! Exhaling out loud, and wiping the side of my eyes, I tapped on my bracelet and took out my phone. Turning on the phone and scrolling through my contacts, I suddenly caught a glimpse of my reflection. Is this how I look now? Touching my face, the only word that came to my mind was hideous. Although my burns were slowly healing, they were still there, and even then, the scars on my face did nothing to help me rebuke that thought. Clenching my fists, I lowered my head and muttered. I can't let the others see me like this. For sure the others would probably not mind my current appearance, but I minded. I didn't want them to see the state that I was in. Especially Nola. She couldn't. Thus, after a while, I pressed on a certain contact and called them. As I called the number, I made sure to call using an untraceable line. Hello. Soon, a familiar voice rang inside of my ears. Ah. Opening my mouth, for the first few seconds, no words came out of my mouth as the only thing that came out from my mouth was a strained noise. Opening my mouth again, I tried to speak, but once again, no words came out. It felt as though a lump was stuck inside of my mouth preventing me from speaking. Hello. Who is this? Not hearing a response, the person on the other side of the phone started to get annoyed. If you don't answer, I'm going to hang up. No, don't hang up, were the words that I wanted to say, but yet again, no voice escaped from my mouth. Alright, since you're not talking, I'm hanging up. Seeing that Small Snake was about to hang up, swallowing a mouthful of saliva, and calming myself down, I finally spoke up. This time, words finally escaped from my lips. Hey, Small Snake, it's me. The Author's POV. Chapter 282, Return, 3. March 20th. At the beginning of spring. Beep. Beep. A rhythmical beeping noise echoed inside of a white room. Inside of the white room was a small bed where a beautiful girl with long orange hair lay. Her breathing was faint, and if not for the cardiac event monitor next to her, someone could have mistaken her for a dead person. After a while, the girl's eyelids twitched slightly. Before long, opening her eyes, the girl blinked a couple of times, as she wondered, where am I? What's going on? Lifting her head up, the girl's eyes darted all over the room. Finally, she realized that she was in a hospital room. Clank. It was then that the door opened and a nurse came in. Holding onto a trolley filled with equipment, the nurse calmly pushed it towards the side of the room. Taking out a sack filled with some unknown transparent liquid, the nurse walked towards the bed. However, once she turned around, she suddenly became startled. That was because the patient that she was supposed to tend had woken up and was looking directly at her. Calming down quickly, the nurse put her right hand on her chest and rushed by her patient's side. My God, you've startled me, are you feeling okay? Monica absent-mindedly nodded her head, before asking. Where exactly am I? You're in the Union Medical Department. The nurse replied as she checked the 4 saline that was attached to Monica's arm. The main headquarters of the Union was quite big, about the same size as the Monolith's one. Aside from having all the best training facilities in the world, they also had their own medical department that could treat injured heroes. That was where Monica was currently at. I see, It was then that Monica suddenly started remembering what had transpired before. From the betrayal of Tassus, to Mo Jinhao's appearance, and the destruction of the core. She slowly started remembering everything. I have to make an urgent report. Monica suddenly sat up straight, startling the nurse once again. What's going on? I have something to report to the higher-ups. It's really important. The fact that Tassis had betrayed the Union was a serious matter that she had to relay to the others. He was after all one of the 7 heads of the Union. Don't worry, Monica, everyone already knows. Right before Monica was about to rush out of her bed, a melodious voice suddenly entered Monica's ears. Following this, 2 breathtakingly beautiful women entered the room. One with green hair, and the other with black hair and amethyst-colored eyes. Donna. Amber. Monica widened her eyes in surprise. In response, Donna smiled as she and Amber sat next to her. Looks like you've somewhat recovered. Moving her arm around, Monica replied. My body is still quite sore though. All that matters is that you're fine. Let's see for how long that is. Given how energetic she is, I wouldn't be surprised if one of her injuries suddenly relapsed. Amber chimed in, laughing merrily. TSK, what are you trying to imply? Nothing. Amber covered her mouth as she avoided Monica's glare. Smiling by the side, Donna suddenly looked at Amber and reminded her. Amber, let's tell her the news first. Ah, right. Being reminded by Donna, Amber's face turned serious. Turning her head and looking at Monica, she seriously said. We've already been informed about Tassis's betrayal. The higher-ups are currently holding a meeting right now regarding the situation. This is what they told us to tell you. I see. Lowering her head, Monica clenched her fists tightly. After a while, lifting her head up and looking at both Donna and Amber, she asked. What about the others, how are they doing? The others? You mean the people that you went with? Amber questioned. Yes. Turning her head, Amber looked at Donna, who was currently frowning. After a while, looking back at Amber, Donna nodded her head. It's all right, you can tell her. Nodding back, Amber continued. Regarding the people that you went with, there was a total loss of 10 members, with only 5 making it back, Amon included. His conditions are quite critical as he's currently in a coma with no way of knowing when he'll wake up. Ah. Listening to Amber's words, Monica clenched on the bedsheets below her, wrinkling them slightly. Although she knew that she was not to be blamed, a little part of her felt guilty. Guilty for being unable to realize that Tassis was one of the people working for the monolith. That aside, Monica, how did you escape? Noticing Monica's mood, Donna decided to change the topic. Amber, who was next to her, also showed signs of interest as she leaned in slightly. Although they were heroes, they weren't actually working for the Union. As such, they didn't know the full details of what had happened. All they knew was who had gotten injured and that the mission had failed. Lifting her head up, Monica looked at both Donna and Amber. After a brief moment of silence, Monica opened her mouth. We managed to escape because someone helped us. Someone helped you? Donna asked in surprise. Amber too was surprised as she couldn't help but ask. Who helped you? Biting her lips, Monica didn't respond immediately. Monica. Her behavior caught the attention of both Donna and Amber. Having known her for a long time, they knew that whenever she bit her lips, it meant that she knew something. Is it perhaps something that you can't tell us? Donna carefully asked. With Monica being an elite member of the Union, she knew full well that some information could not be mentioned by her. If it was that, then Donna would be respectful enough to not pursue the matter any further. However, contrary to her expectations, Monica shook her head. No, it's nothing of the sort, it's just that it's too unbelievable. Unbelievable. Monica quietly nodded her head. Even now, I'm not sure if what I saw was correct. At Monica's enigmatic words, Donna frowned. Are you referring to the identity of the person who helped you? Yes. Was it someone you knew? Closing her eyes, Monica suddenly raised her hand, startling both Donna and Amber. Soon, a small orange hue enveloped her hand. Monica. What are you doing, Monica? Ignoring the two of them, a small transparent barrier enveloped the three of them. Staring at the barrier, Donna instantly realized what Monica was doing. A sound barrier? Is the information that sensitive? Amber solemnly asked. It is. Monica nodded her head slightly, before looking at the two of them with an incomparably solemn expression. Although she wasn't exactly sure about what she saw since she was quite far, her hunch told her that what she saw wasn't wrong. Furthermore, she trusted Donna and Amber enough with what she was about to say. Once the barrier fully enveloped them, Donna asked. Monica, can you tell us exactly what is going on? Taking a deep breath, Monica looked at both of them in the eyes before saying, "It's someone that we all know." "Who, are you referring to the person that saved you?" "Yeah." Monica suddenly nodded her head. Furrowing her brows, Amber asked, "Who is it?" Monica's enigmatic behavior had really started arousing her curiosity. Pursing her lips, Monica glanced at both Donna for a couple of seconds before opening her mouth. It was Ren. Following her words, a deep silence shrouded the area. The first one to speak was Amber, who was then immediately cut off by Donna, who stood up in shock. "Who is Ree?" "What?" Donna cried out loud. Staring at Monica, her voice raised. "Impossible. You must have seen it wrongly. There's just no way." "Impossible." Donna was in denial. She could clearly remember seeing Ren get engulfed by the flames. Simply put, there was no way for him to escape. It was impossible. Yet, staring at Monica's eyes and seeing how serious they were, she knew that she wasn't joking. After a while, calming down and swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Donna carefully asked, "Monica, are you sure about what you're saying?" Lifting her head and staring at Donna's amethyst-colored eyes, Monica nodded her head. "I'm positive, I could tell from my power. The person who helped us was Ren." "Ah." Slumping back on the bed, Donna let out a small sound. At the moment it felt as though her whole body had lost all of its strength, as held her head with both hands. But how? You clearly saw how he died. How did he survive? I want to know that too. Guys. Disrupting the duo was Amber. With a confused look, she asked, "Who is Ren again?" At her question, Monica and Donna looked at each other before coming to a sudden realization. Aside from the two of them, Amber had only met Ren once. She obviously did not know who they were talking about. Turning her head towards Amber, Monica thought for a moment before asking, "You know the student you've met in the auction?" "Yes." Squinting, Amber slowly nodded her head. "Isn't he supposed to be dead?" "Why are you mentioning, wait, don't tell me." Amber's eyes suddenly opened widely. Staring at her, Monica silently replied, "That's right, he is Ren." "Wait, what?" This time it was Amber's turn to be startled, as a look of disbelief appeared on her face. "Are you saying that your student is still alive, and is also the person who saved you to boot?" This honestly sounded ridiculous to Amber. From what she remembered, that student's aura was quite weak. Nowhere near A or S rank. How could he have possibly have helped them when he was so weak? She couldn't understand. Furthermore, she had also seen his death live on television. Quite frankly, although she could have survived the explosion, she didn't believe that she would have been able to do it without getting seriously injured. For someone whose rank was around E to have been able to do it, Amber was quite skeptical. Turning towards Monica, she asked, "Did you get a clear look at him? How did he look like?" "Air." At Amber's question, Monica's face turned a bit strange. "What's up with your face? You didn't." Waving her hand, Monica shook her head. No, I saw." "Then what is the problem?" Scratching the side of her nose, Monica hesitated for a bit before replying. "Although I know that he was Ren, he didn't look like Ren." This time it was Donna's turn to become confused as she asked, "He didn't look like Ren. Then what did he look like?" "How should I say?" Crossing her legs on the bed, Monica mused for a moment before replying. "His face was completely burned, he had no hair, and he had the same colored eyes as Ren." "Burned. No hair. Blue eyes." Listening to Monica's words, a few words suddenly caught Donna and Amber's attention as they looked at each other. Their faces suddenly became inexplicably serious as Donna asked, "Did you notice anything else about him? Like, were there any scars on his face?" "Scars?" Monica frowned. Now that you've mentioned, there could have been, but his face was quite burnt and he was quite far, so it's possible. He's also bald if I don't remember incorrectly." "Oh, God." Amber suddenly muttered out loud. Next to her, Donna's brows furrowed tightly as she hastily took out her phone. Reading the mood of the room, Monica's face became serious. "Hey, what's up with you two? Is there something wrong with what I said?" Rather than answering, Amber looked at Donna, who kept scrolling through her phone. After a while, looking at Monica, Donna flipped her phone and asked, "Does he perhaps look like this?" Moving her head back, Monica squinted her eyes and looked at Donna's phone. Upon getting a better look at the phone, Monica was able to see a picture of a person with burn marks and scars all over his face. Staring at the picture, Monica was instantly able to recognize him as she excitedly said, "Yes. Yes. That's it. It's him. That's Ren." Monica. Donna cut in, clearly showing signs of discomfort. "What? Rather than just tell you, it's better to just show you." Tapping on the picture on her phone, the picture shrank and an article appeared. The moment Monica took the phone and read the article, her eyes dilated and her face paled. "What? VRRRRR." Laying back on a tree, I could faintly hear the sound of a car engine roaring in the distance. Before long, a massive black vehicle appeared in the vast plain I was in. Soon the car stopped, and rushing out of it was Small Snake, who cried out, "Ren." As I watched his lanky figure run in my direction, the edges of my lips curved upwards as I couldn't help but think. The name Stick Like Human really does fit him. From where I was, he really looked like a stick. Had to give it to Angelica, she was spot on with this nickname. Ren. Running through the field, Small Snake called out for me before stopping a few meters away from where I was. "Ren, is that really you?" Smiling, I waved my hand. "Been a while, Small Snake." "It's really you?" Small Snake cried out in relief. "Where have you been? We've been looking for you, all over the place. We've tried searching for you through a face scan and everything. No matter where we looked, we couldn't find you." "Is that so?" "Yeah." Exhaling, with the support of the tree behind me, I stood up and moved towards the car in the distance. Well, it's a long story." "A long story?" "Yeah, it's one I don't really want to recall. The memories of my experience at the monolith weren't something that I wanted to recall. Those were some of the darkest days of my life." "I see." Understanding my words, Small Snake didn't ask any more. Following me from behind, Small Snake hesitated before suddenly asking about something else. "By the way, what happened to your face?" Fully expecting Small Snake's question, I entered the car and sat on the rear seats of the car before half-heartedly replying, "Nothing much, I was just trying to boost my fire resistance." "Who?" Taken aback by my answer, Small Snake raised his head and looked at me from the rearview mirror. "Fire resistance? What are you talking about?" "I'm just messing with you, drive the car, I'll explain more later." Smiling, I waved my hand and urged him to start the car. For now, all I wanted was to rest. The Author's POV. Chapter 283, Forsaken, 1. Screech. Pressing on the brakes of the car stopped and a familiar building appeared in the distance. "All right, we're here." Twisting the keys of the car, Small Snake hopped off the car. Wham. Yawning out loud and stretching my arms, I opened the door of the car and got off as well. Then, turning my head, I looked towards the familiar building in the distance. "It's been a while," I muttered underneath my breath. 8 months. Perhaps it was even longer, but I couldn't remember anymore. All of my recent memories have made everything around me feel unfamiliar. It was an odd sensation. Similar to when I had just reincarnated into this world. "Follow me, a lot of things have changed since you left." Changed. Twirling the car keys on his index finger, Small Snake locked the car and made his way towards the warehouse in the distance. Rather than telling you, it's better if I show you." "Okay." Following Small Snake from behind, we soon arrived before the entrance of the warehouse. Stopping before the entrance, turning my head towards Small Snake, I asked, "By the way, how are the others doing? Been a while since I last saw them. Did they improve whilst I was gone?" Unlocking the doors of the warehouse, Small Snake casually replied, "Everyone is doing fine. Not much really happened during your absence." "That's so. Then did you manage to recruit her?" Halting mid-key turn, Small Snake raised his brow and looked at me. "Are you referring to the one you told me to recruit before abruptly disappearing?" Awkwardly scratching my nose, I replied, "Yeah. If you're talking about that Ava girl, she's agreed to join." "Really?" A surprised look appeared on my face. Last I remembered, during the tournament, she contacted me regarding my previous offer. From there I put her in contact with Small Snake. Who would have thought that she had agreed to join despite my absence? Is she in? I asked whilst pointing at the warehouse. In turn, Small Snake shook his head and unlocked the door. No, she's at the lock. Right. I forgot about that. She was still a student, so she couldn't technically be here full-time. Just like me before. All right, follow me in. You do know that I've been here before, right? Rolling my eyes, I followed Small Snake in. Entering the warehouse with Small Snake, once we walked past the entrance of the warehouse, arriving before a certain room, I spotted a woman with 2 horns on her head sitting cross-legged in the middle of the room. Angelica. I could feel powerful demonic energy emanating from her body. The aura on her body was much stronger compared to when I had last seen her. I suspected that she had broken through B to B+ rank. She was now a full-fledged Viscount-ranked demon. Staring at her, I walked up to her. Angelica suddenly opened her mouth. You're here, human. Took you a while. Things happened. I shrugged. Then, looking at her, I asked. You've been doing well, I presume. MHM. Along with a casual nod, the demonic energy that was lingering in the air shrunk rapidly and entered her body. Standing up, she scanned me from top to bottom. What happened to your face? She questioned with an odd look on her face. Always straight to the point. At her question, a helpless sigh escaped from my mouth. Before even greeting me properly, she already jumped straight to what happened to my face. Talk about straightforward. Well. This energy. However, right as I was about to respond, her brows suddenly knit. Lifting her head, a shocked expression appeared on her face. Your rank. Finally noticed. A smile appeared on my face. Was hoping she'd notice. Since I wasn't suppressing my rank, it was easy for her to tell that my rank was currently at D+, borderline C-. You are one interesting human. Come again. What kind of statement was that? Throughout my life, I have seen many humans, I've even contracted with some. Pausing, a meaningful glare appeared on her face. Turning my head, I scratched the side of my nose. Almost forgot about the fact that I had killed one of the people she had contracted with. And out of all the humans that I had seen, you're the first one that has truly shocked me. Your talent is quite frightening. That's so. Being complimented by Angelica, I rubbed my nose slightly. Glad she knows. Ren. Small Snake called out from behind. Turning my head, I found a middle-aged man standing next to him. I was able to instantly recognize him. Leopold. With his hand on his chin, Leopold's brows knit. Is there something wrong? I asked in confusion. Suddenly, raising his thumb up, Leopold repeatedly nodded his head. Boss, I like your makeover. Very badass. My mouth twitched. Oh God. Standing by next to him, Small Snake covered his face. From how unsurprised he was, it looked as though he had somewhat expected this. MHM, I'm digging the scar and that bald look. Very nice. Haha, thanks. I replied with a forced laugh. From how serious his face was, I wondered if he was joking or being serious. Was slowly starting to regret my decision in bringing him in. By the way, Small Snake, where is Ryan? So far there were Small Snake, Angelica, and Leopold in the room. There should still be Ryan. Ryan. At the mention of Ryan's name, Small Snake's eyelids twitched slightly. This did not go unnoticed to me as my eyes squinted. Is he not here? No, he's here, it's just that. Just that. Scratching the side of his neck, a helpless expression appeared on Small Snake's face. Then, he suddenly sighed before turning around. Rather than telling you, it's better if you look for yourself. Follow me. Okay. Though I found the situation odd, I decided to follow Small Snake from behind. Walking through the warehouse, we soon stopped in front of another room. Halting his steps in front of the room, Small Snake put his hand on the doorknob and twisted it lightly. What the? Upon twisting the knob and opening the door, the first thing I saw was an endless amount of monitors attached to the side of the wall. Below them was a massive black wooden desk. This isn't it, no, not this one, nope. Sitting on a large leather chair that was twice his size, was Ryan, whose eyes darted all over the monitors like a maniac. Entering the room, Small Snake had an annoyed look on his face as he walked up to Ryan and removed the headset that was resting on his head. Maybe this one could, Ryan, how many times do I have to tell you that you to take a break? Your eyes need to rest. Small Snake reprimanded. Small Snake, what are you doing here? Can't I be here? No, you can. A horrified look appeared on Ryan's face as he replied to Small Snake. You see, I was in the middle of something. What does that matter? You want me to tell your mother about how much time you're spending on the computer? No, that. Anything but that. Looking at the duo, an amused smile appeared on my face as I thought. Looks like Small Snake has fully adapted to his babysitter role. Ever since returning to this place, Small Snake's role as a babysitter became more and more apparent to me. From how he redecorated the whole facility, to how he handled Leopold. Small Snake truly became a dependable person. Pushav, Kiam, I mean Small Snake, it's okay, leave Ryan alone. For a second, my tongue almost slipped. Boss. Turning his head, and spotting me, Ryan called out in excitement as he rushed towards me. An odd look appeared on my face. Pointing at myself, I asked. Do you recognize me? Of course I do. Ryan replied without any hesitation, causing me to be even more confused. But didn't you see me only once before? That's right. So how were you able to identify me? I curiously asked. Other than the time I rescued him from his mom, this was the second time I was meeting him. For him to have been able to recognize me this quickly despite the current state of my face, I was quite perplexed. Blinking his eyes a couple of times, Ryan innocently tilted his head. Then, opening his mouth, he started speaking extremely fast. The color of your eyes, your physique, your voice, and the fact that Small Snake brought you here. With his personality, there's no way he'd bring a stranger here. If you add all those factors together, it wouldn't be strange for me to come up with such a conclusion. Oh, and what happened to your face? I see. Taken aback by how fast he was speaking, I nodded my head slightly. Either way, I pretty much got the gist of what he was saying. If he put it like that, then it made sense. Well, not that anyone else could have done it, since they wouldn't have been able to memorize so many things at once. Ryan was the only exception. Once he finished speaking, Ryan's innocent eyes looked towards me as he asked. So what brings you here, boss? Are you here to just greet me? All right, thanks for reminding me. Moving towards a gray sofa by the side of the room, I sat down. Propping my elbow on the armrest of the sofa, and resting my cheek on my arm, I opened my mouth. Ryan, I need your help with something. My help? It's a pretty big task, and even if you can't do it, I won't hold it against you. What I was about to ask of him was going to be a difficult task. With him only being 13 years old, there was a chance that his skills weren't developed enough to help me. Patting his chest, Ryan confidently exclaimed. Don't worry, boss, I'll make sure to complete it. Listening to Ryan's words, a gratified smile appeared on my face. Then, pointing towards my head, I looked at Ryan and said, I want you to hack the chip that is stuck inside of my head. Who? A chip? Listening to the side, a confused look appeared on Small Snake's face. Ren, what are you talking about? Lightly glancing at Small Snake, I casually shrugged my shoulders before giving them a brief recount of what had happened in the monolith. Although I omitted a few things, I pretty much told them about the experiments and how a chip was installed inside of my brain. Such thing happened. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Listening to the story, Small Snake's face became gloomy. The monolith wasn't just a sensitive topic for me. It was also one for Small Snake, who was also forced to be a fugitive because of them. Clenching his fists, Small Snake lowered his head. I'm sorry, even though you spent so much money on us, we were completely useless when you were suffering so much. It's okay. Seeing the state Small Snake was in, the edges of my lips curved upwards. Patting my body, I reassured. I'm free, aren't I? Isn't that all that matters? The past is the past, now let's focus on the future and make it so a similar situation never happens again, okay? Okay. Good. After consoling Small Snake, I turned my head towards Ryan's direction. So, Ryan. About the thing that I just asked, can you do it? Sitting back on his chair, Ryan's brows were tightly furrowed together. After a while, looking back at me, he nodded his head. I can try. A smile appeared on my face. That's all I'm asking for. At the moment, Ryan was the best bet I had for helping me with the chip problem. Having destroyed a major part of the monolith, I wasn't necessarily worried about them getting the chip tracking device functioning fast, but it was better to get it solved as soon as possible, given the fact that by now I should be one of the most wanted people by them. Okay, let me see what I can do. Twisting the chair around, Ryan's finger danced all over the keyboard, as the sound of keys being clicked rang out in the room. Ta-da-ta-da-ta. Frowning, Ryan's eyes darted all over the monitor screens in front of him. Staring at the codes in front of him, Ryan started asking questions. So, boss, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to directly disable the chip? I patiently responded to all of his questions. No, I want you to disable the tracking function. The chip was quite useful to me. If possible, I didn't want to disable it. Apart from the improvement in my analytical abilities, the chip also helped me during fights. For it to be disabled, I felt that it was a waste. So you just want me to disable the tracking function? Okay, that doesn't sound too hard. Ta-da-ta-da-ta. Plucking his lips together, Ryan's fingers moved across the keyboard at lightning-fast speeds. Many different codes and numbers appeared in the monitors in front of him as Ryan's brows progressively knit with every passing minute. This continued for 10 more minutes before he suddenly let out a strange sound. What's going on? You found something? Sitting up straight, I worriedly asked. Hold on. Ryan's eyes darted all over the monitor screens. Scratching the side of his head, Ryan repeatedly tilted his head from left to right, as the frown on his face deepened. After a while, Ryan bit his lips. Turning his head, he looked towards me and apologized. I'm sorry, but it looks like I can't do it. My heart sank. What's wrong? Why can't you do it? Instead of answering me, Ryan asked a question. Boss, you know how GPS trackers work, right? GPS trackers. Yeah. Do you? Pondering, I carefully replied. Sort of, From what I remember, GPS trackers use multiple satellites to determine the location of the device connected to it, or something along those lines. Sounds about right. So what's the problem? I wondered. Looking up at the ceiling, Ryan thought for a bit before replying. The problem is that the chip inside of your head is not connected to any satellite. Not connected to any satellite. Then how does it track me? A brief moment of silence ensued. Tapping on the table, Ryan once again looked at the monitors in front of him, before replying. I'm not entirely sure. But from what I've gathered through entering the database of the chip, there seems to be a special artifact installed. Material. Crystal. Can't really tell. Either way, somehow, thanks to that, they are able to track you. Then, what do I do? Can I disable the chip in my head? Ryan shook his head. Unfortunately, that is also not possible. What? Why? That's because the chip in your head has a self-destruction function. If you try to remove it, or I directly hack it, it'll automatically detonate. Listening to Ryan speak, my mind blanked. If I couldn't remove the chip that I was inside of my head, then what was I supposed to do? Let the monolith hunt me down. Just as I was despairing over my situation, Ryan once again called out for me. Boss, actually, not all hope is lost. Lifting my head, I asked. What do you mean? Well, you see, the only reason why I can't help you right now is because my skills are inadequate. If you give me time, I can do it. Time? How much time do you need? From 1 month to a couple of years. I don't know. Is that so? That was so too long. By the time he was skilled enough, I would have long been killed by the monolith. Then what do I? Wait, what's going on? Cutting me off was Ryan, who suddenly turned around and looked towards his monitors. What happened? I asked in confusion. Look. Nudging me with his head, Ryan pointed towards his monitors. Looking up, I saw that half of them had the same channel turned on. An emergency broadcast. Looks like it. Ryan turned the volume up. Breaking news, we're coming at you live with an emergency broadcast that will be shared throughout every television screen in the human domain. We're here to relay to you an important piece of information. Suddenly the screen split in half. On one side was the hostess and on the other were multiple images of an individual with a face riddled with scars. What the? Staring at the image on the screen, my body froze and my pupils shrank. Ryan, who was next to me, opened his mouth widely. A bounty of over 10 billion U has been set on this person. Said person is extremely dangerous and has been deemed by the Union as the #1 most wanted person in the human domain. If anyone finds out information regarding the said individual, please contact XXXXXXXXXX. Crack. Unbeknownst to me, the armrest of the sofa next to me broke apart. I was clenching my fists so tightly that blood started seeping down towards the ground. Dully staring at the monitor screen for a couple of seconds, my body started to tremble. Hey, Ren, are you okay? Approaching me was Small Snake. He too had seen the news as he was in the same room throughout the whole discussion I had with Ryan. KH. Lifting my head up, I suddenly flew into a fit of mad laughter. Ha 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 ha, I see, so this is how you want to repay me, I see, ha 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 ha. Though I was laughing, an unimaginable amount of rage was masked inside of that laugh. Small Snake and Ryan, who were next to me, visibly shivered at the sound of my laugh. But I didn't care. That was because the Union had just sold me out. The Author's POV. Chapter 284, Forsaken, 2. Union Headquarters, 120th floor. Inside a dimly lit room, 5 of the 7 heads of the Union sat on a large round table. Being some of the most powerful people in the human domain, they were individuals whose decisions could decide the lives of millions. As a result, multiple oppressive auras enveloped the room. Anyone below S rank would simply faint under this pressure. I presume you all know why we're meeting, right? A tall, robust man with dirt blonde hair spoke up. Just his casual words caused the air around him to crackle as thin lightning bolts revolved around his body. He was Maximus von Dexteroy, 3rd in the hero ranking, and one of the 7 heads of the Union. It'd be strange if we didn't. Especially after that rat's betrayal. A snake-dyed person replied. He was 7th in the hero ranking, Caesar Killiner. An extremely famous hero that was renowned for his dagger techniques that could mutilate opponents with a single look. Who would have thought that Tassus was a traitor? I guess looks can be deceiving. 2 melodious voices rang inside of the room. The voices belonged to Julia Romantica and Daphne Lawrence, respectively 2nd and 9th in the hero rankings. Adorned in jewelry and piercings, Daphne was a black woman. As one would expect, she had a wild beauty to her that would make any man grovel at her feet. On the other hand, sitting next to her was Julia, who in contrast to her was tall, slim white beauty with white hair and blue eyes. Most frightening about her was her power, as she was only 1 rank behind the #1 spot. Quiet, the meeting is about to start. A soft voice suddenly enveloped the whole room. The moment the voice spoke, everyone subconsciously stopped speaking. That was because the person who had just spoken was the #1 ranked hero in the human domain, the sovereign, Octavius Hall. The most powerful human in existence. With brown hair and languid eyes that seemed to be devoid of any emotion, an aura of oppression and destruction exuded from his body, completely suppressing the other auras in the room. The power radiating from his body was so strong that with every breath he took, tangible mana appeared in the air. Closing his eyes, Octavius suddenly waved his hand. Let's begin. The moment he waved his hand, the space in front of him tore apart and a small black void appeared out of thin air. Thank you for having me. An ethereal voice suddenly rang inside of the room. Not long after, a silhouette stepped out of the void. With ruby-red eyes that glistened underneath the lights of the room, long cascading black hair, and fair skin, a male figure leisurely walked out of the portal. Stepping out of the void, the man casually looked around and bowed his head slightly. Been a while since I last saw you, heads. Indifferently staring at the men who had just entered the room, Octavius's mouth opened. Malik al-Shayatan. In the flesh. Also known as the King of Demons in Arabic, and the head of the monolith. Not much was known about him, but what everyone in the room could feel from the faint undulations of magic resonating from his body was that his power was on par with Octavius, if not even stronger. The room instantly became tense. It seems like everyone is here. Taking a seat all the way over on the other side of the table, Malik al-Shayatan propped both of his elbows on the table before supporting his chin with his hands that were interlocked together. I'm sure you heads know why I asked to meet, right? You wish to stop the war. Maximus coldly spoke from the side. Correct. PSH, so you want to stop a war you guys started, just like that. You only want to cease the war now that you guys suffered a loss at our hands. Laughable. Indeed. Caesar mocked from the side. Julia and Daphne joined after him. In response to their mockery, Malik al-Shaytan smiled serenely. Is that so? Then what are the excuse me, I meant 5 heads of the Union gonna do about it? Maximus suddenly stood up. Cracka. Cracka. Purple lightning crackled all over his body as he glared at Malik al-Shaytan. Raising his hand, a lightning bolt that was filled with killing intent appeared in his hand, illuminating the whole room. I've thought about a better solution. How about I just kill you and stop the war? Sit. Cutting Maximus off was Octavius's indifferent voice. Turning his head, Maximus glared at Octavius. Don't tell me you're not going to jump at the opportunity presented before you. There were 5 of the strongest humans present in the human domain in the same room. The leader of the monolith was present in the same room as them. This was the perfect opportunity for them to get rid of him. With a face devoid of any emotions, Octavius responded. That's not his real body. You could tell. A surprised look appeared on Malik al-Shaytan's face. And here I thought that I had fooled everyone. A trace of pity flashed Malik al-Shaytan's eyes. Cut the nonsense, tell us what you want. Caesar cut in. I don't have much time to waste on your games. At Caesar's words, Malik al-Shaytan smiled. He then raised his finger. I only demand one thing. Pausing, Malik al-Shaytan casually looked at everyone in the room before continuing. To be more precise, I want one person. A person. Waving his hand in the air, black flames appeared on the tip of Malik al-Shaytan's fingers. Thereafter, the image of an individual riddled with scars formed in the middle of the flames. Turning his head and looking at the image, Malik al-Shaytan spoke. I want him. Subject 876. Staring at the picture, Daphne muttered out loud. Burned face and scars, that seems to fit the descriptions of the person that saved Amon, Monica, and the others. Having read the reports that came from the survivors of the secret operation, everybody knew that the person that Malik al-Shaytan wanted was the same person that had rescued Monica, Amon, and the others. As a result of this, everybody frowned. Not minding the reaction of the others, Malik al-Shaytan continued. That is correct. Give him to us, and I promise you a truce with the Union. We can sign a contract if you don't believe me. Well, that is as long as you agree to my terms. A truce. Octavius's voice rang out. Following his voice, everyone looked at Malik al-Shaytan to make sure that they didn't hear wrongly. Being stared at by 5 of the strongest people in the human domain, Malik al-Shaytan's face remained serene. You did not hear wrong. Following his words, a look of understanding suddenly appeared on the faces of the people inside of the room. The truce was the real reason behind the meeting. 876 was merely an excuse used to propose the truce. With the Union losing 2 of their heads, including Monica due to injury, and the monolith suffering similar large losses with both Genhao and Tassus heavily injured from the explosion, the 2 organizations at the moment couldn't afford to go to war. This was especially so given the fact that they both lost multiple S-ranked heroes. If the war continued, then both organizations would be at risk of completely crumbling down. Simply put, neither party could afford that. So, what do you think about my offer? The real intent behind the meeting was to buy enough time for both organizations to recuperate. At least a major part of it was that, however, Malik al-Shaytan wasn't lying when he said he wanted 876. After all, he was the person responsible for injuring his vice leader, as well as Tassus. This was also excluding the many high-leveled individuals that were a part of the monolith. Just one person alone had weakened the monolith so much that they were forced to call out for a truce. Though Malik al-Shaytan was smiling, the rage contained within that smile could vividly be felt by everyone in the room as the air around him thickened up considerably every time he mentioned 876. I'll tell you what, I'll make this offer even juicier. From what I've heard, you guys seem to be close to developing portals but can't quite get there yet, right? Right. Julia cautiously responded. Although they had made a breakthrough in portal technology over recent years, they had still not quite perfected it yet. At least not for commercial use. Good, how about this, I'll do you one better, in exchange for revealing what you are missing, as well as proposing the truce, I want you guys to help us find 876. How about it? Not a bad deal, right? This was merely a customary proposal. Everyone in the room here knew that humanity was close to developing portals. At most a year or two, and they would achieve it. The only reason Malik al-Shayadin proposed such a deal was so that it made it seem as though both parties were on equal footing. He knew just how prideful the people before him were. At his proposal, deathly silence enveloped the room as no one spoke a word. The silence continued for a while before Octavius finally opened his mouth. Let me discuss it with the other heads. Go ahead. Waving his hand in the air, a black barrier formed around the 5 heads of the union, completely enveloping them whole. This was a sound barrier that was made to prevent anyone from overhearing their discussion. Once the barrier completely enveloped them, the first one to speak was Maximus. We should take the deal. What? Why? Daphne stood and protested. I've been thinking this for a while, but this offer is ridiculous. Did you guys forget that if not for him both Amon and Monica would have died? For the others to think about sacrificing someone who single-handedly dealt so much damage to the monolith as well as saved the backbone of the Union, Daphne couldn't understand why they were even thinking about going through with the deal. Coldly looking at Daphne, Maximus spoke up. Daphne, let me ask you. What are we supposed to do in our job? Our job? It's to keep as many people as possible safe. Daphne quickly responded without any hesitation. Maximus nodded at her answer. Correct, our priority is the lives of the citizens. If the war continues, a lot of lives will be lost. So you're implying that we sacrificed the person that saved our members for the sake of stopping the war between us and the monolith? Correct. But Maximus has a point. Julia chimed in with a complex look on her face. She too was uncomfortable with this decision, but at the end of the day, if this was the price to pay in order to stop the war, she was willing to go through with it. What, you too? A shocked look appeared on Daphne's face. Casually looking at Daphne who was beside her, Julia sighed. Daphne, like Maximus said, our job is to save as many people as possible. Sacrifices will be made in the process, and you should know better than anyone since you are one of the 7 heads. Julia's words hit Daphne like a thunderclap. Every word that she said was right. Daphne knew that, yet she still couldn't come to terms with the decision. But, still, I feel that what we're doing is wrong. Daphne. Octavius finally spoke up. With every word he spoke, the barrier around them would tremble slightly. You are one of the heads of the Union. Sympathy and those types of emotions are unnecessary. Our priority is the well-beings of humanity. Although I acknowledge the fact that 876 has made great contributions to the Union, from what the report stated, his power is meaningless, around D rank range. Saving him would do no good for us, just think of him as a sacrifice for the greater good of humanity. Listening to Octavius's words, Daphne bit her lips. Although she wanted to refute, she knew that in the end, the decision was not up to her. Furthermore, every word that Octavius held some truth to it. At the end of the day, they were individuals who needed to make sacrifices for the sake of humanity. Emotions such as sympathy and the likes were unnecessary for individuals like them. What they needed to think about was the best course of action to take for the sake of the Union and humanity. Everything else was secondary. All right, let's vote now. Those in favor of the proposal, raise your hands. Kaisa headquarters. Damn it, what should we do now? Pacing around the room, Small Snake was in a state of panic. Calm down, Small Snake, let me think. Seated on the sofa, I tried to calm Small Snake down. Forcefully quelling my rage down, I tried my best to remain calm. There was no point panicking now. Wouldn't do me any good. Rather, it was better to think about my next course of action with a calm mind. After a while, turning my head towards Ryan, I asked. Ryan, let me ask you something. Do you perhaps have a way to tell if the tracker is functioning or not inside of my head? Are you asking whether I can tell when the tracking function is back on or not? Yes, exactly that. Give me a second. Swinging the chair around, Ryan's fingers once again danced on the keyboard in front of him. This continued for the next couple of minutes before he turned around and nodded his head. Seems like it. As of right now, there is no connection between the chip and any external source, so I can tell you that no one is tracking you. That's good. Crossing my legs, I started to ponder to myself. If Ryan can tell exactly when the connection between the tracking software and the chip is on, then this allows me to know when exactly the hunt for me will start. This is good. At least this way I won't be ambushed out of anywhere. The moment my bounty was put out, I knew that I could no longer stay in the human domain. I had to leave. With my current strength and abilities, I could no longer stay here. It was time for me to start focusing on myself. Originally I had thought about returning to where I was before, helping Kevin and the others just like before. But my experience at the monolith made me change my mind. I realized that my mentality was wrong. All I was doing was merely babysitting Kevin and the others. How ironic. Kevin was the protagonist and yet I was babysitting him from behind. It became apparent to me that Kevin did not need any babysitting. Even though the plotline had changed, he was still the protagonist. He was the one with the system and amazing talent. What did I need to help him for? If he couldn't even overcome the challenges that lay ahead of him, then what was the point of him being the protagonist? I was not his babysitter, nor was he someone that needed to be under my watch. It was time to abandon that mentality and focus on myself. I needed to become strong. Stronger. Strong enough so that the likes of the Union and the monolith could no longer oppress me. As my thoughts paused there, lifting my head up and staring at Small Snake, I resolutely stood up. Small Snake, start making preparations. Preparations. Walking towards the entrance of the room, I nodded my head. Yup, we're going on a long trip. End of Volume 2, Part -1. The Author's POV. Chapter 285, Before the Journey, 1. What the fuck are you guys even thinking? An enraged shout echoed inside of simple office space. Following this, pounding violently on a wooden desk, Monica glared towards the person sitting behind the desk. Daphne, just what went through your heads when you decided to sacrifice the person that has single-handedly saved me, Amon, and the others? Monica once again shouted. She was beyond incensed. Upon being notified by Donna about the bounty on Ren's head, Monica flew into a fit of rage and immediately went towards Daphne's office to get an explanation from her. Tell me so that I can understand. Calm down, Monica. Daphne helplessly raised her hand to calm Monica down. Calm down my ass. How can I be calm in this situation? Just listen to what I have to say. Daphne pleaded. Without saying anything, Monica stared at Daphne's eyes for a couple of seconds. Fine. Crossing her arms, Monica sat down on the seat opposite Daphne and gestured for her to explain. I really want to know what crossed your minds when you made that decision. Finally managing to calm Monica down, Daphne breathed a sigh of relief, before leaning back on her chair. Where should I begin? Pondering for a moment, Daphne decided to relay to Monica about everything that went through that meeting. From how they decided to sign a truce, to how they decided to sacrifice 876 for the truce in order to give her and Amon enough time to recuperate. The more Monica listened to Daphne, the tighter her brows knit. This is bullshit. Eventually, after a while, she stood up and once again smacked the table. Do you guys not realize that you've wasted a golden opportunity? A golden opportunity? Yes. Monica cried out. Since they are the ones that proposed the truce, it obviously means that whatever the explosion did, they suffered major losses. If there is a perfect chance to fight back, it is now. Deal a devastating blow to both those demon bastards and the monolith. Though Monica wasn't able to fully witness the core explode as she had already left by the time it exploded, what she did witness was the pure destructive power that emanated from the core itself. It was frightening. There was no way that they came unscathed from that attack. Listening to Monica's words, Daphne shook her head. If only it was that easy, Monica. What do you mean? Do you think we don't know about what you've said? We've also thought about attacking them, but there are a couple of problems. What problems? Monica's face showed obvious signs of distrust. Not minding this, Daphne explained. For one, we don't actually know the extent of the injuries from the monolith's side. For all we know, the truce could be a trap proposed by them to make us think that they are severely weakened. If it truly was that way and we attack, we'd suffer massive losses. For the monolith to be the first one to step back, the Union heads were not naive enough to believe that the monolith was just openly displaying their weakness. There was a high chance that they were trying to instigate the Union into attacking them. If that is also not enough of a reason, Malik al-Shaytan alone is enough. Deep apprehension flashed across Daphne's eyes. Recalling him back at the meeting, although she knew that it was just his clone there, his presence was no joke. He was in his own league. Malik al-Shaytan, the head of the monolith. Listening to Daphne's words, Monica's brows knit. Him. What about him? Shaking her head, Daphne sighed. You weren't there, Monica, but the moment he stepped into the room, all of us could tell one thing. Lifting her head and looking at Monica straight in the eyes, Daphne took a deep breath before continuing. It was that he was on another level. Another level. With deep apprehension in her eyes, Daphne explained. Yes. After the meeting ended, Octavius himself confirmed it. He was weaker than him. TSSS. Monica inhaled a breath of cold air. For someone as prideful as Octavius to say such a thing, it meant that it was true. Are you serious? Yes. That is why we were hesitant on attacking them. Furthermore, with the demons behind them, the war would only end up being our loss. But Daphne cut Monica off. Monica, what is done is done. Even though I have voted against the decision, the other heads all unanimously voted for 876 to be eliminated. In the end, he wasn't worth the sacrifice. At the end of the day, 876 did not show them enough promise to make them go to war with the monolith for his sake. Had he been an unrivaled talent or a high ranker, they may have done something, but in the end, 876 was a measly D rank. Something that was not worth mentioning by the likes of them. SS-ranked heroes. No, it's because I know who 876 is that I'm saying this. Listening to Daphne, Monica cried out inside of her heart. If Ren was truly 876, Monica knew that if he really held a grudge against them, things wouldn't really turn out as simple as they think. If Ren grew as she expected him to, then the monolith would be the last thing the Union should worry about. God, I hope things don't escalate to that extent. Biting her lips, Monica inwardly prayed inside of her heart. If things went that way, Monica wasn't sure whose side she would pick. Inside of a dark room, an old man with a long gray beard and turbid gray eyes sat crossed legs. The air around him distorted from time to time. Schwa. Disrupting the silence and appearing from out of thin air, was an elegant young man with long black hair and ruby red eyes. Standing up, the old man greeted. Leader, you have returned. Giving Mo Jinhao a casual nod, the man who just entered, Malik al-Shaytan casually swept the room with his eyes before raising his hand and swiping right. At his casual gesture, a black void suddenly appeared out of thin air. Then, after a couple of seconds, a cold and indifferent voice that seemed to come from the deepest parts of hell rang out from the void. Are you done? Have they fallen for it? Unfortunately not. Curtly replied Malik al-Shaytan. The Union accepted our truce agreement. A pity. A trace of disappointment could be felt from the voice behind the void. Lowering his body slightly, Malik al-Shaytan asked. Your Royal Highness, is there anything you would like for me to do? No, that is it for now. Make sure you don't get into any conflicts for at least a couple of years. Your recent failure has caused quite a few problems for me. Thick killing intent could be felt from the words of the individual whom Malik al-Shaytan referred to as your Royal Highness. Mo Jinhao and Malik al-Shaytan, who were in the same room, could feel this, as the void before them twisted strangely, and a tangible wave of bloodlust swept over them. Lowering his head slightly, Malik al-Shaytan replied. I apologize for the mishap. It's good that you understand. For now, do as I said and lay low. Understood. Good, I hope you don't disappoint me once again. The voice slowly drifted in the room before completely disappearing. Once the voice completely disappeared and the void before them shrank, after a brief moment of silence, the first to speak was Mo Jinhao. Leader, what do we do now? Malik al-Shaytan indifferently gazed at the place where the black void used to be and coldly replied. We do as the demons have ordered, and lay low for now. At the moment, the demons were at war with the three races. The incident where multiple S ranks and below died, resulted in a lot of the demons getting injured. This in turn caused the demons to suffer a major loss, as one of their forces abruptly weakened out of nowhere. It was because of this that he was forced to propose a truce to the Union. Not because they were weak, but because the demons couldn't afford to have more of their members get injured. Malik al-Shaytan had originally hoped that the Union would be hot-blooded and directly take their truce as a sign of weakness and have them attack the monolith. This would have been the perfect chance to ambush them and get rid of them. Unfortunately, they did not bite the hook. A pity. Malik Al-Shayatin shook his head in disappointment. Glancing towards Mo Jinhao next to him, Malik Al-Shayatin asked. Mo Jinhao, how are your injuries? My injuries? MHM. Pondering for a bit, Mo Jinhao replied. I've already taken a couple of high-leveled potions, they are not that severe right now. If the Union had gone and attacked us, we could have done a quick work of them. The Union was truly lucky in deciding to agree to the truce. Had they not agreed, the only outcome for them was their imminent destruction. With both Mo Jinhao and Tassis's injuries not being that serious anymore, they could have easily have been able to overpower the 5 heads of the Union without suffering any major losses. It was truly a pity. I see. Malik Al-Shayatin's red eyes flashed before he turned around and left. Staring at his expressionless face from behind, Mo Jinhao had no idea about what he was thinking. 2 p.m. Kaisa headquarters. Sitting on a large desk, I flipped through some files. After a while, I looked up towards Small Snake who was sitting opposite me and asked. Small Snake, how much money do we have saved up? Without taking his eyes off of the papers in front of him, Small Snake replied. Around 10 million, why? 10 million. Since when did we have so much money? This amount honestly surprised me. I had originally thought that there would have been less. You think we've been idle these 8 months that you were gone? Small Snake rolled his eyes. Let's exclude Angelica who did pretty much all of the major tasks, but I've been using the information that you had given to me before to make quite a bit of money. Information. I tilted my head in confusion. Yup, the one you told me regarding where to invest and stuff. Ah, that. Then it finally dawned on me. I had in fact given Small Snake a list of companies that would rise in stock in the future, but I had long forgotten about that. To be honest, this was mainly due to the fact that I no longer relied on the plotline like before. Realizing that too many things were changing, I stopped relying on those things. Fair enough. Crossing my arms, I tapped on my bracelet and threw something in Small Snake's direction. Here. Whoa. Catching the object I threw at him with both hands, Small Snake looked at it and asked. What is this? It's an advanced potion, sell it and give me the money. The 10 million you saved included. Small Snake's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, hold on. Did you just say Adva? That's not all, I want you to sell this stuff too. Cutting Small Snake off, one by one, I threw item after item towards him, who carefully caught them as though they were precious treasures. Wait, what is all of this stuff and what do you need that money for? Throwing a disgusted look on Small Snake's face, I pointed at my face. What do you think? Have you seen my face? Aren't those just regular scars? Can't you just take a normal potion? Nope, that's why I'm telling you to go sell it. Only an extremely potent potion can cure my face. Had Melissa's potion been enough, I would have used it as soon as I got out of the monolith. Unfortunately, it didn't work. Still, its value was well within 40 million U. Other than that, I had a lot of useless stuff that I had gotten from the guards I had killed from the monolith. Especially, Luther, he had quite a lot of good things on him. Including a couple of advanced potions. All in all, it was raining money, and my face was soon going to be fixed. Staring at Small Snake, I reassured. Don't worry Small Snake, I'm not going to spend all of the money on fixing my face. I've got other things to buy. Like a lot of things. Potions, food supplies, water, clothes, and essentially everything one would need during a long excursion. I needed the money to buy a lot of stuff for the upcoming trip. It was going to be a long trip. Making ample preparations was a must, especially since I was running out of time. Okay, but can you at least tell me what you are planning on? Later. I'll explain it when the others are here as well. Others? Yup, everyone is going. Huh. Yup. That's right, you too Small Snake. Me. What? A startled look appeared on Small Snake's face. Wait, why are you bringing me? You do know that I'm practically useless in combat or anything related to that, right? Yeah. Then why are you bringing me? Because it's never too late to start. Small Snake was a genius. Maybe it was because of his low self-esteem or something like that, but Small Snake was not fully aware of his brilliance. The intention in bringing him to this trip was so that I could train him to fit with the squad. Once he truly realized how brilliant he was, the power of our mercenary group would drastically rise. Ah, right, Small Snake, I'm leaving you with the task of convincing Ryan's mom and Ava to come with me on the trip. What? I know what you're going to say, but just make it work. With the trip being a long one, though it was filled with danger, it was also filled with opportunities. This was why I wanted everyone to come with me. There were a couple of obstacles though. One was Ryan, whose mother I needed permission from, and Ava, who was still at the lock. But to be honest, Ava was better off following me. At the lock, she would have never been able to show the full potential of her power. She needed real experience, and the journey I was about to embark on was the perfect opportunity for her. In fact, not just for her, but everyone that was here, Small Snake included. It wasn't just me that needed to get stronger, it was them as well. Damn you, seriously. Deciding everything by yourself without caring about my input. Small Snake shot a glare in my direction. To that, I merely shrugged. You're the one who decided to follow me. Been regretting that decision for a while. Also, why are you making me work so much as soon as I come back? You're my right-hand man, Small Snake. I didn't choose you for nothing. Speechless, Small Snake weakly waved his hand before turning around. Fine, I'll do it. Aha, knew I could count on you. Haze. Just as he was about to leave, Small Snake's footsteps halted. Turning around, he asked. By the way, Ren, meaning to ask, what are you planning on doing right after you fix your face? From the looks of it, you're planning on doing something. At Small Snake's question, the smile on my face disappeared. Then, leaning back on my chair and staring at the ceiling of the room for a couple of seconds, I softly muttered. What else am I gonna do? I'm going to meet my family. End of Volume 2/Part-2. The Author's POV. Chapter 286, Before the Journey, 2. The next day. You work pretty quickly. Opening the box that sat on the desk in front of me, I carefully picked up a small potion that was nestled in between a few wrappers. 98 million U. That was how much money I spent on the potion. Just thinking about the price made my face cringe, but I didn't regret my decision. Holding onto the potion as though it was the biggest treasure in the world, I made my way towards the bathroom and closed the door behind me. Phew, it's about time I got rid of this look. With both hands on the side of the sink, staring at myself in the mirror, and once again looking at my hideous face, I took a deep breath. Then, uncapping the potion, without wasting any second, I quickly downed it. Gulp. Within seconds of me downing the potion, a gentle and warm current flowed through the veins of my body. Opening my eyes, I could vividly see the burns on my face healing at an alarming rate. In 5 minutes, much to my surprise, all of the burns on my face started disappearing. Then, once all of my burns disappeared, it was the scar's turn. This process took a bit longer, as the poison on my face had penetrated quite deeply. With thick green lines appearing on my face, I felt a strange wiggling sensation crawling all over my face. Lifting my head up and looking at myself in the mirror, I could see the strange worm-like lines wiggling all over my face as though they were alive. It looked absolutely hideous. Fortunately, this did not last for long as the lines shrank with each passing second. This continued for a couple of more minutes before all of the green lines disappeared from my face. Following the green lines were the scars, and once they too were gone, what was left was a soft white skin devoid of any imperfections. Is this how I look like? Staring at my reflection in the mirror, my fingers trembled slightly as I caressed the mirror in front of me. Hi. Biting my lips, I tried my best to remain composed. But it was honestly hard. This was the first time I had seen my face in 8 months, and the moment the scars from my face disappeared, it finally dawned on me. I was free. I was finally free from the horrible nightmare that I experienced at the monolith. Although I still had a chip inside of my head, at least, for now, I could take matters into my own hands. After a while, scratching the scalp of my head and taking another potion, I muttered to myself. I should probably do something about this too. Gulp. Uncapping the lid of the potion, I quickly downed the potion. Instantly, the moment I took my first sip of the potion, the hair on my head started to grow. Soon, they grew to the same length as it was before back when I was at the lock. Better. In this world, if there was a bald person, it was because they chose to be bald. There was no such a thing as balding now. All it took me was a simple potion, and my hair was back to where it was back then. Brushing my hair to the side, and staring at myself in the mirror for a couple of minutes, I took a deep breath. Then, turning around, I opened the door of the bathroom and went out. Small snake, I'm heading out. I'll see you in a bit. Taking my coat and putting on a skin mask, I made my way out of the building. As soon as I fixed my face, without letting anyone else see my face, the first thing I did was visit my family. I really missed them. At the same time, in a different place. Your lordship, please feel free to tell me if you need anything. I will try my best to assist you with anything. Inside of a mortuary that was filled with corpses, a middle-aged plumpman looked towards his right and nervously rubbed his hands together. Beads of sweat dripped down from his forehead as he stared at a black humanoid creature that was beside him. With 2 horns on his head and deep red eyes that exuded boundless bloodlust, the black humanoid creature indifferently stared at the many corpses presented before him. Have you found your contractee, your lordship? The plumpman asked. I have. Opening his mouth, a chilly voice escaped from the humanoid creature's mouth. Then, moving towards a certain body, the humanoid creature bent down. Turning towards the plumpman, the black humanoid creature asked. What is the cause of this youth's death? This youth. Lowering his head and staring at a handsome youth whose face was now incomparably pale, the plumpman started pondering. Then, after a while, he pointed towards many different areas on the youth's body. Just take a look at the bruises on the youth's body. Before death, we can tell that he has gone through a tough fight with someone. Perhaps they may have both been on equal footing, but... Pausing, the plump man suddenly bent down and pointed towards the chest area of the youth. If you look closely, the real cause of death for the youth is a clean strike to the heart. Honestly, judging from how clean the strike was, it can be inferred that whoever did this in an extremely fast and precise manner. So fast that your lordship. Startling the plump man out of his thoughts was the black humanoid creature. Tracing his finger over the hole on the youth's chest, the black humanoid creature's body started trembling slightly. Then, the corner of his mouth sadistically twisted upwards. Why, your lordship? Noticing the demon's weird behavior, the middle-aged man called out. Then, out of nowhere, the middle-aged man felt chills run down his spine as a small chuckle echoed across the room. Cuckoo. The chuckle soon turned to a raspy laugh that sounded from the deeps of hell. So you were still alive, ha 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 ha. In a highly decorated lobby where people could be seen walking around everywhere, a middle-aged man walked up towards a certain desk that had the sign, reception, engraved by the side. Stopping in front of the reception, the middle-aged man looked towards a young girl and asked. Excuse me, what should I do if I want to join this place? Excuse me? Did you say that you wanted to join? The receptionist smiled kindly. That is correct. The middle-aged man replied. At his response, the secretary looked at the computer screen in front of her. Then, pressing onto a couple of keys, she asked. All right, so you wish to apply to our guild? Okay, let's start with a simple question. What is your rank? D+. The middle-aged man replied without hesitation. D+ rank, I see, wait, what? It took a while for the secretary to process the information, and when she did, dropping everything she was doing, she jumped out of her seat and stared at the men before her wide-eyed. Why, you're telling me that your rank is D+? Nodding his head, the middle-aged man released a wisp of his aura. My God. Feeling the terrifying aura exuding from the middle-aged man, the secretary cried out in surprise. It's true, you're really D+ rank. Staring at the men before her, the secretary was terrified. That was because the guild master of the guild she was working for was not as strong as the men before her. This man was a big shot. Recovering from her stupor, the secretary hastily grabbed the phone that was next to her and looked at the middle-aged man with pleading eyes. Please wait a moment while I call the higher-ups. Sure, take your time. The middle-aged man replied with a kind smile on his face. His kind and patient attitude made the secretary sigh in relief as she nervously waited for the phone to pick up. Soon, someone picked up, and the secretary started to speak to them. Yes, D+ rank, yes. Talking on the phone for a good minute, the secretary soon hung up the phone and gestured. Please follow me, the guild master would like to meet you. Understood. The middle-aged man obliged and followed the receptionist. As they were walking, halting her footsteps, the secretary turned around and asked. By the way, have you already handed in your dimensional storage to the security? Yes, I have. Good. Checking her watch to double-check with the security at the entrance, once she got the okay, she directly brought him to the elevator. Stepping onto the elevator and pressing onto the highest floor, the secretary turned to look at the middle-aged man. By the way, I forgot to ask, but what is your name? My name. Yes. Pondering for a short second, the middle-aged man responded. Ren, my name is Ren Wright. Ren Wright. The receptionist once again asked. MHM. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, right now I will be bringing you to the guild master's office. As you are a highly distinguished guest, he will negotiate with you directly. Is that okay with you? That's perfectly fine. Perfect. Before long, the doors of the elevator opened up and the receptionist brought Ren to the guild master's office. Arriving in front of a large wooded door that had a small sign with the words, Ronald Dover, engraved by the side, the secretary halted her footsteps. Turning around, she politely said. This is as far as I can go. I hope you have a pleasant discussion. You may go in. Thank you. Lowering his head slightly and thanking the receptionist, Ren opened the door. The moment he opened the door, the first thing he saw were two individuals. Sitting behind a large wooden desk was a tall man with black hair and a masculine jawline. Though he couldn't have been considered the most handsome, he was fairly handsome in his own right. Standing next to him was a stunning woman with golden hair and blue eyes. Both of them looked haggard as dark circles appeared beneath their eyes. Even then, staring at Ren who had just entered the room, they stood up and put on friendly smiles. You must be the distinguished guest that wishes to join us. Please have a seat. Thank you. Turning around and spotting a red sofa, Ren calmly walked towards it and sat down. Then, crossing his legs and extending his hand over the top of the couch, Ren suddenly waved his hand, startling the couple. What are you doing? Ronald Dover stood up and put his wife behind him. Staring at the barrier that was forming around them, with his hand on his desk, he was prepared to call the security that was waiting outside. Calm down, I'm not trying to hurt you. Tell me, what is your purpose? Ronald Dover shouted. Before you do anything, please listen to what I have to say. With a smile on his face, Ren nonchalantly put his hand on his face. Then, grabbing onto his face, the couple watched as Ren's face distorted. Before long, a familiar face appeared in their vision, causing the mind of both of them to blank out. Don't tell me you guys can't even recognize your own son. At his words, for a good minute, heavy silence enveloped the room. After a while, the first one to speak was Ronald Dover, who with a trembling finger pointed in Ren's direction. With a croaky voice filled with disbelief and confusion, he repeatedly stuttered. Ah, Tiha, impossible. Ren. Next to him, his wife was in a similar state of confusion as she couldn't mutter any words. Slowly the side of her eyes began to water, and tears started streaming down her cheeks. Staring at the couple, Ren bit his lips and forced a smile. Hey, aren't you guys gonna say anything? My boy. The moment Ren spoke, both parents quickly rushed towards him and embraced him tightly. Ren. My son. Ah. Feeling the warm embrace of his parents, biting his lips and staring towards the ceiling with reddened eyes, Ren muttered softly. Mon, Dad, I'm back. End of Volume 2/Part -3. The Author's POV. Chapter 287, Before the Journey, 3. Had to rewrite the whole chapter, everything is now solved, enjoy. Ren, where have you been? I thought. Staring at my mother who was choking on her words, I felt a slight pang in my heart. Scooting over to her side and caressing her back, I reassured her that everything was all right. I know, but don't worry. Everything is over, I'm here. Sniff, sniff, okay. Nodding her head weakly, my mother eventually calmed down. After a while, wiping the tears in the corner of her eyes, she asked. Ren, what are you going to do now? Now that you're back, will you go back to the academy? With a smile on my face, I shook my head. No, we'll be going away on a trip. A trip? Taken aback by my response, my mother lifted her head and asked. How long will it take? Will you be back by the end of the weekend? Closing my eyes, I once again shook my head. No, I'll be going for a bit longer than that. Longer. A week. Pursing my lips and staring at my mother in the eyes, I responded. A couple of years. What? My mother suddenly stood up in shock. With her eyes wide open, she shouted. You just came back and you're already leaving. What do you think you're doing? Don't you care about how we feel? It's because I care about you that I have to go. I inwardly muttered to myself, but never actually said those words out loud. I didn't want to let my parents know about the chip and the bounty on my head. If they heard about it, I wouldn't even want to imagine how they'd react. Therefore, lowering my head and clenching my fists, I resolutely replied. Mom, Dad, although I know I have been gone for the past 8 months, I really wish you let me go. I need to go on this trip. I needed to become stronger. This trip was the key to achieving that. Throughout my whole life in this new world, I realized how flawed this world I created was. Everything in this world revolved around backing and power, and without it, you were nothing. I understood this clearly. Even then, I couldn't stand that. Never again did I want to feel so helpless. Never again did I was to go through a similar situation as before. This was why this trip was necessary. I needed to change myself, and become more ruthless and decisive. I still lacked a lot of experience, and my mind was still too immature for this world. If I truly wanted to survive in this world, and defeat the Demon King, this was the only path I could take. No, Ren, I can't dash. Despite my words, my mother still shook her head. However, right before she was about to disagree, my father put his hand on her shoulder and said, Let him. Ronald. My mother looked at my father in shock. Are you really going to let him go like this? Right after he only just came back to us. Looking back at my mom, Ronald shook his head and pointed at me. Just look at him. He's already made up his mind. There is no changing his decision. But just leave him be. He's already an adult, we can't do anything about his decision. Lifting my head up, I gratefully looked at my dad. Thank you. But I hope you promise me one thing. Tell me. With a calm smile on my face, my dad said. I hope you stay safe and don't put yourself into too much danger. We already lost you once, we can't afford to lose you again. Promise me that you won't get hurt again. Ah. Those words. They reminded me of an old promise I made. One that I couldn't keep. Lowering my head, I softly replied. I will try. Staring at me for a couple of seconds, a calm smile appeared in my father's face as he said. That's good enough. Once my father's words faded away, a gloomy atmosphere shrouded the room. Uncomfortable with this atmosphere, trying to lighten it up, I decided to switch topics. By the way, where is Nola? Is she in preschool? Nola. She's in preschool, she should be out in about an hour. My mother replied. An hour. Checking his watch, my father suggested. If you have time, do you want to go pick her up? Can I? My eyes lit up. I really missed Nola. Checking her schedule, my mother replied. Yeah, Amanda is too busy today, so it was supposed to be my turn to pick her up. But since you're here, why don't you go pick her up? Yes, that's soon. Abruptly stopping myself mid-sentence, I looked at my mother in shock. Wait, hold on, did you just say Amanda? Did I perhaps mishear? Or was it a different Amanda? Ah, that's right, you still don't know. My mother's eyes suddenly lit up. It was then that my mother started speaking about how she met Amanda, and how helpful she had been. From how she would always pick Nola up whenever they were busy, to how she would drop by at their house from time to time to play and eat dinner with them. Listening to my mom excitedly talk about Amanda, millions of questions emerged in my mind. In the end, I could voice none of them out, as a weird feeling rushed over me. It was a hard one to describe. But it wasn't an unpleasant one. Disrupting me out of my thoughts was once again my mother as she suddenly asked. Say Ren, why haven't you ever told me that you knew such a beautiful girl? Mom. Looking at my mom and staring at me with shining in her eyes, I scooted a bit further away from her. The pressure that she was exuding was a bit frightening at the moment. Leaning over, she asked. Are you really only just classmates? Yeah. I awkwardly replied. Though I interacted with Amanda from time to time, I don't ever recall our relationship being anything more than that of friends. Really? My mother squinted her eyes and gave me a skeptical look. Yeah, there's nothing going on between us. I think she just likes Nola. No one could withstand Nola's charm, especially Amanda who liked cute things. This was probably why. If you say so. Though skeptical, my mom no longer asked any questions about my relationship with Amanda. Then, for the next hour or so, I caught up with my parents. Although my parents did try to ask me multiple times where I had been during these past 8 months, I promptly dodged those questions. After a while, they both got the hint and stopped asking. After that, we chatted about many different things, and through this conversation, my mind, for a very long time, finally relaxed. At exactly 4:30 p.m., covering her mouth with her hand, my mother pushed my back. "Oh dear, I think it's almost time for Nola to finish preschool, you better hurry now." "Now." "Okay." Standing up from the sofa, I turned around and embraced both of my parents one last time before leaving the room. Before I left, I made sure to look at my parents one more time. Once again, I resolved myself to become stronger. Stronger for my sake and their sake. 5 p.m. Standing in front of a large building, I muttered. This should be the place. Though I had only been here once, I was sure that this was the location of Nola's preschool. Besides me, I could see a lot of parents similarly waiting for their children to go out. Staring at the building in front of me, I could see cute pictures and paintings hanging outside the windows of the building. Whilst waiting for Nola to go out, I carefully touched my face. Currently, I was wearing a skin mask. For obvious reasons, I couldn't just go meet Nola with my face. Although most people may have forgotten who I was, there was a chance that someone could have recognized me. After all, I did appear on national television. I couldn't let this happen, as that would put my family in a lot of danger. Thus, I could only do this in a roundabout way. Ring. Before long, I could hear the faint sound of a bell ringing in the distance signaling the end of the preschool. Following the bell, the doors of the preschool swung open, and children ran out to their parents. Who? Staring at the children that were happily running towards their parents, taking a deep breath, and fixing my clothes, I moved towards the entrance of the kindergarten. Approaching the care lady, who was an older lady that seemed to be in her 60s, with a kind smile on my face I spoke up. "Excuse me, I'm here to pick up Nola Dover. I'm sure you guys have already been informed about my arrival." Prior to arriving here, I had my parents inform them of my arrival. If they didn't do that, the preschool would have never allowed me to see Nola. Lowering her head slightly, the care lady stepped aside and entered the building. Yes, I've been informed about you. Please come in." "Thank you." Lowering my head as well, I followed the care lady into the building. Entering the building, we soon arrived before a small classroom where multiple children could be seen playing amongst themselves. Scanning the room, I soon spotted Nola in the distance. The moment I spotted Nola, my heart started to hurt as only a small inaudible sound escaped from my mouth. Sitting in the corner of the room, I could see Nola playing with a toy car by herself. Her small little figure playing with the toy car by herself made the corner of my ears involuntarily redden as I had to forcefully bite the corner of my lips in order to remain composed. "Nola, someone is here to pick you up," the care lady called out. At the care lady's words, Nola slowly turned her head. Once she turned her head and saw me, a trace of disappointment flashed across the little girl's eyes as she stood up and walked in my direction. Though Nola was disappointed that her parents were not here, she didn't show it on her face as she greeted me politely with a small blow. "Nice to meet you, uncle, my name is Nola." Squatting down towards Nola's eyes level, I said. "Nola. What a beautiful name, it's nice to meet you, my name is Kevin Voss, and I'm here to pick you up." "Uncle Kevin." Nola muttered, resulting in the smile on my face deepening. "That's right, I will bring you to your parents now." Grabbing Nola by the hand, and thanking the care lady, I soon walked her towards a black car. Opening the door of the car, I helped Nola put on her seatbelt before closing the door and entering the front side of the car. Once I sat in the car, putting both of my hands on the wheel of the car, I checked the rearview mirror. "Uncle Kevin, how come Mom and Dad cannot come?" Nola suddenly asked. Smiling, I replied. "Because they are busy with work." Fortunately, I was not. "Are you strong?" "Strong? I'm very strong, stupid too." "Uncle is stupid." "Yes. Unfortunately, anyone with my name is stupid." "Oh." Nola nodded her head in understanding. Laughing on the inside, I decided to stop tarnishing Kevin's name. Removing the mask off of my face, with a smile on my face, I turned around and faced Nola. With my regular voice, I asked. So tell me, Nola, would you rather go home or grab some candies with me? Candies. Hearing my regular voice, Nola subconsciously responded. Then, looking up in confusion, her eyes met mine. BB, water. MHM. Pita. Pita. The sound of tears falling towards the bottom of the car suddenly echoed out loud as Nola's eyes became extremely watery. Then, taking off her seatbelt, Nola jumped towards my arms and cried. Booter. Wah, wah. Embracing Nola in my arms, I could feel her tears dampen my clothes, but I didn't care. Caressing her by the head, holding back my tears, I muttered. Nola, brother is back. So tell me if you want to go buy candies. Brother will buy it for you. End of Volume 2, Part 4/5. The Author's POV. Chapter 288, Before the Journey, 4. Inside of a fairly decorated household, cheerful laughter and the voices of people discussing something could be heard. On a large table sat a family of 8, composed of 2 males and 6 females. Lifting her fork and waving it in the air, the eldest-looking female sibling spoke up. Hear this, today when I was diving inside of a dungeon with my squad, we managed to find a less than E-ranked core. Really? That is fantastic. The father exclaimed in surprise. Taking a bit of the food on the fork, the eldest female sibling continued. Yeah, according to the appraisal results, it seems like the core will sell for a lot of money. The commission will be around 1 million U. 1 million. My God, that's fantastic. Her mother praised. Dinner is on you then, sis. Hee hee. Whilst the family was joking with each other, sitting towards the right side of the table, a girl with a small petite body and large eyes, tried to speak up multiple times. Unfortunately for her, no one was able to notice her struggle as everyone was too busy listening to the eldest's recount of her day at work. Ava. This continued for a couple of minutes until finally, her mother noticed her. What is wrong, Ava? Is there something that you want to say? I. Shyly lowering her head, Ava tried to speak up. However, the words that she wanted to say never came out of her mouth. Come on, Ava, don't be shy. Just tell us what you want. Her oldest sister kindly smiled as she encouraged. We're family. We won't judge you. Biting her lower lip, Ava clenched her small fists. After a while, looking up towards her parents and siblings and mustering all of her courage, Ava said. I would like to drop out of the lock. Ava suddenly dropped a bombshell, and the room turned completely silent. Clank. The silence continued for a while until it was disrupted by the sound of forks dropping on the plates. Almost simultaneously, everyone stood up and looked at Ava with concern. What? What are you doing, Ava? Is everything okay? Are they bullying you at the lock? Under the barrage of questions, Ava was unable to answer as she buried her head towards her chest. Guys, please calm down. Let Ava talk. Noticing Ava's predicament, Ava's mother raised her hand and gestured everyone to quiet down. It was then that everyone noticed Ava's state and quieted down. Finally managing to get everyone to stop talking, Ava's mother walked up to Ava. Bending down, she touched her hand and softly asked. Ava, please tell us why you want to drop out of the lock. Is it perhaps because they are bullying you? Or is it something else? The lock's competitive nature was quite well known. It wasn't a rare occurrence for students to drag other students down just so that they could stand on top of them. Although controversial, it was this type of competitive nature that granted the best results. Ava's mother was currently fearing that her daughter was being treated this way due to her shy nature and character. Throwing a grateful look at her mother, with her fingers fidgeting, Ava softly muttered. And no, it's not that. Then why do you want to drop out? Her mother asked. Secretly, she was breathing a sigh of relief. As long as Ava was not getting bullied, then nothing else mattered. Once again fidgeting, Ava responded. Why, you see, the point of joining the lock was for me to develop my abilities so that I can get a job, but for the past 2 years, I've not really learned anything that I already didn't know. Although the lock was the #1 academy in the human domain, the beast tamer profession was just that rare. Although there was a couple of S-ranked beast tamers, none of them chose to work for the lock for one simple reason. the exorbitant cost needed to maintain their beasts. In order to maintain their beasts and help them involve an absurd amount of money needed to be invested, and the loch did not provide enough money for that. As such, there was no one that could teach Ava. The only thing she could do was learn how to control her scions better. Also, I've already found a job that pays well. A job? How come I've only heard about this now? Ava's mother stood up. Ava. Could they have scammed you? Given Ava's personality, this was a very real possibility. No, I have signed a contract already. What? You signed a contract without consulting us first. Ava's father suddenly interrupted the conversation. Then extending his hand towards Ava, he seriously asked. Show me the contract now. Oh, okay. Scared by her father's sudden outburst, Ava complied and took out her contract. Handing it to her father, she softly muttered. I've already checked it, and I don't think that this is a scam. I'll be the judge of that. Taking out his glasses, Ava's father snatched the contract off of her hand and seriously looked at it. However, upon looking through the contract, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What the? Father, what is it? Did Ava get scammed? Honey, is everything okay? Shh, be quiet. He exclaimed as he read through the contract. The more he read the contract, the more his jaw opened. Eventually, it fully opened, forming a large O shape. Noticing his odd behavior, Ava's mother and siblings worriedly looked at him. They all knew about Ava's weak and shy nature. It wouldn't come as a surprise to them if Ava got scammed. However, contrary to their expectations, Ava's father shook his head. Then, with trembling hands, he looked at Ava and asked. Are the contents of this contract true? Why yes, it's a mana contract. Ava nodded her head. Oh my God. Covering his mouth with his hand, Ava's father weakly slumped on his chair. Father, what is wrong? Honey. Now convinced about the fact that Ava had gotten scammed due to his reaction, everyone quickly took the contract from his hands and started reading it. What? Exclamation point. However, upon reading the terms of the contract, they all showed similar reactions to the father as they speechlessly looked at Ava, who was sitting in her seat. Being stared at by everyone in the family, Ava lowered her head even more. Then, looking at them, she asked. So, can I go? At the same time. In front of a fairly luxurious apartment, standing before Small Snake, an older lady furiously glared in his direction. With her arms crossed, she spat. So you're saying that you want to take Ryan away for a couple of years? Scratching the side of his neck, Small Snake pitifully nodded his head. Yes. According to the leader's words, we're going to go on a trip. A trip? To where? That. Small Snake's mouth twitched. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Small Snake silently cursed Ren with all of his heart. Damn it, Ren. Can't you at least give me more to work with? Despite having asked multiple times, Ren had still not told him about the location of the so-called trip. Because of this, he could only honestly respond by saying, to be honest, I don't know as well. You don't know? I don't know. TSK, I was so close to clearing this level. Whilst Small Snake was confronting Ryan's mother, standing next to him was Ryan, who was currently playing with the console in his hand, completely unbothered by Small Snake's predicament. Nudging Ryan with his elbow, Small Snake whispered in a pleading tone. Ryan, help me out here. Unfortunately for him, he was promptly ignored by Ryan, who continued to play his game. Useless. Small Snake cursed underneath his breath. So you're telling me that you're going to take Ryan away from me for a couple of years on some unknown trip that you don't know the location of? Yeah. Small Snake awkwardly nodded his head. What about the dangers? Is it dangerous? Small Snake did not reply. However, this was enough for Ryan's mom, who quickly grabbed him by the arm and dragged him behind her. Seeing that you can't answer me, I'll take that as a no, and I'll also say no. Ryan won't go. Ma'am, please listen, this trip is going to be extremely important in developing Ryan's ability. My answer is still no. Ryan's mother promptly cut Small Snake off. I'm not going to expose my 13-year-old ch. Mom. Tugging on the hem of her skirt, Ryan cut in. Lowering her head and staring at Ryan, who was looking at her, her face softened up a little. What is it, Ryan? Let me go on the trip. Huh? But Ryan, didn't you hear? This is going to be a dangerous trip. No matter how great it is, I can. Ryan's words caused his mom to be taken aback as she quickly tried to dissuade him, but staring directly into her eyes, Ryan reassured. Mom, I will be fine. How can you be so sure, Ryan? That's because our leader is there. Your leader? He's someone reliable. After having heard Ren's recount of how he survived the monolith, Ryan had faith in this leader of his. If he managed to survive such a place, there wouldn't be any problems for him to survive anywhere. Plus, there was Angelica who, although was scary, was extremely reliable. Listening to Ryan's words, Ryan's mom tried to retort, but she was promptly cut off by him. But, Mom, I know what you want to say, but I want to go. Biting her lips and staring at Ryan, who was looking back at her, Ryan's mom struggled to speak. Although she never showed it, she knew just how smart Ryan was. Even though he always pretended to act childish in front of her, being his mom, Ryan couldn't fool her. She knew that Ryan was merely putting on a facade for her to seem like a normal child. She feigned ignorance to his behavior because she knew that he was doing it for her. And now, staring into Ryan's eyes, and seeing the conviction in them, she knew that he had made up his mind. Even though he was only 13, he was by far smarter than any other 13-year-old out there. She was sure Ryan didn't want to go there just out of impulse. As a mother, she should do anything within her power to support her son. Despite its dangers, if this trip truly did help pave the way for his future, she knew that she had to let him go. Eventually, alternating her gaze between Small Snake and Ryan, her eyes finally paused on Small Snake. After a while, she softly lowered her head and with a shaky voice, she asked. Please make sure Ryan stays safe. Please. 9 p.m. Quietly driving the car through the streets of Ashton City, I looked towards my right where a small girl quietly rested on the front passenger seat. A gentle smile appeared on my face as I looked at her. After picking Nola up from preschool, I brought her around the city to enjoy whatever she wanted. My treat. The result? Nola went overboard and ended up passing out due to the sugar overload. Just thinking about it made me chuckle. Accompanying Nola through the streets of Ashton City, I never felt so relaxed. Just watching her eat the sweets that I bought her brought joy to me, but alas, all good things must come to an end. It was now time for me to let her go. Stopping in front of a large apartment complex, I caressed Nola's cheek before trying to remove her seatbelt. Knock. Knock. Just as I was about to remove Nola's seatbelt, someone knocked on the window. Looking up, I saw my mother smiling warmly at me. Behind her was my father. Opening the door of the car, she asked. Well, how was your little trip? Putting my finger on my mouth, I pointed at Nola. Shoo, she's sleeping. Ah, sorry. Putting her hand on her mouth, my mother immediately apologized. Then, removing Nola's seatbelt, my mother gently took her in her arms. Hooking her small arms around my mother, Nola muttered in her sleep. Booter. Smiling at Nola, and brushing her hair to the side, my mother turned towards me and asked. Ren, are you not going to stay for the night? I'm sorry, but I can't. I promptly shook my head. Although every fiber within my body wanted to agree to their proposal, I knew that it was time for me to go. With the chip threatening to expose my location at any time, I knew that the more I stayed with them, the higher the chance of them getting in danger was. Even though Ryan could tell me in advance when the monolith was trying to connect with the chip inside of my head, I didn't want to take any risks. It was time for me to leave. I'll be going now. Staring gently at Nola in my mother's arms, I kissed her forehead. Then, hugging both of my parents, I turned around and headed for my car. Though short, the time I spent today was unforgettable. End of Volume 2, Part May 5th. Volume 2 is now completed. Thank you to those that have read this story so far. P.S. No, I won't be taking a break. In fact, there's going to be 2 chaps a day from now on. By the way, time schedule for each chapter should be within 12h of the last chapter just like in the past. I'll try to do both at the same time, but it may take time for that to happen. The Author's POV. Chapter 289, Brief Stop and Departure, 1. Ever since leaving my parents, 2 days have passed. Late into the night, with a full moon hanging in the sky, I pressed onto the gas pedal of a large black 8-passenger SUV. Having made all the necessary preparations, and pretty much spending every single penny I had, it was now time for me to leave. Slowly the car sped into the night. As I was driving, turning my head, and looking at Ryan whose eyes were glued onto his tablet, I asked. Ryan, is there a signal coming from my chip? No, nothing yet. Ryan replied. His eyes never left the tablet in his hands. All right. Turning my attention back towards the road, I sighed in relief. I still had time. This was good. Good because I still had one thing to do before leaving the human domain, and that was recruit one last guy. Hein Kragenschott. My meat shield. If there was a time to recruit him, it was now. The journey I was about to embark on was the perfect chance to create synergy amongst the group members. Not just combat, but outside of that scope as well. As such, I had to take a little detour to Ironia City, the place where Hein lived. Since did I become a driver? Glancing behind me and seeing everyone busy either sleeping or messing with their phones, I sighed and drove the car towards Ironia City. With the full moon hanging in the sky, the drive was a rather pleasant one. Asterisk. After half a day of non-stop driving, I was beginning to become tired. Fortunately, when the color of the sky finally changed and the sun fully emerged from the horizon, the outline of a large city filled with liveliness finally appeared at the edge of my vision. Under the scorching sunlight from the sun, the distant outline of the city slowly started to enlarge. Glancing behind me, I woke the others up. Wake up, we're almost here. Before long, we arrived at the outskirts of the city. Although there was no outer wall around the city was heavily protected as guards could be seen patrolling everywhere. Ironia City was seated on the western region of the human domain. The spacious large roads that led to and from it caused it to become a place one must pass through in order to head to Dramata City, one of the 4 great cities. Also the place I needed to go in order to leave the human border. The position that it occupied was quite fortunate. If any incident occurred, with Dramata City next to them, reinforcements could come at any time. That aside, Ironia City was also home to a few platinum-graded guilds. Southwest the place was fairly safe. Woken up by me, Leopold yawned and stretched his arms. Wom, where are we going now? Let's stop for breakfast, I suggested. Unfortunately, my suggestions were met with deadpan eyes as nobody apart from Leopold seemed even remotely interested in the idea of having breakfast. Taking a look outside of the window, Leopold asked. You know any interesting places? Turn right in 100m, after that turn left. Got just the right place. With a calm smile on my face, I steered the wheel of the car slightly and followed the GPS device's instructions. Not long after, pressing onto the brakes of the car, I stopped in front of an old shop with a large sign that said Turquoise Hall. This should be it. Stepping out of the car and covering my face with my hand to block the sunlight, I glanced at the old shop in the distance. Turning around, I asked. Do you guys want to come in with me to eat breakfast, or are you guys gonna tour the city by yourselves? Tour. Ryan excitedly shouted. You're not hungry? No. Ryan shook his head. Raising my brow, I looked towards the others. What about you guys? No. No. I've suddenly lost my appetite. Ava and Leopold respectively shook their heads. All right, suit yourselves. I shrugged my shoulders at their response. It seems like the aesthetics of the place caused the others to not want to have breakfast. Looking at Small Snake, I casually said. You know what to do. Huh? As expected, he became flustered at my words. With a small smirk on my face, I elaborated. Be the babysitter that you are. Small Snake was instantly taken aback. Taking out a stack of papers from his dimensional space, he waved them at me. Wait, don't you need me to? He. Snatching the papers from his hand, I waved my hand and shooed him off. Just give me the contract and go with them. I'll take care of everything. Have fun with them. Originally I was supposed to have Small Snake come with me for the negotiations of Hein's contract, but seeing how tired Small Snake was, I decided to let him have a tour of the city. He deserved a little break. Squinting, Small Snake skeptically asked. Can you really handle it? Yes. Now, I've already taken the contract, so go. All right, if you say so. Smiling, I looked towards Leopold. What about you? Since you're not having breakfast, gonna tour with them? Nah, I'm gonna go hit the pub, call me when you're done. Leopold shook his head before heading out. Watching Leopold leave, I looked at Ava. Ava. Alternating her gaze between Small Snake and me, Ava weakly pointed at him. I will tour with Ryan and Small Snake. Wow, never before did I feel so rejected. A bitter smile appeared on my face. Guess everyone detested the idea of having breakfast with me. Shrugging my shoulders, I looked towards the back of the car where a black cat rested. All right, guess it's just me and you, Angelica. Without even looking at me, Angelica jumped out of the car and disappeared into the distance. A cold voice echoed inside of my mind. I'll be back in 2 hours. Speechless, I closed the door of the car and headed for the shop. Bunch of traitors. I muttered underneath my breath. Welcome. Entering the building, the first person to greet me was an old man in a wheelchair. Behind him were 2 4-year-old children who were looking at me with curious eyes. Good morning. I greeted back. Handing me a small menu, the old man pointed towards the back of the shop where different goods could be seen on display and asked, "Are you here to buy anything, or would you like to eat something?" "Breakfast, please." "All right." The old man nodded his head. With his hand on the joystick of the wheelchair, he soon brought me towards a small table where I sat down. Taking out a pen and a small piece of paper, he asked, "What would you like?" Staring at the menu in front of me, and pondering for a couple of seconds, I quickly skimmed through the menu before ordering. How about an omelette with ham and cheese? Omelette with ham and cheese. What about to drink? Orange juice, please. Anything else? No, thank you. Perfect. Turning around, the old man shouted towards the back of the shop. Hein, someone is here. Quickly prepare an omelette with ham and cheese. Father, what's going on? Coming out of the back of the shop was a youth with curly brown hair and hazel eyes. He had a sturdy build that seemed to be extremely well developed, and he gave off a momentous aura. Cleaning his hands on the black apron on him, the youth walked towards his father. What is going on, father? Pointing at me, his father handed him a small piece of paper that had my order in it. Hein, we have a customer. Here's the order. Ah, a consumer. All right, I'll go straight to the kitchen. Finally noticing me, Hein quickly dashed towards the back of the kitchen where he started preparing my breakfast. Bidding goodbye to me, Hein's father went towards the back of the shop to tend to his 2 4-year-old children. Omelette with ham and cheese, and orange juice. Before long, coming out from the kitchen, Hein arrived before me with the food that I ordered. Thank you. Thanking him, I took out a fork and quickly dug onto the omelette before me. As soon as I took a bite of the omelette, I couldn't help but mutter out loud. Delicious. Thank you. Hein shyly responded by the side. Throwing him a glance, I pointed at the seat opposite to me. Please have a seat. Taken aback, Hein became slightly flustered. I'm sorry, it's just that you were the first customer in a while and... Don't worry, I won't bite, just wanted to talk to you about something. Cutting him off again, I pointed at the seat in front of me. Looking into my eyes, Hein eventually nodded his head and pulled the chair back before sitting down. Okay. Good. As he sat down, he introduced himself. Nice to meet you. My name is Hein. Hein Kragenschott. I know. Taking a bit of the omelette, I nonchalantly nodded my head. You know. Hein's eyes instantly became sharp. A wisp of his aura instantly made its way towards me. Ignoring it, I took another bite of the omelette before I leisurely said, I know of a way to heal your father. As soon as I said those words, the atmosphere became quiet. Then, Hein suddenly stood up and smacked the table with both hands. What? Because the store was empty, no one was present to witness his sudden outburst. Well, no one apart from his father, who hurriedly came out from the back of the shop. Hein, is everything okay? Realizing his mistake, Hein lowered his head and reassured. Everything is okay, father, don't worry and go back. You sure? Yeah, don't worry about it. Hein once again reassured. All right, if you say so. Squinting his eyes, his father eventually relented and headed back to the back of the shop. Once he could no longer see his father's figure, Hein shot a glare towards my direction as he angrily spat. You're not lying, are you? This is not some sick joke that you are trying to pull on me because of my father's conditions. No. I'm not lying. I truly did know the cure for his father's condition. Although current human technology couldn't accomplish this, this didn't mean that other races couldn't. In fact, the elves had this miraculous elixir at their disposal that worked wonders. It was even better than the most expensive potion in the human domain, as it could heal injuries related to the head and spine. And surprise, surprise, I was soon going to make a trip there. What better opportunity to have him join than now? Glaring at me, Hein carefully asked, "Why are you telling me this?" Giving him an odd look, I replied in a matter-of-fact tone. "Because I want to recruit you." "Why else?" "'Cause I felt sorry for him." Though I did feel a little sorry for him, it was only a little. What I wanted was for him to join my group. Nothing else really mattered to me. "Recruit me?" Hein cautiously asked. I want you." Couldn't leave without my meat shield, could I? At my response, a bitter smile appeared on Hein's face as he sighed. He then stood up. "Ha, so you're one of them." His words made me tilt my head in confusion. One of them? Yeah, one of those bastards from the big guilds. Throwing me a disgusted look, Hein pointed at me and spat. "You think you were the first one to try this method? At the end of the day, all you guys do is tell me how you can save my father, but in the end, right before I agree to join you, you're suddenly going to impose on me another detail in the contract that will say that my father's treatment will only begin once the technology is advanced enough. Before then, nothing will happen." "I see." Listening to Hein's words, I nodded my head in understanding. In short, Hein had been repeatedly promised things that were not guaranteed. His anger was understandable. Yes, and I'm honestly sick of it. So I'm going to say it now, I will end. How about this, will this be enough? Cutting him off, right before Hein was about to leave, taking out a sheet of paper from my dimensional space, I slapped it on the desk. "I'm sure you'll know if I'm lying or not when you read this." Furrowing his brows, Hein looked at the desk. Staring at the paper, Hein was about to once again reject when suddenly he felt small threads of mana lingering on the sheet of paper. "What are you, huh? Is that a mana contract?" "Indeed." "Now read, and tell me if the conditions aren't fair." Taking one last bite of the omelette, I passed the contract to Hein, who, with a skeptical look on his face, took the paper and slowly started reading it. As he read through it, I couldn't help but take amusement in his gradual change of expression as a look of disbelief soon appeared on his face. Finally, after reading through the contract for the 7th time, lifting his head, he asked, "Is this true?" Having reread the contract and seeing no hidden agendas or terms in it, Hein was in total disbelief. Nonchalantly drinking my orange juice, I asked, "So, what do you think? This is a mana contract, right?" Hein asked as he flipped the paper around to make sure it wasn't a fake contract. Rolling my eyes, I took out a pen and placed it on the table. "Yup, once you sign it, we're both bound to it. If I fail to hold my end of the deal, I will die. Simple as that." Putting the half-finished orange juice on the table, I looked at Hein straight in the eyes. "I'm betting my life on you. Is this enough to prove my sincerity?" Gulp. With an audible gulp, Hein once again looked through the contract. After an unknown period of time, taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and asked, "You promised a couple of million in advance payment as soon as I sign it. Will that be given to me directly or do I have to wait?" Pointing at the contract, I replied, "As stated, you will receive the payment immediately. As a sign of goodwill, the contractee will get a down payment of 5 million that will be paid upon the completion of the contract." Ah. Biting the lower end of the lip, Hein stopped speaking and fell into deep contemplation. Staring at him from the opposite side, I calmly drank my orange juice and waited for his decision. Fortunately, I didn't have to wait long. Lifting his head and staring at me in the eyes, with hope in his eyes, he asked, "Do you really have a way to cure my dad?" Rolling my eyes, I rebutted, "You think I would put my life on the line if I didn't? If I wasn't confident, I would have never proposed it. Since I was confident, it meant that I could do it." "Who?" Taking a deep breath, Hein took the pen that was on the table. Staring at me in the eyes for a couple of seconds, he swiftly signed the paper. "All right, you've got a deal. Good choice." Plaque. Smacking the now empty glass of juice on the table, I smiled and shook Hein's hand. Like that, a meat shield was added to my party. The author's POV. Chapter 290, brief stop, and departure, 2. Once Hein signed the contract, everything was smooth sailing. Briefing him about the upcoming trip and how it was going to be important in his mission to cure his father, Hein promptly agreed to join me on the trip. "All right, let me send you the money. I'll let you handle the rest with your family." MHM. Transferring $5 million directly to Hein's account, I stood up and left the shop. Hein would be leaving on a long trip with me and the others. I didn't want to ruin his farewell with his father and siblings. Fortunately, with the $5 million I had given him, they should be able to live very comfortably for the next few years. This was probably why he wasn't so against the idea of coming with me once I explained to him the purpose of the trip. What time is it?" Standing underneath the sunlight, turning my wrist slightly, I checked the time. 9:30 a.m. So almost 2 hours have already passed. From what I recall, we arrived here by 8 in the morning. This meant that 1.5 hours had already passed since I talked to Hein. Taking out my phone, I texted the others. "Guys, it's time to come back." Now that I had dealt with Hein's recruitment, it was now time to leave. Walking back to the SUV, leaning on my seat, I got some shut-eye. Having driven throughout the whole night, I needed to rest a little. Asterisk. We're back. Waking me up from my nap was the sound of Ryan's high-pitched voice. Opening the door of the car, he quickly hopped in. Following him were Ava and Small Snake. Leopold followed suit not long after. Staring towards the back of the car, I looked left and right before asking. Looks like everyone is here. Where is Angelica?" "She's there." Small Snake pointed towards the back seat. Leaning forward a bit, I finally saw Angelica resting in the back of the car. "Okay, perfect, now all we have to do is wait for Hein." Right as my words faded, the door of the shop in the distance opened and Hein came out. Looking closely, I could see that the side of his eyes was red, indicating to me that he had been crying. Lowering the window, I asked, "Are you done saying your goodbyes?" MHM. Lifting his head up, Hein softly nodded his head. Opening the back door of the car, I gestured for him to get in. "Great, get in." Upon entering the car, pointing at Hein, I introduced him to the others. "Guys, this is Hein, our new recruit." "Hello." Hein greeted the others who greeted him back. Smiling, I pointed at the others and briefly introduced them to him. "Hein, these are the other members. This here is Small Snake. If you want to know anything, ask this guy and he'll probably know. This over here is Ava, she's a monster ta." As I introduced Hein to the other members, before long, a weird look appeared on his face. Blinking a couple of times and alternating my gaze between him and the others, I came to a sudden realization. Patting him on the shoulder, I let out a small laugh. "Don't be too quick to judge." Now that I thought about it, everyone looked pretty unreliable. Small Snake was lanky, Leopold looked like a drunkard, Ava looked extremely shy and Ryan was a child. Skipping Angelica who was a demon, and Silig who I had no idea about what he was doing, the group really looked unreliable. Although they don't look reliable, don't look down on them. Everyone here is much scarier than you think. Is that so? Hein forced a smile. Completely unconvinced by my words. Shaking my head and patting him on the shoulder, I urged for him to take a seat. "Well, you don't have to believe me now, you'll know when the time is right. Now have a seat, we'll be leaving now." There was no need for me to convince him about the strength of the others. In due time he'll realize that he was sitting with a bunch of monsters. "Okay." Hein hesitantly nodded his head before taking a seat. Once he sat down, moving towards the front of the car and fastening my seatbelt, I pressed on the gas pedal and drove towards my next destination. Dromeda City. TK. Rain poured down from the sky. Sitting on a bench, Kevin quietly sat next to a beautiful girl with short auburn hair who currently had an extremely dark look on her face. For the next 5 minutes, neither one of them spoke as the only sound that could be heard was from the rain hitting the asphalt ground. This continued for a little bit more time, until finally, unable to bear with it anymore, Emma suddenly stood up and swore. "Fuck." Glaring into the distance, Emma continued to swear, seemingly wanting to vent out her frustrations. "How fucking dare you do this to me, you piece of scum? Is this how you repay my father for not kicking you out of the household? How dare you? How dare you? How dare you?" Still sitting on the bench, Kevin took a deep breath and quietly listened to Emma's hysteric sounds. He had a brief idea of what was going on. In the past, he didn't know much about what was going on with Emma as she never talked about her personal life, but now, things were different. With their relationship closer than ever, she revealed everything to him. From how her uncle was suppressing her, to all the schemes he was pulling in the dark. It had gotten to the point where he was trying to get her to drop out of the lock. Something that completely enraged her. Piece of scum. Watching Emma vent all of her frustrations towards the rain, unable to bear it anymore, Kevin finally approached her. "Emma, do you have any idea of where your father could be?" Hearing Kevin's voice, Emma turned around. "What are you talking about? Isn't all of this happening because your father isn't here?" "Yeah. So, if he came back, the problem would be solved, no. As long as her dad come back, her uncle would stand no chance. There was a clear difference in power and competency after all. Do you have any way to contact him?" "No." Emma dejectedly shook her head. "According to him, the mission is top secret, and so he can't come into contact with me at the moment." "Top secret? Secret enough to not even contact his own daughter for months?" "Yeah." Lifting her head and staring at the rain that was falling from the sky, Emma weakly muttered. Kevin. I don't know what to do." Staring at Emma's fragile figure in the distance, Kevin bit his lips as he suddenly felt a surge of anger well up from deep inside of him. Walking up to her, he reassured her. "Don't worry, I'll help you." The journey to Dromeda City was quite smooth. Within an hour's drive from Ironia City, I could already see the outline of the city in the distance. Leaning towards the window, Ryan cried out in excitement. "What, that's huge." "It sure is," I softly said as I stared into the distance. Before long, a massive city appeared in the distance. Around the city was a humongous wall, where stationed every few kilometers at the top of the wall was a beacon that shot a light ray towards the sky that joined with different light rays that came from the different beacons stationed on the top of the walls. As the light rays joined together, a massive barrier that enveloped the whole city was formed. Damn. Staring at the barrier that was enveloping the city, I couldn't help but be amazed. The difference between Ashton City and Dromeda City was the fact that Dromeda City directly bordered the Elven and Demon domains. As such, they had no choice but to erect massive walls and invest tons of money on the barrier that was currently enveloping the whole city. Though I wasn't sure, the cost of maintaining the barrier around the city was astronomical, and if not for the constant threat of the demons, they would have long disposed of it. Snapping me out of my thoughts, Leopold asked. "Hey Ren, aren't we going to take a quick break here?" Looking back, I shook my head. "No, sorry, maybe next time." "A pity, I really wanted to check the places around here." Leopold muttered in disappointment as he leaned back on his seat. Smiling, I drove the car towards the other side of the city. With the chip in my head possibly activating at any time, I didn't want to risk the chance of meeting trouble this early on the journey. I had already wasted too much time. Any day now and a massive manhunt for my head would start. In fact, the manhunt had probably already started, but with the tracking device not working, and my face now healed, their search was fruitless. But I knew that it was only a matter of time before all hell would break loose. Steering the wheel of the car, I didn't enter the city. That was because my priority right now was to leave the place, and not waste any time in the city. Soon, nearing the walls of the city and arriving before a massive gate that led towards the outsides of the city, I was somewhat stunned to see tens of fully armed soldiers at the city's entrance. They stood at the two sides of the city wall and their sharp gazes continued to sweep across the passers-by coming and going. Once again steering the wheel of the van, I patiently waited for my turn. Fortunately, I didn't have to wait for long as within a couple of minutes, a soldier appeared by the side of the window. Lowering my window, the soldier sternly asked, "Please state why you want to leave the city." "Here." Flashing a black card that signified that I was a part of the mercenary group, I explained. "I'm here to bring my members to hunt beasts and look for cores." "Cores?" Mostly training." "Cores, not so sure, but hey. What if, right?" It wasn't a rare occurrence for mercenaries to leave the human domain and hunt for beasts. Just like monsters, they had cores and could be sold for hefty prices. Not only that, but their bones and skin were also sought after. "I see, how many people?" "Including me, 6. That is if you include a cat, and that would be 7. No, cats don't count. All right, 6 people, that would be 60,000 U. Sure, no problem. Taking out my phone, I quickly transferred 60,000 U to the guard. Once the money was fully transferred and the guard saw it, stepping to the side, the guard motioned for me to go. All right, everything checks out. You may leave. Have a safe trip. Thank you. Thanking the guard, I quickly drove the car forward. As I drove forward, Dramata City soon disappeared from the view, and what replaced it was thick lush trees. With the sound of the engine roaring, I drove deep into the primitive forest. The SUV's flexible suspension was excellent, but the ground of the primitive forest was too cragged. There weren't many roads and the ground was covered in decaying tree branches, leaves, and massive rocks. Soon, it became apparent to me that the road was no longer drivable. At the speed that we were going, walking would have been faster. As such, pressing onto the brakes and twisting the keys out of the socket of the car, I opened the door of the SUV and got out. All right, that's as far as we can go. Hey, Ren, why are we stopping? Small Snake asked, surprised by my actions. Glancing at Small Snake, I stretched my arms and lazily replied. That's because from now on we're going to be walking. Walking. Ryan cringed. Evidently against the prospect of having to walk. Rolling my eyes and ignoring him, I pointed forward and asked. Well, yeah. Do you guys see a road anywhere? Turning their heads and finally seeing the state of the road, everyone's face turned grim. Wait, are you telling us that we're going to have to walk all the way towards the destination on foot? Small Snake darkly asked. Well, not really. A part of it, yes. Our current destination was the Dwarven Domain, which was located a bit behind the Elven Domain. Fortunately, we didn't have to cross the Elven Domain to reach it, but the road that led to it was quite far, and the terrain was tough. Still, that didn't mean that the whole trip was going to be on foot. During flat grounds, using the SUV wouldn't be a problem, but when the road was as tough as it was now, the only option was for us to go on foot. Small Snake also seemed to have realized this as he let out a pained groan. Ugh. Seriously, why did the road have to be like this? Patting Small Snake on the shoulder, I reassured. Don't worry. This is good for us. How is this good? Can't you tell? This is a great opportunity for us to train. Train. Why else do you think I brought you here? To have fun. Excluding the previous reasons as to why I chose to go on foot, another major deciding factor was because this was the perfect place to train. With dangerous beasts lurking everywhere, this was the perfect chance to have the members train together and increase their strengths as well as group synergy. At the moment, apart from a few, everyone in the group had little to no experience in real combat. Me included. Although I had just crawled my way up from hell, that experience made me realize that I lacked a lot. But this was the best chance to fix those problems. Rustle. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the nearby bushes, startling everyone present. Following the rustling sound, a black silhouette suddenly jumped out of nowhere. Turning my head and staring at the silhouette that had just appeared, a smile appeared on my face. Well, on the topic of training, we've got the perfect training partner. The Author's POV. Chapter 291, Journey 1. Appearing from out of the bushes was a huge red-furred creature that had a pair of bloody red eyes that carried a strange glint of green light and a large mouth where 2 enormous fangs drooped down. A terrifying bloodthirsty aura spread out of the creature's body, enveloping the surroundings. Standing on its 4 feet, the creature's red eyes glared towards our direction with saliva dripping down from its mouth. It's a red-furred 2-husked wolf, looks like we stepped on its territory. A red-furred 2-husked wolf. An E-ranked mutated creature that was commonly found in these areas. Glancing at my watch and staring at the beast encyclopedia, I got a brief overview of the beast. To summarize what it said, the wolf in front of me mainly relied on its sharp claws rather than fangs to attack. Once I got a better understanding of the beast in front of me, glancing towards my left, I ordered. Ava, Hein, get ready. The others, get behind me. Wait, what? Me. Flustered looks appeared on the mentioned people's faces. With a calm face, I pushed Hein towards the wolf in the distance. Go, do your thing and act like a meat shield. Wait, what dash? Clank. Before Hein could finish speaking, the wolf had already lunged in his direction. Fortunately, Hein was quick to react as a shield quickly materialized in front of him. Stomping onto the ground, he narrowly deflected the creature's sharp claws. KHHH. With a groan, he took 2 steps back. What was that about? He screamed, looking at me. Shrugging my shoulders, I pointed at the wolf. Stop looking at me, your opponent is right in front of you. Clank. Right as my words faded, the giant wolf ruthlessly clawed Hein's shield. A dull metallic sound rang out as Hein let out another pained groan. Queck. To Hein's misfortune, the wolf did not give him any time to breathe as it once again lunged in his direction. Clank. Clank. Under the barrage of attacks, Hein could somehow keep his footing. However, slowly but surely, he was starting to get pushed back. Although both Hein and the wolf were of the same rank because Hein was still inexperienced in real combat, he was making many mistakes that he normally wouldn't have done. This became more apparent as time passed, as not before long, Hein's back touched the trunk of a tree. Ah! It was then that suddenly Hein screamed out loud. Staring at the scene from afar, my face cringed a little. That was because the wolf's attack had finally landed on Hein's body, and the result was a deep cut on his right arm. Like a fountain, blood spurted out from his arm, and Hein's face visibly paled. It must have cut an artery. The injury was quite serious from how blood was splurting from out of his arm. Even then, I didn't move. Instead, turning towards my left and staring at Ava, I raised my brow. Ava, aren't you going to help him? But, how? Ava weakly responded. That's for you to figure out. If I told them the answer, how would they grow? So the whole purpose of this training session was for the growth of the others. I wasn't here to babysit them. This was especially true for Ava, who quickly needed to grow a backbone. Unfortunately, she was simply too shy. You better hurry, Hein's health is deteriorating. Clang. Whack. Right as my words faded, a loud metallic sound rang out and Hein was forced to take a knee to the ground. Below him, a small blood pool was starting to form. Oh no. Seeing how dire the situation was, Ava quickly closed her eyes. Pressing her arms together in a praying manner, she started chanting some sort of weird spell as a yellow glow enveloped her body, causing her clothes to flutter slightly. Chirp. Chirp. Before long a chirping sound rang out and a small bird appeared in front of her. Once the bird appeared, pointing towards the wolf in the distance, Ava quickly ordered. Quick, Newton, help him. Twit. Circling in the air, Newton chirped. Then, following her command, Newton, Ava's contracted beast, rose in the air. Then, staring at the vicious red beast attacking Hein, folding its wings together, it quickly dove down from the sky. Shooting down from the sky at extreme speeds, Newton directly aimed for the wolf's eyes. Since the wolf was busy trying to kill Hein, it could not notice the small bird heading down from the sky. This was probably the biggest mistake of its life as Newton soon appeared right in front of its left eye. Subsequently. Hyuk. Blood splattered everywhere, and an enraged howl reverberated across the surroundings as the wolf flayed its body wildly, looking around for the culprit of its injury. It didn't take long for it to spot Newton, who was smugly looking at it from the air. Woohoo! Staring at the arrogant bird from below, the wolf howled towards the sky. Its blood-red eyes flickering coldly. Staring at the scene from afar, turning my head and looking at Leopold, Elle softly muttered. Leopold, help them if they are in trouble. You go it, boss. Leopold replied as he lit up a cigarette. An amused look appeared on his face as he looked at Ava and Hein trying their best to fight the wolf. Puff. Once he lit up the cigarette, taking a quick puff, he muttered. If I have to be honest, boss, there's a lot of things that they need to work on. But, unfortunately, they are more of a liability than actual companions as of right now. They are making too many obvious mistakes. Yeah. Listening to Leopold's evaluation from the side, I was forced to nod my head. What he said was correct. Unfortunately, Ava and Hein were still far too inexperienced to be called proper companions. As of right now, they were a liability. Fortunately, I was planning on changing this right now. This fight was the start of their change. To make matters better, I wasn't worried about teaching them the wrong thing with Leopold next to me. Out of all the people present, Leopold was the person that had the most experience. Not only that, but he was also very good at coaching and instructing, as he had been a part of a mercenary guild for over a decade. Having worked there for such a long time, he had ample experience and a great eye for things. Woohoo! Disrupting me out of my thoughts was the wolf's desperate howl. Oh shit. Next to me, Leopold's face suddenly changed dramatically as he quickly flicked the cigarette away. What's wrong? I asked. Stomping onto the cigarette, Leopold urgently said. The wolf just called for its pack. Soon we're going to be surrounded by a bunch of wolves. We should quickly get out of here. How strong do you think they are? Taking out a large broadsword from his dimensional space, Leopold tied his long hair back. Red two-husked wolf can only range between F to E rank, but that's not the problem. If 30 of them come at us at the same time, things would get troublesome. 30 F and E ranks. Furrowing my brows, I looked into the distance and pondered for a couple of seconds. Then, shaking my head, I put my hand on top of his sword. Put that away, we won't need it. Wait, but it's dangerous. Patting Leopold in the shoulder, I reassured him that everything would be fine. Don't worry, I should still be able to handle that much. Not that I wanted to sound arrogant or anything, but with me being on the verge of breaking through to C-30E ranks were nothing to me. In general, it was hard to determine someone's strength based on just rank. This was because things such as skills, experience, artifacts, and arts could help someone breach the difference in ranks. However, if we exclude those, a rank difference signified a difference in the strength of about 10 to 20 individuals of the lower rank. In short, an E rank could handle up to at most 10 to 20 F ranks at the same time. Although this would become exponentially greater as the ranks increased, with the difference between S ranks and SS ranks being bigger, in general, this was what the difference in ranks amounted to. At least till A rank. As such, with me being pretty much almost 2 ranks higher than the beasts that were to come, I wasn't worried about the incoming wolves. Staring at Hein and Ava who were slightly panicking, I shouted. Hurry up you two. A bunch of hungry wolves will be coming for you soon. If you don't want to end up being their dinner, step up your game. My words seemed to have affected them as the auras on the bodies of the two quickly shot up. Hua. Hein, who stomped on the ground with his foot, was the first one to move. Once he did that, the mana within his body soared up once more. The surge of mana was silent, but it was a lot thicker compared to before. The shield in front of him became undoubtedly more vital as a brown glow slowly enveloped it. Once the brown glow enveloped the shield's weight swiftly rose. Woohoo! As Hein gathered his strength, the wolf did not stand idle. Howling towards the sky, the wolf's figure disappeared from its spot. Reappearing in front of Hein, the wolf's claws quickly slashed towards Hein's shield. Clang! A dull sound resonated over the area. Immediately after, a small gust of wind swept out in a circular shape, whistling like a storm, with Hein and the wolf being the focal point. With the veins on his forehead bulging, Hein looked at Ava and shouted. KHHH. Ava now. Newton. Without needing to be told what to do, Ava again pointed at the wolf in the distance. Twit. Just like before, Newton did a circle in the air before closing its wings and dashing towards the wolf on the ground. This time, Newton aimed for the other eye of the wolf. Newton soon appeared right in front of the wolf's eye like a silver bullet. Woohoo! A desperate howl resounded across the area as the wolf wept in pain. Blood dripped down from both of his eyes. It had now been completely blinded. Wham, alright, the fight is pretty much over. Taking out my sword from my dimensional space, I let out a yawn and walked towards Hein and Ava. With Ava's contracted beast having taken out both of the wolf's eyes, I no longer needed to spectate the fight. Thud. Sure enough, by the time I arrived next to them, the wolf slumped on the ground, dead. HAAA. Slumping on the ground, Hein forcefully swallowed a few mouthfuls of oxygen. His curly brown hair was now damp with sweat, and his expression was pale. To make matters worse, his right arm, which was dripping with blood, was now spasming. Looking at the state Hein was in, tapping onto my bracelet, I tossed him a potion. Here, drink this. Thanks. Catching the potion, Hein quickly downed it and thanked me. His reaction caused me to raise my brow as I couldn't help but ask. Oh. You not mad about what I've done? I'm too tired for that. Hein bitterly said as he leaned back on the trunk of a tree. His response made me involuntarily smile. All right, drink the potion for now. Once you're healed up, talk to Leopold, he'll brief you on the things you need to work on. Ava too. Ren. Cutting me off was Ryan. Turning my head and seeing how severe Ryan's face was, the smile on my face faded. Pursing my lips, I asked, "Has the chip connected?" Staring at the tablet in his hand, Ryan's face became complicated. Eventually, he nodded his head. "Yes." "Ha." Closing my eyes, I exhaled. Although I knew that this was coming, I hoped they would have given me more time. Unfortunately, my prayer was not answered. Things were soon going to become troublesome. Rumble. Disrupting me out of my thoughts, I felt a slight tremble coming from the ground. Following this, multiple howls echoed in the distance as over 30 red bloodthirsty wolves soon appeared in front of my vision. Coming out from the side of the trees and bushes, the wolves menacingly stared at everyone present. Woohoo! 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 Looking back at the 30 wolves in the distance, Hein and Ava's faces vividly paled. Then, their bodies started to tremble. Their reaction was understandable, though. It took them everything they had to get rid of one wolf. Now that there were 20 of them, they were beyond scared. "Get back." Stepping forward and coldly staring at the wolves in the distance, I placed my hand on the sheath of my sword. "Hold on, Ren. You can't possibly defeat that many wolves." Small Snake cried out from behind. Ignoring Small Snake, I slowly walked towards the wolves. At the moment, my mind was extremely calm. Somehow, the prospect of these wolves ever putting me in danger never crossed my mind. In fact, for some odd reason that I couldn't explain, all my mind thought at the moment was about how to kill these wolves. It was as though a switch had been flipped, and my emotions suddenly calmed down. Similar to when I was under monarch indifference, however, contrary to that, this time, I had full control of my body. Woohoo! Taking one more step towards the wolves, they all simultaneously howled. Then, the mana in the air surged, and they all growled at me. Following this, over 10 wolves suddenly lunged at me. Calmly staring at the horde of wolves that had suddenly appeared before me, I placed my hand on the sheath of the sword. Click. The second movement of the Keiki-style, horizon-splitting slash. A subtle clicking sound rang out, and the world became dyed in white. Thud. 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 What came after the light was the sound of bodies repeatedly dropping onto the ground. Apathetically staring at the wolves on the ground, I looked back towards the others, who were all looking at me with shocked expressions. Ignoring it, I softly said, "Let's get going. We've got a lot of work to do." The author's POV. Chapter 292, Journey 2. "There's nothing here." Small Snake shouted as he stabbed the head of one of the wolves on the ground. "I've also got nothing." "Nothing here too." Disappointment flashed Ava and Hein's faces as they also found nothing on the corpses of the wolves. "Nothing on my side as well." Leopold also added. Looking at them from a distance, sitting on a rock and leaning forward, I fell in thought. With over 30 wolves dying at my hands, everyone was now trying to see if they could find a core. The process was relatively slow and tedious, however, the rewards more than made up for it as each core was precious. Unfortunately, Lady Luck was not on our side as no one found anything. This was a given, though. The chances of finding a core were the same as winning the lottery. Minuscule. Wham. When I struggled to hold my yawn back, someone sat down next to me and tapped on my shoulder. "What do we do now?" Without the need to look back, I could tell who it was by his voice. It was Small Snake. Still sitting on the rock, I turned my head and looked up at Small Snake. His expression was severe, and with his hand on his chin, he had a pensive look on his face. If the chip has indeed started tracking our moves, we should probably not waste time here. Small Snake suddenly turned his head and looked at me. "I think we should stop wasting time over here, and we should get going. According to my estimates, if they send someone to track you, within a week or month, they'll soon catch up to us." Listening to Small Snake and patting my pants, I silently stood up. Scratching the side of my neck and staring towards the direction of where Dramata City was, my brows furrowed tightly. "You're not necessarily wrong. Yes, that's why I'm suggesting for us to immediately go right now. The more distance we cover, the harder it is for them to find us." Closing my eyes slightly, for the next few seconds, I didn't speak. Then, opening my mouth, I said, "We proceed at our own pace." "What?" His eyes widened. Standing up, he walked to me. "Did you hear what I just said?" "I heard what you said loud and clear." Then why did you say that we should go at our own pace? Ha. Without answering Small Snake, I brushed my hair to the side and let out a troubled sigh. What Small Snake said wasn't necessarily wrong. Now that the tracking device was on, the monolith and possibly even the Union would start hunting me. On a good note, we weren't in the human domain, which made it harder for them to track me down directly. Even then, it would only delay their search by at most a couple of weeks to a couple of months. Still. Putting my sword back into my dimensional space, I turned my head and looked towards the distance. We're going to continue going at our own pace. My current goal was to travel to the Dwarven domain. The road was a treacherous one. One that was riddled with dangers. Not only did I have to watch out for dangerous beasts, but I also had to watch out for demons. Although not exactly close, the demon domain was not that far. Approaching the situation prudently was the best way to go about things. Plus. Squinting my eyes, I muttered. Why should we be the hunted when we can just as well be the hunters? So what if they could track my location? Who said that they were supposed to be the only ones hunting? At the same time, Ashton City. By the time Amanda had completed her day's work, the sky was already beginning to darken. Sitting inside of a black car that was quietly driving through the busy streets of Ashton City, Amanda calmly looked at the ever-changing scenery outside of the window. Oh. Blinking a couple of times, Amanda found that her eyelids were becoming heavier with each passing second. She was tired. Having spent most of the day working and working out, Amanda was utterly exhausted. Quietly driving the car for 10 minutes, her assistant, Maxwell, opened his mouth and reminded her. "Young miss, we're almost there." "MHM." Amanda faintly nodded. Pulling onto her right cheek, Amanda tried to wake herself up. Right now, she couldn't afford to look tired. Turning her head and looking at Maxwell, Amanda asked. "How long till we get there?" "We're already here." Maxwell replied with a smile. Once his words faded, the car soon stopped in front of a familiar building that Amanda had seen multiple times before. Getting out of the car's driver's seat, Maxwell moved towards Amanda's side and suavely opened the door for her. "Yug, miss." "Thank you." Thanking Maxwell, Amanda got out of the car. Wearing a cyan-colored blouse that was neatly tucked in between her skinny dark pants, Amanda looked stunning. Holding onto a small black handbag in her right hand, Amanda walked towards the building in the distance. Like in the past, wherever she walked, she attracted the gazes of the nearby people. Used to this, she promptly ignored the stares and walked towards the building entrance where a relatively older lady was waiting. She was the care lady. "Good evening," Amanda greeted. Spotting a familiar figure, the care lady gently laughed. "Ah, Amanda. It's you today." "MHM." Amanda smiled at the care lady. Being a frequent visitor, Amanda got along with her quite well. They were both comfortable making small talk with each other at this point. "I'll bring you to Nola." The care lady soon walked into the building, exchanging subtle pleasantries with Amanda. "I haven't seen you last week." "Busy with work." "Yes. I've only managed to fit a bit of free time today." "How wonderful. Nola will be quite excited to see you." Whenever Amanda visited Nola, she would instantly brighten up and throw herself in her arms. Such scene had become a common occurrence at the preschool. Especially since the scene of the two ladies together looked as though they came straight out of a painting. Still, do try to look after yourself. Although I don't know your exact age, you don't look older than 20. Working so much at your age is not good. "I hope so." A tired smile appeared on Amanda's face. If possible, she also wanted to work less. However, Amanda couldn't afford to take it easy with her responsibilities increasing each week. Rumors about her father's absence have slowly started circulating the world. Fortunately, she was able to keep those rumors in check, but she knew that she didn't have much time left at her disposal. As such, she was forced to push herself even harder than ever before. This was also why she couldn't pick up Nola last week. She felt guilty about this, hence why she cleared up her schedule today and decided to surprise her by showing up today. "We're here." Walking through the corridors of the building, the care lady and Amanda soon arrived before a particular classroom where a young girl with glossy black hair and deep blue eyes was patiently waiting outside. Fiddling with her fingers at the classroom entrance and wearing a white and blue one-piece dress, the young girl looked extremely cute. "Nola, someone is here for you." Raising her little head, The moment Nola spotted Amanda, her complexion instantly became brighter as she ran up to her and called out, "Sister." Nola. Bending down, Amanda extended her hands. Soon Nola jumped into her arms and hooked her arms around her neck. "Sister. Happy to see me, Nola." Hugging Nola back, Amanda lifted her head and looked at the care lady. "How has Nola been doing?" Looking at the two with a smile, the care lady responded. "Good actually, ever since that gentleman came to pick her up last time, she has been a lot more cheerful." "Gentleman?" Amanda titled her head. "Ah, yes. He came to pick Nola up not too long ago. On the day that you were busy." Originally Amanda was supposed to pick Nola up on that day, but she had to cancel a week prior due to an emergency board meeting. "I have to say, ever since that gentleman came, Nola seemed to have become a lot more cheerful." "Is that so?" "Yes." The care lady replied. Hesitating, Amanda asked. Her voice filled with curiosity. "Just who could have made Nola so much more cheerful? If I may ask, how did he look like?" "The gentleman?" "Yes." "Well, he looked to be in his 40s or something. He seemed to be someone who worked for Nola's parents. So I'm guessing he must be an employee. I'm not sure, though." "I see." Listening to the care lady's words, the edges of Amanda's lips curled upward. Although she had no idea who the individual was, as long as Nola was happy, so didn't care who he was. Turning her attention back to Nola, who was in her arms, Amanda patted her head. "Come, it's time to go back." Thank you for today, I will see you next week." Standing up and giving a slight nod to the care lady, Amanda took Nola by the hand and brought her back to her car under everyone's stare. Once they exited the building, Maxwell could be seen waiting in front of the car. Upon spotting Amanda and Nola, he opened the passenger's side door and greeted the two ladies. "Young miss, little Nola." "Hello. Isn't this our cute little Nola?" Nola waved her little hand at Maxwell, who gently smiled in response and tapped on her nose, resulting in a small giggle escaping from the little girl's mouth. Hee hee. Nola reminded Maxwell of his daughter a lot. She was about the same age as his daughter, and whenever he saw her, he couldn't help but want to tease her a little bit. Clank. Once Amanda and Nola entered the car, Maxwell followed suit. Then, pressing on the gas pedal with his toes, the vehicle soon picked up speed and entered the busy streets of Ashton City. As they were driving, Amanda turned her head and looked at Nola, who was sitting next to her. "How was your day?" Good." Nola cheerfully responded. "Did something good happen, Nola?" At first, she didn't believe in the care lady's words, but seeing how cheerful Nola was, Amanda became curious. Just what made her so happy? "Care to share with me why you are so happy?" He, I met Big Water." Nola excitedly shouted with a cute smile appearing on her face. However, Amanda did not find Nola's smile cute at all. Once her words faded, silence descended as Amanda's face paled slightly. Staring at Nola, Amanda's voice shook slightly. "Why you met your big brother?" A worried look appeared on Amanda's face. Was Nola still unable to come to terms with the fact that Ren had died? Did it reach the point where she started imagining him? The more she thought about it, the more her face became worried. "What did you do with your brother?" Repeatedly nodding her head, Nola exaggeratedly waved her hands in the air. He bring me to eat candy and ice cream. Delicious. And then he also bring me to the park where play with." Listening to Nola's words, Amanda's lips trembled from time to time. "Is that so? Was it fun?" Putting on a brave smile, Amanda continued to show interest in Nola's words. But, unfortunately, she could not muster the courage to tell her that Ren had died. Despite her attempts, the words that she wanted to say remained stuck inside her mouth. It was then that she realized. She, too, had still not come to terms with his death. This was why the more Nola spoke, the stronger the pain in her heart became. Swooper fun. When was this?" Amanda asked. Raising her small hand, a troubled frown appeared on Nola's face. 1, 2, 3, 4. Opening the palm of her hand, she slowly tapped on each finger and started to count. Finally, once she paused on her fourth finger, lifting her head she said, 4 days ago. 4 days ago. Wasn't this on the same day that I was supposed to pick Nola up? Amanda wondered as the confusion in her mind grew. Was Nola's situation perhaps due to her not showing up 4 days ago? If so, staring at Nola who was still happily counting with her fingers, Amanda's face became troubled. Slowly, guilt crept up in her heart. Next chap in an hour. The author's POV. Chapter 293, Journey, 3. Monolith Headquarters, Location Unknown. After the explosion that took place not too long ago, the reconstruction of the headquarters had already begun. Though the damage the headquarters had taken were significant, the central infrastructure remained intact. As such, it was estimated that the building would be fixed back to normal within a couple of months. On the northern side of the infrastructure, an ominous and gloomy atmosphere spread across a particular room in an area that had been unaffected by the explosion. "Looks like everyone's here." A cold, eerie voice echoed inside the room as an old man with a long gray beard and gray eyes apathetically looked at 5 individuals standing opposite him. Observing them, the old man could vividly see a tangible aura spread out from their bodies as each of them stood with their back straight. Lifting his finger, the elder, Mo Jinhao, looked towards a particular individual standing in the middle of the group and pointed at him. Opening his mouth, his cold voice once rang out inside the room. "Xavier, is this the group that you want to bring to the hunt?" "Yes, Vice Leader." Xavier softly responded as he stepped up. His expression was constantly changing. However, what didn't change was his glaring eyes filled with killing intent and the small smile that resembled that of a serpent. "Everyone here seems to be quite well trained. 1B rank, 2C ranks and 1D rank." "That is correct, Vice Leader. They're my personal unit, and I've decided to bring them with me for the hunt. I want them to gain some experience." "Not bad." Mo Jinhao nodded in appreciation. This was the current force they were prepared to send to catch 876. After getting the tracking system functioning again, much to their surprise, they found out that 876 had long left the human domain. This was a bit of a problem since the direction where 876 was going directly bordered the Elven domain. With them being extremely sensitive to the mana in the air, they could feel anyone with tainted mana from miles away. What followed suit was a tragedy as the elves would try their best to dispose of them. Because of this, Mo Jinhao was forced only to send a relatively weaker unit. But, even then, this was plenty to kill 876 many times over. The last time he checked, 876 was in the D rank range. So anyone from the tracking squad was enough to get rid of him. Especially Xavier, who was A rank himself. If he couldn't do it, he deserved to die. Rubbing his beard, Mo Jinhao reminded. Make sure to be careful. Although 876 is weak, he's a crafty one." Having seen his exploits with the cameras, Mo Jinhao knew just how terrifying his analytical and planning abilities were. Even though he was weak, he was not an opponent to go easy again. Suddenly waving his hand in the air, a small circular object appeared in Mo Jinhao's hand. Flicking his wrist, the object quickly flew in Xavier's direction, who caught it with his right hand. "This the tracking device?" Xavier asked. "Yes." Mo Jinhao responded before his eyes narrowed and the room's temperature dropped. "Quickly get rid of 876. Actually, do me one better. If you can, bring him to me alive." "As you wish." Casually tossing the tracker in the air and playing with it, Xavier lowered his head. "I'll get this done within half a year." "All right. Thank you." Turning around, Xavier left the room. Following from behind him were his unit members. Clank. Once the door closed, silence prevailed over the room. Staring in the direction of where Xavier had left, Mo Jinhao's eyes narrow as he muttered. "I hope you succeed in your mission, Xavier." For what he had done to the monolith. And him. Mo Jinhao was going to make 876 pay dearly. The blazing sun had set, and darkness enveloped the sky. The crackling sound of wood burning rang out inside of the forest. Ha! Amidst the fiercely burning fire, I sat and stared at the fire opposite to me. It had only been a day since I ventured out of the human domain, and everyone was tired. Apart from Small Snake and I, who were on night watch, everyone had fallen asleep in their tents. "Ren, now that we've left, can you tell me what are your plans?" Disrupting the silence, Small Snake asked. With my eyes still lingering on the raging fire in front of me, I took a branch from next to me and casually threw it in the fire. Crack-a. The fire burned even more violently. If you're curious as to where we're going, then we're going to the Dwarven domain. I responded after a while. Small Snake couldn't hide his curiosity and asked. The Dwarven domain? Can I ask why we're going there? There are several reasons, but the main one is because I'm looking for someone to forge my sword. With the ore that I had gotten from the auction, I planned to create a new sword. As I've previously mentioned, only a few people could handle the ore that I had with me. Anywhere else, and the result would be a good artifact, but one with a lot of lost potential. Also, I think this is a great opportunity for you and Ryan. Good opportunity. Small Snake tilted his head. He was clearly confused by my answer. Perhaps I might not even have to wait for long before the chip inside of my head is removed. Wait, really? Yup. The dwarves were incredibly smart. There was a chance that they could create an artifact that could block whatever was installed in the chip inside of my head. Furthermore, if I could have them teach either Ryan or Small Snake, they would learn a lot. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Dwarves did, after all, like to interact with intelligent people. Okay, that makes sense. Small Snake tossed a branch into the fire. Then, what about after the Dwarven domain? He asked. After? Yeah. Are we going back to the human domain? I shook my head and replied. No, there's something else. Something else. But I won't say much with regards to that as I'm not sure about the situation myself. Initially, in the novel, a massive conference would be held in about 2 to 3 years in the Elven domain. What made this conference special was that, for the first time since invading Earth, the elves, dwarves, and orcs agreed on allowing humans to participate. This was a monumental announcement as the whole human domain went into a frenzy as hope dyed their eyes. And of course, needless to say, Kevin and the others would participate. After going to the Dwarven domain, I planned to go to the Even domain, but given how the future was no longer reliable, I had to make backup plans. Still, that was for another time. Standing up, I stretched my back. What are you doing? Small Snake asked. Lowering my head and looking at him, I shrugged. Nothing, just stretching. Is that so? Small Snake replied. Then, lifting his head, he asked. Right, Ren, been meaning to ask. What did you mean by what you've said before? Regarding the people hunting us? Yeah. Nothing much. Just that we're going to be reversing the roles that we're playing. My goal was to quickly change the team's dynamic in a way that would soon get rid of our pursuers. But how? Aren't they stronger than us? For sure the monolith was going to have strong individuals come for his neck. Stronger? You could say that, but you forgot one thing. What? Smiling, I pointed at him. Me. A confused look appeared on Small Snake's face. Evidently, not having understood the joke. I've got you guys to help me. The mercenary group. A group filled with potential monsters. Us. Small Snake asked as he pointed at himself. Yes. How? Not just that. There's also a clear lack of information about me. All the monolith knew about me was my strength. Nothing else. This meant that they didn't know that I had multiple capable individuals working for me as well as a soon-to-be Count-ranked demon. If I played my cards right, this tiny little pursuit would end up in a much more anticlimactic way than imagined. Turning my head and staring at the fire in front of me, I closed my eyes and softly muttered. Isn't it fun? What is? Small Snake asked. Opening my eyes, I responded. Hunting. He, I met Big Water. Tossing around the bed, the exact words repeated inside of Amanda's mind as she had trouble sleeping. What did you do with your brother? He bring me to eat candy and ice cream. Delicious. And then he also bring me to the park where play with. When was this? 4 days ago. Bits and pieces of their conversation started to enter her mind, continuously haunting her in her sleep. Because of this, Amanda couldn't sleep despite being tired. Auuu. This continued for a couple of hours until Amanda could no longer take it and sat up. Once she sat up, blinking her eyes, Amanda reached for her phone on the drawer beside the bed. She didn't know why, but parts of her conversations with Nola troubled her. Was it because it had something to do with Ren? Amanda didn't know. But all she did know was that she could no longer sleep. As she sat up, Amanda wondered to herself, did Nola really meet Ren? But she knew that that was impossible. Ren was dead. She saw it on TV. There was no question about it. Yet. Despite knowing this, doubt still flashed across her eyes. Biting her lips, Amanda turned on her phone and dialed a specific number. Ring. Ring. The phone rang. Hello. After 2 squeals, a groggy voice entered Amanda's ears. It became apparent to her that the person had just woken up. Maxwell, I want you to do something for me. Yes. It took a moment for Maxwell, who was on the other side of the phone, to realize who was speaking. Subsequently, the pitch of his phone raised. Young miss. Do you need anything? I want you to send me some surveillance footage. Surveillance footage? That's possible. The Demon Hunter Guild was the #1 guild in the world. So it wasn't hard for them to gain access to some of the CCTV cameras installed around the city. Tell me the time, date. And who you want to have checked. Having contemplated for the whole night, Amanda already knew the answer to the questions as she promptly replied. 4 days ago, around 5 p.m., and I want you to check Nola. Nola. I want you to check what she did throughout the whole day. Though confused, Maxwell did not ask any questions and simply complied. Such a task, although troubling, was within his abilities. Understood. Anything else? No. Thank you. All right, give me an hour. Lowering her phone, Amanda hung up and took a deep breath. Slumping back on the bed, Amanda put her arm around her eyes and waited for Maxwell to message her back. Was what Nola said true? Could Ren have somehow survived? But that was impossible. She saw him die with her own 2 eyes. And why did he not reveal that he was still alive? Many questions emerged in Amanda's mind as she blankly stared towards the dark ceiling of her room. Trying. A message arrived on her phone, ending her thoughts at that moment. As Maxwell promised, in just 1 hour, he had already done what she had asked him to do. Nervously staring at her phone, Amanda quickly unlocked it. Then, checking her mail, she soon saw multiple video files attachments. Tapping on the screen of her phone, she slowly started to watch the recording. Soon, the screen enlarged, and the video started playing. The first video started with Nola getting picked up by a middle-aged-looking man. Nothing looked out of the ordinary from there. However, things quickly changed as she went through the following few videos. That was because instead of bringing Nola home, the middle-aged man brought Nola around the whole city. He did exactly what Nola had said she had done with her brother. Her heart started to beat wildly. Bringing the phone closer to her, biting her lips, she thought. Did Nola perhaps mistake him for her brother? It was a possibility, but she quickly discarded such a thought. Nola, though young, would not mistake her brother for a middle-aged man that bore no resemblance to him. Skin masks did exist, after all. As her train of thoughts paused there, swallowing a mouthful of saliva, her heart started to beat wildly. Hugh. Taking a deep breath to calm herself down forcefully, Amanda checked out the last video. With her eyes glued to the screen of her phone, as soon as she opened the last video, Amanda's body trembled, and her phone dropped out of her hands. Covering her mouth with both hands, she muttered. Oh God. The image of the middle-aged man hugging his parents and kissing Nola in the head in front of their apartment complex was reflected on the screen of the phone. The author's POV. Chapter 294, Pledge, 1. Clear and cold moonlight slowly spilled from the sky, enveloping the entire forest in a faint and mysterious net of silver. Who? With his feet planted on top of a thick branch, a youth tightly held onto the tusk of the tree. His cold deep blue eyes surveilled the surroundings as a small bun appeared at the back of his head, tying his shoulder-length hair. An unusual silence prevailed over the forest. Roar. The silence did not last for long as a ferocious roar soon broke it. Then, appearing from behind a couple of trees was an enormous black bear with sharp claws that extended to at least the size of a pen. Hew up. Standing on the opposite side of the bear was a youth with hazel eyes and curly brown hair. Holding onto a large shield, the youth glared at the bear standing opposite him. After that, crying out, he dashed towards the bear with his right shoulder protected by the shield. Roar. The bear once again roared. Raising its enormous claws, Hein suddenly felt an intense force appear in front of him. Faced with such strength, Hein's face remained calm. Stomping the ground with his foot, he let out an angry cry as a brown color began to envelop his shield. Clank. A clear sound echoed throughout the forest. The sound, which lingered in the air for a couple of seconds, was piercing to the ear. Upon blocking the bear's attack, the force of the impact resulted in the creation of a half-a-meter-wide hole in the ground around Hein's feet. Letting out a small groan, Hein suddenly shouted. KHH. Now, Ava. Tootle 2. Once his words faded, the melodious tune of a flute suddenly rang in the air. Rustle. Rustle. Not long after the tune rang out, 3 pairs of red eyes appeared from nearby bushes. Multiple growling sounds soon rang out. Grrrrrrr. Then, appearing from behind the vegetation were 3 red wolves. The wolves did not move, glaring at the bear standing opposite them with red bloodthirsty eyes. The wolves continued to growl. Roar. Seeing the 3 wolves in the distance, the bear roared in anger. Then, standing on both 2 feet, the bear raised its paws in the air. As the bear stood up, its sharp claws reflected underneath the moonlight. A ferocious aura quickly spread from its body, and a faint red glow enveloped its paws. Not on my watch. Just when the bear was about to attack the wolves, stomping his foot on the ground, Hein took advantage of the bear's distraction and once again dashed forward, smacking his shield at full force towards the bear's back, throwing it off balance. Now. Hein suddenly shouted. Tootle 2. Once again, the sound of a flute playing rang out. The sound wave sent out from the short flute began spreading out in all directions as the eyes of the wolves flashed. Following this, the wolves that had not moved since appearing finally made their moves. Howling in the sky, they quickly dashed towards the bear. Oh, the wolves had already appeared before the bear in a brief 2 seconds. Baring their fangs, they ruthlessly aimed for the neck of the bear. Roar. Blood spilt out, and the bear's agonizing roar rang out. Then, swinging its arm, the bear threw one of the wolves away and raised its paw and clawed towards the wolf that was biting onto its neck. Clank. However, just when the claw was about to hit the wolf, the bear again lost its balance as a tremendous force hit it from the back. Stay down the fuck down, you bastard. Hein cursed as he violently pressed his shield onto the bear, rooting him on the ground. Roar. The bear was enraged by this. However, it could do nothing about it. Despite the bear's attempts to rise to its feet, Hein continued to press his shield onto the bear's stomach, rooting its large body onto the ground. Oh. Taking advantage of the fact that the bear could no longer move, the wolves ruthlessly bit onto the bear's flesh. Poochie. Blood violently sprayed from the bear's body. Thud. Ganged up by 3 wolves and 1 human, the bear could not do anything. Eventually, lifelessly looking at its surroundings, the bear breathed its last breath of air before dying. Ha! Once the bear died, heavy silence descended on the forest. That was until it was broken by Heinz, who dropped dead on the ground, exhausted. Did we do it? Appearing from behind the tree was a small petite girl. Tightly holding onto a green translucent flute, the girl cautiously looked at the bear on the ground. It's dead, isn't it? Let me check. Hein walked up to the bear with his shield raised to ensure it was dead. Then, circling it a couple of times and seeing that the bear was no longer breathing, Hein smiled. We did it. Upon confirming the bear's death, joy could vividly be seen on Ava's face as she flashed a beautiful smile. Ava. We did it, we finally killed a less than D ranked beast by ourselves. Hein cried out in excitement. This was the first time they beat a less than D ranked creature. Ava and Hein celebrated their victory for the next couple of seconds. Then, recalling something, they both turned their heads towards a certain direction. How was it? Did we do well? Hein asked. Hints of anticipation could be felt in his voice. Wordlessly staring at them from above, a faint smile soon appeared on my face. Not bad. Jumping down from the tree I was on and lightly landing on the ground, I stared at the corpse of the bear. Walking towards it, I bent down and stabbed a dagger towards its skull. You guys sure have improved a lot. From being unable to take care of a single E-ranked beast to now being able to take care of a less than D-ranked one easily. These past 4 months outside of the human domain had not been wasted. Hein and Ava had now comfortably stepped into E rank range, and their experience had drastically increased. They could now hold up against more vigorous opponents. A pity that there is no core. I muttered as I wiped my dagger with a white handkerchief. Once again, no core. Despite having hunted so many beasts throughout the 4 months that I had passed in here, I was still unable to find a core. Anyhow, core aside, the most pleasant surprise was now Ava, who could now control more than 3 beasts with the aid of the flute. Although her technique was still not perfect, she was stronger than before. The fight just now being a great example of this. No longer could she be considered dead weight. There's also her. If there was another individual whose strength improved, Angelica stepped onto the Count rank from the Viscount rank. I now had another powerful asset at my disposal. Them aside, I also didn't stand idle during those 4 months. Status. Swiping my hand forward, a small rectangular screen appeared in front of me. Status =================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================Strength, C. Agility, C+. Stamina, C. Intelligence, C. Mana capacity, C. Luck, C+. Charm, D. Profession. Swordsmanship LVL.4. The degree of understanding of the sword has evolved to the next level. User will find it easier to understand previously harder concepts. Martial Manual. Keiki Style, Greater Realm of Mastery. Sword art created by Grandmaster Toshimoto Keiki. A 5-star module focused primarily on reaching the apex of swordsmanship and speed. Upon mastery, the sword art becomes so fast that before an opponent could even think about their next move, their heads would already be rolling on the ground. Ring of Vindication, Greater Realm of Mastery. Highly advanced sword art that creates a perfect ring of defense around the user. The ring can create a 3-dimensional sphere that protects the user from all sides upon mastery. Because of the lack of offensive capabilities, the manual was graded 3 stars. Drifting Steps, Greater Realm of Mastery. Movement art that progresses with each step. With every step taken, user speed will increase. Unless the user stops, speed will continuously improve until the user either runs out of mana or is injured. Quick Slash Style, Minor Realm of Mastery. A sword art fully focused on speed. With one quick draw, the user gains the ability to kill an opponent without them noticing anything had happened. Created to replicate the Keiki style. After years of research, this sword art was the result. Full body martial arts. Hand-to-hand combat technique dedicated to utilizing every single part of the body to incapacitate the enemy. It may be a 3-star art, but upon mastery, it can be used to complement other forms of martial art. Skills. G. Monarch's Indifference. A skill that enables users to erase all emotions, and act as a supreme monarch that only calculates the best option regardless of circumstance. D. The One. A skill that enables the user to instill fear into the opponent's minds, resulting in them feeling like they were standing before a sovereign that overlooked everything. The skill may work on individuals who are 1 rank higher than them. However, if the difference between the 2 parties is greater than 2 ranks, the skill effect diminishes. A lot has changed during those 4 months, and most notable was the fact that I had now broken through to C- rank. Not only that, but I was now close to reaching the next realm of mastery for the Keiki style. The Essence Realm of Mastery. Once I learned that I would finally be able to use the 4th stance of the Keiki style, once again, my strength would shoot up to the next level. Everything was slowly coming into place. Trying. My 2-way radio suddenly beeped, disrupting me out of my thoughts. Taking out a small device from my pants, I quickly answered. Ryan. Ren, they're near. A slight sense of urgency could be felt in his voice as he spoke. My brows knit as a result. Already? How far? According to the devices I've installed in the drone, they should be a couple of kilometers away from here. Proceed as originally planned. Understood. Ryan quickly ended the transmission. Putting the 2-way radio away, I looked at Hein and Ava. You guys proceed as planned. Yes. Thoughtfully nodding her head, Ava jumped onto one of the wolves and disappeared into the forest. Giving me a nod, Hein followed suit, leaving me all alone inside of the forest. Silence once again descended in the forest. Closing my eyes, I sat down on a rock and lit up a small fire. Then, taking an apple from my dimensional space, I took a small bite. Crunch. A subtle crunching sound rang out. Chewing on the apple, gazing into the distance, my eyes flashed coldly. It's about time I got rid of you lot. The Author's POV. Chapter 295, Pledge, 2. Crunch. The crunching sound of an apple being bitten rang out. The juices from the apple trickled down the hand of a young man whose deep blue eyes reflected the burning fire opposite him. Crunch. The youth took another bite of the apple with a cold and apathetic look. Rustle. Rustle. Suddenly, a rustling sound arose, and 4 shadows silently materialized from all sides of the youth. Despite being surrounded by all sides, the youth kept his head lowered and continued to eat his apple, seemingly unbothered by their presence. Before long, a male with fair skin and green eyes appeared from the other side of the youth. Outwardly he looked like a perfect gentleman, as he had a kind smile on his face. "Enjoying your meal?" he asked. He was met with dead silence. Shrugging his shoulders, Xavier sat on a rock opposite Ren. Looking at Ren from top to bottom, an amused look appeared on his face. "Is that how you look without the scars?" 876. "Not bad, you look a lot better than before." Crunch. Once again Ren took a bite of the apple, completely disregarding Xavier's presence. Not minding Ren's attitude, Xavier continued. "If you remember, we've previously met once before. Back in the monolith. 1 broken hand, a punch in the stomach, 2 broken shoulders." Cutting Xavier off, opening his mouth, Ren softly mumbled. Xavier's brows knit. "Have you gone crazy during the time that you left the monolith?" As he said that, wariness crept into Xavier's heart. Things were odd. After spending so many months trying to catch 876, once they were able to finally catch up to him, he seemed completely unbothered. Almost as though he had been expecting their arrival. But that was impossible. He was only one person. How could it be possible for him to find out about their arrival? Furthermore, they had already checked the surroundings thoroughly. Apart from him, there should be no one else. Glancing towards the 4 black-clad people, Xavier nudged them with his head. Instantly they approached Ren. Standing up, Xavier's eyes flashed coldly. "What a pity. Although I was ordered to bring you back alive, I would v." Opening his mouth, Ren once again disrupted Xavier mid-speech. "Those were the injuries I sustained during our first meeting." Lifting his head up and staring at Xavier directly in the eyes, Ren casually threw the apple in his hand to the side. "It's time for me to pay you back for what you've done to me." Frowning, terrifying pressure suddenly sprang out from Xavier's body. "What are you talking about? Have you gone insane?" With a dagger materializing in his hand, Xavier raised it. Thud. However, just as he was about to attack Ren, the faint sound of something falling on the ground resounded. Turning his head, Xavier's eyes opened wide. A shocked look appeared on his face. Standing behind one of the shadows that had previously surrounded Ren, was a stunning beauty with fair skin and long black hair. With 2 horns on her head, Angelica casually glanced at the other 3 remaining shadows before raising her hand. A black flame suddenly appeared in her hand, causing Xavier's face to pale slightly. "A demon. Impossible," he muttered in shock. Staring at Angelica, Ren finally stood up. Opening his mouth, Ren's cold voice echoed inside of Xavier's ears. "What did I say? Today I'm definitely going to pay you back for what you've done." As his words faded, rustling sounds could be heard throughout the area as 3 pairs of bloodthirsty red eyes suddenly appeared in the nearby bushes. Rustle. Rustle. "I see." After spotting the 3 wolves and finally realizing what was happening, Xavier closed his eyes. "It seems like I fell for your trap 876, who would have thought that you'd be resourceful enough to get a count-ranked demon to work for you?" Xavier had many questions that he wanted to ask, such as why a demon was helping him and how he had known that they were coming, but he did not voice them. He knew that he would only be met with deathly silence. Staring at his 3 other members, Xavier nudged them with his head. Instantly, they dashed towards Angelica's direction, completely disregarding Ren and the 3 wolves. With a dagger in his hand, Xavier's hand fiercely shot out, ruthlessly aiming for Angelica's head. His goal was clear: take out the strongest individual first before taking care of the rest. Nope. A voice suddenly rang out. Coming out from the nearby bushes was Hein, who quickly blocked the path of one of the black-clad individuals. He was one of the weakest of the black-clad individuals. Clang. The smashing of the two intense forces directly shaved a layer off the grass-surfaced forest. Some of the weaker tree trunks directly broke apart. Grr. Following this, the wolves finally made their moves as they quickly dashed forward and helped suppress one of the black silhouettes. Whilst this was going on, Ren did not stand idle. With his toes touching the ground, his body shot forward, and he soon appeared in front of the two other black silhouettes. Coating his fist with wind scions, Ren punched out. As he punched out, Ren's sleeves fluttered wildly due to the tremendous speed, creating a paper-like sound. Ren's fist then violently shot forward. Within the short distance, the intense force that the fist carried emitted a sharp whistle of wind splitting. The sharp noise of the wind breaking behind him caused the black silhouette's face to turn aghast. This seemingly simple punch contained such force that it made the black silhouette instinctively want to avoid it. Bang. Ugh. A clear sound echoed throughout the forest, which was soon followed by a groan. Taking a couple of steps back, the black silhouette was forced to divert his attention away from Angelica. The youth before him was not someone he could take lightly. Swoosh. Just as Ren's body stabilized, a sharp wind flashed toward him. With a calm expression on his face, Ren forcefully twisted his body and narrowly dodged the sharp tip of a blade. His body shot back a couple of steps as he expressionlessly stared at the blade. Placing his hand on the sheath of his sword, a white glow sprang out from his body as a subtle clicking sound soon rang out. Click. The first movement of the Keiki-style quick flash. A white light enveloped the area within a second that the glow appeared. Not long after, a body fell onto the ground. A huge gaping hole appeared by his head. Just like that, a less than C-ranked individual had died. This all happened in seconds. Impossible. Just when the other black-clad individual was about to support his partner, to his utter dismay, he was already dead. To make matters worse, he wasn't able to see how his partner had died. Stomping his foot on the ground and dashing backwards, he quickly took out a small communication device and tried to get in contact with the headquarters. Emergency, It's no use. Standing on the same spot as before, Ren calmly stared at the black-clad individual in front of him. Bending down and taking the dimensional space off of the black-clad individual he had just killed, he softly said, "All your devices will not function within this radius." Hein and Ava were not the only people that had improved during these past 4 months. Ryan had also been hard at work. Although he still couldn't quite figure out the chip, he learned a lot of new things. One such thing was that he could now hack through different communications devices and block any transmission from going out. Under the protection of Leopold, Ryan and Small Snake were currently not so far from here, trying their best to help through the aid of the drones in the sky and through blocking all forms of communication. This was extremely important since Ren did not want the monolith to find out the fact that he had companions working for him. The less information they knew, the bigger his advantage in the long run. Furthermore, although Leopold's fighting abilities were above Hein's and Ava's, someone needed to watch out for their safety. They were powerless after all. Shit. Listening to Ren's words, the black-clad individual's face turned aghast. Being in denial is not a good thing. Taking advantage of the black-clad individual's panic, Ren's toes gently pressed onto the ground. Soon, his body disappeared and reappeared in front of the black-clad individual, completely catching him off guard. Curling his fist into a ball, a green hue shrouded Ren's fist, directly smashing towards the abdomen area of the black-clad individual. Bam. Chi. Helpless against the attack that came unexpectedly and extremely fast, the black-clad individual violently threw up a mouthful of fresh blood. Subsequently, he feebly fell onto the ground. Thud. Apathetically watching the black-clad individual fall to the ground, Ren simply wiped his hand indifferently. Then, turning his head, he looked towards Angelica's direction to see how she was faring. Boom. In the distance, an explosion rang out, and 2 figures shot back. On one side was Angelica, who was wholly unscathed, whilst on the other was Xavier, who was breathing heavily with torn clothes. H-A-A-A. Glaring at Angelica, who was standing opposite of him, Xavier shouted. "Why are you helping a human? You're a demon, we're on the same side." The monolith was an association that directly worked for the demons. Never did Xavier expect a demon to work with 876. Listening to Xavier's words, a disgusted look appeared on Angelica. Don't lump me on the same side as you guys. The black-colored flames around her exquisite body intensified following Angelica's words. A savage black flame violently surged forth from her body in the blink of an eye. The black flame gradually spiraled upwards, finally forming an enormous pillar of black that shot towards the sky. The intense heat caused by the flames caused the nearby trees and vegetation to turn into ash. Waving her hand, the enormous pillar of flames shot towards Xavier, who was standing opposite to her. Disappear from this world. Shit. Staring at the incoming flames, Xavier clenched his jaw tightly and cursed out loud. Despite of the fact that he and Angelica were of the same rank, their strengths were nowhere near similar. That was for one simple reason. Angelica was a pure demon whilst he was only someone who borrowed the power of a demon. Simply put, her Count rank bloodline was enough to suppress the little demon bloodline Xavier had in his body due to the consumption of the devil fruits. This was also why demons never worried about the monolith or their contract acts betraying them. Their bloodline suppression was enough to completely put them in their place. Unless another demon of a similar rank showed up, no one could stop her. Had Xavier been a regular human, he would have been able to go toe-to-toe with her, perhaps even overpower her. But, he no longer was. Damn it. Crying out, Xavier suddenly raised his dagger. His mana surged out, and a blue hue suddenly enveloped his dagger. A blue pillar with faint black threads of demonic energy curling around it rose in the air. Xavier's clothes fluttered wildly. Staring at the incoming flames, Xavier knew that he had to go all out or he was done for. Ha! Once Xavier gathered enough mana, letting out a desperate cry, he slashed forward with all of his might as a faint thunder noise suddenly sounded. Soon, the two attacks collided, and deathly silence shrouded the forest. The silence continued for a few minutes as the two energies clashed in the sky. Seemingly at a stalemate. However, the stalemate did not last for long as both energies soon seemed to have exhausted their strength as they slowly died down and converged together into a small black and blue ball in the air. With her brows knit, Angelica stared at the ball in the distance. Then, raising her fair hand, she suddenly clenched it into a fist. Break. Bang. As her words faded, an explosive blast echoed throughout the mountain range. Poo, Chi. Bang. Spitting a mouthful of blood, Xavier helplessly fell back and collided back first against a tree. The explosion contained both his and Angelica's energies combined. The fact that he had still not died was a miracle in itself. Whack. Once Xavier's body smashed against the tree, he once again spat another mouthful of blood. Then, with one hand on the ground, trying to support his body, Xavier saw the shadow of 2 feet appear before him. KH. With a ghastly pale face, he looked up. There, coldly looking at him from above, was Ren. Bending down, Ren grabbed Xavier by the head. I told you, didn't I? Leaning his head forward, he whispered. I told you that I would make you pay for what you did to me. Kraka. Putting his hand on Xavier's shoulder, the sound of bones breaking rang out. That's the first shoulder. Another chapter in about an hour or two. The author's POV. Chapter 296, Pledge, 3. Kraka. 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 The repetitive sound of bones breaking resounded across the forests. Second shoulder, right arm, right ribs. Repeatedly breaking each and every one of Xavier's bones, I did not realize that Xavier had long passed out from the pain. White foam streamed down from his mouth as his eyes had long, completely turned white. Kraka. This time it was his left leg. With rage clouding my mind, I completely lost myself in the torture. Of course, I wasn't aware of what was going on, but all I felt at the moment was the unprecedented urge to destroy Xavier. Ren, stop. Huh. I could only wake up from my hysteria after I felt a slight nudge on my shoulder. Turning around and seeing Hein and Ava looking at me with worried and fearful expressions on their faces, it was then that I finally realized what was going on. Closing my eyes and exhaling deeply, I apologized. Sorry. I lost myself there for a second. Wiping the sweat that had accumulated on my forehead, I silently stood up. It happened again. Clenching my fists hard, I glared at the sky. For months had passed since I had escaped the monolith, and even then, I was still suffering from the backlash of the experiments back in the monolith. Subjected to virtual simulations and serum dosages every day for months, a part of me broke, and at times, I would lose myself just like now. To make matters worse, I had no way of controlling these types of moments. Instead, they were now deeply engraved into my brain. This was part of the reason why I didn't want to meet my parents for too long. I didn't want them to see this new side of me. The only reason I was able to restrain my urge with them was because of Monarch's indifference. Whenever I felt the urge, I would quickly activate it to stop myself from losing control. But I knew that this wasn't a long-term solution. HAAA. Calming myself down and turning my head, I looked towards Ava and Hein. Are you guys done on your side as well? Yes, we've taken him down. Hein replied. Looking behind them, I could see one of the black-clad individuals on the ground, presumably dead. I nodded my head in satisfaction. I see. Good job. You guys finished? Ryan's voice suddenly rang inside of my ear. Tapping onto my ear, I responded. Yes, we're done here. You can come down. Okay. Once Ryan's voice faded, I lowered my head. Then, crossing my arms, I looked at Xavier, who was beneath my feet and on the verge of death. Although almost all of his bones had shattered and he was almost dead, he still had one more role to fulfill. He couldn't die just yet. Just as I was about to bend down towards him, Angelica appeared by my side. Placing her hand on Xavier's chest, she slowly removed all of the demonic energy that was lingering in his body. This process took a while, but before long, any sign that she had fought with him disappeared. Human, you've improved a lot. She muttered as she was removing the demonic energy from Xavier's body. Without taking my eyes away from Xavier, I softly replied. You too. I guess Silig's situation helped you out a lot. About 14 months had passed since I had last seen Silig. Given that the time in Emora flowed much faster, about a decade had passed there. I had initially expected the war in Emora to end in about 3 years, however, my calculations were far off. The war in Emora had continued for over a decade, and it was only around 3 months ago that Silig had broken through to S rank. Even then, he still had not joined the war. He was still biding his time. According to Angelica, Silig told her that the Orc Chief and Marquis Azeroth had still not clashed yet. He was only going to swoop in when both sides were injured. That was fine with me, though. Although I wanted the war to end sooner so that Silig could build his forces faster, this still worked out since I was still unsure about Silig's stance. On the bright side, Silig's breakthrough had benefited Angelica a lot. Thanks to him, she was able to break through to Count rank in only 6 months. It was an alarming rate of progress. One that even left me speechless. Ren. A familiar voice suddenly sounded out. Turning my head, I soon spotted a few familiar figures approaching me from a distance. The edges of my lips curled upwards. You guys are finally here. The individuals were Ryan, Small Snake, and Leopold. Thanks for the help. You guys helped out a lot. No problem. Small Snake nodded his head before casually throwing a small object in my direction. Here's the listening device that you've asked for. Oh, nice. Catching the device, I bent down towards Xavier. The device that Small Snake had given me was a simple listening device. Nothing special. What are you doing? Ryan curiously asked. Nothing much. Putting the small device into Xavier's mouth and making him swallow it, tapping on my bracelet once, I proceeded to take out a syringe from my dimensional space. A nostalgic smile appeared on my face. A pity that you won't be able to know what hit you. Sticking the sharp needle of the syringe towards Xavier's neck, I injected him with a high dosage of the serum. Cuck. A slight sound escaped from Xavier's mouth. Ignoring it, after injecting him with the first dosage of the serum, I tossed the syringe to the side and took another one and repeated the same process. Cuck. A similar sound escaped from his mouth once I injected him with the second dosage. Xavier was an A-ranked individual, one syringe was not enough for him to ultimately become brain dead. This was why I injected him with another dosage. As I predicted, the moment I injected the second full dosage of the serum, Xavier's body started to convulse like crazy. Ren. Small Snake, alongside the others, took a step back. Don't worry, he's going to be fine. See, he's fine. Not even halfway through my words and Xavier's body stopped convulsing. Then, opening his eyes, revealing a languid look devoid of any emotion, Xavier blankly stared at the sky. "What have you done?" Hein asked from the side. Throwing the syringes away, my eyes became sharp. "Nothing much, I've just given him a taste of his own medicine." He was the individual that had approved the project. Letting him have a taste of the serum was an excellent way to make him understand what I went through during those hellish 8 months. Well, it no longer mattered since he was now wholly brain dead. Tapping onto my bracelet, I took out an empty dimensional ring and tossed it toward Small Snake. "Here, take this ring and complete the task that I briefed you on before." "Okay." Taking the ring, Small Snake hesitatingly turned around and left. Before long, he returned to my side and threw the ring in my direction. Catching the ring with my right hand, I put the ring on Xavier's finger. Then, tapping onto another ring that was resting on Xavier's finger, I slowly channeled my mana onto the ring. "Have a safe trip." 10 seconds after my words faded, out of nowhere, Xavier magically disappeared from where he was. As he disappeared, I took out a small black box and sat down on a nearby rock. Staring at the black box in my hand, the smile soon disappeared off of my face as a cold look soon replaced it. A body was placed in the middle of the hall that was shrouded by a gloomy atmosphere. The body belonged to Xavier, who suddenly appeared out of thin air inside the VIP portal area. Everyone in the hall remained silent as they eyed Xavier's body. Although he was still alive and breathing, his brain was completely dead. So no matter how much they tried to stimulate it, they couldn't get any reaction from him. As such, extracting information from him was no longer possible. At this moment, none of the people in the hall dared to emit the slightest sound because they could feel the chilly killing intent of the alderman seated in an oversized chair. Is this his way of mocking us? Mo Jinhao stared at the corpse with bloodied eyes as he clenched his teeth audibly. Explosive anger that was suppressed deeply inside of him could be heard in his thick voice. To the people in the room, every second felt agonizing. The pressure exuding from Mo Jinhao's body was too oppressive. Bang. Breaking the silence, the doors of the hall smacked open. A rushed figure entered the hall. Bending down on one knee, he reported. "Deputy Head, we found out about the contents of the dimensional ring on Xavier's finger." "Tell me." "Yes." Swallowing a mouthful of saliva with his head still lowered, the servant tapped on a small tablet, and a holographic image suddenly popped up in front for everyone to see. Once the image appeared for everyone to see, heavy silence descended in the room. Is this a joke? Thick killing intent enveloped the room as Mo Jinhao stood up and glared at the servant. No, Deputy Head, this is what was found in the dimensional space. Under Mo Jinhao's heavy pressure, the servant started to perspire heavily. Finally, his complexion turned ashen white, and his body sunk to the floor. Ignoring the servant and staring at the holographic image, a ferocious killing intent rose inside of Mo Jinhao's heart. Depicted on the holograms was the image of 4 heads placed side by side. The reason for Mo Jinhao's anger was because he knew who those heads belonged to. They were the heads of the other 4 individuals that went with Xavier. This was a blatant provocation to him. Lowering his head and staring at the servant, Mo Jinhao's eyes narrowed. Was there anything else in the dimensional ring? Why, yes. Without looking up, the servant fearfully nodded his head. Give it to me. Swallowing another mouthful of saliva and trembling all over, the servant took out a small black box and handed it to Mo Jinhao. Here. Casually taking the box, Mo Jinhao asked. What's this? It's a communication device. A communic. Ding. Ding. As soon as Mo Jinhao held onto the black box, the box started to vibrate. The room instantly became quiet. Lowering his head, Mo Jinhao's brows knit. Then, pressing onto the top right corner of the small box, he muttered in a soft voice. 876. Though his voice was silent, it powerfully rang inside of the ears of everyone present in the room. KHHHHH. A static sound sounded. 876. Before long, a cheerful yet confused voice suddenly sounded from the device's speaker. Right, that's what you guys called me. Been a while since I've heard of that nickname. Not gonna lie, kinda miss it. It's you. This voice. Mo Jinhao, I presume. Mo Jinhao didn't answer. However, those around him suddenly felt the air around them thicken up considerably. Their breathing started to become rougher. I'll take the silence as a yes. Ren continued. The reason why I called you was to ask whether you liked my present or not. How was it? I spent quite a bit of time preparing everything for you. So don't I at least deserve a little thank you? Tangible bloodlust suddenly manifested from Mo Jinhao's back as everyone in the room turned pale. Ah, don't be so angry. All I did was just kill an extra. Not that you'd know what it means. Anyhow, the reason I called you here was to just say one thing. Suddenly the voice behind the speaker became colder. Hear me carefully because I'll only say it once. As if a switch had been flipped, the cheerful voice from before wholly disappeared. I'm here to make a pledge. Clenching tightly onto the black box, a thick aura sprang out from Mo Jinhao's body. His gray eyes coldly looked at the box in front of him as his clothes fluttered wildly. Remember, when I return, and I mean when because I will return. Conviction could be felt from Ren's voice as he spoke. It was as though he was utterly certain that he would return. As if this outcome had been predetermined from the very beginning. When that happens, make sure to count your days. Because no matter how long it will take, be it a year, 2 years, or even a decade, I will come back. So remember this moment. Remember what I just said today, because once you look back on it in how many X years in the future, I want you to remember that this was the day that I proclaimed yours and the monoliths. Crush. Cutting the speech off, Mo Jinhao crashed the black device in his hand. With a terrifying glare on his face, his body trembled uncontrollably as a black aura surged out from his body, completely enveloping the hall. The hall suddenly shook, and Mo Jinhao's enraged roar reverberated throughout the whole building. 876. The Author's POV. Chapter 297, Henneler, 1. KHHHHH. The static sound of the radio sounded. I guess he hung up. A trace of pity flashed across my eyes as I put the radio transmitter away. Standing up and putting my coat on, I nudged the others to follow me. All right, let's go. Now that I had taken care of the annoying flies swarming on my back, I could now go to my destination without too many worries. Ren, how long do we have left? Ryan asked from behind. We're almost there. Our current destination was Henneler, the dwarven capital. After traveling for the past 4 months, we had almost arrived at the location. Precise time. About 1 more week of travel, I would say. Originally we were supposed to take a lot less time to arrive, however, to slow down Xavier and the others' pursuit, I decided to take a slight detour and traveled near the elven border. Fortunately, during our fight right now the elves didn't get involved, but in all likelihood, they were already aware of our presence. Let's go before we run into trouble. Are you talking about the elves? Small Snake arrived by my side and followed along. That's right. Playing with the dimensional spaces that he had collected from the people we had just killed, Small Snake handed them to me. Do you think they'd attack us? I heard that they don't attack humans. Sort of, but you can never be too safe. With humanity's advancement these past few decades, all 3 races started viewing humans in a more favorable light. That being said, this didn't mean that they still fully trusted us. This was why a conference was going to be held soon. It was made with the purpose of talking about the potential 3rd cataclysm that was soon going to hit the Earth and the possibility of allowing humanity to join the Alliance. Well, that was well into the future. Right now, my goal was to enter the dwarven domain and increase my strength by leaps and bounds. Let's hurry for now. I don't want to meet any trouble along our way. A few kilometers away from where Ren and the others were, gazing at them from a distance, were 2 obscured figures. With each breath the 2 figures took, the mana in the air would follow their breathing rhythm. Almost as though they were in complete sync with the mana in the air. Should we attack? Looking right, one of the figures asked as a melodious voice rang out. Judging from their subservient tone, it was evident that the figure they talked to was higher ranked. No. The other figure shook its head. What about the demon? The higher-ranked figure pointed towards the distance, revealing a delicate white hand devoid of imperfection. Did you sense the mana of the people they were fighting? It was tainted with demonic energy. Right, for that female demon to work with humans and kill multiple contracted individuals, we can assume that she is no longer on the same side as the demons. Although most demons worked with each other, in the end, what they cared for most was their self-interest. Just because they were from the same race didn't mean that they had to help them. This was a natural occurrence that occurred in all races. That's true. However, I've also noticed that the demon follows that human with long hair. Strange. The whole time they observed the fight in the distance, they noticed that everything revolved around a specific human with long black hair and blue eyes. From how he was the one being targeted, to how the demon seemed to be following his orders. That is indeed strange, let's observe a little more. As those words faded, the two figures disappeared. Just like usual, Amanda sat on her desk and completed her paperwork. This was a boring route that she had grown accustomed to over the last year or so in her new position in the Demon Hunter Guild. Demon Hunter Guild, board member, Amanda Stern. Her nameplate reflected the sunlight coming from the window behind her. Knock. Knock. A knocking sound sounded. Come in. Lifting her head, Amanda opened her mouth, and the door opened. You called for me. Unceremonially entering the room, a slim girl with long light brown hair and a pair of glasses entered the room. It was Melissa. So, what did you call me for, Amanda? Melissa asked as she looked around the neatly organized office. It was spotless. Then, sitting on the sofa in front of Amanda, she crossed her legs and propped her elbow on the sidearm of the sofa. Putting the stack of papers down, Amanda wordlessly stared at Melissa, sitting opposite her. This continued for a couple of seconds until Melissa could no longer take it and mouthed in annoyance. So. You just called me here to admire my beauty. Sorry, but I'm not really into girls. How is the project going? Disregarding Melissa's comments, Amanda finally opened her mouth and asked. The project. It's going well, why? Has something come up from your end? No. Amanda shook her head, prompting Melissa's brows to furrow. Then why did you call me? Don't tell me you asked me to come here to find out about how the project is going, right? Melissa grumbled as she rested her cheek on her right arm. You do know phones exist, right? It's not that. Waving her hand, a small barrier appeared, enveloping the two of them. What are you doing? Melissa looked at the barrier that was slowly forming around her. Though startled, she didn't show much of a reaction. She knew Amanda well. She wasn't one to do stupid things. You know, I was joking about the previous comments about you being into girls, unless. Here. Ignoring Melissa, tapping onto a small tablet resting on her desk, a holographic video soon popped up. Pressing onto the image midair, the video soon began playing. Once the video began playing, multiple different scenarios started to show. In all those scenarios, there was a common thing, a middle-aged man playing with a young girl. The only difference was the last video, where the middle-aged man hugged a couple before leaving. Annoyance could be felt in Melissa's voice as she took her eyes away from the video and looked at Amanda. What's this? Are you perhaps looking for a partner to look at dramas with you? No, look carefully. Amanda then pointed towards the middle-aged man playing with the girl in the video. That's Ren. For a brief moment, silence enveloped the room. Opening and closing her mouth multiple times, Melissa didn't know what to say. She was dumbstruck by Amanda's sudden statement. This was until her face suddenly twisted weirdly. Have you completely lost it? Has all the work you've been doing finally fried your brain into oblivion? It has not. Amanda calmly replied. Melissa snorted in response. Nuhu, it has. So you are telling me that Ren has now become some weird middle-aged man that plays with kids? I have proof. Proof? Melissa stopped and raised her brow. Nodding her head and taking out a small key, Amanda inserted the key inside her drawer. She then twisted it and slid the drawer back. After taking out a couple of files, she handed them to Melissa. Here. What's this? Taking the papers with a confused look on her face, Melissa slowly read through them. She asked after a while, alternating her gaze between the video and the files. Are these the profiles of the people in the video? They're Ren's parents. Scratching the side of her head, Melissa tapped on the names of the profiles. Right, I figured from their names, and the fact that his father looks similar to him, but this isn't nearly enough to prove that he is Ren. Look at this as well. Amanda slid another paper in Melissa's direction. On that paper was a detailed profile of the middle-aged man who visited them in the video. According to our investigation, that man in the video has long disappeared 10 years ago. This was the first time in 10 years that he has appeared. Taking the paper, Melissa carefully looked through it without speaking. Sitting opposite to her, Amanda was unable to read her expression. Instead, she seemed to be lost in her own world. It was only after a couple of minutes had passed that Melissa finally opened her mouth. How sure are you about this? Very sure. Amanda replied. With the power of her guild, this kind of investigation was a piece of cake for her. She had information on Ren's parents due to having done a background check on them prior to when they first met and when Ren had asked to protect them. This was to get a better idea of who the people they were protecting were. On another note, Nola's recent behavior had given Amanda another reason to believe that the man in the video was Ren in disguise. I see. Melissa muttered underneath her breath. Sitting up straight and tapping her finger on the armrest of the sofa, she asked. Let's say what you said is true, why did you tell me? Aren't you a little too trusting of me? The contract. The what? Taking out a piece of paper from her drawer, Amanda placed it on the table and pointed towards a certain text. The contract you signed with Ren and me. It clearly states that we can't do anything to harm each other. As the third business partner, Amanda had also signed a similar contract. Although the contract wasn't a mana contract, as Melissa didn't want her father to find out about the project, the contract would directly break upon the infringement of a predetermined term through a particular spell. From there, the other parties could directly go to the central government to present the case. In short, if Melissa breached the contract, she would lose the rights to her project. Even if her father interfered, she could do nothing about it. Silently staring at the contract on Amanda's table, Melissa's brows knit. Okay, fine. But it still doesn't explain why you told me about the possibility of Ren still being alive. Putting the contract and profiles away, Amanda put the papers back into her drawer and locked them with the key. It's because I need you to send someone to protect Ren's parents. Huh? Melissa's face turned ugly. Did I hear correctly? So you want me to get someone to protect Ren's parents? Wasn't that your job? Amanda softly nodded her head. She was also helpless in this situation. Although it was her job to keep Ren's parents safe, news about her father's disappearance started to make waves. The other diamond-graded guilds were starting to become bolder and bolder, and Amanda knew that Ren's parents might end up suffering from the repercussions. Even though she was still trying her best to keep them safe, she could no longer guarantee their safety like before. She asked for Melissa's help because her background was even more significant than hers. If she helped, she didn't have to worry about their safety. Can you at least tell me why? Melissa asked. With a wry smile on her face, Amanda apologetically shook her head. Sorry. Covering her face, Melissa's mouth twitched. You know what, fine. I don't care. Melissa then stood up. I'll do it. Either way, I still need about half a year. In half a year, I'll have the product ready. I'll use the money, his or your money, to pay for the fee of the people that will protect his parents. Amanda gratefully looked at Melissa. Thank you. Tisk. Melissa clicked her tongue in displeasure. Then, turning her wrist, she checked the time. All right, I have to go now. I'll contact you again once I'm done with the project. Nodding at Melissa, Amanda watched as she left her office. Once Melissa left the office, looking at the holographic video in front of her, Amanda tapped on the screen and pressed delete. Soon the holographic video shut down, and the last evidence of Ren's existence disappeared. She had already deleted all other video footage of him appearing. This was the best she could do for him. Leaving Amanda's office, Melissa's brows furrowed tightly. Halting her steps and staring at the empty hall before her, she softly muttered. So he's still alive. Although she didn't show it outwardly back in Amanda's office, she was quite startled by the revelation. Even now, she still couldn't believe what Amanda had told her. It was only after she left Amanda's office that it genuinely hit Melissa. Ren was still alive. Her previous behavior was merely a small facade to try to hide her current shocked feelings. This fucker, just when I thought I finally got rid of you. Taking out her phone, Melissa soon looked through the contacts in her phone. Staring at a specific contact, her brows twitched before finally dialing the number. Before long, a joyful voice rang out from the speaker. Why, if it isn't my little angel of a niece Mel? Shut up, I've got a job for you. The Author's POV. Chapter 298, Henneler, 2. Wow. Standing on top of a hill, my mouth opened in amazement. The scenery I've only seen in movies and paintings was currently presented before me. It was a lot more mesmerizing than I had ever imagined. I could barely take my eyes away from the sight. The mountain range revealed nature clearer than anywhere I had ever seen before. The slight chill in the air was enough to give me a gentle shiver, but not enough to find the need to cover up. Staring into the distance, the gentle breeze coming down from the mountains tickled the trees, making their leaves shake and sway as though they were laughing. "Is that where we're supposed to go?" Leopold asked as he pointed at the mountain range in the distance. "It is indeed the place." Giving a small nod, I replied. "That over there is Henneler, the dwarven capital, and our destination." Traversing 1,000 kilometers over these past few months, we were finally close to reaching our destination. Just like usual, we encountered a few beasts during our journey, but in general, nothing out of the norm that would result in our trip being delayed occurred. The only noticeable delay in our journey was the monolith incident, but it was now over. "Wham, I guess we can finally have a proper night's sleep." Leopold yawned and packed up the camping equipment beside him. Turning my head, I wryly smiled. "Not so sure about that." "What?" "It'll depend on our luck." Although Henneler was generally safe and did not block humans from entering the place, that didn't mean that it was completely safe. It was best to stay alert at all times. Seriously. And here I wanted to finally rest. "Tell me about it." Constantly watching our backs due to the threat of beasts, apart from Ryan, almost everyone here was running low on sleep. "Ren." "Yes." Holding onto a small tablet, Ryan suddenly ran up to me. "I've found it. I found the entrance of the place." "That fast?" Because the mountain range was massive, finding the exact location of Henneler was a lot harder than originally anticipated. Fortunately, I had Ryan with me, who could use his drones and equipment to look for the place. Shoving the tablet in front of my face, Ryan excitedly pinched the screen and pointed towards a specific area in the mountains. "Yes, check over here. Doesn't this look like a statue?" "It sure does." Because the drone was so high up in the sky, to avoid the dwarves' detection, I wasn't able to see too much. However, from what I could make out, by the side of one of the mountain ranges in the distance, there seemed to be some sort of artificial monument. Sort of like a statue. Taking my eyes away from the tablet, I patted Ryan's head. "Good job." He. Ryan pridefully laughed at my compliment, prompting a smile to appear on my face. I guess he's a child at heart. Even though Ryan was a genius and acted mature at times, he was still a kid after all. Just a simple praise and he became so excited. "Guys, pack up, we're going." Finally, we had arrived at the dwarven domain. At the same time, standing not so far from where they were, sunlight seeped past the thick canopy of branches, revealing the figures of two elves. Both elves shared similar features, with fair skin, pointy ears, and stunning faces. However, there was a difference between the two. Their hair. Of the two, one of the elves' hair, instead of being pure gold, though faint, had a mix of silver in it. An almost regal aura spread from that elf's body. "What should we do? Should we follow?" Squinting, the golden-haired elf asked. "No, we can't go any deeper." "Is it because of the demons' movements?" "Correct." The demons were starting to make their move. The usual skirmishes that occurred between each border lengthened and the general rank of each force were increasing. To the three races, this was a sign that the demons were preparing for war. As such, the two elves that had been spying on the humans for the past week could no longer continue their observation. At least for now. So what should we do now? Should we let them go? The silvered-haired elf turned around and disappeared. They're bound to leave sooner or later. We might meet them again in the future. As we neared Henneler, the massive stone gates of the city that were attached to the side of the Rocky Mountains soon appeared in my vision. Built beside the gate were at least several statues depicting dwarves holding onto massive axes and hammers. Their imposing presence made me, who standing below them, feel insignificant. Contrary to when I was looking at the scenery from the drone, it was only now that I was close that I truly understood the sheer size of the monument. It was massive. Nearing the gates of Henneler, an earthy and sulfur-like scent invaded my nostrils, prompting my brows to momentarily furrow. Yuck. It seems like I wasn't the only that didn't like the smell as Ryan grimaced and pinched his nose. You'll get used to it. Henneler was the capital of the dwarven domain. In fact, it was also the only city that existed in the human domain. Unlike the other races that lived on the Earth's surface, dwarves lived underground. There were multiple reasons for this, but in the end, it all boiled down to the fact that the temperature was the hottest nearer to the Earth core. Using the tremendous heat coming from the Earth's center, the dwarves were able to smelt the ores faster and more efficiently. The sulfur-like smell probably originated from the natural gases found in the earth below. "Ren, are you sure going through the front is the best way to get in?" Small Snake asked as he tapped on my right shoulder. Turning around, I reassured. "Yup, don't worry. As I've said before, the three races' prejudice against humanity had died down a lot. Going to their places wasn't out of the question, plus, we weren't particularly strong anyways. Aside from Angelica, who was now back in her ring form, there was no real need for them to be too wary of us. I mean, I was pretty much the strongest of the group, and even then, I was only C-ranked. Plus, it's not like we're going empty-handed." A look of realization dawned on Small Snake as he smacked the palm of his hand. "Ah. So that's why you spent so much money on those ores." "That's right. On my dimensional space were multiple different ores that I had repurchased in the human domain. The reason I bought them was so that I could trade them with the dwarves. With the crazy amount of metal that they went through each day to craft an artifact, ores were definitely a valuable and scarce resource to them. As long as we came to trade with them, we wouldn't be kicked out." Nearing the enormous gate, I looked back and warned the others. "Guys, follow closely behind me. Let me do the talking." "Okay." Everyone nodded their heads in unison, prompting me to smile in satisfaction. Great. Before long, arriving right below the massive gate, I spotted a group of small burly creatures holding onto large metallic barrels standing beside the gate. "Are those guns?" I wondered as I stared at the barrels in the dwarves' hands. They sure looked like guns. "Halt." As if they were waiting for our arrival, a dwarf wearing a thick metallic armor stepped forward. With a long ginger beard that fell all the way down towards his neck and light wrinkles by the side of his eyes, the dwarf scanned us from top to bottom with a curious look. Then, opening his mouth, his barky and throaty voice rang out throughout the whole area. "Human, state your purpose." Halting my footsteps, the others also stopped. Raising my hands, I spoke up. "We mean no harm, we're here to trade." "Trade?" My words instantly piqued the interest of the dwarf. "Interesting. How much be we talking?" 100 tons of iron, 100 tons of adenium, 72 tons of rhonium, 56 tons of..." Listing the ores I had brought with me, I felt a slight pang in my heart. The amount of money I had to spurge out to buy this much stuff made my heart bleed. I could have probably bought myself an advanced potion with the money I had used to buy this stuff. Exclamation point. As I was listing the ores that I had brought with me, the dwarf opposite to me was left dumbstruck. Opening his mouth wide, his burly, loud voice once again rang out. "You're nae playing with me, be? "No, I'm being completely serious." I was honestly having a bit of a difficult time understanding his words, but thanks to his gestures, I understood somewhat what he was trying to imply. Frantically waving his hand towards my direction, the dwarf said, Let me inspect the goods." "Sure." Casually walking towards the dwarf, I took out my dimensional space and tossed it to him, much to the confused reactions of the others behind me. "It's all right, guys. Just trust me." Dwarves were honest and straightforward people. They disliked scheming and cautious people the most. By directly giving him the ring that contained all of the ores inside, I was displaying to him that I was also straightforward. Acting the way I was trying my best to set a favorable impression, almost like in games with NPCs. Though it may backfire on me, it was a risk I was willing to take. You weren't lying." Fortunately, it didn't seem to have failed. Playing with the ring in his hand, the dwarf burst out laughing. "I like your attitude, human." Tossing the ring back in my direction, the dwarf turned around and faced the gate. Then, twirling his small bulky hand in the air, he shouted, "Open the gates." Kung. The moment the dwarf's words faded, the ground trembled, and the enormous doors slowly opened up. Staring at the enormous doors in the distance, I wondered, why are the gates so big? The gates were pretty much made for giants, yet, the dwarves which weren't even a quarter of my height were proudly using them. Perhaps it made them look more imposing. Honestly, I did not know, nor did I care too much about finding out as the doors soon fully opened and a wave of hot air suddenly brushed past me. Turning around, the dwarf puffed his chest and pridefully smiled. "Welcome to Henneler." The Author's POV. Chapter 299, Henneler, 3. Kung. Entering the gates, the grandiose door soon closed shut behind us. Me name be Eliud Brickpike, and I'll lead ye to the first level. Following the dwarf from before whose name was Eliud, we walked through a narrow tunnel that was lit up by multiple bioluminescent plants planted by the side of the walls. There be 4 different levels to the city, with each level differentiating by depth. At the moment we're currently going towards the first level, where the main city be located. Listening to Eliud speak as I looked around, I understood somewhat what he was saying despite his accent. In short, there were 4 levels to Henneler, each level dwelling more deeply into the mountain. Currently, we were headed to the first level, around 50 meters below the mountain and where the central city was located. From the second level onwards, everything be off limits. That be if you value your lives. Below the second level were where the vault and working facilities were. Simply put, the temperature below was far too hot for regular beings to go. Therefore, unless you wore special gear, it was off limits. Most of the stuff Eliud was saying, I knew. However, I still paid close attention to what he said as I didn't want to make any mistakes. If there was one thing I've learned, it was that it was always best to have as much information as possible regarding a new location. As such, opening my mouth I asked. Is that so? By the way, I've been meaning to ask, is there anything I need to be wary of when going to the city? Like the areas I'm not supposed to go, and how I should behave myself? Good question. Eliud's footsteps halted. Stroking his long ginger beard, Eliud mused before shaking his head. Nay, in general, if he dinna go below the second level, there will be nae trouble. Smack. Smacking the palm of his hand, Eliud suddenly remembered. Right, it's best ta nae wander too much outside the city, as those pesky tunneling monsters will give ye a hard time. Monsters? I guess he must be referring to the beasts. Just because Henneler was underground, it didn't mean that it was safe from the threat of beasts. As long as I was in the city, there shouldn't be any problems though. Actually there be something else, but it's best if he dinna know too much. Eliud's next statement caused my brows to furrow. Didn't this sound a little too ominous? Turning around, Eliud's tone became a bit graver. Human, it's nae that I dinna want ta tell ye, but it's best if ye dinna know since you're nae strong enough ta know. Had ye been stronger, I might have helped ye. All right, I won't ask. Squinting, I eventually nodded my head. Eliud smiled in response as he raised his hand and forcefully patted me on the back. Great, I'm liking ye more and more human. Or at least tried to, but in the end, he ended up patting my ass. I like dealing with people that understand their limits. That so? My mouth twitched, and I took a step forward. As I stepped forward, I suddenly heard weird noises coming from behind me. PFTTT. Turning around, much to my depression, I found the others holding onto their mouths with red faces. Evidently trying their best to suppress their laughter. You guys. Hee hee. Then, Eliud who was next to me chuckled and eyed me with a teasing look. Sorry there, does your arse hurt? This bastard did it on purpose, didn't he? I instantly shot a glare at Eliud, who burst out laughing and twirled his bulky hand in the air, nudging me to follow along. Ha, follow me, we're almost there. I won't forget this. Glaring at the others behind me, I followed Eliud deeper into the tunnel. Before long, as we neared the ending of the tunnel, I could see the light coming from the distance. Squinting my eyes and passing through the end of the tunnel, a bright light instantly clouded my vision, prompting me to cover my face with my hand. Once my eyes adjusted to the light, staring at the scenery presented before me, I was left in awe. Whoa. I wasn't the only one that felt that way, as the others, too, had amazed looks on their faces as they looked at the city below them. Built inside the mountain, with small metallic pipes on the top of the hill to allow fresh air and light to seep through to the city below, a vast and bustling city appeared before my view. In the middle of the city, a great waterfall dropped through a hole at the top of the mountain, forming into a pool in the central square where a massive statue of a dwarf was erected. Besides the statue were many uniquely shaped infrastructures that ranged in sizes. However, though they were all different, the infrastructures brought me this strange sense of awe. From afar, they all looked like structural masterpieces, as each infrastructure was built to the most delicate of details, showcasing the dwarves' masterful craftsmanship. This be as far as I can bring ye. Halting his steps, Eliud proudly looked at the city from above. Then, turning around, he slapped my thigh and laughed. If ye manage ta trade successfully, with the money ye make, bring me ta have a drink. Har har. Sure. I wryly replied as I massaged my thigh. Though he was small, his slap sure packed a punch. All right, best o' luck, human. Thank you. Staring at Eliud's figure disappear back into the tunnel, I let out a sigh before looking at the others. Had enough fun. Let's go. Was me getting slapped in the ass and thigh really that funny? I couldn't tell. Walking down a spiral of stone steps, we soon stepped into the city. The moment we set foot into the city, it was as though we stepped foot into a whole different world. With enormous infrastructures and bright lights illuminating the place, I could hear the raucous laugh of the dwarves in the distance. An overall joyful and cheerful atmosphere shrouded the city. Contrary to my expectations, grass and trees grew in the city, making the place look that much more stupefying. Ren, where should we go first? Small Snake tapped on my shoulder and asked. Let's go find a place to settle down for now. I replied after musing for a bit. Sure. Small Snake nodded in agreement. Although it looked like everyone was itching to go around the city to have a look, at the moment, the priority was to settle down and rest. Also, I needed to better understand the place before deciding anything else. Thankfully the others were understanding and didn't fuss over my arrangements. Wait, is that an elf? I also see an orc. On a side note, much to everyone's surprise, Henneler did not only have dwarves roaming the streets as we could see orcs and elves roaming the place. I already knew this beforehand, with Henneler being the place where artifacts were sold and crafted, the fact that other races came here wasn't surprising. Though I did have to admit, the elves were a lot better looking than I had expected. Be it male or female, their appearance made me once again realize just how average I was in this world filled with handsome and beautiful people. Not that I was ugly. To make matters worse, I had only myself to blame. Guys, wait for me for a bit. Walking for a further 10 minutes, I stopped by a couple of important places and directly sold some of the ores I had brought with me. I had to have some money after all. After trading some of the ores I had brought with me, asking the direction of the nearest lodging, we soon arrived in front of a certain building. We're here. Rusted Hammer Lodgings. A sizable metallic sign hung on the wall of the building. To my surprise, it was written in human language. It was only after a while that I realized that it was actually not. The sign was in fact an artifact that would automatically display the words based on the language the viewer could speak. Pretty neat. Let's go in. Taking a step into the building, I urged the others to follow me from behind. The moment I stepped into the place, I saw a dwarven lady with thick black hair tied into 2 ponytails, holding onto a broom, and leisurely cleaning the wooden floor. Once we stepped in, turning her head, the dwarven lady exclaimed in surprise. Oh! A human, haven't seen one in a couple o' days. Putting the broom down, she moved towards the counter. Ye here for a room? Did she just say that there were other humans in here? Did you just say that you saw another human? Though I had somewhat expected this revelation was a bit shocking. Leaning on the counter, the dwarven lady pinched her fingers together and nodded her head. Was a lovely guy, I tell ye. Even gave me a tip. So, ye here for a room or nay? Ah, yes. How many? Looking behind me, the dwarven lady tippy-toed and tried counting. 1, 2, 6 rooms please. To make things faster, I just told her the rooms. Technically I only needed 5 since I wanted Small Snake to stay with Ryan, but the 6th room was for Angelica. Though, I wasn't really sure how that would work out. 6. That'll be 50 tansels. Tansels was the currency used in the Dwarven domain, and in general, each tansel was equivalent to about 1,000 U. Therefore, the total cost was around 50,000 U. 50 tansels. Isn't that a bit too expensive? Although 50,000 U didn't sound like a lot, this was relative to the big things I spent on back in the human domain. 50,000 U was in fact a crap ton. My reaction was understandable. Flashing me a look of disdain, the clerk lady flicked her ponytail. Nay at all, have ye seen where we be? Just the fact that our place be cooler and has fresh air makes up for the price. Right. Though her words had merit, in the end, I didn't want to argue anymore and so just gave up. Taking out a bunch of coins, I placed them on the counter. Fortunately, taking Eliud's advice, before coming here, I directly sold a couple in order to get myself some cash. This was the only reason why I could afford this place. Here. All right, please wait a moment. With a greedy look, scooting her small arm over the counter, the lady took all of the coins. Then, disappearing into the back, the lady soon came back with a smile on her face and tossed multiple keys in my direction. Your rooms be on the second floor. I've put ye all together on the same floor. Breakfast be tomorrow morn, 7 a.m. human time. Thank you. Thanking the lady, I turned towards the others and gave them each a key. You guys understood what the lady said. Breakfast at 7 and our rooms are on the second floor. As expected of the babysitter. Hey. You'll get used to it. I patted Small Snake on the shoulder. Looking towards the others, my face became serious. Enough said, I'm going to go now. Still got things to do, I'll come back in a couple of hours. You guys have a rest in the meantime. As I've said before, information was key. Going around this place without knowing the ins and outs was a no-go. As the one who brought them here, I had the responsibility of taking care of them. Couldn't expose them to too much danger. All right, I'm off. I'll see you guys in a bit. Waving goodbye to the others, I turned around and left the building. A/N, sorry if nothing much happened these past few chaps, but you know, have to try to build the world before anything important can happen. The Author's POV. Chapter 300, Encounter, 1. Ha. Hein finally let out an exhausted breath, sitting on top of a large bed. These past few months sure have been tough. Going from a regular teen who went to the academy each day and during the night supported his father's shop to suddenly leaving the human domain to constantly fight against beasts each day. Hein. Taking out his shield, Hein slowly started cleaning it. Compared to before, his shield was now riddled with scars and cracks. It was an E-ranked artifact that had accompanied him for many years. Yet, it was now reduced in such a sorry state that it could no longer be called a shield. Perhaps calling it a piece of scrap metal was more accurate at this point. Still, Hein wasn't disheartened. They were in the dwarven domain where artifacts lay everywhere. It was also about time he switched it for a better one. His shield was no longer as useful as it was back in the past. Opening his mouth, Hein softly muttered. Status. Then, a translucent table appeared before his vision. Status =========================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================Strength, D. Agility, E+. Stamina, D+. Intelligence, D. Mana capacity, D. Luck, E. Charm, D. Profession. Tanker LVL.3. Martial Manual. Iron Body, Greater Realm of Mastery. A martial manual that focuses on reinforcing the bones and muscles of the user. There is nothing exceptional about this art, except that it trains the body to the utmost limit. The user will have the hardest and most durable muscles upon mastering this technique. Skills. E. Painless. Upon activating, the user will not experience any pain for a set period of time. Checking his stats, Hein had to admit he was on a whole different level compared to before. Not only did his stats improve drastically, but so did his martial art proficiency. This level of progression was not something he had initially anticipated when joining the group. Instead, he had expected to only reach D rank in a couple of more months. Honestly, this rate of progression was shocking to him. HAAA. Putting his shield down and taking out his phone, Hein scrolled through his photo album and clicked on the image of his father with his siblings. Dad, little ones, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well without me. Looking at a picture of his father and his siblings, a look of nostalgia appeared on Heinz's face. Never had he been so far away from his family throughout his whole life. This was the first time in so long that he had been apart from them, and even after 4 months had passed, he still missed them dearly. Every day, he would look at the picture and remind himself why he was on this trip. He would also record a small message to share his thoughts if he did not make it. It was a way for him to cope with the sudden change in his life. Was it perhaps silly? Maybe, but Hein didn't care as this time was sort of therapeutic to him. Opening his mouth, Hein once again spoke. In all honesty, I thought that I was going to pair up with a bunch of weirdos in the trip. A wry smile appeared on Hein's lips as he thought about his other group members. When I first met Small Snake and Ryan, I thought that they were going to be baggage, but it turns out that the two of them are way smarter than I could ever wish to be. I was too arrogant. Ryan was a child, and Small Snake was fairly skinny with a low rank, and although he wasn't entirely wrong about needing to protect them, he only realized further into the journey how useful they were. Ryan was extremely competent at handling technology, whilst Small Snake was highly knowledgeable about most beasts and vegetation. Without them, the trip would have been a lot harder. There's also Leopold, heh. That guy, I don't know what to say about him. I took him for a deadbeat drunkard when I first saw him, yet, I couldn't be any more wrong about him. He's sort of becoming a master to me. It was all thanks to Leopold that he and the others could adapt to the new world riddled with dangers. Not only that, but he was also the guy who taught him how to hold the shield properly and what to do and not do when fighting a beast. Without him, he would have probably have died many times over. There's also Ava, man, what should I say about her? Recalling the first time he met Ava, Hein couldn't say that his first impression of her was that great. The first time I tried to speak to her, she could barely formulate any words. I had a hard time talking to her. However, man, did she change during these couple of months. Lowering the phone slightly, an envious and bitter look appeared on Heinz's face. Not only can she now speak properly, but man, she's strong. Her ability to tame multiple beasts at the same time is genuinely overpowered. Genuine bitterness could be felt in Heinz's voice as he spoke. Ava's ability to tame multiple beasts simultaneously was truly overpowered, and he had witnessed it firsthand when he worked together with her. Well, on a good note, she at least works together well with me. It was also thanks to that ability that they found out that they worked well together. With her beast-taming ability and his tanking ability, the two of them could now solo D-ranked beasts without breaking too much of a sweat. In fact, they could also probably deal with a less than C-ranked beast for a short period of time. Ha, Ava aside. You won't believe who the next member is. Her name is Angelica, and she's a demon. Shaking his head, Hein still couldn't believe it. A silly smile appeared on his face. You won't believe what face I made when I first discovered we were working with a demon. Honestly scared the crap out of me. Ava wasn't any better as she turned white as paper. If not for Ren, we probably would have passed out. Holding onto his forehead as though he had a headache, Hein let out a bitter laugh. Man, I swear. I'd say it took me more than a month to get used to her. She's one scary woman. But, still, I have to admit, she's really strong. Like crazy strong. Even now, the image of her defeating an A-ranked individual as though he was nothing was deeply engraved into his mind. After that day, Hein found a whole new level of respect for her. Lastly, there's Ren. Our leader. Hein scratched the side of his face. How should I start? He's really an enigma to me. Ren was truly someone who was shrouded with mystery to Hein. Even after spending 4 months with him, he couldn't understand him. I always wondered, just how did he manage to recruit and bring together so many talented people? Wasn't he the same age as him? How in the world was he that resourceful? At times he's like this really nice guy that you can get along with just fine, but in other times he can truly be scary. Hein had witnessed Ren's dark side multiple times these past few months, and whenever he saw it, he couldn't help but want to run away. Chills would run down his spine. Yeah, and I still can't believe that he's the same age as me. Just how did he get so strong? Although he rarely moved, Hein was always left speechless by his strength whenever Ren acted. He was simply way too strong. His attacks were also scary, and in all honesty, he had no confidence in stopping his attacks. They were just too fast. Will I one day be like that as well? Hein wondered out loud to himself. Though he didn't outright admit it, a tiny part of him wanted to be strong like Ren. But he knew that this wasn't something that could have been achieved in just a few months. It probably took Ren a lot of time and dedication to get to where he was. Ren was a role model for him. Someone who he should follow closely and learn from. Wham. As he sat back, Hein suddenly yawned. Tapping on the screen recording, he once again yawned before muttering. I think this is enough for today. I'm too tired. Guess I should get myself some sleep. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Closing the recording and tutaying the phone away, Hein's eyelids started to become heavier. Oh. Leaning back on the comfortable bed, Hein slowly closed his eyes. For the first time in 4 months, he finally slept peacefully. 1 pint of ale, please. Sitting on a stool, inside of a busy and lively tavern, I looked at the clerk and ordered myself a drink. This being one of the most generic novels, dwarves acted as generic dwarves did. In short, they loved alcohol. Holding onto a white towel, and cleaning a large wooden cup, the clerk eyed me. Then, smacking the cup below a large wooden barrel, he turned the valve and a brown liquid slowly poured into the cup. Once the cap was filled, he smacked it on the table. "Here you go." "Thanks." Taking the huge pint of ale, I took a small sip. Ugh. Taking a sip of the ale, my face grimaced. It was a lot more bitter than I had expected. According to what the clerk lady back at lodging said, the current tavern I was in was the most popular tavern in Henneler. Almost everyone in Henneler knew this place. Furthermore, it was also peak hour at the moment, meaning that it was the busiest time of the day. This was the perfect place to get as much information as possible. After all, you speak the most when you were drunk. Ugh, I really can't. Putting the ale down, I forced myself to not make a face. The ale was way too bitter for me. "How was your day at work?" "Ugh, tell me about it. All I've been doing today be hit the hammer until me hands turned numb." Silently listening to the conversations happening in the tavern, I tried my best to filter out the useless ones. This was a much harder task than I thought. The dwarves were just way too loud. Good thing we showed those bastards their place. Suddenly, a certain conversation caught my attention. Boisterously laughing out loud, and putting his little bulky leg on the table, a drunken dwarf raised his half-finished pint in the air. "Har, har, har, them bloody demons. We sure showed them a good time a week ago. I bet they be still pissing their pants at what we did to them." Besides him, another dwarf tugged his clothes and forced him down from the table. "Sho, you're nae supposed ta talk aboot it here. What be there nae ta talk aboot? Everyone here knows that the demons be planning on attacking us. Let them know that we've already won the first exchange." The dwarf disdainfully replied. "We show nae shy away from our achievements. Demons." My brows furrowed tightly. Did he just say demons? What was going on? "Elviel. We're nae supposed ta talk aboot it. It's military order." "Pa. Fuck that order, I'm, arg." Smacking the pint on the table, the dwarf named Elviel once again tried to stand up on the table. However, he, unfortunately, missed a step and crashed against a hooded figure sitting behind him. Crash. Dazed, the dwarf looked at the ceiling of the room. Getting out of their seats, the two other dwarfs tried to help him up. "Oi Elviel, be ye okay? Ye be too drunk. Go away." Shoving the two other dwarfs away, Elviel glared at the black figure behind him and gave him a light shove. "The fuck be ye doing?" Without looking back, the black hooded figure silently drank his drink, completely disregarding the dwarf's presence. This obviously did not sit well with the dwarf, who stomped his foot on the black hooded figure's table and brought his face close to the hooded figure. "Did ye do that on purpose? Did ye nae see that I was here?" It had to be noted that the hood figure was definitely not a dwarf. The figure was twice the dwarf's size. The scene of the dwarf pushing the hooded figure was just too comical. "Oi, be ye deaf? Did ye nae hear what I said?" Once again the dwarf pushed the hooded figure. By now, the whole tavern had quieted down a little bit, and the two companions had long given up on stopping their friend. It wasn't because they couldn't, but it was because they no longer wanted to be involved with him. They were currently off duty, therefore they had nothing to defend themselves with. "Ye still nae listening?" Elviel once again pushed the hooded figure. Plack. This time, the hooded figure did not stand still. Smacking his drink down, he turned around and lowered his hood. "I'm sorry, but can you leave me alone?" His cold voice caused everyone to feel a chill run down their spines. "I would like to drink in peace." For a brief moment, a terrifying pressure bore down on the tavern, making it hard for people to breathe. However, contrary to the others' reactions, mine was the complete opposite. Opening my eyes wide open, my mouth opened widely. "Wait, isn't that